Transmigrated to a high martial world. I became a useless loser everyone mocked. Even my homeroom teacher forced me to drop out. Just 3 days before the college entrance exam, in my moment of despair, he actually bound the Westward Journey simulator. Killing enemies allows you to exchange for divine weapons and immortal techniques from the game. The starter pack directly gifted me an immortal physique and 1000 spiritual energy points, with mastery over the Five Thunder Celestial Technique. During the spiritual energy test for the college entrance exams, my slightest effort resulted in the legendary SSS-grade score, shocking the entire venue and causing my opportunistic homeroom teacher to break down on the spot. But this was merely the beginning. My game system could evolve infinitely, allowing me to exchange for even greater power. When the crisis of divine invasion descends, I, this gamer, will become Earth's final line of defense. Chapter 1, starting off bound to the journey to the West game simulator. Didn't expect I actually traveled through time? Lin Mu, sitting in the classroom, gazed blankly at everything around him. He was not a native of this world, he had crossed over from Earth. Before his transmigration, he was just an ordinary otaku. After crossing over, he became a student. Based on the memories he had just assimilated, Lin Mu clearly learned all the details about this student and also realized what kind of world he had traveled to. This world is almost identical to the Earth before Lin Mu's transmigration. However, after the year 1999 ended, a tremendous change occurred on this planet. Since the year 2000, this planet has begun evolving along the path of spiritual energy revival and global martial supremacy. From the received memories, those capable of cultivating techniques in this world are collectively referred to as martial artists, with their ranks divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and sage. Among these, the diamond rank is also known as the master rank, with extremely few individuals reaching this level. Every diamond rank martial artist is a super talent fiercely courted by major empires. As for sages, there are currently only 7 in human society, all supreme beings. An empire without a sage's backing faces inevitable destruction sooner or later. It should be said that traveling to such a world would be an extremely thrilling experience. But, I've actually transmigrated into a useless loser's body. This was the most bullshit moment Lin Mu had ever experienced. As a shut-in, he had read plenty of online novels about underdog protagonists. But the protagonist in the novel is not inherently useless. They were born geniuses, but became useless for certain reasons. However, the person Lin Mu had transmigrated into was inherently born with a worthless constitution, utterly incapable of practicing cultivation techniques. Moreover, the college entrance exam is just 3 days away? Lin Mu truly hadn't expected that after transmigrating, he would still have to go through the college entrance exams. The college entrance examination in this world is divided into liberal arts and martial arts. For liberal arts, it's just like the previous life, no difference at all. But Wuka's words were different. The resurgence of spiritual power elevates martial artists to supremacy. Those who enter university through the martial arts track have essentially stepped over the threshold of becoming a martial artist. As long as they successfully obtain a martial artist rating in university, they can become genuine martial artists. Once one becomes a martial artist, they can not only change their own fate but also the fate of their entire family. Wow, the idea that the college entrance exam can change one's destiny is the same everywhere. Lin Mu sighed with both admiration and worry. Born with no talent, it's truly too difficult to rise against the odds and become a martial artist without any golden finger assistance. A few days ago during the test, his spiritual power still couldn't meet the requirements to cultivate even this world's lowest level technique. In just 3 days, even if his spiritual energy meets the requirements to practice the technique, its power would certainly fall short of the martial arts exam standards. Was I doomed to live an ordinary life in my past existence, only to repeat the same fate in this one? Lin Mu sighed helplessly. At this very moment, ding, detected a suitable host, Journey to the West Simulator binding in progress. Ding, the Journey to the West Simulator has been successfully bound. Ding, congratulations, Master, on successful binding. The beginner's gift pack has been delivered to your inventory. Please check your mailbox. The crisp childlike voice that rang out in his mind jolted Lin Mu's previously somewhat despondent spirits. Golden finger? Just when he was about to accept this harsh reality, a golden finger appeared. With a golden finger, not to mention a mere college entrance exam, even becoming the pride of heaven would be a piece of cake. Journey to the West Simulator, activate. As Lin Mu summoned his golden finger, he instantly felt the world spin around him. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a dim, ashen space. Then, a flash of white light appeared before his eyes, and out of thin air emerged an adorable little Lolita dressed in palace attire. It's you? Aren't you the Dahua spirit from the mobile game Journey to the West? As a seasoned gamer, Lin Mu recognized the little loli at a glance and exclaimed excitedly. Master, please don't look at Xiaodai like that, it scares Xiaodai. Xiaodai, the Dahua spirit with 2 horn-like hairbuns and a red mole between her eyebrows, spoke with a shy expression. Ahem, how embarrassing. So, Xiaodai, how do we use this a Chinese Odyssey simulator? Just come to me. Xiaodai said proudly. Xiaodai is the fantasy spirit. As long as Master can gather enough energy, I can help you exchange for all the items in the fantasy game. Lin Mu's breathing suddenly became rapid. Can it exchange for any item in the game? What about divine weapons and immortal techniques, divine beasts? Only inanimate items, divine weapons and immortal techniques are possible. As long as there's energy, they can be exchanged. Xiao Dai shook her head. Only inanimate things? Lin Mu felt somewhat disappointed, but soon cheered up. Well, it's enough. After all, this is a high martial world, and learning immortal techniques is already sufficient. By the way, this body of mine is quite weak with insufficient spiritual power. How can I learn immortal techniques? Xiao Dai smiled. Isn't it simple? Just wait until you have enough energy to exchange for reincarnation materials and change your profession. How do we obtain energy? The thought of a profession change excited Lin Mu. He wanted to quickly figure out how to obtain energy so he could enhance his spiritual power. As long as the enemy is killed by the master or a tamed pet, Xiao Dai can extract their soul essence, and this soul essence is energy. That's too easy. Lin Mu breathed a sigh of relief, but then smiled wryly in resignation. But as I am now, this useless body of mine doesn't even have enough spiritual power concentration to pass the preliminary test in 3 days, let alone kill monsters to gain energy. Xiao Dai, however, pulled out a box and rolled her eyes. Master, did you forget about the newbie gift pack? Lin Mu slapped his forehead. How could he have nearly forgotten this? He quickly took it and opened it. Suddenly, a series of sounds rang out. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the physique of the Immortal Clan. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have obtained 100 doses of golden needle blood restoring medicine. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have obtained 100 portions of 7-leaf lotus. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the low-level Immortal Clan technique Five Thunder Technique. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for mastering the low-tier lightning skill Thunderbolt Strike, with proficiency in skill mastery. A series of voices in his mind instantly got Lin Mu excited. At the same time, an information panel invisible to others appeared before his eyes. Player, Lin Mu %% realm, Chi refining first stage. HP, 100 out of 100. Spiritual power, 1000 of 1000. Physique, Immortal Clan's body. Technique, Five Thunder Fist. Skill, Thunderbolt Strike. Mastery proficiency. Divine weapon, none %% items, golden needle, 100 out of 100, 7-leaf lotus, 100 out of 100, %% note. The first number represents spiritual power recovery value, the second indicates item quantity. 1,000 spiritual power points? More than enough. You see, during school tests, the passing standard for spiritual power was 300 units, while excellence required reaching 500 units. Last year's provincial top scorer apparently achieved 800 units. Now 1,000 spiritual power is completely sufficient. Looking at his information panel, Lin Mu instantly felt full of confidence for the college entrance exam 3 days later. Time flew by quickly. 2 days passed in a blink. The students of Tianhai High School are about to face the most crucial milestone of their lives, the college entrance exam, tomorrow. At this moment in Class 3 Senior High, homeroom teacher Jiang Kai was conducting the college entrance exam mobilization. Tomorrow will be the most important turning point in your lives. As long as you can achieve high scores in this exam, you'll have the opportunity to enter prestigious universities to cultivate martial arts, becoming warriors, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Do you all have confidence? Yes. Below the stage, 50 students shouted with flushed faces and strained necks. Finished, Jiang Kai signaled the students to continue studying, while Lin Mu was called out alone by him. This immediately sparked a lot of speculation among the students. Hey, what do you think old Jiang called Lin Mu out for? Could it be that he decided to give him extra tutoring? Wishful thinking. Old Jiang probably still won't give up trying to convince Lin Mu to drop out so he won't affect the graduation rate. Ah, you all say Lin Mu is so handsome, yet he just can't seem to master spiritual energy condensation. Who knows? Amidst the chatter, no one noticed the flicker of disappointment in the eyes of the campus belle, Yi Tsangxue. Chapter 2, Goal, Provincial Top Scorer. In the hallway, Jiang Kai looked at Lin Mu calmly and said, "Do you know why I called you out?" Lin Mu smiled faintly. "Teacher, you're not still trying to persuade me to drop out, are you? Just give up on that idea, I'll never leave school." From his memories, he knew that ever since entering senior year, after learning there was such a hopelessly untalented student in the class, Jiang Kai would talk to Lin Mu every few days, always hinting that it would be best for both if he dropped out of school. Moreover, he agreed to offer certain financial compensation and provide some employment assistance, but they were all rejected by the original owner. Jiang Kai had indeed considered firing Lin Mu. But according to the laws of the Divine Dragon Empire, unless a student committed a major offense, not even the homeroom teacher, let alone the principal, could expel them. Lin Mu, who had crossed over from another world, had despised such teachers who disgraced the noble profession of teaching in his previous life, and he certainly wasn't going to let this one have his way. Besides, now that he had the Journey to the West simulator as his golden finger, dropping out was out of the question. Jiang Kai, upon hearing this answer, didn't react with his usual anger, as if he had expected this response all along. He nodded and said, I know you think the school can't expel you, so you're acting so recklessly. But unfortunately, just this morning, the school board passed the decision to terminate your studies. From now on, you remain a student of Tianhai High School, but whether you perform well or poorly in tomorrow's college entrance exams will have nothing to do with the school. Lin Mu speechlessly shook his head. Damn, this school is ruthless, actually resorting to such methods to protect their college admission rate. To be clear, dropping out means exactly as Jiang Kai described. Lin Mu remains a student at the school and still has the right to participate in college entrance exams and such. But this is no different from being expelled. Even if Lin Mu scored 0 in the college entrance exam, it still has nothing to do with Tianhai High School. This includes any achievements after graduating from university and entering society. The Empire will not grant Tianhai High School any academic feedback rewards, as the school no longer acknowledges them as their students. Generally, schools rarely do this, as it would offend not just the student, but also their family and friends. But in this life, the original Lin Muyuan was already an orphan with no relatives or friends except for a younger sister who relied on him for survival. The school committee probably thought he'd be easy to bully, which is why they made this decision. Finally resolving his biggest worry of the past year, Jiang Kai felt quite pleased with himself. You should have listened to me. If you'd dropped out earlier like I said, you might have gotten a hefty subsidy by now. Now you've got nothing. Do you regret it? Regret? Hearing this word, perhaps the Lin Mu of the past would have felt it, but now, with the Journey to the West simulator in hand, he found it somewhat laughable. This time, it's probably Tianhai High School that will live to regret their actions, and regret it so bitterly they'll want to turn back time. Who will regret it? I don't know yet. Lin Mu suppressed a smile and slowly began, but I wonder if teacher Jiang has ever heard this saying? What do you mean? Jiang Kai looked at Lin Mu with a mocking expression on his face. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, never despise the youth for their poverty. After speaking, Lin Mu turned and walked away. With the school committee's decision, he now had a clear goal to achieve excellent results in tomorrow's college entrance exams. He was going to make Jiang Kai, as well as the school administration that made this decision, get thoroughly humiliated. Top scorer in Jiangnan province. He's got Lin Mu in the bag. In the hallway, watching Lin Mu turn back towards the classroom, Jiang Kai's entire face twisted into an ugly expression. His heart began to race with doubt. Could it be that Lin Mu already had something to rely on to smoothly pass the college entrance exam? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such a guy possibly pass tomorrow's college entrance exam? Jiang Kai shook his head. He must be overthinking it. The day passed by quickly. In the first year of Gaowu, the 23rd Imperial College entrance examination of the Divine Dragon Empire officially commenced in major cities. The arbitrators dispatched from the provincial capital had long been waiting in the examination hall converted from Tianhai City's central stadium. Senior high school students from various academies entered in queues under the guidance of their homeroom teachers. The martial arts examination consisted of 3 stages, preliminary, intermediate, and final rounds, spanning 3 days in total. Today is the first day of the preliminary test, where all candidates' spiritual power levels will be evaluated using specialized testing equipment. There are 7 grades in total, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Achieving at least an E grade score means passing successfully. Otherwise, it means failure. Lin Mu, what grade do you think you'll get? Will we not see you in the retest the day after tomorrow? Outside the examination hall, classmate Xiao Yun looked at Lin Mu and burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with mockery. As one of the few prodigious students at Tianhai High School, he naturally had the capability to do so. Lin Mu couldn't be bothered with this type of person, a so-called genius propped up solely by family money. Even if they became a martial artist, they were destined to remain worthless. Isn't that what so many novels in past lives always said? Now his spiritual power has reached a full 1000. Lin Mu isn't the slightest bit worried about today's spiritual power test. I wonder if I can get an S rating later. You should know last year's provincial top scorer only got an S rating. Maybe I should just expend 900 spiritual power. His silence was interpreted by outsiders as indifference to Xiao Yun's mockery. But just because Lin Mu doesn't mind doesn't mean others won't. The school beauty Yi Tsangxue cast a cold glance at Xiao Yun and said, Xiao Yun, that's enough. If you keep this up, I'll contact the arbitrator. According to the regulations issued by the Imperial Arbitration Court, anyone who deliberately causes trouble during the college entrance examination and is the first to instigate an incident will not only be disqualified from the exam but will also have a serious mark recorded in their file. This is no joke. Files like these can have far-reaching consequences. Even a privileged young master like Xiao Yun, whose father was the director of the finance bureau, couldn't help but shrink his neck in fear. Yet a flash of hatred flickered in the depths of his eyes. Yi Tsangxue, you bitch, you're just riding on your father's coattails as the arbitration court president. What's so great about that? I'd like to see how you can help Lin Mu if he fails the college entrance exam. Xiao Yun simply couldn't understand, with Yi Tsangxue's family background and personal qualities, what kind of boy couldn't she find? Why on earth would she fall for Lin Mu, that pretty-faced vase of a man who has nothing else going for him besides his good looks? One can only say girls' minds work in mysterious ways. All 50 senior high schools in Tianhai City combined had approximately 50,000 students sitting for the national college entrance exams, so the vast examination hall had already been evenly divided into 500 small testing areas, each with an arbitrator and an assistant in charge. The spiritual power level testing proceeded quickly, with each examinee confidently stepping forward to the testing device in their respective queue. Indeed, none who came to take the college entrance exam were slackers, and the majority successfully passed the preliminary test. Soon, it was Xiao Yun's turn. He walked confidently to the testing device, first casting an envious glance at the 3 highest levels displayed at the top of the machine before slowly placing his hand on it. He slightly closed his eyes and channeled his spiritual energy. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The entire instrument gave a faint tremble before displaying a number. This astonished the supervising arbiter nearby. It was an A-level evaluation. In all his years, he had never witnessed such a thing. The assistant beside him quickly typed something solemnly into the computer in hand, and soon, exclamations erupted throughout the examination hall, because a line of text appeared on the large screen at the front of the examination hall. Xiao Yun, Tianhai High School, Class 8, Grade 12, 18 years old, Spiritual Power Level A. Oh my god, how is this guy so amazing? He actually got an A-grade rating, truly worthy of being the genius of our Tianhai High School. It seems they're definitely going to Shangjing Academy. Sigh, hard work can't compare to being born lucky. Envy. Some are born as beasts of burden, while others are born in Rome. From now on, I must find every way to cling to this guy's coattails. Chapter 3. This guy must be cheating. Hearing these voices filled with envy or admiration, Xiaoyun felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He loved this feeling. He loved the feeling of everyone practically begging to grovel at his feet. But this feeling didn't last long. Before Xiaoyun had even walked far, he heard the crowd erupt in thunderous gasps once more louder than the cheers he'd just received. Simultaneously, countless voices flooded his ears. Holy crap! My eyes aren't deceiving me, S? It's actually the legendary S-grade rating. That's a 1 in a million chance. What? Xiaoyun turned his head in disbelief, only to see a line of text appear on the screen. Yi Tsangxue. Tianhai High School, Senior 3, Class 8. 18 years old, Spirit Power Level S. It was her? Xiaoyun felt like he'd swallowed. He knew Yi Tsangxue was formidable, but never imagined she was this powerful. Damn it, how can this girl be so fierce? Xiaoyun muttered weakly, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness she instilled in him. But a flash of excitement quickly lit up his eyes. Right. Why didn't I think of this sooner? If my cousin wins Yi Tsangxue's heart, wouldn't I be the biggest winner? Only a woman like her could be worthy of a genius like my cousin. With that thought, Xiaoyun set out to find his cousin, Xiaoran. But after taking just 2 steps, he noticed the once bustling exam hall had suddenly fallen silent, so quiet he could hear his own heartbeat. Then came a series of deep, audible gasps. Holy crap! Am I hallucinating? It's actually the legendary SSS? I must be dreaming. How could it be SSS? The odds are 1 in a billion. How many years has it been since the Empire saw such a genius? No, such a legend. Not since 10 years ago. SSS? Xiao Yun's body trembled. This was the legendary 1 in a billion occurrence. If he could befriend someone like this, wouldn't he soar through the ranks of the Divine Dragon Empire, unstoppable and untouchable? With that thought, he turned to see which big shot was so formidable he intended to make a proper acquaintance. Having been immersed in his father's influence for so many years, he was a master at making connections. But just as Xiao Yun lifted his head, just one glance at the screen, his eyes widened uncontrollably. How could it be him? Lin Mu stared blankly at the instrument before him. Why wasn't it an S rating? He had only exerted a fraction of his power, yet he had directly achieved the highest SSS rating? He had only used 900 points of spiritual energy. Lin Mu sensed something was off. Meanwhile, in the examination hall, Lin Mu. The name on the screen left Xiao Yun utterly speechless. How could this guy possibly? Xiao Yun felt this was even more absurd than dreaming of becoming a diamond-tier martial artist himself. He blinked, staring at the screen again, but the truth remained, Lin Mu's name sat at the very top of the rankings. The SSS rating after the name was particularly eye-catching. Of course, all the examinees from Tianhai Middle School and their teachers shared the same thoughts. Especially Jiang Kai. He had been thrilled that a genius like Yi Tsangxue had emerged from his class, but now he was utterly dumbfounded. How could this be possible? How could that Lin Mu guy possibly get an SSS rating? This guy couldn't even get an E grade. Cheating. It must be cheating. He hurried over to the referee, forcing a strained smile onto his face. Umpire, is there a mistake with this score? The referee frowned slightly. Looking at the teacher, he seemed slightly annoyed. Teacher Jiang, what do you mean by that? Are you questioning the accuracy of the equipment? Or are you questioning this examiner's eyesight? Not at all, not at all. Jiang Kai was startled. If he were suspected of questioning the fairness of the exam, he could face imprisonment. He took a deep breath and explained, "The referee may not be aware, but this Lin Mu is a student in my class. His grades have always been at the very bottom. He could never pass, let alone achieve an SSS grade. That's why I find it hard to believe." Hearing this, the examiner's expression eased slightly. He patted Jiang Kai on the shoulder and assured him, "Rest assured, Teacher Jiang, the instruments never fail. This Lin Mu is truly a rare talent our empire has seen. Just wait to receive your reward from the referee hall." Reward? Hearing that word, Jiang Kai felt like crying. Just yesterday, he'd made countless promises to the school committee to secure Lin Mu's withdrawal certificate. Now this kid was no longer a candidate from Tianhai Middle School. So even if the kid really did score an SSS rating, it had nothing to do with Tianhai Academy and certainly nothing to do with him as his teacher. He could already imagine the school committee's thunderous fury upon learning of this. This was an SSS rating. At any secondary school, it would be more than enough to secure direct admission to the two top-tier institutions of the empire, Beijing Academy and Ivy League Academy. His future achievements would be immeasurable. And now he's been shut out? Jiang Kai suddenly felt something shatter inside his heart. He recalled Lin Mu's words from yesterday, "Fortunes change over time, never underestimate the young and poor." No, there might still be a chance to turn this around. Jiang Kai remembered something. He had only submitted Lin Mu's withdrawal application yesterday. Perhaps his older brother hadn't had time to input it into Lin Mu's file yet. There was still hope. Ignoring the congratulatory greetings from familiar teachers around him, he hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed his older brother, the dean of students. Yunding Mountain Garden, a certain villa. As Tianhai Middle School's dean of students, Jiang Yu could certainly afford a home here. Nothing unusual about that, given he was a golden-tier martial artist himself. Having just put his phone down, he was about to call the principal to share the good news when it rang again. Seeing the caller ID, he answered with a smile. "Ha ha ha, little brother. I heard the news. Congratulations on having an SSS-rated candidate in your class. Don't worry, I was just about to call the principal myself. When you get back, I'll definitely arrange a proper celebration for you at the first-class restaurant. By the way, who is that SSS-rated student? Could it be that girl, Yi Sangxue?" Hearing this, Jiang Kai managed a strained smile. "Bro, it's not her. Then who else could it be? She's the most talented kid in your class. Could it be Xiao Yun? That guy doesn't have the chops for it." Jiang Yu was thoroughly puzzled. "We'll leave that for now. I need to ask you something." Jiang Kai took a deep breath. "That withdrawal request I submitted for Lin Mu yesterday, you haven't entered it into the records yet, right?" Jiang Yu burst out laughing. "Are you questioning my abilities, big bro? Since you asked, I'd handle it for you even if the King of Heaven himself showed up. Don't worry. That loser's file was entered this morning. He won't affect your performance this time. You can put your mind at ease." "What?" Jiang Kai dropped his phone on the floor. "It's over. Completely over. There's absolutely no way to salvage this now. Hey, Jiang Kai, what's going on over there? Why aren't you saying anything? You still haven't told me which student got the SSS rating. Hurry up, don't keep me in suspense. I need to share this good news with my father." Jiang Kai picked up his phone, stammering I for ages without managing a complete sentence. This amused Jiang Yu. He teased directly. "You're so overwhelmed by this news you can't speak, aren't you? Don't tell me this SSS is that Lin Mu guy you swore you'd make drop out?" But unexpectedly, Jiang Kai on the other end fell silent at those words, not uttering a single syllable. This gave Jiang Yu a bad feeling. His eyes widened in shock as he urgently asked, "Is it really him?" "Yes." Jiang Yu felt the world spin violently. A wave of anger surged through him, nearly choking him. He immediately erupted in a torrent of curses. "Jiang Kai, you bastard. You've ruined me this time." Chapter 4, Directed Mission? Everyone's eyes turned green. The examination hall lobby. The chief arbitrator, who had been sitting calmly in his office, the head examiner overseeing Tianhai City's college entrance exams. He darted out of his office at lightning speed, then landed steadily in the examination hall. He surveyed the silent crowd of teachers and students. His gaze finally settled on Lin Mu. His expression shifted slightly. A trace of astonishingly potent spiritual energy still lingered around Lin Mu, blazing like the sun in the night sky to the chief arbitrator's eyes. So this youth was the one who had just achieved an SSS rating? As a golden-tier martial artist, the chief arbitrator's heart trembled. He had truly struck gold this time. A smile spread across his face. "You are Lin Mu?" Teachers and students exchanged bewildered glances before erupting into a new wave of commotion. All were curious why the chief arbiter had chosen to appear. In past years, the chief arbiter had never made an appearance during the exams. This was a first. Lin Mu felt a bit helpless. If only he'd been more cautious earlier and stuck to just one 7-leaf lotus. Now he'd attracted this much attention. It seemed impossible for him to maintain a low profile from now on. As his thoughts raced through his mind, a figure pushed through the crowd beside him. Jiang Kai. He first bowed respectfully to the chief arbitrator, then spoke in a solemn tone. Arbitrator, this is Lin Mu. Yet just 1 day ago, his spiritual power barely reached the passing threshold. Now he's suddenly SSS. As he spoke, a cold gleam flashed in Jiang Kai's eyes, though his expression remained feigned confusion. So I wonder if there's something fishy going on here. Maybe the equipment malfunctioned, or perhaps this kid used some trick. Cheating. The word flashed through everyone's minds, prompting nods and hushed murmurs of agreement from many already envious candidates. Exactly. That Lin Mu always came in last on every school exam. How could he suddenly be this good? I think he cheated too. Otherwise, it must be a malfunction. I refuse to believe this kid could score that high. Right, they should retest him. Xiao Yun, in particular, shouted the loudest. Lin Mu heard these murmurs and caught Jiang Kai's smug gaze, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. Even if they retested 100 times, with the 7-leaf lotus in his possession, he wasn't the least bit intimidated. Yet what no one could have anticipated was this. The chief arbitrator glanced around at the crowd, his gaze finally settling on Jiang Kai as he spoke in a detached tone. Are you finished? Jiang Kai froze for a moment before instinctively replying, yes, I'm done. The chief arbitrator nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. He glanced at Lin Mu first, then turned his gaze to Yi Tsangxue beside him. Student Yi Tsangxue, how do you believe this matter should be handled? Yi Tsangxue bowed respectfully before replying with a smile. According to the Imperial Arbitration Hall regulations, all results are determined by the instruments. They cannot be questioned, and retesting is not permitted. Those dissatisfied may file a formal complaint with the arbitration hall under their real names. A formal complaint? Students and teachers exchanged bewildered glances. This was no trivial matter. If cheating had indeed occurred, a real name report could indeed be effective, and the arbitration hall would even reward the reporter based on the outcome. But if it was a false accusation? That would spell trouble. At best, a fine. At worst, imprisonment. They were merely curious. They had no grudge against Lin Mu. There was no need to stir up such trouble. What if Lin Mu truly possessed SSS tier scoring abilities? Wouldn't they be courting disaster by offending someone who could very well become a diamond tier master in the future? Jiang Kai's eye twitched as he spoke in disbelief. Arbitrator, are we just going to let this slide? The chief arbitrator shot him a glance, his brow creasing almost imperceptibly. The regulations are clear. If you have suspicions, you are welcome to file a formal complaint under your real name. You know the consequences. I'm just curious, what grudge do you hold against this candidate that you can't bear to see someone else excel? After a pause, the chief arbitrator turned his gaze back to Lin Mu. We have just received simultaneous invitation letters from Shangjing Academy and Ivy League Academy. Lin Mu, you have earned admission exemptions from both institutions. You may bypass the college entrance exam and directly choose your preferred school. Alright, give me your answer within 3 minutes. Exemption? Every teacher and student present turned to Lin Mu with expressions of envy mixed with warm smiles. Exemption from entrance exams? That's essentially guaranteed admission. Is this the privilege of an SSS-rated student? This is the future big shot? They had to get a good look now, because soon they might only see him on TV. Lin Mu, however, narrowed his eyes slightly. Exemption from entrance exams? It sounded tempting, but having lived 2 lifetimes totaling decades, he understood one truth: there's no such thing as a free lunch. Take the example of a student from his previous life, admitted to a prestigious university at 14, only to be used as a publicity tool for the school. No one cared about his future or his well-being. That student's eventual downfall was tragic, a life utterly ruined. Lin Mu had seen too many such cases. He had no desire to become another pawn in someone else's game. He shook his head immediately. No need to consider it. I'll stick with taking the college entrance exam. Upon hearing this response, the surrounding teachers and students erupted in an uproar. Has this guy lost his mind? Turning down such a golden opportunity? Exactly. If you don't want it, give it to me. Mr. Lin Mu, I'll even kneel down for you, okay? Damn, if I were as awesome as him, I'd let my grades do the talking too. Lin Mu, I'm rooting for you. The chief arbitrator seemed somewhat taken aback by this response, though he understood it. Students this age all have a bit of pride, after all. He nodded in agreement. In that case, I hope Lin Mu will shine brilliantly in the upcoming exams. Go for it. Watching the arbitrator walk away, Jiang Kai's eye twitched. His mouth opened wide, but in the end, no words came out. The arbitrators and assistants nearby quickly began restoring order. After all, the preliminary exam was still ongoing. Candidates who had completed their tests could now leave the examination hall in an orderly fashion. Yi Tsangxue turned to leave. But Lin Mu's voice reached her from behind. Thanks for earlier. How about this? After the college entrance exams, I'll treat you to a meal as a thank you. What do you think? The numerous examinees at Tianhai High School immediately turned to look, all of them utterly astonished. Holy crap! She's the school beauty, and a spoiled rich kid to boot. There's no way Linda's campus queen would agree to him. Alright. Yi Tsangxuet agreed without a moment's hesitation. Click. That was the sound of countless young men's hearts shattering. And the sound of certain people grinding their teeth in frustration. Chapter 5. He absolutely won't pass the second round. Tianhai Middle School. The office. Jiang Kai sensed the heavy atmosphere the moment he knocked and entered. Jiang Kai, what on earth is going on? The elderly man seated at the head of the table spoke in an icy tone, simultaneously slamming a paper file onto the desk. The file bore Lin Mu's photograph. In the lower right corner, two bright red characters stood out starkly. Expelled. Jiang Kai immediately dropped to his knees, tears welling up in his eyes. Dad, I really don't know what's going on with that guy. How could he possibly get an SSS rating? You're his homeroom teacher. Are you going to claim you misjudged him? Jiang Yu, standing nearby, gave a cold laugh. Before Jiang Kai arrived, he had already given his father, the vice principal, a thorough scolding. Indeed. A promising genius student had been pushed out of the school by them. This isn't even B grade. Not even a B grade. And certainly not an S grade. It was the legendary SSS rating, a 1 in a billion chance. If other school principals found out about this, they'd laugh themselves silly. What's even more frustrating is this. Whenever such individuals achieve remarkable accomplishments in the Dragon Empire or elsewhere, this incident will inevitably be dug up and rehashed. Could Tianhai Middle School, one of the protagonists, possibly escape this? Or do you think Lin Mu, who scored SSS on the college entrance exam, won't shine brightly in the future? Most crucially, Tian Changsheng is retiring next year, and as vice principal, Zhang Shaoqi is the most likely candidate among the 3 vice principals to succeed the principal. With this blunder now exposed, what chance does he have? The thought made Jiang Yu grind his teeth in frustration. He understood his father's feelings all too well. If it were him, he'd be itching to kill Jiang Kai right now. He couldn't care less if the guy was his own brother. Jiang Kai's face trembled as he cautiously said, Dad and brother, I really couldn't see anything special about that kid. His grades have always been at the bottom of the class, you both know that. And then there's the spiritual energy within him. This isn't me misjudging him, he must have used some trick to get that SSS rating today. I swear, if I misjudged him, may I be struck down by a car tomorrow. Hearing this, Zhang Shaoqi frowned slightly. He knew his son, Jiang Kai, wasn't stupid. There was absolutely no need for him to resort to such self-destructive tactics against Lin Mu. After all, expulsion wouldn't affect Lin Mu in the slightest unless Jiang Kai harbored some personal grudge against him. Could it be that this guy really used some underhanded method to get that SSS rating? Jiang Kai nodded repeatedly. Definitely. Zhang Shaoqi sighed and nodded. But regardless, he's already passed the preliminary exam. Both Shangjing Academy and Ivy Academy have sent him acceptance letters. Even if he cheated, he still passed the exam. In this day and age, isn't everything judged solely by results? I think we should inform the principal about this matter as soon as possible and let him handle it. There might still be a chance to rectify the situation. As the principal of Tianhai Middle School, Tian Changsheng, he was currently in the provincial capital vigorously promoting Tianhai High School's faculty strength, hoping to gain the favor of a prestigious 211 or 985 university for a potential partnership to expand and strengthen both institutions. If he found out his sons, Jiang Kai and Jiang Yu, had caused such a huge scandal, he might kill them on the spot. Zhang Shaoqi braced himself for Tian Changsheng's wrath. No, Dad, you can't tell the principal. Not only would you lose your position, but your son me would be finished too. Jiang Kai shook his head, then spoke with a hint of excitement. Dad, I actually think we still have a chance to turn this around. What are you thinking? Zhang Shaoqi glared at him. He understood what his son was scheming and immediately warned, I advise you not to entertain any ill intentions. That guy might already be under protection from the arbitration office. Talent like this is rare. If you dare harbor any improper intentions, no one will be able to save you. I'm warning you. What are you thinking? Jiang Kai waved his hands repeatedly. How could I be that stupid? Dad, you don't know what got into that Lin Mu. He actually turned down his guaranteed admission and wants to take the college entrance exam. So we don't have to lift a finger, just sit back and watch the show. That guy is bound to fail the college entrance exam. Is that so? Well, he is being pretty foolish. But where does your confidence come from that he won't succeed? Zhang Shaoqi was puzzled. From his son's tone, he seemed utterly certain Lin Mu would fail the exams. Jiang Kai chuckled. Sure, that kid used some shady method to pass the spiritual power test, but there are still 2 more exams to go. Dad, don't forget those 2 exams test real combat skills. And if I recall correctly, Lin Mu doesn't know a single martial art technique. Is that true? Zhang Shaoqi froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. Absolutely. Jiang Kai was practically raising his hand to swear, I taught him for an entire year. How could I not know his true strength? His spiritual energy is too weak. He can't even learn the most basic cultivation techniques. I know this better than anyone. So he's completely out of the running for the next exams, then. Jiang Yu, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. Having gone through the college entrance exams himself, he knew exactly what the next two tests entailed. Exactly. Jiang Kai patted his chest confidently. So I'm certain that kid won't pass the college entrance exams. Hell, he won't even make it through the second round. Just wait and see. Let's hope your judgment is correct. We won't inform the principal for now. You two handle this matter promptly. Jiang Shaoqi nodded and stood up. We'll handle it properly. Otherwise, you two resign, and my promotion is out of the question. Got it? Understood. Jiang Kai hastily wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, yet a flash of ferocity flickered in his eyes. Lin Mu. Don't think getting an SSS rating will save you. Without mastering any martial arts techniques, you've got no chance of passing the retest. Just wait to be laughed at, you little punk. But to be safe, Jiang Kai thought for a moment, then picked up his phone and called the school library director. He intended to crush every last shred of hope Lin Mu had for redemption. Within just one afternoon, news of a spirit power SSS-rated individual emerging in Tianhai City swept across the entire Xinlong Empire. Countless mercenary organizations and sects dispatched representatives, eager to establish contact with this prodigy. The reason was simple: a talent with an SSS-rated spiritual power possessed an unimaginable future. Securing his allegiance would bring exponential returns. Unbeknownst to Lin Mu, he had inadvertently set the entire Tianhai City abuzz. He sat at a table in a dilapidated house, waiting for his sister to finish cooking dinner. Chapter 6, the second round begins. In the kitchen. A girl in black was stir-frying green peppers with beef. 15 or 16 years old, she was plain-looking, her rosy cheeks dotted with beads of sweat. Lin Jing. Though she and Lin Mu were from the same orphanage and not related by blood, 10 years of relying on each other had made them closer than true siblings. Dinner's ready. Let's celebrate you passing the first round, brother. After carefully placing the stir-fried beef with green peppers and rice in front of Lin Mu, Lin Jing smiled as she served herself a small bowl. She sat across from him and happily began eating. Lin Mu looked surprised. Why so little? Aren't you hungry? Lin Jing shook her head quickly. I'll be heading back to the western wastes this afternoon. You know I get motion sickness, so I can't eat too much. Lin Mu nodded and said nothing more. This world, like her previous life, had widely implemented 9 years of compulsory education. Students didn't need to bear any costs until graduating from junior high. However, continuing on to high school meant paying tuition out of pocket. Since the orphanage's annual subsidy for the siblings only covered one person's education, Lin Jing had entered society after graduating from junior high last year. She joined a mercenary organization, regularly venturing outside the city to hunt and slay demons. On one hand, it was to earn money; on the other, it was to hone her combat skills in battle, hoping to reach the standards required for warrior assessment. Then she could pay to enroll in a warrior academy. Many academies in the Xinlong Empire recruited students this way, somewhat akin to the old adult college entrance exams. After finishing their meal, Lin Jing glanced at the time and hurriedly began clearing the dishes and washing the utensils, her voice filled with constant reminders. Brother, just focus on your college entrance exams. Don't worry about anything else, I'll take care of myself. Yeah, I know. Lin Mu smiled wryly. This conversation felt more like a sister talking to her younger brother. Before she could finish washing the dishes, a loud knock echoed on the door. He opened the door. It was a woman in her 20s. Xin Feifei, from the same mercenary organization as Lin Jing. Lin Jing, the squad leader's waiting downstairs. Why are you dawdling here? Hurry up. Coming. Lin Jing set down her bowl and chopsticks, hastily wiped her hands, grabbed her bag from the chair, then pulled her hair back into a ponytail before heading out. She called back to Lin Mu, bro, I'm off. Take care of yourself at home. I'll be waiting for your good news. The door slammed shut. Lin Mu walked to the window, watching Lin Jing and Xin Feifei board a bus before turning back to lie down on his bed. He needed a good night's sleep. Tomorrow brought the second round of auditions. At Tianhai Middle School, Jiang Kai had personally guarded the school library entrance all night, certain Lin Mu would come to study the martial arts techniques. But by dawn, he still hadn't seen Lin Mu's shadow. Though exhausted, he stretched luxuriously. He was now 100% certain that Lin Mu was doomed to fail his retest today. No martial arts technique? What the hell are you even doing taking the re-examination? The re-examination questions were announced only after candidates entered the examination hall, and this year was no exception. Once all candidates were present, the central screen displayed this year's exam question. Reaction and evasion. Each candidate will now enter the exam room one by one. Simply surviving 10 minutes inside unscathed will pass you. Results will be evaluated based on the number of scratches on your body. Begin now. Upon seeing the prompt, the entire crowd erupted. As the foundation of a martial artist, reaction and evasion skills were mandatory. Judging by past exam content, this year's test would likely involve the Arbitration Council capturing 10 windspeed rabbits for testing. Windspeed rabbits. A highly agile demon beast. Though lacking the strength of a martial artist, its speed had already reached the bronze tier. For candidates who aren't even martial artists, catching one is utterly impossible, let alone fending off its attacks. Yet many remain unconcerned. After this exam question appeared one year, major high schools began intensively teaching students area of effective attack techniques and defensive arts. After several consecutive years without this question, many teachers speculated whether it would appear on today's exam. Thus, last year, numerous schools rigorously taught the yellow grade techniques, the mountain shattering palm and the golden bell shield. Though both techniques consume significant spiritual energy, for top-performing students with abundant reserves, sustaining them for 10 minutes posed no challenge. Who would have thought they'd actually nail the question? Everyone was itching to get started, placing bets on who would end up with the fewest scratches or who would buy dinner. They completely disregarded today's retest. In the distance, Xiaoyun glanced at the silent Lin Mu, a flicker of smug satisfaction crossing his eyes. Because if he remembered correctly, Lin Mu hadn't mastered either of these techniques during their time at the academy. Didn't that mean he'd absolutely crumble in today's retest? Oomph, what good is a high spiritual power rating? In this world, might still rules. Soon, the first batch of candidates entered the examination room, and the retest officially began. Yet within 5 minutes, red lights flashed on 3 room doors, startling everyone, a signal indicating withdrawal. The doors swung open, and 3 battered figures emerged. Their clothes were torn to shreds, and the worst off among them even had scratches all over his face. What on earth was going on? Everyone's hearts began to race. Could the wind speed rabbit be that formidable? Next group of examinees, prepare to enter, Xiaoyun XXXX. As 3 examination rooms emptied, the arbitrator promptly ushered in the next group of candidates. Unfortunately, Xiaoyun was one of the 3. He paused in surprise before hurrying forward. After undergoing a thorough security check, he entered the examination room. As the door slammed shut behind him, the scene inside instantly caught his eye. Xiaoyun gasped in shock. Holy! These bastards aren't using wind speed rabbits this year, they're using burrowing moles. He immediately activated the golden bell shield. The next second, boom! 10 fist-sized rats burst from the ground, clawing viciously at the shield. Xiaoyun wiped away a cold sweat, relieved by his quick reflexes. Damn it! Those bastards at the Arbitration Institute sure know how to design questions. This year's college entrance exam probably won't let half the candidates pass this retest. Earth-darting rats. As the name suggests, it's a demon beast capable of freely traversing underground. Like the windspeed rabbit, it's a bronze-tier demon beast. Though its attacks aren't as powerful as the windspeed rabbits, it's faster and harder to kill. Because you never know where it will burst out from next. Therefore, when facing such a demon beast, if your strength is insufficient to kill it, the only option is to endure by using a 360-degree defensive technique like the golden bell cover. At this thought, Xiaoyun couldn't help but feel smug, for he recalled that good-for-nothing Lin Mu. That guy is destined to fail miserably. Chapter 7. This guy passed again? As it turned out, Xiaoyun's estimate had been a bit too conservative. As candidates entered the examination room one by one, everyone was shocked to discover that fewer than 4 out of 10 candidates could even reach the passing threshold. Even among those 40% who passed, only a handful achieved excellence, let alone those who passed flawlessly without a single scratch from the burrowing mole. This left some examinees deeply dissatisfied. What's going on with this year's college entrance exam? Why is it so strict? Yeah, it's never been this strict before. What's going on this year? They've actually caught some? Shoo! Someone quickly silenced the complainer, pointing toward the arbitrator nearby who was watching them with a smug grin. The latter quickly covered their mouth. With so many students still waiting outside the exam room, the proctor strictly forbade those who had finished the test from revealing any exam content. Otherwise, they would face severe punishment. Thus, when the proctor called out Lin Mu's name, he still believed, just like many classmates before him, that the room would contain 10 windspeed rabbits. Rabbit, it's been ages since I've had such a tasty treat. I'll catch them all later and treat Jingjing to a feast. At the same time, Yi Tsangxue stood up over there, her name called alongside Lin Mu's. Soon, 10 battered figures emerged from the room. Aside from 2 who bore only a couple of claw marks, the rest were torn to shreds, flesh hanging from their wounds. Tilting his head slightly, Lin Mu looked over at Yi Tsangxue. He was curious to see how the school beauty would fare. After all, from his memories, Yi Tsangxue was considered one of Tianhai Middle School's top students. She consistently topped the dual subject rankings year after year. If he could outperform her, then the provincial top scholar title would be his for the taking. With this curiosity in mind, Lin Mu stepped into the examination room. As the door closed behind him, the exam began. Lin Mu was genuinely taken aback when he saw the 10 burrowing gophers inside the room. Not windspeed rabbits? Looks like no tasty treat today. Lin Mu showed no sign of panic. While the burrowing moles were formidable, he had at least 2 ways to flawlessly pass this retest. The first was to tough it out physically. After all, he had the golden needle healing potion lasting 10 minutes would be more than enough. It would just hurt a bit. The second method was more violent, unleashing his immortal arts to slaughter all 10 burrowing moles outright. What? You say the burrowing rats move too fast? How fast could they possibly be compared to the speed of a lightning spell? Besides, for Lin Mu, who possessed mastery-level proficiency in Thunderbolt, hitting them was no problem at all. Simply put, these little rodents weren't even worth a side dish in his eyes. Instantly, blue lightning flared in Lin Mu's hands. Thunderbolt! Boom! Just as the 10 burrowing rats were about to dive underground to attack the intruder, Lin Mu, 10 bolts of blue lightning materialized above their heads. Before they could even scream, the 10 burrowing rats were instantly reduced to 10 small piles of ash. Crack! The thunderous crack echoed afterward. Whoa, that feels amazing. The instant the burrowing rats died, Lin Mu distinctly felt a powerful warm current surge into his body. This must be the soul essence Xiao Dai had mentioned. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully slaying 10 bronze-tier demon beasts. You have obtained 1,000 energy points. Only 1,000 energy points? Lin Mu felt a bit speechless, but he quickly adjusted his mindset and asked Xiao Dai if there were any defensive immortal arts available for exchange now. After all, as a mage specializing in immortal arts, physical defense had always been his weak point. How could he manage without at least 1 or 2 defensive magical treasures? Of course, acquiring a treasure right now was a bit unrealistic. He'd have to settle for the next best thing, a defensive immortal technique. Ding! Master, the only defensive immortal technique currently available for exchange is the Immortal Blessing Shield. Would you like to exchange for it? Divine Protection Shield? Lin Mu immediately examined the skill's detailed description. Divine Protection Shield, upon casting, increases the target's defense by 200%. Each casting consumes 300 spirit power. This immortal technique can actually be used on others? Impressive! Doubling defense? That's even more powerful than the Golden Bell Shield, which only doubles defense in the mortal world. And it can be used on others. This set Lin Mu into an even greater frenzy of excitement. He immediately exchanged for the Divine Shield manual, studied it, and from now on, he'd never have to worry about insufficient defense again. After sitting in the room for a few more minutes, Lin Mu finally heard the time limit chime and stood up. Glancing at the now empty room, he gave a faint smile before turning and leaving. Boom! Boom! 2 thunderous crashes erupted almost simultaneously as the doors to both examination rooms were violently kicked open. 2 figures emerged almost simultaneously. Both men glanced sideways almost simultaneously. Upon recognizing each other, they froze in unison. These 2 individuals were none other than Lin Mu and Yi Tsangxue. Lin Mu was astonished that among all the examinees who entered the room this round, only Yi Tsangxue and himself had managed to endure 10 minutes. The pass rate for this retest was ridiculously low. Yi Tsangxue, however, was astonished that Lin Mu had emerged from the retest completely unscathed. She had assumed he would at least look a little worse for wear. As for whether he could pass, she had been confident since yesterday that Lin Mu would absolutely clear this college entrance exam. The only question was how well he would perform. The arbitrators outside the 2 examination rooms were startled to see them emerge and hurriedly stood up to close the doors. Previous examinees always closed the doors themselves. How could these 2 be so inconsiderate? What if those subterranean rodents escaped? Those creatures were notoriously difficult to catch. But when the 2 examiners reached the main entrance, they stared dumbstruck at their respective rooms, utterly speechless. Yi Tsangxue's room was, of course, beyond description. Not only the arbitrators, but every teacher and student present knew of the Yi family's most renowned technique, the Heavenly Frost Fist. It was said that once mastered, a single punch unleashed a fist wind capable of injuring opponents lightly or, at worst, freezing them solid in place. If memory served correctly, rumors had circulated earlier in the year that Miss Yi had already mastered the 3rd level of the Heavenly Frost Fist. Dealing with a mere bronze-tier earth-dwelling rat should be a piece of cake, right? And indeed it was. As the door swung open, 10 crystalline ice sculptures now adorned Yi Tsangxue's room. 10 ice sculptures of burrowing rats. Judging by their appearance, they had been frozen solid the instant they attempted any movement. Meanwhile, in Lin Mu's room, both arbitrators were taken aback. Completely empty? The 10 burrowing gophers had vanished without a trace. Only 10 small piles of ashes remained on the floor. The 2 arbitrators exchanged stunned glances, saying nothing. They turned and hung out of service signs on both doors. Then they began reporting the situation to headquarters via their headsets. Meanwhile, in the distance, the examinees and teachers who witnessed this scene were all stunned. Chapter 8. Rest assured, he won't be taking the final exam. Impossible. How could that bastard walk away unscathed? Far away, Xiaoyan watched the scene unfold, grinding his back teeth in fury. Zhang Kai shared his reaction. He never imagined that without learning any martial arts techniques, this Lin Mu could actually pass the retest? Cheating. He must have cheated. He shook his head and waited quietly for the results to appear on the large screen. Soon, the adjudicator announced the final results. Yi Tsangxue, re-examination score, SSS. Lin Mu, re-examination score, SSS. The faculty and students erupted upon seeing the results. SSS. Another SSS. They could understand Yeet Sangshua achieving such a score, but what about Lin Mu? What gives him the right to get SSS too? Yet in the face of these objections, the arbitrator repeated the same statement: all examination results were fair and impartial. Anyone dissatisfied is welcome to file a formal complaint under their real name. This statement instantly silenced everyone. Who in their right mind would waste time filing a formal complaint against Lin Mu? What if he truly earned it through his own abilities? That would be shooting themselves in the foot. Zhang Kai quickly picked up the phone and relayed the news to his father. Surprisingly, this time, his father didn't scold him. He merely said, "Got it," and hung up. This left Zhang Kai utterly stunned. But soon enough, he understood what was happening. Alert! Level 1 alert! A sudden surge of beasts has appeared outside Tianhai City, expected to attack tomorrow. All law enforcement teams and martial artists prepare for battle. The college entrance exams are temporarily suspended. Every student and teacher in the exam hall heard the announcement. Instantly, chaos erupted. A beast tide was approaching. This was already the third such incident this year, and it was unexpected that it would occur during such a critical time as the college entrance exams. It had actually caused the exams to be interrupted. But everyone knew there was nothing to be done. In this world, nothing could be more important than fending off the beast tide. One misstep and the entire city could fall. Lin Mu shrugged. There was nothing to be done. He'd just have to wait until the beast tide ended before continuing with the college entrance exams. But he didn't need to worry. Since he wasn't a martial artist yet, he didn't have to leave the city to defend against the beast tide. He just needed to wait quietly within the city walls. Lin Mu. Just then, Yi Sangshui approached. "Are you free tomorrow? Let's grab a meal together." "Sure." Since he had nothing else to do anyway, Lin Mu agreed. In the distance, Xiao Yun, witnessing this scene, clenched his fists. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai had already left the exam hall and was driving toward the school. He wanted to know how his father planned to handle the matter concerning Lin Mu. Tianhai Middle School. In the office, Zhang Yu entered with a cheerful expression. What perfect timing. This beast tide couldn't have come at a better moment, giving us ample time to resolve Lin Mu's situation. But how exactly do we resolve it? Zhang Kai pressed his temples in exasperation. The mere thought of Lin Mu scoring SSS in both the preliminary and final exams made his head throb. Zhang Shaoqi, seated at the head of the table, offered a faint smile. Don't we have a perfect opportunity right now? Zhang Kai froze in surprise. Dad, what do you mean? You tell me. Zhang Shaoqi suddenly lowered his voice. If this Lin Mu can't participate in the final trial, or even perishes in this beast tide, wouldn't that resolve the matter perfectly? Brilliant. Hearing this analysis, Zhang Kai's eyes lit up. But Zhang Yu, standing nearby, quickly zeroed in on the crucial point. Dad, only the enforcement squad and martial artists are allowed to leave the city to defend against the beast tide. Lin Mu isn't even a martial artist, how could he die outside the city walls? Zhang Kai frowned in confusion upon hearing this, unsure how his father could possibly get Lin Mu outside the city. Surely he couldn't have knocked him unconscious and dumped him outside? That would be like writing, "We deliberately killed Lin Mu" right on their foreheads. Zhang Shaoqi chuckled. He tapped the table. If I recall correctly, this Lin Mu has a younger sister, and she's currently outside the city. Well. Zhang Kai and Zhang Yu instantly grasped his meaning, both giving him a thumbs up. Zhang Shaoqi smiled faintly. I told you, Lin Mu's situation won't affect my promotion. Just watch and see. The next day. Tianhai Middle School. In the classroom, Yi Sangshue's gaze kept drifting toward the empty seat in the corner. Lin Mu hadn't shown up in class all morning. It seemed the guy barely came to school anymore. Well, he no longer needed to attend classes. All he had to do now was wait quietly for the final exam. Xiao Yun, seated not far from her, took it all in, a flash of viciousness crossing her face. Soon, the crisp bell signaling the end of classes rang out, and the entire Tianhai Middle School erupted in noise once more. At the school gate, Yi Sangshue immediately spotted the familiar figure waiting quietly for her. Let's go. I've already made a reservation at a restaurant. Yi Sangshue nodded and climbed into the taxi with Lin Mu, speeding away. From a distance, Xiao Yun, witnessing this scene, hurriedly grabbed his phone. The most exclusive villa district in Tianhai City. A young man seated in meditation picked up his phone. Xiao Yun, what do you want calling me at this hour? Don't you know I'm in the middle of cultivation? This person was none other than Xiao Yun's cousin, Xiao Ran. As the most outstanding student from Tianhai High School's previous graduating class and currently the only genius from Tianhai City admitted to Shangjing Academy for cultivation, he detested being disturbed during his practice. By anyone. But when Xiao Yun mentioned that Yi Sangshue and Lin Mu were going out to eat, a flicker of anger appeared in his eyes. Alright, I got it. I'll catch up with them. I'll be there soon. Hanging up the call, Xiao Ran exhaled a breath of stale air, his eyes flashing with a cold, terrifying light. Lin Mu. What good is your SSS-rated spiritual power? You're still nothing but trash, not even a martial artist. Daring to compete with me for a woman? Think you're immortal or something. 2 blocks away from Tianhai Middle School on East Street stood the Phoenix Pavilion. Yi Tsangxue stepped out of the taxi and looked at Phoenix Pavilion with surprise. This place isn't cheap. Are you sure we're eating here? Having lunch with Miss Yi, the school's most beautiful girl, is a dream come true for so many people. A little pricey doesn't matter. Lin Mu smiled faintly. He'd saved quite a bit over the years and could easily afford a meal at Phoenix Pavilion, where the average per person cost exceeded 10,000 yuan. Besides, he genuinely wanted to thank Yi Tsangxue. After all, from his memories, he knew she had helped him countless times during their 3 years of high school. Soon, guided by a waiter, the two settled into a windowside table. Phoenix Pavilion's owner was rumored to wield considerable influence across the empire, with branches in major cities making it the nation's premier gourmet restaurant. The Phoenix Pavilion in the capital, Shanjing, was even rumored to frequently host foreign dignitaries and powerful figures from various sections. Everyone regarded dining at the Phoenix Pavilion as a symbol of immense status. Thus, no one dared cause trouble at Phoenix Pavilion under normal circumstances, for doing so here was practically tantamount to courting death. Chapter 9, Trouble's Coming. After ordering, Yi Tsangxue looked at Lin Mu with curiosity. I never expected you to be so low-key normally, yet yesterday you shocked everyone by scoring another SSS. How did you manage that? Just slow and steady cultivation, same as you. Yi Tsangxue didn't quite buy it, but she didn't press further. After all, who doesn't have their secrets? I bet that Zhang Kai guy is getting chewed out right now. After all, he cost the school a prodigy. News of Lin Mu's expulsion had already spread throughout the class. They had initially felt indignant on his behalf. Now that the preliminary exam results were out, everyone was naturally gloating over Jiang Kai's misfortune. But the guy hadn't shown his face all day today either. Who knew what he was up to? Yi Tsangxue couldn't help but warn Lin Mu. This incident has left Jiang Kai in a very awkward position. I think he might start giving you a hard time. And judging by the temperament of that bunch of old farts on the school committee, they won't let it go either. You need to be careful. What's there to fear? Can they really resort to dirty tricks? Lin Mu's words were light, but his guard was already up. This was something he hadn't anticipated before. But he'd meet force with force and water with earth. He didn't like trouble, but that didn't mean he feared it. Lin Mu shook his head. Alright, enough about that. Miss Yi, the campus beauty, which academy are you planning to apply to? Yi Tsangxue pursed her lips. Stop calling me Miss Yi, the campus beauty, all the time. It sounds so uncomfortable. Naturally, I want to go to Shangjing Academy. I hear their cultivation resources are abundant there. But it all depends on how the next 2 exams go. After all, I don't have your luck of getting recommended right off the bat. Lin Mu chuckled. Then let me know after the exams. I still want to attend the same academy as you. After all, I've gotten used to your protection these past 3 years. With that, he winked playfully at Yi Tsangxue. Yi Tsangxue flushed slightly, likely recalling something, and quickly turned her gaze to the window. Excuse me, guests. A waiter approached, bowing slightly with an apologetic expression. 3 guests wish to exchange seats with you. As compensation, they've offered to cover your meal. Lin Mu lifted his head to glance at the 2 men and 1 woman dressed in luxurious attire behind the waiter. A vague understanding dawned on him, probably some rich family's spoiled brats, right? The man among them also gave Lin Mu and Yi Tsangxue a slightly apologetic nod. Today is my younger sister's birthday, and she adores the window seat. We'd be most grateful if you could accommodate us. Lin Mu smiled faintly and waved his hand. No problem. With that, he and Yi Tsangxue stood up and walked toward a nearby table for 2. It was merely a table change. The other party was so polite, and it even saved him the cost of a meal. Why not oblige? Seeing Lin Mu and Yi Tsangxue willingly give up their seats, the young man gave a slight nod and signaled to the waiter. Bring them the bottle of wine my uncle stored here as a token of my gratitude. Yes, Mr. Li. Lin Mu was somewhat surprised. Who knew this guy was so well-mannered? Not only is he from a wealthy family, but he's also so respectful. Yi Tsangxue covered her mouth and giggled. Real life isn't like a web novel. The more prestigious the family, the better the upbringing, though exceptions exist, of course. She paused, feigning surprise. I thought someone as privileged as you wouldn't give up that seat. No way. Lin Mu shook his head decisively. Not taking advantage of a free ride? That'd make me a jerk. Yi Tsangxue hummed in acknowledgement, pursing her lips. Then you owe me another meal. This one doesn't count since you didn't pay. Lin Mu nodded with a smile, already anticipating the wine the young man would bring. Judging by their attire, it couldn't be anything but top-notch. Meanwhile, at the window table, another youth, looking somewhat pale, spoke up curiously. Brotherly, they're just 2 students. Is it really necessary to be so polite? The young man surnamed Li chuckled. When you're out in the world, it's always good to be polite to others. The teenager whistled in admiration. If I had a dad who was the mayor, I wouldn't be like you, Brotherly. I'd definitely flaunt my power. Brother Li shook his head with a smile. At the same moment, outside the Phoenix Pavilion, a jet-black sedan pulled up slowly. The window rolled down, revealing an expressionless face. It was Xiao Ran, who had rushed over after receiving Xiao Yun's call. That brat actually brought her here to eat? Xiao Ran surveyed the Phoenix Pavilion and spoke in a detached tone, "Stay right here. The moment that kid steps out, kill him immediately. One shot, one kill. Kill him and leave immediately. Don't expose yourselves, it'll cause trouble." In the car behind him sat 4 men clad in black robes and earpieces. Upon hearing his orders, they all nodded respectfully. "Yes, young master." Their voices were low and hushed, each radiating the aura of a silver-tier martial artist. Silver rank warriors? More than enough to handle a mere martial artist. Phoenix Pavilion. The attendant swiftly presented a bottle of wine carved from jade. Lin Mu's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the attendant. "What kind of wine is this? It smells rather pleasant." The attendant hesitated, then spoke uncertainly, "Sir, this wine was stored by young Master Li's household. I'm not sure what kind it is, but it should be medicinal wine." Medicinal liquor? In his previous life as a hard-drinking boozer, Lin Mu had adored this kind of handcrafted medicinal liquor. He promptly uncorked the bottle, releasing a rich, mellow aroma that even caught Yi Tsangxue off guard. "This wine smells exquisite. It must be made with the finest ingredients. You know your liquor?" Lin Mu paused in surprise. Yi Tsangxue shot him a look. "Just because I'm a girl doesn't mean drinking is only for men. I enjoy a little tipple at home sometimes too. Then let's have some together." Lin Mu quickly grabbed a wine glass and poured her a cup. Then he poured himself a glass and downed it in one gulp. Fragrant. That was Lin Mu's first impression. Next came the rich, mellow flavor as the amber liquid slid down his throat, releasing a wave of warmth that filled his chest with its explosive aroma. "What a fine wine." Lin Mu couldn't help but praise aloud. "The liquor is rich and mellow, its fragrance inherent. Medicinal wine of this caliber is rare, truly rare." Chapter 10, Trouble with My Sister. His voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't low either. The 2 men and 1 woman sitting by the window nearby all heard him. The man surnamed Li looked slightly surprised, then chuckled. Who knew this kid was a connoisseur? Interesting. The girl beside him tilted her head and chuckled. "Brother, that's a century-old medicinal wine. Aren't you afraid Uncle will scold you for letting him drink it?" "Not at all." The pale-faced teenager beside them pursed his lips. "What a waste. Giving such fine medicinal wine to an outsider so casually? What about the drink you promised me?" The man surnamed Li smiled faintly. "Old Wu, you can drink whenever you want, but not today. Have you forgotten what the doctor said?" The youth named Wu's expression shifted, a hint of disappointment flashing across his face. Lin Mu, standing nearby, took in the scene and approached. "Brother, are you injured? May I take a look?" The young man named Wu curled his lip. "What, are you some martial artist who specializes in medicine? Save it. I already got this checked at the city hospital. The director said it just needs rest. Nothing else can be done." The man surnamed Li stood up and explained. "Old Wu went out to defend against the beast tide this morning and ended up with a spinal injury. The hospital did their best, but he won't be able to fight for at least a month. Those damn beasts. Don't wait for me to recover, I'll make them pay 100-fold for this injury." Leaving the city to hunt beasts? Who knew this young brother Wu had such qualifications? He was taken aback. "Are you part of the enforcement squad?" But the law enforcement squad was mostly made up of people in their 20s. How could someone this young be part of it? Seeming to notice Lin Mu's confusion, the man surnamed Li burst into laughter. He turned to the man surnamed Wu. "Old Wu, I told you if you don't grow taller, everyone will keep mistaking you for a minor. Didn't I tell you? Get lost." The man surnamed Wu snapped back irritably. He shot Lin Mu a cold stare. "If you've got nothing better to do, go back and eat with your girlfriend. Don't come here picking at my old wounds. Think I won't beat you up if you piss me off?" So he was part of the enforcement squad? Everyone understood the principle that having connections made things easier, no matter the time or place. Lin Mu instantly considered befriending the man surnamed Wu. Besides, he was eager to test how the medicinal herbs from the journey to the West game would fare in this world. He raised an eyebrow, ignoring Wu's anger, and simply pulled a packet of herbs from his robe, placing it on the table. "This is a family heirloom elixir. It works wonders on physical injuries. If you trust me, try it. If not, throw it away." With that, Lin Mu turned and returned to his own table, leaving the 3 men staring at each other in silence. Miracle medicine? Wu Jinghai was baffled. He didn't believe these herbs could surpass the medical skills of the hospital director, who possessed golden tier strength. Just as he was about to toss it aside, Li Changfeng stopped him. "It's at least a gesture of goodwill. It probably won't harm you. What if it actually heals your injury?" "Exactly, Brother Wu." Li Changfeng's younger sister, Li Tingting, nodded in agreement. "I felt like that guy's eyes were pretty sincere. Just give it a try. Even if it doesn't work, it won't hurt anything. All right." With both friends urging him, Wu Jinghai picked up the water nearby and swallowed the medicine, a thorn-like plant fragment. Wiping his mouth, he was about to speak again when his expression suddenly stiffened. He felt a mysterious force rapidly rising within him, surging toward the vertebrae in his hand. In just 2 seconds, he felt the excruciating pain in his spine ease by about 70 to 80%. This. Wu Jinghai stood up, utterly dumbfounded. Old Wu, what's wrong? Li Changfeng was startled by his reaction, but quickly noticed something was off. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Hey! Old Wu, your complexion looks much healthier. What's going on? Could it be the medicine working? Wu Jinghai ignored him, swiftly turning to approach Lin Mu's desk. He grabbed his hand excitedly. Brother, you're truly my brother. Your medicine is incredible, my injuries are healed. Completely healed. Really? Congratulations. Lin Mu was also somewhat surprised. He had expected it to work, but not this quickly. It seemed his earlier hunch was correct. The game's health potions healed injuries, and mana potions restored spiritual energy. With this cheat code, he wouldn't have to worry about any enemy unless they were overwhelmingly powerful. Wu Jinghai shook his head. Bro, you're being too modest. This is all thanks to your potions. I should be thanking you. Hey, bro, since you've got this kind of skill, you might be interested in joining the enforcement squad? Work for the enforcement squad? The entire Phoenix Pavilion fell into dead silence. Yi Xingxue looked surprised. She hadn't expected Lin Mu to receive an invitation from Wu Jinghai. He knew who Wu Jinghai was. As the deputy captain of the 7th Squad of Tianhai City's enforcement team, his personal invitation essentially meant bypassing university to enter the official ranks directly. It meant skipping at least 5 years of hard work compared to peers. If their homeroom teacher, Jiang Kai, found out about this, his regret would surely deepen even further. Lin Mu shook his head. Sorry, Brother Wu, I'm not a martial artist yet. I haven't even finished my college entrance exams. At my age, I should focus on my studies. My abilities are still lacking, I need more training. He knew full well that Wu Jinghai was only interested in the value of the medicine he'd produced. But as he said, his combat prowess still left much to be desired. Besides, his ambitions lay elsewhere, not with the enforcement squad. Wu Jinghai's eyes lit up at the prospect. Most people would have been overjoyed at such an invitation, yet this Lin Mu had actually resisted the temptation. This showed the young man possessed commendable character. He was bound to become someone important in the future. He immediately dropped the matter. Then go take the exam first. But I'll say it again, whenever you're ready to join the enforcement squad, just come find me. You're welcome anytime. All right. Nodding, Lin Mu turned to return to his desk. Just then, the roar of a military jeep echoed outside the Phoenix Pavilion. The law enforcement squad? What are they doing here? Could something have happened at the squad? Wu Jinghai wondered aloud. Across the street, Xiao Ran in the vehicle was equally surprised, unsure why the enforcement squad had appeared here. He quickly ordered his men to hide and wait for further developments. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of boots on the floor echoed as a man in law enforcement uniform entered the Phoenix Pavilion. He spotted his target immediately and strode purposefully toward Lin Mu's table. Lin Mu, right? There's an urgent letter for you. Your sister, Lin Jing, is in trouble. Chapter 11. Could you please get off me first? The urgent letter came from the mercenary organization. As siblings from a poor family, mobile phones were a luxury they couldn't afford. Thus, the mercenary organization had to rely on this archaic method to deliver the message. The letter didn't go into much detail, only stating that the enforcers had received a plea for help from Lin Jing's friend, Shin Feifei. Lin Jing had suddenly lost contact with them. In other words, she was missing. As Lin Jing's only relative, the enforcers immediately dispatched the urgent letter to inform Lin Mu. They urged him to prepare for the worst. For in the brutal western wastes, once contact with a mercenary organization was lost, the most likely outcome was mortal danger. Sorry, I might have to head out of town. Lin Mu's expression shifted slightly. Lin Jing was his only sister, though they shared no blood ties, and strictly speaking, they had only known each other for a few days. But he had already come to regard her as his own flesh and blood. If something happened to her, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Yi Xingxue nodded. Go find her quickly. If you need help, don't hesitate to ask. Lin Mu nodded and followed the enforcer out of Phoenix Pavilion. Under the current circumstances, only by accompanying the enforcer could he leave Tianhai City. Behind them, watching Lin Mu's departing figure, Wu Jinghai pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Brother, look up someone for me. Yes, Lin Jing. Half an hour later. Outside Tianhai City. Shanwu Hotel. This was Tianhai City's gathering place for martial artists, where mercenaries and enforcers were everywhere. Stepping out of the car, Lin Mu followed the law enforcer to the hotel front desk to register. He found no sign of Shin Feifei and the others. According to the law enforcer at the front desk, after sending out an urgent message, they had already gone out on their own to search for Lin Jing's whereabouts. The Western Wastes was the nickname mercenary organizations gave to the lands outside Tianhai City. Over the years, as demon beasts grew increasingly rampant, the once verdant landscapes had vanished. Calling it a wasteland would be no exaggeration. News of the sudden beast tide had filled the martial arts hotel with a constant flow of people enforcers and countless mercenaries arriving to lend support. The enforcers could offer little assistance. After obtaining a detailed map of the Western Wastes, Lin Mu stepped out of the inn, intending to search for her on his own first. He hoped to find traces of Lin Jing before something happened to her. "Bro, you here to fight the beast tide too? Why all alone?" Lin Mu was poring over the map when a large, heavy-set man smoking nearby struck up a conversation. Lin Mu barely glanced at him before the guy casually reached out and slung his arm over Lin Mu's shoulder. "You look new around here. First time? Feeling a bit nervous? Let me tell you, it's really no big deal. Stay in the Western Wastes for a couple more days, and you won't find it scary anymore. It's normal to feel a bit nervous on your first trip out of the city. But it's like losing your virginity once you get past that first time, it doesn't seem so mysterious anymore." "So you're some kind of veteran then?" Lin Mu felt speechless inside. Anyone who could link leaving the city to that sort of thing was clearly a sleazy guy, no matter how you looked at him. "I wouldn't call myself a veteran, but in the Western Wastes, who doesn't know Big Cannon he?" The fat guy nearly blew himself up with his own hype. "Brother Cannon, you're a towering figure with a face radiating good fortune and a belly full of which you truly have the bearing of a master." Lin Mu gave him a thumbs up. "Ha, no big deal. I've always kept a low profile. Even if I were a bronze-tier martial artist, I wouldn't go around bragging about it. I'm not that kind of person." DePeo's excited face jiggled with fat, as if he were about to carve the word master right onto his forehead. "Brother Cannon, I know you're formidable, but I have urgent matters to attend to now. I can't linger for idle chatter." Lin Mu had serious business to attend to. "Call me boss. Call me boss, and I'll look out for you. You need to understand that in the Western Wastes, as a newcomer, it's tough to survive without someone protecting you. You might not know this, but I'm actually a freshman at Qingbei University, a nationally renowned 985 institution. Of course, no need to stare at me like that. I've always kept a low profile. What I mean is, if you tag along with me and play your cards right, I might even get you into my school as my little brother, no, my junior. How about it?" The fat guy flexed his biceps, making his rolls of fat jiggle. "Qingbei? You're actually a top student at Qingbei?" Lin Mu was taken aback. As one of the nation's top universities, how could someone like DePeo get in? That seemed far too easy. "Qingbei, not Qingbei Chang as in blue." DePeo cleared his throat twice and waved his hand dismissively, signaling not to dwell on the details. "Qingbei University is an established 985 institution, but we're a rising star. Though we haven't officially earned 985 status yet, who hasn't heard of Qingbei Technical College? You must be from the sticks. Our Qingbei Technical School is pretty famous, especially for our campus hotties. Our quality is second to none." The fat guy bragged without batting an eye, lying through his teeth without breaking a sweat. "Ah, so that's how it is." Lin Mu instantly understood. "Bro, stick with me. Looks like you're a high schooler graduating this year? Here's the deal, just sign this university application form. I'll give you a 2,000 yuan welcome bonus and get you through the new student trials guaranteed." The fat guy pounded his chest in assurance. "Is this fatso trying to trick you into going to their Qingbei Technical School?" A familiar voice suddenly rang out behind Lin Mu. He turned around and saw Wu Jinghai standing there. "You little..." The fat guy, his scheme foiled, was about to explode with anger. But the moment he spotted the law enforcement badge on Wu Jinghai's chest, he swallowed the rest of his words. He immediately put on a smile. "Oh, it's you, officer. Do you know my buddy here? Well, that's great, we're all on the same side. Today's a good day, let's grab a drink together. My treat. Fatso, if you don't want a beating, get the hell away from me." Wu Jinghai patted the fat man's shoulder, signaling him to get lost, then whispered to Lin Mu. "I had my people track down your sister, Lin Jing. The last place she was seen was Crow Ridge in the Western Wastes. You can go look for her there." "Thanks." Lin Mu was deeply grateful for Wu Jinghai's information, which saved him a lot of unnecessary detours. He immediately flagged down a vehicle heading for Crow Ridge and set off. Having studied the map earlier, Crow Ridge was no stranger to him. Perennially shrouded in mist, gloom was its defining characteristic. Yet it was home to the most valuable demon beasts. Lin Jing and the others must have gotten separated here. He had to find Lin Jing quickly. 10 minutes later, the vehicle pulled up at Crow Ridge Station. "Crow Ridge, here I come." Leaping off the bus, Lin Mu took a deep breath. The cold, damp mist before him made his blood boil instantly. Before he could voice further thoughts, a pained voice rose from beneath his feet. "Hey, buddy, could you get off me first?" Chapter 12, The Whereabouts of Lin Jing. Lin Mu looked down and realized he was standing on someone's face. He scrambled off immediately. The man whose face Lin Mu was standing on was tall and thin, dressed in rags like a beggar. He lay sprawled on the ground, limbs splayed out. Even after Lin Mu stepped off, he didn't get up. Lin Mu saw that he didn't appear injured, but rather lay motionless like a pile of mud. Curious, he asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Don't ask. I'm the disgrace of the Western Wastes." The tall, gaunt young man shook his head and sighed. "Did you gamble away everything you owned?" Lin Mu frowned slightly. "Not exactly, but close. I spent 3 whole years preparing, building up my strongest abilities to come to the Western Wastes for training. I wanted to pass this year's adult college entrance exam in one go. Things went smoothly at first. I was brimming with confidence, certain I'd achieve advancement. But then, after half a year, 3 years of preparation, it all vanished in a single day. Can you imagine? Do you think I want to lie here quietly waiting to die? I just can't face going home. You might not believe it, but I'm the only son in my family. My parents have placed enormous hopes on me. I can't go back and face their looks of utter despair. Ha! Want to know what my home life is really like? I lie to my parents, telling them I'm thriving here, my strength growing steadily, my peers looking up to me. But the truth is, I was kicked out of the team by those bastards ages ago." The gaunt man's tone carried a despairing, ashen sorrow. Though his face wore a smile as he spoke, it was nothing but self-mockery. Hearing the gaunt man's words, Lin Mu's heart sank. Was the Western Wastes this brutal? Why did it sound so wretched, like the plight of those struggling wage slaves in his past life? Had Lin Jing endured the same fate all these years? The thought sent a wave of panic through Lin Mu. Lin Jing absolutely couldn't be in danger. He had to find her quickly, otherwise, he'd never forgive himself for all she'd sacrificed these past years. "Are you familiar with Crow Ridge?" Lin Mu decided to ask the skinny guy for information first. "Ha! How could I not know it? I've been working as a guide here in the Western Wastes for 2 years now. I could navigate every inch of this place with my eyes closed. Looking for someone? Need a guide? I'll lead the way. I don't need money, just enough to fill my belly. Though a little tip wouldn't hurt." The self-mockery deepened on the skinny man's face as he mentioned the tip. "Do you know where those mercenary groups usually operate?" Lin Mu pressed. "There are over a dozen mercenary groups around Crow Ridge." "What's the name of the group you're looking for?" The skinny man struggled to his feet. It was clear he hadn't eaten in days, weak and starved. Even standing now, he swayed unsteadily. "I think it's called the Black Mood Squad, but I'm not looking for the whole group. I'm searching for one person in particular." "You're the guide here. Have you heard of a girl named Lin Jing? Have you seen her?" "Lin Jing? Never heard of her. I haven't encountered the Black Mood Mercenary Squad either. They must have just arrived in the last couple of days." The skinny man shook his head. Hearing this, Lin Mu grew even more worried. Lin Jing absolutely couldn't come to harm. Otherwise, how could he ever live with himself? Hearing the skinny guy's explanation, he finally understood why he'd lived so comfortably all these years. It was entirely because his sister Lin Jing had been shouldering the burden. The college entrance exam could wait. Finding his sister came first. The image of Lin Jing in her black clothes flashed through his mind. He sensed that this sister, so stubborn and beset by misfortune, desperately needed her brother's protection. "But don't worry. In the Western Wastes, we always help each other out. If anyone's in trouble, everyone pitches in. That girl you're looking for will be fine." Skinny was sharp. He saw the worry in Lin Mu's heart. "Here's the deal, find her for me ASAP, and I'll pay you an outrageous reward. If you find her within a day, I'll give you 1,000 yuan. For every extra day it takes, I'll deduct 100 yuan and so on. I don't care what methods you use or what means you employ. Bottom line, I want to see her back as soon as possible." Lin Mu paused, then decided to use the hefty reward as leverage. Finding his sister came first. "I'll do my best. But could you give me some money up front? I'm not ashamed to admit it, I haven't eaten in days. Just a few bucks would help. I'm so hungry I can barely walk." The skinny man looked at Lin Mu with hopeful eyes that reminded Lin Mu of migrant workers in big cities from his past life. It was a desperate yearning for survival. Even in the depths of despair, the will to survive remained. Though he might be too weak to struggle, a glimmer of hope for a miracle still flickered within him. Lin Mu felt a slight stir in his heart and nodded. Instead of giving the skinny man a few yuan, he pulled out 200 yuan and handed it over. "This is your pay for today's work. Go handle your business. I'll wait here for half an hour." As the skinny man took the 200, his eyes reddened slightly. He said nothing, only clutching the large bill tightly in his hand and nodding firmly. Without another word, he hurried away. If one looked closely, tear tracks could be seen streaking haphazardly along the path where the thin man had walked. Lin Mu watched his retreating figure and sighed softly. Such was life. Whether in his past life or in this world cloaked in high martial arts, the lives of those at the bottom were always this helpless. About 20 minutes later, the thin man returned. He wasn't alone. Trailing behind him were 2 other young men, their clothes equally tattered. One of them, a scholarly-looking man wearing a single-lens eyeglass, held a phone in his hand. Without a word, he handed the phone to Lin Mu. Lin Mu took the phone and saw his sister, Lin Jing, displayed on the screen. Were it not for the sketching tools and timestamp, Lin Mu would have suspected the image was taken directly from a phone camera. This sketch might not be very accurate. Cola only gave me 5 minutes, and I've never met the Lin Jing you're looking for. I could only draw this based on Ren Shuai's description. The bespectacled man, wearing a single lens eyeglass, offered a slightly uneasy explanation. No, you did a great job. Lin Mu was astonished. This guy hadn't seen Lin Jing, yet based solely on someone else's description, he could capture such a striking resemblance? And this was done in just 5 minutes. Whatever else he might be, when it came to drawing, this guy was absolutely a genius. He was almost on par with professional portrait artists. But Lin Mu had no time for praise now. He turned to Ren Shuai and urgently asked, "Have you seen Lin Jing? When did you last see her?" 4 hours ago, at the eastern mining site of Crow Ridge. When the conversation turned to the East District mine, all three looked at Lin Mu with concern. Because the East District mine. It was the second most dangerous zone in Crow's Ridge. Was this kid actually planning to go there? Chapter 13, Who Dares Bully My Sister? Now that he knew his sister's whereabouts, Lin Mu followed Ren Shuai and the other two as they left Nightfall Town, racing toward the Eastern District mine of Crow's Ridge. Along the way, he also learned the names of the skinny guy and the other fellow. Ku Lu. Mia. Meanwhile. Raven Ridge, Eastern Mining District. Are you people ever going to stop? Lin Jing glared angrily at the people before her. They were members of the mercenary guild like her, fellow citizens of Tianhai City. Normally, they got along harmoniously, helping each other out. But now, they had turned into bullies tormenting her. This baffled Lin Jing. For in the Western Wastes, a land where every day was a race against death, mercenaries lived daily on the edge of life and death. There was barely enough time to get along peacefully. No one would resort to bullying, a tactic that harmed others without benefiting oneself. That would be a waste of time. Yet today, Lin Jing had run into these few guys who seemed to have nothing better to do than cause trouble. She couldn't fathom what they were thinking. They hadn't exactly crossed paths before, had they? What's up, little sister? Feeling a bit heated? Now. We just wanted to spar with you, nothing more. A man with a long, thin face and a sneer stepped forward from the group, grinning shamelessly. 4 hours earlier, Lin Jing and Shin Feifei had arrived at the mine to complete a task. They'd barely gotten halfway through when they ran into this bunch. They'd assumed the others were here for the same mission, but it turned out they were here to cause trouble. After repeated attempts to gauge their intentions, Lin Jing and her group finally realized these men were targeting her specifically. Lin Jing couldn't fathom what she'd done to deserve such relentless pressure. After all, they were all from Tianhai City and belonged to the same mercenary organization. There was no need for such targeted hostility. Zhang Ming, I don't know why you're doing this, but if you want to settle this, let's have a one-on-one duel. We'll fight fairly. If you lose, you must never bother us again. If I lose, I'll disappear from your sight. Lin Jing suppressed her anger and spoke calmly. Since you're so eager to die, I'll oblige. Lin Jing's words struck Zhang Ming right where it hurt, and he immediately let out a sinister laugh. His mission was to teach Lin Jing a lesson: the more brutal, the better. Ideally, it would provoke her useless brother into attacking them, forcing him to violate arbitration laws. That's right. Zhang Ming had been hired by Jiang Shaoqi specifically to target Lin Mu. He hadn't wanted to take the job. If word got out, he'd be despised in the mercenary guild. But for the sake of that 10,000 yuan, he had agreed. Money talks. Especially in this era of spiritual energy revival, every step of cultivation demanded exorbitant costs. To grow stronger, he had no choice but to take this path. Very well, let's fight. As the words fell, Lin Jing took a deep breath, assuming a combat stance as a sharp aura began to emanate from her body. This astonished the curious mercenaries who had gathered around to watch the spectacle. Judging by the young girl's aura, she was already faintly touching the threshold of martial arts cultivation. Such talent at her age was exceedingly rare. Clearly, the girl possessed remarkable potential. Oomph. Zhang Ming, standing opposite her, scoffed dismissively. With a low growl, the aura he unleashed sent shockwaves through the gathered mercenaries. Bronze-tier martial artist. This is bad. He's actually a bronze-tier martial artist. The girl's in trouble now. For a bronze-tier martial artist to openly challenge a girl who wasn't even a martial artist yet. Such shameless behavior drew the spectators' utter contempt. Even if he won such a duel, it would be viewed with utter contempt. But when it's none of your business, you stay out of it. No matter when, there are always more spectators than those willing to step in and stop it. Ha, Lin Jing, aren't you known as the most gifted mercenary around? Well then, show us what you've got. Try blocking this punch. Don't worry, I'll give you time to call for help. Oh, right, I recall you have that useless older brother of yours. I hear he's no longer useless now, that he's become quite formidable. Why not consider giving him a call to assist you? Ha. Zhang Ming grinned smugly. Lin Jing suddenly understood this guy was targeting her brother. This absolutely couldn't reach her brother's ears, it couldn't affect his exams. She took a deep breath, said nothing, and charged straight at Zhang Ming at full speed. But no matter how talented she was, the gap in their abilities was undeniable. In less than a minute, Zheng Ming kicked Lin Jing flying through the air. She crashed heavily to the ground and struggled several times to get up. Yes. Brother Shang won. Finally knocked that little down. Ah, guys, let's go. Slash her face so she'll never dare show her face again. Zhang Ming's henchmen, overcome with triumph, waved their arms wildly, ready to rush forward and carry out their violence. The onlookers felt a wave of revulsion wash over them. They'd seen shameless people before, but never anyone this shameless. Bullying a young girl like this, didn't they fear retribution? Suddenly, the crowd parted as two bloodied, battered men burst through, shielding Lin Jing. Their voices raspy with exhaustion, they roared, "If you want to bully her, you'll have to kill us first." Following closely behind them was Xin Feifei. They were the captain and teammates of Lin Jing's mercenary squad. Hearing this, Zheng Ming's expression darkened, but he discreetly signaled to his men. One of his henchmen caught the signal and immediately stepped forward, bellowing, "Fine. You three adulterers, bullying a young girl? We can't just stand by and do nothing. Guys, let's go." The onlookers were utterly appalled. Not only were these thugs bullying someone, but they were also trying to pin the blame on their friend. They truly embodied the worst kind of villainy. Although Lin Jing's two teammates were no slouches, both nearing martial artist status, their strength clearly couldn't match Zheng Ming's men. Compounded by the injuries they'd sustained from the earlier beating, they were knocked to the ground almost instantly by Zheng Ming's men. Seeing this, Xin Feifei trembled as she helped Lin Jing to her feet, preparing to flee. But Zheng Ming had already blocked their path. "You lot think you can take us on? Pathetic. Lin Jing, let me be clear, this whole thing is about your brother. Just call him over, and you and your friends will walk away unscathed. Otherwise, you'll have to watch your dear friends suffer the consequences for you." With that, Zheng Ming drew a dagger from his coat and made a sinister gesture with it. Lin Jing was about to speak. Suddenly, a figure materialized from the distant horizon. In an instant, the crowd was sent flying. By the time everyone could see clearly, a young man had appeared on the scene, furious like a mad lion. He seized Zheng Ming by the throat, hoisting the arrogant man high into the air before slamming him down onto the ground with thunderous force. Crash! The entire crowd gasped in shock. The stone slabs shattered beneath him. Zheng Ming's skull cracked open, his blood splattering the ground like a crimson explosion. This youth was none other than Lin Mu. He fixed Zheng Ming's henchman with a deathly glare. "Who dares bully my sister? Step forward." Chapter 14, Shock. What kind of martial art is this? Lin Mu's forceful entrance startled everyone present. Who was this guy? What's his relationship with Lin Jing? Zheng Ming's men didn't recognize Lin Mu. Now, they were all stunned by his terrifying strength, which had dominated Zheng Ming the moment he appeared. They whispered among themselves. Who is he? Behind them, a middle-aged man who had seemed uninvolved but had been watching the entire situation unfold now wore an expression of utter disbelief. He murmured under his breath, "Impossible. No, this can't be. Boss Yun, who is that guy? Do you know him?" Hearing the middle-aged man's voice, Zheng Ming's men gathered around, curiously asking questions. The man they called Boss Yun paid them no mind, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Mu, every muscle in his body tensing. This situation had completely surpassed his expectations. He'd assumed this mission was merely to deal with some kid who wasn't even a martial artist, yet this kid's displayed strength was wildly disproportionate. As the true leader of this mercenary squad, Yun Feng knew Zheng Ming's strength level all too well. Though the kid appeared to be only bronze tier on the surface, he had already touched the threshold of silver tier last month. It could be said that even against a silver-ranked opponent, Zheng Ming could exchange dozens of blows before falling, rather than being defeated outright. He certainly wouldn't be pinned down like this, as helpless as an ant being crushed in someone's palm. "Let go of my brother." Zheng Lang, Zheng Ming's younger brother, saw his elder brother pinned by Lin Mu. Upon realizing this youth was precisely their target, Lin Mu, his fists whistled with fierce wind as he unleashed his bronze-tier strength, swinging viciously at Lin Mu. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed sharply. Standing his ground, he raised his hand, clenched his fist, and collided it directly with Zheng Lang's fist. Crash! Lin Mu's feet didn't budge an inch, but Zheng Lang, who had lunged forward, let out a wail of pain and was sent flying backward. The entire exchange lasted less than 3 seconds. Zheng Lang, also a bronze-tier fighter, was sent flying by a single punch from Lin Mu, utterly incapacitated. His limp arm clearly indicated it had been broken. The crowd sucked in a collective gasp. Lin Mu's earlier subjugation of Zheng Ming had been too swift for anyone to fully witness, but now, with Zheng Lang's decisive defeat, everyone had a clear view. Yet they were all left dumbstruck. This was nothing short of an instant kill. Holding a man in his grasp. Without even moving from his spot, a single punch had crippled a bronze-tier martial artist. Just how powerful was this kid? Silver grade? Even an ordinary silver-tier martial artist wouldn't possess such power. And judging by his age, he certainly didn't look old enough to have reached the silver rank. Lin Mu paid no heed to the other's astonishment. He turned to check on his sister, Lin Jing. Upon discovering she was merely exhausted from excessive spiritual energy expenditure and unharmed, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But as he stared at Zheng Ming, whom he held firmly in his grasp, rage flared anew within him. A bunch of grown men bullied his sister and beat up her companion too. Why keep such scum alive? Just as Lin Mu resolved to crush Zheng Ming's throat. Behind him, Ren Shuai and Kalo, who had finally arrived, rushed forward and grabbed Lin Mu's arms, pleading, "Wait. Don't act impulsively. You can't kill people indiscriminately in the Western Wastes. Otherwise, you'll be hunted down by the law enforcement squad. Are we just supposed to let this slide?" Lin Mu had no idea such rules existed in this world, and his voice betrayed his dissatisfaction. Didn't all those novels from his past life say that in high martial arts worlds, fists ruled supreme? Why didn't that work here? You cannot kill here. Once you take a life, enforcers will hunt you down regardless of right or wrong. Ren Shuai paused before explaining further. If you insist on killing them, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Once you leave the Western Wastes, which are under the watch of the enforcers, you can kill however you want. But not now. In the Western Wastes, you can do whatever you want. As long as you don't endanger others' lives, the enforcers won't interfere. There's no need to waste your bright future over a few petty individuals. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Mu listened, suddenly understanding. Simply put, the Western Wastes functioned as Tianhai City's outskirts still under its jurisdiction. Any killings committed here would draw the enforcers' retribution. But as Ren Shuai said, if he couldn't kill them, did that mean he couldn't torture them? He could easily beat these trash to the ground, then crush each of their bones one by one, snap their tendons, and cripple their manhood, turning them into eunuchs, doomed to live in agony, unable to die. Wouldn't that be far more satisfying than killing them? Killing comes in many forms. One is swift execution. One is slow, torturous killing. Compared to such torture, instant death would be a merciful release for these scum. Not only must they die, but they must die in agony, dying in the most grotesque manner possible. They must be subjected to every conceivable torment, stripped of all dignity, and finally meet their end in utter disgrace. Even in death, they must suffer the most wretched demise. What? He's that good for nothing, Lin Mu? Boss Zhang didn't tell me that at all. Boss Yun, did you mistake someone else for him? When the henchmen heard Yun Feng declare Lin Mu as their target, their eyes bulged wider than lanterns. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a useless piece of trash? How could he be so formidable that even Boss Zheng couldn't handle him? Yun Feng shook his head. How could I mistake him? His photo is still saved on my phone. Looks like that old bastard Jiang Shaoqi didn't tell us the truth. So it was him. Lin Mu, who had inherited the physique of the Immortal Clan, possessed astonishing hearing. The moment he heard Yun Feng's words, he knew this whole affair had been orchestrated by that old bastard, Vice Principal Jiang Shaoqi. Once they got back, he'd settle things with that bastard, old scores and new ones alike. For now, though. Of course, he had to deal with these useless fools first. A sneer curled at the corner of Lin Mu's lips as he surveyed the mercenaries across from him, their faces drained of color. Who said I'm going to kill them? Ren Shuai, don't you know I'm a staunch supporter of pacifism? How could I possibly kill anyone? My temperament is more merciful than an old woman who's been vegetarian for 60 years and never killed a living thing. Someone who cherishes life as much as I do could never kill anyone. Misunderstanding. You've all misunderstood me. Remember, I'm a super kind person. As he spoke, blue electric sparks began to flicker around Lin Mu's hands. Crackle! Crackle! Under the electrifying assault of his Divine Thunder technique, Zheng Ming, still clutched in Lin Mu's hand, was instantly charred black, his body convulsing violently. In an instant, the hair on his head stood on end, and the acrid stench of burning flesh wafted through the air, detectable even from a distance. The mercenaries around him felt like they were about to wet their pants at the sight. Where was the kindness in this guy? He was nothing short of a demon. And what was this? What kind of cultivation technique was this, capable of manipulating thunder and lightning? Unheard of. Chapter 15. Did you really treat me like a worthless piece of trash? Ha! Yun Feng couldn't care less about Zheng Ming's life or death. In his eyes, this guy was nothing more than a dog to be used. What captured his attention was the peculiar cultivation technique Lin Mu had just displayed. In this world, martial arts techniques were broadly classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. In everyday life, practitioners could at most encounter techniques of the yellow or mysterious tiers. Yet what Lin Mu had just unleashed met the standards of at least the mysterious tier. A mysterious grade cultivation technique? Yun Feng licked his lips. If he remembered correctly, a single mysterious grade cultivation technique had fetched nearly $1 million in the black market. For a nobody with no background to possess such a formidable technique, wasn't that a waste of such a precious resource? If he could get his hands on it, then. It seemed the heavens were conspiring to make him rich today. A cold sneer formed in Yun Feng's heart, but his voice rang with righteous indignation as he spoke aloud. Who are you? Zheng Ming kindly helped that girl escape bullying, yet instead of gratitude, you attempt to kill him? Are you in cahoots with those thugs? The mercenaries watching nearly gave Yun Feng a thumbs up in admiration. To reach such a level of shamelessness in life, that's a whole other realm, a truly impressive one. You couldn't help but admire it. But to Lin Mu, who had lived 2 lifetimes, this level of shamelessness was child's play. Lin Mu raised his foot and stomped heavily on Zhang Ming's face, grinding it repeatedly while wearing an expression of utter astonishment. Which eye of yours saw me not being grateful to him? Didn't you see I'm thankfully treating him to a plate of shu sole bone-crunching noodles? Look how happily he's eating, he doesn't even want to talk anymore. Easy, easy. Ren Shui fumbled for Yunnan Baiyao from his pocket and hastily sprinkled it over Zhang Ming's wounds. He was terrified Lin Mu might accidentally crush the kid's frail frame. This was the wound-healing medicine he'd paid for at the Shangu Hotel. He wouldn't even use it on his own injuries. Never imagined he'd end up using it on this piece of trash. There was no other choice. Ren Shui genuinely feared Zhang Ming might accidentally be killed by Lin Mu. That would be a huge loss after all. Lin Mu was their boss now. What Ren Shui didn't know was that Lin Mu had controlled his strength with remarkable precision. He could cripple Zhang Ming, shatter his tendons and meridians, yet never truly threaten his life. In short, if Zhang Ming wanted to die, it wouldn't be hard. But without Lin Mu's consent, dying would be nearly impossible. Don't forget, Lin Mu had plenty of drugs at his disposal. The mercenaries watching were genuinely impressed. It proved the old saying, it takes a villain to tame a villain. These arrogant mercenaries had met their match in Lin Mu, the devil incarnate. Commander Rin, you take care of my sister. Seeing these good friends across the way makes me so happy, I'm going to treat them to a feast. Lin Mu clenched his fists, ready to teach Yun Feng and his crew a lesson. He didn't care who stood before him. If they dared provoke him, he wouldn't kill them instantly, he'd torture them until they begged for mercy. Otherwise, they'd truly believe he was a worthless pushover. Prepare for battle. Team up. Defend against the enemy together. Yun Feng wasn't confident in a one-on-one fight. After all, Lin Mu's overwhelming aura was far too intense, starkly contrasting with the descriptions in the files. Especially those bloodthirsty tactics, chillingly ruthless. But in a group fight? With the combined strength of the remaining 6 men surrounding this guy? That was a different story. Even if he'd mastered a Shin-grade technique, how could he possibly stand against 6 bronze-grade martial artists? But before Yun Feng could act. Crack! Crack! A deafening thunderous roar echoed through the air. Yun Feng turned to see all his men knocked to the ground one by Lin Mu's lightning-wrapped fists, before they could even unleash their bronze-grade aura. Each lay beaten, skin charred and flesh-tender, mouths spewing blood. Only 2, sensing danger, hastily activated martial arts like the Golden Bell Shield to barely block the lightning strikes. But Lin Mu swiftly lunged forward, kicking them to the ground before mercilessly crushing their limbs underfoot. See how generous I am to you? Worried that feeding you fist-shaped pancakes and hammering steamed buns into your chests wasn't enough? Now I'm treating you to bone-crushing shu sole noodles. Where else would you find such a kind-hearted friend as me? Please wait a moment. I'll go attend to this gentleman. Brother Yun Feng, is it? A particularly sincere smile spread across Lin Mu's face. He approached Yun Feng like an old friend. I've long heard of Brother Yun Feng's reputation. I deeply admire your heroic act of hiring prostitutes without paying, truly an example for us all to follow. By the way, Brother Yun Feng, I hear there's this brain meat and blood wine that's incredibly nutritious. Have you tried it? Come on, let me buy you a glass right now. Since we've met today, it feels like we've known each other forever. Let's drink until we're dead drunk. Beads of sweat formed on Yun Feng's forehead. He nervously swallowed hard, forcing himself to stay calm. Lin Mu, you are indeed formidable, completely different from the records describe. But if you think you can definitely defeat me, you're mistaken. I'm not like them, I'm a silver-ranked powerhouse. As the words fell, he let out a low growl. Silver mist instantly shimmered around him, enveloping his entire body. Then, a layer of scales resembling fish scales appeared on his body's surface, glistening in the sunlight. Ha! Is that silver armor technique? A sharp-eyed onlooker recognized it instantly. Damn, this fight's gonna be tough. The others grew excited upon hearing the name of this martial art. Silver armor technique. A defensive martial art even more formidable than Golden Bell Shield. Though also classified as yellow grade, its power rivals that of early-stage mystic grade martial arts. Its formidable defense repelled fire and water, significantly mitigating most attack damage. Thus, this martial art was standard equipment for enforcement squad members. Who knew where Yun Feng got his lucky break to master such a technique? Now, relying solely on his previous lightning-based martial art, Lin Mu would find it quite challenging to deal with Yun Feng, who was protected by the silver armor technique. And this guy certainly wasn't going to stand there and take it. Watch out! Ren Shui and the others urgently whispered their warning. That's silver armor technique. Lin Mu's eyes flickered, his thoughts hidden. Yun Feng assumed he was intimidated and immediately sneered with arrogance. Come on, come on. I'll stand right here and not move. I'll give you a chance. See if you can knock me down. As he spoke, a sneer spread across his face. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it slowly, his voice dripping with contempt. Do you know the gap between us? It's simple, I'm the strong one, you're the weakling. That's all there is to it. Lin Mu ignored him, merely gathering blue lightning in his hands once more. Just as everyone thought he was about to walk up to Yunfeng and strike him with lightning, Lin Mu instead swung his arm wide. Crack! A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Yunfeng's head. Holy! Before Yunfeng could even utter a sound, the lightning bolt sent him flying backward, tumbling 30 meters away. Lin Mu spread his hands, a look of utter innocence on his face. Is this what silver armor technique is? You actually used a yellow-grade technique against me? That's downright disrespectful. Even if I'm a useless piece of trash, you shouldn't look down on me like that. Chapter 16, The Mantis Stalking the Cicada? I've been waiting for you. Shock. All the onlookers were stunned. Could it be that this youth named Lin Mu truly possessed a Xian-grade technique? How else could he so easily shatter the defenses of the peak yellow-grade technique, silver armor art? After all, the silver armor technique boasts formidable defensive power, no wonder it's standard issue for enforcers. So cool. Ren Shuai was so excited he nearly fainted. He'd assumed Lin Mu would need to expend considerable effort to deal with Yunfeng, yet he defeated him with such effortless ease, a complete annihilation. And with such a crisp, decisive, and effortless style. What was this? A martial art technique? No. This is art. Art. If there were one word to describe the thrill surging through his heart, it could only be exhilaration. Yunfeng lay motionless on the ground for a long while before finally managing to crawl to his feet. He stared in disbelief for an age before gradually coming to his senses. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you break through the silver armor technique's defense so easily? I must have messed up somewhere. Just wait, I slipped up just now. Let me try again, and I'll definitely block your attack. Lin Mu nodded, pulled a 1 yuan coin from his pocket, and tossed it before Yunfeng. No problem. I'm giving you a chance. Take your time with the performance. As long as I enjoy the show, the reward won't be skimpy. Yunfeng was so furious he nearly spat blood. Never in his life had he been humiliated like this, especially by a mere underage brat. His face contorted into a hideous grimace as he snarled, Lin Mu. I'll kill you. Having dreams is a good thing. Lin Mu shrugged indifferently, turning his gaze to the middle-aged man beside him, who had mostly recovered. Brother Shen, why don't you have some fun with this guy? It'll settle today's score once and for all. Shun Lang. Shen Feifei's older brother and the captain of Lin Jing's mercenary squad, he'd been seething with anger all day after being humiliated by Yunfeng and Zhang Ming. Though he was only a bronze-tier martial artist, he still possessed his own pride. Hearing Lin Mu's words, his spirit surged instantly. His eyes gleaming with bloodlust, he lunged toward Yunfeng. Whether he could win was one thing, whether he dared to fight was another. He believed that if Lin Mu had spoken up, he absolutely wouldn't be sent on a futile mission. Truth be told, without Lin Mu's earlier electric shock therapy, Shen Lang might not have stood a chance against Yunfeng. He'd have been instantly wiped out. But Yunfeng had already taken a beating earlier, and now Lin Mu stood by, grinning as he watched the show. Combined, his silver-tier strength somehow held its own against Shen Lang's bronze-tier power, resulting in a deadlocked stalemate. Lin Mu couldn't resist egging them on from the sidelines. Brother Shen, what good is trading punches with him? You gotta go for his lower body, kick his balls, stab his crotch, got it? Do you even know what a vital strike is? Everyone listening broke out in a cold sweat. This Lin Mu was truly a devil, he could come up with such low-blow tactics. Whoever faced him in combat would surely suffer terribly. Seeing the stalemate in the fight, Lin Mu's eyes flickered. He retreated unobtrusively to his sister Lin Jing's side. His muscles slowly relaxed, then tensed again. Repeating this cycle several times, he adjusted his body to peak condition. He had no choice. The current situation demanded caution. Truthfully, he hadn't wanted Shen Lang to intervene earlier. He'd been itching to charge in himself, to knock that bastard Yunfeng who'd bullied his sister hard to the ground, then stomp his arms to pieces and cripple his cultivation. But just now, he noticed that among the onlookers, an elegant woman of distinguished bearing had appeared at some point. Her piercing gaze was fixed on him, observing him intently. Friend or foe? What made him even more wary was that, besides this woman, another person was also watching him covertly. And this individual was the one Lin Mu had to guard against proactively. It was an ordinary-looking young man. The kind who would blend into a crowd without drawing attention. Yet, to Lin Mu's senses, this man radiated an extreme sense of danger, a perception heightened by his newly fused Immortal Clan physique, which heightened his sensitivity to the energies around him. The sense of danger emanating from this man surpassed even that of the elegant woman. Be careful. Brother Shen is only a bronze-tier martial artist. Taking on a silver-tier opponent like Yunfeng will be tough. If things get dire, the three of us should step in to help. Ren Shuai approached Lin Mu and whispered the warning. Though neither he, Kalo, nor Mia had reached martial artist level yet, many ants could still bite an elephant to death. With Shen Lang distracting Yunfeng, the three of them together might just be able to finish this quickly. No need. Just look out for yourselves. To Ren Shuai's surprise, Lin Mu declined his offer. Amidst the stunned gazes of the others, he reached out and lifted Lin Jing, who had been seated on the ground, supported by Shin Feifei, into his arms. This action left everyone utterly perplexed. Lin Jing was unconscious now. Logically, letting her rest seated on the ground would be best. Why lift her up? And carrying her in his arms? Wasn't that exhausting? Ren Shuai and the others were utterly baffled, but none of them asked questions. After spending these past 2 hours together, they knew Lin Mu never made unnecessary moves. He must have some scheme in mind. On the field, Shen Lang and Yun Feng's battle raged on. Several bloody wounds appeared on Shen Lang's body, none of them fatal. Instead, they fueled his fighting spirit, for the rage in his heart had finally found an outlet. In contrast, Yun Feng, a silver-ranked fighter, looked far more battered. The precision and fluidity in his attacks had faded from the start. Even a blind man could see his defeat was inevitable. His refusal to concede now was purely sustained by the sheer force of his silver armor technique. Take this punch! Shen Lang roared, unleashing another thunderous punch. With a thunderous crash, a flash of silver light erupted from his body he had broken through. Through his battle with Yunfeng, Shen Lang's strength had surged past bronze, leaping directly to silver rank. That feels good. So satisfying. Feeling the aura emanating from Shen Lang, Yunfeng's expression changed drastically. It could be described as nothing short of despair. He spun around, ready to flee. But a foot slammed down hard on his back. At the same moment, Lin Mu's teasing voice rang out. Big boss Yunfeng, where do you think you're going? Brother Shen's breakthrough wouldn't have happened without your help. We haven't even celebrated yet, and you're already leaving? Trying to be a hero without taking credit? Rin Shuai, Kulo, what are you standing around for? Come over and thank Boss Yun. Coming. Rin Shuai and the others roared in unison, pouncing on Yunfeng and unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. And at that very moment, the unassuming man who had been quietly observed by Lin Mu finally moved. He slammed his fist hard into the ground, sending countless stones flying into the air. But his action wasn't to rescue Yunfeng, it was to attack Lin Jing in Lin Mu's arms. But clearly, Lin Mu had already swept his sister aside before the attack arrived, dodging the blow. But it wasn't over. As he dodged, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm cracked down on the ordinary man's head. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind it? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 17, Beast-Tide Invasion, Preemptive Strike. In that instant, the extraordinarily ordinary-looking yet peak silver-ranked expert realized he had made 2 critical mistakes. First, he had misjudged the situation. He believed his concealment was flawless, yet his opponent had long since detected his lurking ambitions. Second, he had misjudged his opponent's reaction speed, or rather, his opponent's target had always been him, not the useless fools like Yunfeng. This young man, formidable yet utterly despicable, had been setting the trap all along, waiting patiently for him to walk right into it. Golden Armor Technique. A surge of mortal peril erupted within the unassuming man's heart. Forgetting his pursuit of Lin Jing, he roared. Instantly, a golden light materialized out of thin air. A layer of golden scales rapidly spread, covering his entire body. This was the superior golden armor technique, a true SSS-grade defensive art. His defensive power doubled instantly. The thunderbolt that had fallen from the sky instantly turned to smoke upon contact with the golden scales. Even so, the unassuming man's hair stood on end, black smoke billowed from his mouth, and he looked utterly wretched. After all, while the golden armor technique could withstand the lightning's damage, its side effects remained unavoidable. Lin Mu had no interest in watching him suffer. With a swift twist of his wrist, he hoisted Lin Jing's limp body onto his back. The mercenaries watched his movements in a daze, suddenly realizing the truth. So this kid had spotted the ordinary-looking man all along. No wonder his earlier actions had been so baffling. But what was he planning to do now? Escape? Rin Shuai, Kulo, Mia, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Just as expected. Lin Mu, carrying his sister on his back, bellowed and charged out of the crowd first. As he passed a stunned mercenary, he snatched the van keys from his hand. Rin Shuai and the others froze in shock. Only then did they suddenly notice the ordinary-looking man reaching into his pocket for a dagger. With a wet thud, he plunged it into his own chest. Clutching his heart, he began tracing intricate magical patterns on the ground before him. Their scalps prickled in unison, terror seizing their souls. Holy! That bastard was a demonic spy. He was using his own life to activate the teleportation array. Just as Rin Shuai and the others were about to flee, a voice rang out from behind them. Hold your horses. Everyone step back. The mature woman who had also been under Lin Mu's close watch flushed with anger. She snapped her fingers, and golden armor instantly covered her entire body. Enforce the law. The mature woman produced a golden badge and pinned it to her chest. In an instant, a faint golden halo enveloped everyone within the area. Whether it was an illusion or not, Lin Mu immediately felt the spiritual energy within him surge with a significant boost and enhancement. What is that? Ren Shuai beside him was utterly stunned. Was this guy even from this world? He didn't even know what an enforcement order was? But he patiently explained. The Enforcement Decree. It's a treasure distributed by the Arbitration Tribunal to all enforcement squad captains. It can grant a double buff to teammates recognized by the Enforcement Decree. It's a treasure possessed by every enforcement team captain. Of course, it also has another function, which is... Before Ren Shuai could finish, the mature woman's voice cut in. Once the enforcement order is issued, all must engage the demonic forces. Failure to do so will be treated as desertion. After uttering these words, the mature woman unexpectedly turned her gaze toward Lin Mu, who was about to open the car door. Lin Mu, correct? As your enforcement squad captain, I now order you to delay the demonic spy. Just 2 minutes, I'll activate the teleportation array to summon reinforcements. With that, she reached out to activate the teleportation array connecting to the Shanggu Hotel. At that moment, from within the unsettling green glow of the teleportation array, countless ferocious beasts burst forth, their numbers seemingly endless. The mercenaries, upon seeing this, fled in terror, screaming and running for their lives, all except for a handful of the most skilled and daring who dared to stay. Through the green portal, they could still see the dense swarm of beasts on the other side, like a tidal wave waiting to surge through the portal. Werewolves. Winged bird men, every conceivable type of demonic creature imaginable. Lin Mu stared in utter disbelief. He never imagined that the creatures constantly at war with humanity were actually the demonic races. How could a 21st century young man like him, devoid of ambition, passion, or purpose, possibly accept this? He had only sensed an inexplicable danger from that plain-looking individual who kept watching him. But he never imagined this person was also a demonic spy. What do we do now? Ren Shuai, who had fled to Lin Mu's side, was trembling so hard his teeth chattered. Countless demonic beasts poured out of the teleportation array, pouncing on the mercenaries who had been watching. Those mercenaries too slow to flee were knocked down by the tidal wave of monsters and torn to shreds. Seeing the dire situation, the fleeing mercenaries drew their weapons or unleashed their martial arts to fight back against the beasts in an attempt to save themselves. Yet, save for a handful of exceptionally powerful mercenary warriors who managed to hold their ground, the weaker mercenaries quickly found themselves overwhelmed. Those trapped within the swarm faced imminent peril. What else can we do? Charge the hell at them. Since the beast tide had launched its attack early and he'd stumbled right into it, Lin Mu had nothing left to say. He channeled a bolt of lightning into his palm and slammed it down on the head of the ordinary man trying to stop the mature woman from activating the teleportation array. Step aside, or I won't mind roasting you like a suckling pig. Less than 2 minutes later. Nightfall Town was engulfed in the deafening clamor of alarm bells, their tolling echoing endlessly. As the enchantress completed her array, a teleportation circle capable of transporting over 100 people simultaneously rose from the ground. Members of the enforcement squad, clad in black and white uniforms, emerged from within. Lin Mu spotted a man with fiery red hair among them. The moment he appeared, he unleashed a punch into the dense tide of beasts. A ball of flame erupted from nowhere, instantly incinerating over a dozen ferocious beasts. Xiao Ran, eldest son of the Xiao family of Tianhai City, reporting for duty under Captain Han. Xiao Ran? Lin Mu felt the name sounded vaguely familiar. Before he could ponder further, another voice rang out. If Xiao Ran has come, how could I, Li Changfeng, not be here? A young man familiar to Lin Mu stepped out of the formation. Spotting Lin Mu, he winked at him. Brother Lin, we meet again so soon. Heh, indeed. Lin Mu was now solely focused on finding an opportunity to slip away. He didn't want to linger here any longer. After all, Lin Jing was still unconscious. If anything happened to her, it would be disastrous. However, everyone, and that Lin Mu as the saying goes, it's impolite not to reciprocate. They dared treat us this way, so we must return the favor. Captain Han, the mature woman, spoke up. I wonder if any of you dare to follow me through this demonic teleportation gate and nip their beast-tide operation in the bud? Nip it in the bud? Lin Mu immediately thought this woman had lost her mind. Chapter 18, the 6-person squad is formed. Lin Mu was about to refuse. He certainly didn't want to drag the unconscious Lin Jing into such a dangerous mission. More importantly, he didn't want to go himself. A gentleman doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall, right? But before he could speak, Han Yujie tossed a silver badge his way. Lin Mu. Effective immediately, you are the squad leader for this operation to wipe out the beast tide. You may select any 5 elite members. Depart with me in 2 minutes. Ha! This lady was way too forceful, she didn't give anyone a chance to refuse. In fact, it wasn't just him. Li Changfeng and Xiao Ran on the other side had each received silver badges as well. Lin Mu's eyes darted around nervously as he timidly spoke up, could I decline? With capable young men like Li Changfeng and Xiao Ran joining, it wouldn't matter if he went or not. Bro, don't do it. Hearing this, Ren Shuai, Kalu, and the others immediately grew anxious. Getting to join an operation like this is what countless people dream of. Especially this badge in your hand. Do you have any idea how many people would pay a fortune just to get their hands on it? This thing is a treasure? Lin Mu was somewhat surprised. He couldn't see what use this palm-sized badge had. Besides being made of silver, it seemed like it could be sold for a bit of cash. Boss, are you genuinely unaware or just pretending? This is an enforcement badge issued by the Arbitration Council. With this, you're practically part of the arbitration court. Everyone will show you respect. What's more, once you earn enough merit, say, by slaying powerful demonic beasts or completing bounties, you can upgrade this badge. See that golden badge Captain Han Mo Siang wears? If you upgrade this silver badge to her level, you'll be able to open portals anytime, anywhere, go wherever you please. Ren Shui clearly knew a lot more, probably because he was well read, having attended university. His words sent a jolt through Lin Mu. This unassuming silver badge was actually that powerful? He immediately dismissed the earlier thought of selling it for cash. Thankfully, he hadn't voiced it, otherwise, he'd have been taken for a fool. Right. Who the hell would do something that offered no benefits, especially something as dangerous as counterattacking the demon race? Before Lin Mu could speak, Ren Shui and the other two snapped to attention with a crisp salute. Captain Lin, we're ready. We're willing to join you in this operation to wipe out the beast tide. Just the three of you? You'd barely be enough to get swatted by that werewolf's claw. Lin Mu rolled his eyes. He'd seen confident before, but never this mysteriously overconfident. If they wanted to die, they didn't need to be in such a hurry. I ask for nothing else. Just let me join this mission. Even if it means going down fighting the weakest boar, I'll take it. Ren Shui was usually level-headed, but the moment he heard about this chance to fight the demonic tribes, something that would bring honor to his family, his intelligence instantly plummeted into negative territory. He clung to Lin Mu's leg, insisting on dragging him to the teleportation array. It wasn't just him. Even Kalu and Mia had long since transformed into bloodthirsty berserkers, their eyes blazing with murderous intent as they stared at the teleportation array. If it weren't for the requirement that Lin Mu, as their captain, lead them in, they would have charged in to fight the demonic tribes long ago. You go ahead. I'm not going. Lin Mu was likely the first martial artist in Tianhe City's history to refuse to fight the demonic tribes. You can leave your sister here. We swear we'll absolutely guarantee her safety. An enforcement team member maintaining order mistakenly thought Lin Mu was worried about the safety of Lin Jing, whom he carried on his back, and volunteered to watch over her for him. Bull. I trust you guys even less. Lin Mu absolutely did not believe leaving his sister with strangers would be safe. He turned and handed Lin Jing to Xin Feifei. My sister is in your care. Head back to the Shangwu Hotel and wait for us. We'll return once we're done here. Shen Feifei nodded. She knew it wasn't safe to linger here any longer. She immediately picked up Lin Jing and returned to the Shangwu Hotel through the teleportation gate. What about the one person we're still missing? Should we just find someone random? Ren Shui glanced at Lin Mu. Even with brother Shen Lang joining them, they only had 5 people, still one short of what Han Yujie had mentioned. Just as Lin Mu was about to speak, a familiar voice echoed from the distance. Ha 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 ha. Sorry I'm late, you damned demonic creatures. Hand over your lives to me. Wait, hold off on the killing. Let me get my hands dirty. I've never killed a wild boar before, let me have a go. Damn it, you bastard. Why are you hogging them? Would you die if you killed one less? Do you have any idea how much this hurts my heart, young master he? My heart beats solely for demon slaying. Now you strike me with such heartless cruelty. What if I lose my mind and drown myself in the river? Can you afford to compensate me for my life? Hey, wait. Who's that I see? Brother. It's me. Your good old big bro, Hidepeo. From afar, a man 3 times larger than average plodded toward them with agonizing slowness. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, he had spotted Lin Mu and, overjoyed, accelerated his pace. His heavy weight shook the ground with each step. This was none other than the fat man who loved being the boss, Hidepeo. Like a miniature mountain of flesh, Hidepeo thundered toward Lin Mu, knocking over 2 wild boars and 3 mercenaries in his path. Even the enforcement squad members scrambled out of the way in fright. Yet Hidepeo showed no awareness of his human tank-like presence. He even broke into a series of short, quick steps as he reached Lin Mu's side. He slapped Lin Mu's shoulder with such force that he nearly knocked him flat to the ground. Bro, you're here? Why didn't you tell the boss before sneaking off to slaughter demons? No worries, even though there are plenty of demons here. But don't worry, I'll protect you, boss. Just look at my muscles. By the way, who are these for? Your friends? Have you formed a mercenary squad? Why don't you all call me boss? I'll have your backs from now on. Who needs your protection? Ren Shui was nearly mad. This fatso had 0 survival skills on the battlefield, yet here he was pretending to be some expert. Even though you guys are weak, I'll train you. From now on, your boss here will take you on missions to slaughter demons. You should know that in the Western Wastes, everyone knows me, Hidepeo. Hidepeo, who didn't even recognize Ren Shui after 2 years in the Western Wastes, was bragging up a storm. He big cannon? How come I've never heard of you? Ren Shui seriously doubted whether this fatso had anything but rotten tofu in his skull. That's just your narrow-mindedness. Go ask around in the wilderness who doesn't know young master he? Alright, we're all brothers here. Don't call me young master, that's too tacky. Just call me boss. Hidepeo had an innate, fanatical fondness for the title boss. Who's gonna call you boss? Ren Shuai and Kola nearly exploded with anger at the remark. Once you witness my power, you'll all willingly call me boss. Hidepeo hummed with absolute confidence. Chapter 19, Ascension of Divine Arts, New Perils. Fool, I can't be bothered talking to you. Lin Mu, let's go. Even with the formation sustaining it, that portal probably won't last half an hour. We need to hurry to the Demon Clan's territory and see what it's like. Before Ren Shuai could finish, Hidepeo shrieked as if being assaulted. Leave? You actually have a silver badge? Wow, it's real. Brother, you truly live up to being my little brother, Hidepeo. You're amazing. Come on, let's go. You have no idea I, Hidepeo, was born into this world for the sole purpose of conquering demon territory. Please, take me with you. I'll even let you be the boss for a while. Hidepang pounded his chest, sending ripples of flab across his belly. Fearing Lin Mu might refuse, he resorted to brute force, yanking Lin Mu's arm with all his might, determined to drag him into the portal. Looks like we've got enough people already. Ren Shuai deeply disliked Hidepeo, this powerless yet bossy bloke. But seeing how familiar he seemed with Lin Mu, having him as a teammate was clearly better than bringing in an outsider. Ren Shuai nodded in agreement, accepting the fat man's request. And so it was. Hidepeo and Ren Shuai shoved and tugged, forcibly dragging Lin Mu toward the demon territory on the other side of the teleportation array. The fervor in their eyes for slaughtering demons was almost scorching Lin Mu to a crisp. To be honest, Lin Mu felt a hint of curiosity himself. Alright, seeing it for himself couldn't hurt. If he couldn't win, he could always run away. The demon territory was vast, surely he wouldn't be unlucky enough to run into some powerful big shot the moment he stepped out? With his mind made up, he felt compelled to issue a warning beforehand. You lot, if you don't want to die, stay put once we're inside. Assess the situation first. Lin Mu suspected that the likes of Ren Shuai, those whose heads were clouded by honor and fervor, would start hacking away the moment they teleported in. Even if there were 100 more of them, they'd still be nothing but cannon fodder for the Demon Clan. Ren Shuai and the others weren't fools, they understood this principle perfectly well. Seeing Lin Mu's stern expression, cold yet tinged with seriousness, a surge of warmth instantly flooded their hearts, coursing through their veins and making their blood boil. They nodded in unison, snapped to attention, and shouted in unison, yes. Wait. The demonic spy who had remained motionless since the teleportation array activated was still alive. Seeing Lin Mu about to step through the portal, he suddenly spoke. He was now a bloodied mess, his skin torn and veins bursting. Even without further harm, he had little time left. He gave Lin Mu a wry smile. Lin Mu. I met your father. He was the only powerful warrior in the entire Divine Dragon Empire who never looked down on me, and the only martial artist I truly respected. I never imagined I'd one day meet his child. Could you spare me 2 seconds? I'd give you everything I own to repay the debt of life your father saved me when I was hunted down all those years ago. My father? Lin Mu froze. In his memories, he was an orphan. How could this man know about his father? Could this be a trap? As if sensing Lin Mu's confusion, the man cleared his throat twice, revealing an expected bitter smile. So, your past has been erased to this extent, has it? Those bastards. But I believe you'll find the answers yourself someday. How exciting. Too bad I won't be around to see it. With that, he pulled a book from his robe and tossed it directly toward Lin Mu. This is an unnamed martial art I discovered during my travels through the 10,000 mountains years ago. Though I knew it was valuable, no one could decipher what it truly was. Take it. Truthfully, you resemble your father in appearance, but your character is different. He was the type of man who'd rather break than bend. Compared to him, I prefer your shameless cunning. When you find your father's symbolic grave someday, tell him this: Emo Shawa betrayed his life-saving grace and earnest guidance. Farewell, Divine Dragon Empire that gave me birth yet could not tolerate me. Farewell, Western Wastes hell for the weak. The man calling himself Imo Shawa plunged his bloodied hand into his throat, forcibly crushing his windpipe until his last breath escaped. Ha! Lin Mu held the nameless cultivation manual in his left hand, his mind reeling in utter shock. The moment he touched the manual, Xiao Dai in his mind unexpectedly let out a surprised sound. A cultivation technique advancement manual? I never imagined such a marvelous thing could exist in this world. A cultivation technique advancement manual? Lin Mu nearly choked on his own blood. What kind of changes had the revival of spiritual energy wrought upon this world? How could such peculiar things exist? Could it be that the world he now inhabited had become digitized like those games from his previous life? Was he not in a parallel world at all, but had actually entered a game world? Impossible. Lin Mu took a deep breath. He silently vowed to himself that once he grew stronger, he would definitely seek the answer to this question. Stepping into the teleportation array, Lin Mu felt darkness engulf his vision. When the slight dizziness passed, he found himself in a blood-red inferno. The 10,000 mountains. The domain of the demonic tribes. A blood-red full moon perpetually shone eerily through the dark clouds, bathing the sky in a crimson glow as vivid as fresh blood. Before Lin Mu and his companions, countless demonic beasts stood densely packed upon a sea of black-red rock. Lin Mu's heart sank at the sight. There were easily at least 100,000 demonic beasts here. Forget their endless reinforcements. Even if every beast before them stopped fighting, stretched their necks, and surrendered to slaughter, they still wouldn't be able to kill them all. This battle promised to be a real struggle. Everyone, be cautious. Our arrival has been sensed by the demonic race's powerful beings. We must fight swiftly and decisively before they arrive, focusing on slaughtering as many of the demonic beasts involved in this operation as possible. Han Yujie gathered a ball of searing flame in her hands. A pillar of fire shot forth before her, vaporizing every demon beast it touched, instantly incinerating them without leaving a trace of ash. This beam of light instantly obliterated thousands within the demon beast legion, tearing a gaping hole through the dense, encircling horde. Team Mo Xiang, unstoppable. Lin Mu's human warriors erupted in cheers, their morale soaring. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed. A martial technique this powerful Han Yujie couldn't possibly unleash it more than a few times. Since her arrival, she had spent so much time accumulating energy to achieve this level of power. Not to mention, the spiritual energy within her body wouldn't permit another release of such a devastating martial technique. Kill as many enemies as possible. Each squad that slays 100 demons shall be granted the honor of Demon Slayer and permitted to return to the Western Wastes. Han Yujie did not impose impossibly difficult conditions. Her primary purpose was to lead the Empire's young elites into the 10,000 mountains for trial by fire, not to sacrifice these promising youths with limitless futures to perish here in demon slaying. Her ultimate goal was to temper their courage, resolve, and sense of honor. As for combat prowess and military achievements, those could be honed through regular trials. Ren Shui, none of you move. Wait until I get a clear look. While other squads dashed out to slay demons, Lin Mu halted Ren Shui and the others from acting. He instinctively felt that prickling sense of danger on his back again, and this time it was even stronger than before. If these were merely the over 10,000 ordinary demon beasts before them, devoid of spiritual intelligence, Lin Mu wouldn't have sensed this threat. Even if a few bronze or even silver-ranked demonic martial artists were present, he wouldn't feel this bone-chilling dread. In that darkness, a far more terrifying demonic powerhouse was undoubtedly lurking, waiting for the chance to strike. This creature, even if not a gold-tier powerhouse, was likely not far off. If Han Yujie, their strongest fighter, were attacked, how long could Li Changfeng, Xiaoran, and himself possibly hold out? No. He still needed to return to care for his younger sister, Lin Jing, and more importantly, uncover his father's true identity. He absolutely could not die here. Just then, Xiao Dai's voice echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations, Master. The Divine Art Thunderbolt has been upgraded. Thunderbolt Strike, second form, Sword of Thunder has been released. Please receive it. Lin Mu froze. Chapter 20, The Demon Clan's Tactics. Lin Mu shines brightly. Thunder Sword. The second technique of the Five Thunder Decree, Thunderbolt Strike. Unlike the area of effect attack of the first form, Thunderclap, this form focused on single target strikes, capable of inflicting immense damage on a single enemy. More importantly, against demonic beings, it unleashes at least triple the destructive power. Upon reading this description of the Immortal Technique, Lin Mu felt his heart settle instantly, his confidence growing slightly. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng and Xiao Ran had already led their respective squads like tigers among sheep, jointly slaying hundreds of demonic beasts. The mature woman surnamed Han noticed Lin Mu had yet to act, shooting him a meaningful glance. As she had anticipated, this Lin Mu had clearly detected the enemy concealed within the demon beast horde. In truth, she had already detected this enemy. Her decision not to warn Li Changfeng and Xiao Ran was, in essence, a form of testing. On the brutal battlefield, beyond courage and strength, a clear mind and keen perception were equally essential. In this world, challenges and dangers were never in short supply. The strongest warrior was not necessarily the one who survived best. To outlive others, to avoid an early demise, a clear mind and sound judgment were always paramount. Han Mo Xiang did not deny that Li Changfeng and Xiao Ran from Tianhai City were geniuses. Even among geniuses, they were exceptionally rare talents. But on this trip to Tianhai City, Han Ma Xiang harbored even greater expectations for Lin Mu, the youngster who had suddenly appeared. He was also the only young man she had come to the Western Wastes to see whom she could not fathom. You have earned your honors and may return to the Western Wastes immediately. Li Changfeng, Xiao Ran, and Lin Mu, the three of you remain. Han Ma Xiang waved her hand, commanding the mercenaries and law enforcement team members to enter the teleportation gate and return to the Western Wastes. Yet she called out to Lin Mu and the others. But once all three turned to face her, she shifted her gaze to Lin Mu and asked softly, the demonic race has deployed over 100,000 forces here, yet they haven't launched a fierce attack against us. What do you think is the reason? Li Changfeng and Xiao Ran were astonished to see Han Mo Xiang actually questioning Lin Mu. After all, they knew this stunning beauty Han Mo Xiang well. Why would she seek advice from Lin Mu, who wasn't even a martial artist? Could it be that this Lin Mu possessed some special quality? For a moment, not only Xiao Ran but even Li Changfeng felt a pang of envy. But soon, both minds raced. They pondered, if it were them, how would they respond? Why would the enemy act this way in the current situation? Though Han Mo Xiang hadn't addressed them, Li Changfeng and the others stubbornly pondered, determined to devise a better answer than Lin Mu's. A mere 100,000 low-level demon beasts are hardly worth fearing. If the enemy's strength far surpassed ours, you wouldn't have led us to counterattack the demon race at all. As Lin Mu spoke, Xiao Ran and the others found themselves reluctantly conceding the truth in his words. Upon reflection, if countless powerful foes awaited beyond the demon clan's portal, why would Han Ma Xiang lead everyone into their deaths? Her boldness proved she held some assurance. They looked at Lin Mu again, their expressions shifting from indifference or anger to astonishment. This Lin Mu wasn't nearly as incompetent as rumored. He was actually quite capable. At the very least, maintaining such calm reasoning in front of 100,000 demon beasts was beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Then why do you think they're not rushing to attack now? Han Ma Xiang seemed to have anticipated Lin Mu's response and pressed further. I suspect this demon beast-tied operation has an extremely cunning mastermind. After the portal opened, he didn't rush out but instead lay in wait here, observing the battle. If we hadn't counterattacked, he might have had some other underhanded trick up his sleeve. But now that we've attacked, he suspects we might have ambushed him and dares not make a rash move. Therefore, I suspect that if we show even the slightest sign of weakness, he will immediately launch a surprise attack. If I'm not mistaken, this creature is undoubtedly a golden-tier demon king. Lin Mu's words sent a chill down Li Changfeng and the others. Demon king? Ren Shui, Yi Depeo, and the others trembled in fear. What level of power did a demon king possess? Martial artists below the golden tier would be instantly annihilated by a demon king. With the current group, they wouldn't even be enough to fill his teeth. It's not a demon king. Han Mo Xian waved her hand dismissively. He's Yun Tiansgang, the demon master known as the Desert Fox, a silver-tier martial artist who betrayed humanity and defected to the demon race 5 years ago. Though his power isn't extraordinary, he's exceptionally cunning and adept at exploiting human weaknesses. Mo Xiaohua's downfall was likely due to his seduction. The spies he cultivates constantly scout major human cities and remote towns, seeking martial artists who crave power yet possess fragile wills. He lures them step by step into corruption with the promise of strength. Then why did Mo Xiaohua kidnap my sister, Lin Jing? A thought flashed through Lin Mu's mind. Could this be connected to that demonic master, Yun Tiansgang? I'm not entirely sure about that. Perhaps there's a reason you'll need to uncover yourself. But I can assure you, since they failed this time, there will definitely be another attempt. Han Mo Xian offered her conjecture. Others might hear nothing unusual, but Lin Mu detected a deeper meaning. Han Mo Xiang knew something she couldn't reveal. It seemed his sister's background was no simple matter. What do you think we should do next? Han Mo Xiang asked Lin Mu again. Everyone knew Han Ma Xiang already had a plan in mind. By asking Lin Mu, she was giving him an opportunity to demonstrate his independence. Xiao Ran and the others were green with envy, desperate to snatch Han Mo Xiang's favor away from Lin Mu. Li Changfeng, meanwhile, looked deep in thought, considering whether he should start spending more time with this Lin Mu fellow. Ren Shui and Kolu were beyond excited, trembling all over as they stared wide-eyed at Lin Mu, their hearts brimming with anticipation. The longer we stay here, Lin Mu said, the more suspicious that Sky Guy will become. We should take the initiative and challenge him head-on. Otherwise, he'd definitely be up to something behind the scenes. I don't know what kind of tricks he could pull, but it's definitely nothing good. Lin Mu felt a growing sense of crisis in his heart, suspecting that the demonic practitioner Yun Tiansgang was definitely scheming in the shadows. Well said. You've seen it clearly. He's using sacrificial demonic arts. Truthfully, these low-level demon beasts aren't meant to attack us, they're sacrifices. With such a large-scale offering, he can pull off all sorts of tricks. Precisely because you are all the future elite of Tianhai City that I demand such strictness from you. Decide now. If you wish to leave safely, return through the teleportation gate. Of course, if you choose to challenge yourselves, go confront a powerful demonic being. After defeating your foe, use that silver badge to return to the martial arts, and I've already infused it with enough energy for one teleportation. As for Yun Tiansgang, I will defeat him personally. Han Mo Xiang smiled haughtily. The demonic master was scheming to seize Tianhai City, this crucial stronghold of the northwest, sacrificing no fewer than 100,000 low-grade demonic beasts as offerings. But would she let him have his way? A sacrifice of 100,000 demonic beasts? She had long prepared her countermeasures. What did that matter now? Han Ma Xiang watched the dense swarm of low-level demon beasts outside the city walls scream in agony as they collapsed to the ground, their bodies exploding one after another. Finally, corpses piled into mountains, blood flowing like rivers. The mockery on his lips grew even more pronounced. This colossal sacrifice? Yun Tiansgang would only waste his efforts. It was utterly useless against her. The Arbitration Council had long been aware of their plans. Otherwise, why would she have traveled all the way from the capital to this place? Her only concern was whether Li Changfeng and Xiao Ran could return safely to the Shangwu Hotel. She glanced at Lin Mu. though he appeared the weakest on the surface, and was accompanied by teammates whose abilities were pitifully inadequate. Yet in her heart, she had the most confidence in him. This confidence defied explanation, yet she possessed this peculiar feeling. Chapter 21 Ambush? That's because you're too slow. Who dares to fight me? Xiaoran Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng and Xiaoran, brimming with swagger, had already begun loudly challenging the demonic martial artists across from them. You guys fight it out. I'm getting hungry. I'm heading back for a late night snack. Lin Mu, however, took off running, preparing to slip away. His shameless escape not only left Li Changfeng and the others utterly embarrassed, but even the demonic warriors across the field couldn't stomach the sight. What a useless piece of trash. Hey, you lot, don't tell me you're useless too? If you are, I suggest you crawl back into your mother's womb and hide. Otherwise, watch out, this demonic grandpa here will chop you into mincemeat. A demonic warrior wielding a crescent-bladed weapon leapt out from behind the beast horde, taunting Ren Shui and his men. But he wasn't done. After speaking, he unleashed a vicious punch directly at Hidepeo, who stood at the very front. The punch was vicious. A flash of helplessness crossed Lin Mu's eyes as he silently cursed Ren Shui and the others for being idiots, running into demon territory to court death for no reason. Glancing at Han Mo Xiang's ambiguous expression, Lin Mu gritted his teeth and soared into the air to rescue Hidepao and the others. Crash! Lin Mu exchanged a punch with the demonic warrior, his eyes widening in surprise before staggering back several steps. Welcome to the 10,000 mountains, young human boy. In my journal, you shall be the 1,365th human warrior I've slain. The demonic warrior wielding the moon blade laughed heartily. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Mu turned his head toward the sound. He saw Ren Shui, Kalo, Mia, and Hidepeo all lying in pools of blood. Fortunately, they weren't dead yet, merely unconscious from severe injuries. Beside them stood a demonic warrior identical to the one facing him. The difference was this. The one before him was slowly fading away, seemingly using a technique akin to shapeshifting. Lin Mu sighed. Honestly, I'm amazed. With skills like yours, you dare come stirring trouble on demon territory? Don't you know these demon bastards love ambushes? Hearing this, the demonic warrior clasped his twin blades together before his chest with a clang, lifting his head proudly. No, no. You can't call this an ambush. Their reactions are simply too slow. Before he could finish, he suddenly realized Lin Mu's fist was already smashing into his nose. Boom! The demon warrior was sent flying through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Finally scrambling to his feet in utter disarray, he roared at Lin Mu, "That's despicable. You ambushed me while I was talking." Lin Mu smugly mimicked the man's posture, picking up the two fruit knives and crossing them over his chest. He lifted his chin haughtily, nostrils flared, and declared with swagger, "It's not a sneak attack, it's your slow reaction time." It must be said that Lin Mu's behavior was utterly arrogant. But this guy wasn't stupid. Even in the throes of extreme rage, he hadn't lost his wits. He understood that this human brat, capable of landing a punch on his nose without giving him a chance to react, was no pushover. He was definitely not as weak as the other four. To land a blow on him when he was completely unprepared meant this opponent was far from simple. The demonic warrior swung his twin blades, retreating 30 meters as he contemplated how to deal with Lin Mu. Your egg-shaped blade is impressive, though its quality leaves something to be desired. But how dare a mere demonic warrior wield such an ornate weapon? Hand it over. Lin Mu began voicing his displeasure. Kid, you've thoroughly pissed me off. Though this human warrior before him was formidable despite his unreadable strength, he carried no aura of death from killing a fatal weakness. A demonic warrior who had already claimed thousands of lives didn't believe a human whose hands were still unstained by blood could defeat him. Did this human truly believe punching him would lead to victory? Absurd and laughable. Did he not know that the demon race dominated the three realms through sheer physical might? As long as his inner core remained intact and his head stayed attached, he could keep fighting. His combat prowess wouldn't be diminished in the slightest. Weapons were merely tools. His greatest strength lay in this brutally powerful body. The demonic warrior drew a deep breath and began employing defensive martial arts like the demon armor technique. This technique was practically a knockoff of the golden armor technique, modified only to better suit demonic beings. His entire body slowly transformed, the curved horns on his head elongated and sharpened, the nails on his 10 fingers became claws capable of splitting gold and shattering stone, and his muscles bulged. A thick layer of scales covered his skin. Behind him, his tail thickened and lengthened, sprouting sharp barbs at its tip. Thin, fleshy wings sprouted from its sides, greatly enhancing its gliding speed during leaps. Lin Mu watched as the creature's flexible claws scraped the ground, leaving deep gashes in the black stone pavement. A look of astonishment flashed across his face. Now my body, strength, and speed are 5 times greater than before. Tremble and weep, you weak and incompetent humans. The demonic warrior roared with laughter. He leapt into the air, diving toward Lin Mu as a sharp crescent blade slashed down with the force of a cleaving moon. Simultaneously, his tail, bristling with backward-facing spikes, flashed toward Lin Mu's face like a venomous serpent. Boom! Lin Mu executed a backflip, narrowly evading the attack. On the ground, however, the barbed tail shattered into countless fragments, sending pebbles flying everywhere. "Tremble, you weakling human!" Seeing Lin Mu dare not confront him head-on, the demonic warrior smugly summoned a ball of flame with his demonic arts, igniting it upon his moonblade. Should the flames touch the human man before him, they would reduce him to ashes. Having accomplished this, the demonic warrior lunged forward like lightning, raising his blazing claws to grab Lin Mu by the head. But at that critical moment, a bolt of blue lightning silently descended from above his head. With a soft crackle, almost no sound was made. The demonic warrior crashed heavily to the ground mid-air. Staring at the gaping hole in his abdomen, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. Impossible. How could this be? My demon armor technique, it's actually been broken? Lin Mu hadn't expected it either. He had merely made a small attempt with his thunder sword, yet it had effortlessly shattered the demonic armor technique the demonic warrior prided himself on. No, your majesty the great demon king. With all that I am, I offer myself to the demon ancestor. Long live the demon ancestor. The demonic warrior was overcome with despair. He cried out in anguish. Then, his muscles began to contort in an eerie manner. His stomach bulged outward, and demonic energy rapidly coalesced into a sphere around his entire body. He attempted to take Lin Mu down with him in a suicide blast. But a bolt of lightning silently struck, piercing a gaping hole through the demon warrior's skull. Could you please be quiet? I'm summarizing my combat insights. Chapter 22, Transformation Card Function Activated? Lin Mu was stunned. Rather than battle insights, it was the battle's rewards that left Lin Mu stunned. After just slaying that demonic warrior, he discovered he'd gained more energy points than when he'd killed the burrowing mole. Based on his previous calculations, bronze tier enemies granted 100 energy points each, meaning silver tier enemies should yield 500 points. Yet the result displayed in his mind just now was 1000 points. Could this be a double reward? Yes, master. Because the target enemy belongs to the demonic race, the energy points receive a double reward. In his mind, Xiao Dai provided a definitive explanation. Moreover, she delivered news that sent Lin Mu's entire body trembling. I've used the acquired energy points to activate the transformation card function for you, master. This means that from now on, any enemy you slay can have their corpse converted into a transformation card. I've already processed this guy's corpse into a transformation card. Master, please take a look. Transformation card. A transformation item from the game Journey to the West. It allows one to transform into the exact likeness of an enemy for 10 minutes, making it an excellent transformation tool. Unless facing an enemy vastly superior in power, the disguise remains undetectable. Lin Mu stared at the card that had suddenly appeared in his hand, feeling a bit numb. 10,000 Mountains. City of 10,000 Demons. Shiman the Demon King, ruler of 10,000 Demon City, frowned as he studied the cultivation technique his subordinates had stolen from a powerful human last month. He was attempting to modify it for use by the demon race. The demon armor technique was his previous masterpiece. But this newly stolen technique had Shiman Demon King thoroughly stumped. After half a month of study, he had made no progress whatsoever. At that moment, a highly capable subordinate burst into Shiman Yao Wang's chambers, panic and urgency evident in his haste. Fengquang, what's the matter? Why are you so reckless? Shiman Demon King's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Demon King, that beast has begun stirring again. We must reinforce the seal immediately. The seal? At the mention of this word, the Demon King of Shiman was suddenly startled. Hasn't that creature been dormant for the past 5 years? Why is it suddenly stirring? That demon beast. If Demon King Shiman remembered correctly, it was an unknown beast captured 5 years ago in the Chaos Realm with the combined might of all 10,000 demons. It was exceptionally formidable. Shiman the Demon King had intended to tame it into a formidable warrior for the demon race, but despite trying every method, he never succeeded. With no other choice, he sealed it away in the demon race's sacred sanctuary. Every day, numerous demonic shamans were dispatched to guard it strictly, periodically reinforcing the seal with hypnotic demonic arts. Yet today, it has awakened? How is that possible? Fengquang shook his head. Yes, it had been quietly slumbering within the sealing barrier all these years, but today it suddenly showed signs of life. It awoke from its slumber and roared incessantly toward the southeast. It seems something stirred it, or perhaps it was calling for help from its kin. I couldn't decipher its intent, so I had to amplify the sealing power to force it back into slumber. Though successful, our sealing array has reached its limit. 6 of the 10 sealing crystal pillars have shattered. Southeast? Send men to investigate. Look for any disturbances in the southeast. No need to investigate, City Lord. Nothing significant has occurred. Only a dozen human martial artists counterattacked through the teleportation gate and caused a brief disturbance. Those were merely transmissions from Tianhai City. None were renowned human masters. Only a young girl named Han Maxiang seemed somewhat famous. The rest were just human children. I don't believe those individuals possessed the power to awaken that demon beast. Moreover, that location is far too distant from us. Feng Kuang felt that even if the true cause remained undiscovered, those few individuals were unlikely to be the primary reason for the demon beast's awakening. Then what could it be? Shiman the Demon King was equally perplexed, his brow instinctively furrowing. The 10,000 Mountains battlefield. Hearing the distant roars and battle cries, along with several streaks of teleportation light columns flashing by, Lin Mu knew these were the signs that Li Changfeng, Xiao Ran, and the other martial artists had departed. It seemed he too must depart swiftly, lest he soon find himself surrounded and trapped. But before activating the teleportation, he had to wake up these useless teammates first. With a kick from Lin Mu, Rein Shui and the others slowly stirred awake. He DePeo, who must have been having a sweet dream, opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by a bewildering scene. Weird. Where are we? Didn't we just return to the Shangu Hotel? I clearly remember drinking with you guys earlier. I recall that skinny monkey Ren Shui even snatched my chicken drumstick. Was it all a dream? Come to think of it, I do recall something like someone punching me hard in the back of the head. What the hell just happened? Congratulations! For your outstanding performance, you've won this year's Most Confused award. Lin Mu was tempted to just abandon this guy in the middle of nowhere. Ah, alright. What about that demonic martial artist? What? You already killed him? That guy was so strong, how did you manage it? Hearing Lin Mu's affirmative answer, Ren Shui and the others stared in disbelief. Now, it was time for Lin Mu to spin his tail. Looking at the four of them, their eyes brimming with curiosity as they waited for his answer, he cleared his throat solemnly. After you unfaithful lot passed out, as your captain, I had no choice but to face that guy alone. But as you all know, I'm a staunch advocate of peace. Fighting and killing truly go against the natural order. So, I decided to challenge him to a battle of wits. He posed a question to test me, and I posed one to test him. But as he worked on his answer, he suddenly went berserk. He slammed his palm down on his own crown chakra and killed himself. That's the whole story. The moment he spoke, Ren Shui, Kalu, Shinlang, and the others all stumbled backward, nearly fainting on the spot. They'd seen liars before, but never one like this. He believed no child over 6 years old would possibly believe his story. He DePeo, however, was utterly convinced. Pounding his jiggling chest, he boasted loudly. What problem did you come up with? Is it really that hard? Spit it out. With me, the little prince of problem solving, here, there's no such thing as an unsolvable problem. After hearing him, Ren Shui suddenly felt an urge to stab a sharp dagger through this fatso's heart and let some blood out. He'd seen gullible people before, but never someone this gullible. Yet Lin Mu's response left him stunned. The problem is actually quite simple. I told that guy, let it be a number, and let B, C, and D each be different numbers. Then, if you add A plus B plus C plus D, and subtract C plus D plus C plus A plus B plus C plus D, what is the sum of A plus B plus C plus D? Put. Everyone froze in place. No wonder that demonic martial artist couldn't handle it and went mad enough to kill himself. Even if it were them, they'd be driven to the brink. Chapter 23, The Tsundere Teacher? Buffs maxed out. We should hurry back. Ren Shui wiped away a cold sweat. He felt that if he stayed any longer, even if the demonic martial artist didn't kill him, Lin Mu's questions would drive him to madness. Outside the Shanwu Hotel, Han Emosian was stuffing her face with a plate of desserts, completely losing all dignity. Seeing Lin Mu and his entire team return safely, a smile instantly spread across her face. Lin Mu was somewhat surprised. Was this mature woman actually waiting for him on purpose? Han Emosian beckoned, motioning for Lin Mu to approach. First, she examined Ye Yang with keen curiosity, then glanced at the egg-shaped blade weapon he held belonging to the demonic warrior, and a smile spread across her face. How come everyone else came back from the fight covered in wounds, yet you look like you just returned from a vacation? Because I'm a staunch supporter of pacifism. Lin Mu never flinched when telling a lie. But the problem is, the demonic tribes of the 10,000 mountains don't know you're a pacifist. Don't tell me you just found this weapon lying around. Han Emosian burst into laughter. Laughter that was Han Emosian's signature trait. Ordinary girls always laugh with restraint, like proper young ladies never showing their teeth, emphasizing poise, refinement, manners, and etiquette. Not her. She laughed when she felt like it, disregarding all decorum. Her laughter was exceptionally unrestrained, radiant as a flower, her voice like a bell, resonating deep within the soul. It was a unique, indescribable authenticity that made her seem exceptionally bold, generous, genuine, and natural. Lin Mu hadn't intended any improper thoughts toward her, but seeing her laugh so captivatingly stirred a wolfish desire within him, prompting him to start making suggestive remarks. No way. This isn't something you just pick up off the ground. This thing is someone's weapon, you can't just grab it like that. This is a gift from a beauty. I bet she's got her eye on me. Ren Shui and he DePeo dared not speak, much less laugh. They clenched their jaws, struggling to hold back. A female demon gave it to you? Han Emosian burst into laughter upon hearing this. Then why did she only give you a weapon? Why not something else too? No, a lowly female demon like that couldn't possibly recognize my genius. She was a fiery-bodied, discerning demon queen. You wouldn't believe it, she had those egg-shaped daggers pressed against my throat, ready to kill me. At the very last second, I decided to show her my talent, to make her understand that killing me would be the greatest loss in the 3 realms. You wouldn't believe it, I merely recited a poem softly. Her egg knives clattered to the ground, and she wept so bitterly she nearly died. It took me ages to calm her down. In the end, she gifted me this pair of egg knives as a memento, her tear-filled eyes brimming with deep affection as she murmured, "I return your pearls," with tears streaming down my face, regretting we didn't meet before I was wed. Her sorrow was enough to shake heaven and earth. Ouch! Who hit me? Lin Mu was spouting nonsense like a fountain when suddenly someone burst out of the crowd and punched him flying. Bro, can you act normal? This is Captain Han Mo Xiang. Keep this up and you'll get beaten to death by her admirers. It turned out Lin Jing couldn't stand it anymore and came over to teach her brother a lesson with a punch. It's fine. I actually think he made a pretty good point. Han Ma Xiang smiled as she offered Lin Mu her sincere praise. Honestly, hearing such praise from a mature woman 6 or 7 years his senior made Lin Mu's blood boil like a raging wolf, threatening to surge into his head. What's so good about it? My brother rarely goes out, so he doesn't know anything. Teacher Han, please bear with him. Don't take it to heart. Lin Jing feared her brother's careless words might have offended Han Mo Xiang, which would make things difficult for him later. Lin Mu was taken aback. Aren't you the captain of the enforcement squad? When did you become a teacher? Who says the captain of the enforcement squad can't be a teacher? Han Mo Xiang laughed heartily. Besides being captain of the 5th enforcement squad in Xinjiang, I also hold the position of faculty member at Ivy Academy. So if you don't mind, just call me Teacher Han, I quite like that title. A mature woman? Teacher. Lin Mu felt something within him begin to break free from its shackles. But Han Ma Xiang's next words instantly cooled his fervor. Oh, and my enforcement squad is still short a deputy captain. Care to give it a shot? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Lin Mu didn't believe this Han Yujie had taken a liking to him and extended such an invitation. There must be some hidden scheme at play. He flatly refused. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't aspire to be a general isn't a good soldier. I've decided not to be deputy captain, I'll go straight for captain. I only find your humor amusing. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't give a damn. The Lord of Falling Blossom City didn't seem bothered by Ye Yang's refusal, almost as if he'd anticipated this response. She tossed Ye Yang a bank card with a smile. This is my reward for your squad. As for the bonuses, battle merits, and honors from the Martial Artists Guild, you can go claim those yourselves. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, Han Mo Xiang waved lightly, leaving a trail of fragrant air as she drifted away. Lin Mu noticed the slight tear in the sleeve of this mature woman's attire, evidence that the battle hadn't been entirely straightforward. That demonic arts practitioner, Yun Tianskong, must have been quite a formidable foe. Fortunately, she hadn't been injured. Lin Mu was impressed that this girl dared to counterattack the demon clan with just a few people. Anyone else, even with 10 times her strength, probably wouldn't have had the guts to do that. Boss, snap out of it. Your eyes are practically popping out of your head. Rin Shuai, standing nearby, saw Lin Mu hadn't spoken in ages and assumed he was drooling over Han Ma Xiang. He hurriedly called out to snap him out of it. Ahem, was I staring at the beauty? I was just wondering how much money is in that bank card, plus the bonus from the Martial Artists Guild. There was no way Lin Mu would admit to his lecherous thoughts. He just laughed it off. I'm wondering about the money too. As your boss, it wouldn't be unreasonable for me to get a bigger share, right? He DePeo beside him was already drooling like a waterfall. Just as the group was about to check how much their first major haul would be, 3 figures emerged from the Shanggu Hotel. Lin Mu recognized them. Familiar faces. Li Changfeng, Xiaoran, and Wu Jinghai. Wu Jinghai had apparently participated in the previous operation too. Like Li Changfeng, he was dressed in rags, looking as if they'd barely escaped from a refugee camp. As Lin Mu and his group spotted them, Li Changfeng and the others noticed them too. Seeing that Lin Mu and his group had all returned alive, they froze in surprise. Then, seeing the radiant smile on Lin Mu's face, the trio grew even more puzzled. It wasn't surprising that Lin Mu had managed to escape back alive, but how had an entire squad of useless people returned alive? Could it be that the demonic martial artist their squad had faced was made of tofu? That was a silver-ranked demonic martial artist. Even they had struggled against him. How could a bunch of useless losers possibly escape unscathed? Especially Xiao Ran. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Chapter 24, The World's Finest Buddy, Big Cannon Brother. Li Changfeng chuckled. He walked up to Lin Mu and handed him a business card with a friendly smile. Lin Mu, I was in such a rush earlier that I didn't get a chance to properly chat with you. Here's my card. Whenever you're free, remember to grab a drink with me, time and place are up to you. With that, he waved to the crowd and left the Shanggu Hotel. So you're Lin Mu. Xiao Ran, having calmed down, unexpectedly approached and greeted Lin Mu with genuine warmth. Xiao Yun has spoken highly of you. I never imagined your abilities were so impressive. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Xiao Ran, currently the vice president of the student union at Shangjing Academy. I heard you scored exceptionally well on the college entrance exam, Lin Mu. Would you be interested in attending Shangjing Academy? I'd be thrilled to have you join us. I'm terribly sorry, but my family is poor. We have nothing but 4 bare walls. There's simply no money for tuition. It seems I must decline your kind offer, Senior Xiao Ran. Lin Mu nearly painted himself as a mountain kid raised on hardship, so poor he had to cut pig grass daily and couldn't even afford dumplings during the new year. Ren Shuai and the others rolled their eyes at such a lame excuse. Lin Mu, you're joking. Schooling isn't an issue at all. At Capital Academy, we offer special admissions for elite students, not only tuition waivers but also merit scholarships. If you're short on funds, just say the word. Xiao Ran's facial muscles twitched slightly. He desperately wanted to strangle this shameless bastard right then and there, but for the sake of long-term gains, he preferred to win over this future powerhouse as early as possible. A man favored by that woman Han Emocian, could his future possibly be ordinary? Moreover, this guy had already demonstrated his capabilities through his actions. Therefore, weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Ran, born into a prominent family, still considered it best to court Lin Mu. For the Xiao clan, this might prove an excellent opportunity. Besides, hadn't they seen Li Changfeng already making his move? It's just Yi Tsangxue, after all. When it came to family interests, Xiao Ran knew how to prioritize. He absolutely could not let Lin Mu be snatched away by that bastard Li Changfeng. It would spell nothing but trouble for the Xiao family's future development in Tianhai City. Lin Mu hadn't spoken yet. Behind him, He DePeo suddenly stepped forward, snorting arrogantly. Ahem, ahem. Truth be told, where he goes to school is up to me, the boss. Wherever I attend, as my little brother, he'd better tag along obediently, wouldn't he? And who are you? Xiao Ran looked at the fat man, his brow furrowing slightly. Another family scion popping up out of nowhere? What? You really don't know me? In the Western Wastes, go ask around in any remote place who doesn't know me, he DePeo? Though I keep a low profile, my strength speaks for itself. It's impossible not to be famous. The fat man's expression turned astonished as he gestured wildly, spittle flying from his mouth. I'm He DePeo, the foremost powerhouse at Qingbei Academy. I once led a team of elite fighters into the top 100 of the Imperial 100 Schools Elite Tournament. And you don't recognize me? The fat man's expression screamed, not knowing me is your loss. Xiao Ran frowned, thinking hard for a long moment before finally recalling with an ah. I remember now. Aren't you the fat guy who got knocked out in one move by my younger brother during last year's preliminary elimination round? You are pretty famous. You broke the elite tournament record by getting defeated in under 10 seconds. That was because I wasn't prepared. Besides, I'm a kind-hearted person. I was afraid of hurting your brother if I went all out. Hearing this, Xiao Ran nearly choked on his own blood. Really? Then I should be grateful for your mercy. Xiao Ran realized this fat guy was 100 times thicker-skinned than he'd imagined. You're welcome. My greatest virtue is kindness. Being low-key is only my second best trait. Before the fat guy could finish, Ren Shuai and the others couldn't take it anymore and went to find a place to vomit. So, Lin Mu, you're planning to attend Qingbei Academy? Ignoring the smugly triumphant fat man, Xiao Ran turned to Lin Mu with a smile. A loser like me can't make it without a boss to protect me. Whatever the boss says goes. If he tells me to go east, I wouldn't dare go west. Lin Mu smiled faintly. No worries. We're all martial artists of the empire. Honestly, it doesn't matter which academy we attend. I hope we can team up for training sessions sometime. Xiao Ran knew it was unrealistic to win Lin Mu over immediately, but he wasn't in a hurry. He'd simply try a different approach. He gave Lin Mu an apologetic smile, then proactively shook hands with Ren Shuai and the others before departing with a flourish. The moment he was gone, Ren Shuai's expression darkened. That guy's no ordinary fellow. Kola couldn't help but chuckle. That goes without saying. He's Xiao Ran, one of the 3 great killers of Shangjing. Not only is he immensely powerful, but his mental maturity far surpasses the other two. After being so coldly rebuffed and challenged by us, he still spoke to us with a smile. Could an ordinary person do that? In his eyes, you're probably insignificant, yet he still took the initiative to shake your hand warmly. If you were in his position, could you do the same? Mia nodded in agreement. I've heard many say among the 3 great killers, Xiao Ran is the one destined for greatness and the most formidable opponent. Lin Mu, however, responded with a hint of disdain. Xiao Ran was indeed cunning, but the truly formidable one was that Li Changfeng. Still, he kept silent, knowing when to hold his tongue, and didn't reveal his discovery. The Martial Artists Guild offered generous rewards. Their squad had earned considerable merit this time, netting them a direct cash bonus of 100,000 yuan. Alright, let's split it evenly among the 6 of us. I need to hurry back for the college entrance exams. If you guys have nothing better to do, head over to Tianhai City for a visit. Now that this beast-tide incident is over, it's time to take a break. He DePeo and the others were just about to agree. A stunningly beautiful girl who drew everyone's gaze had already driven to the Shangguo Hotel. Seeing Lin Mu and the others safe and sound, she couldn't help but pat her chest in relief. Lin Mu, you're finally back. Is Lin Jing okay? Thank goodness you're all safe. Old Wu told me you went on the Beast Tide mission. I was worried sick. Yi Tsangxue. Fatso had been listless moments ago, but the moment he spotted Yi Tsangxue, he transformed instantly. He sprinted toward Yi Tsangxue at a speed impossible for a human. Midway, he pulled out a comb and neatly smoothed his disheveled hair. He smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes, restoring them to pristine condition. Then, adopting a "I'm a gentleman" demeanor, he bowed politely to Yi Tsangxue, flashing what he considered his most sincere and warm smile. Young lady, is there anything I can do for you? For a beauty like you, I wouldn't bat an eyelid even if you asked me to walk through fire and water. Oh, and I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the boss of Lin Mu. Just call me Big Cannon. Yi Tsangxue couldn't help but glance at Lin Mu, seemingly unable to fathom how he could have such an idiotic friend. Chapter 25, Zhang Shaoqi's Panic. This is He DePeo, age 22, still single. Seeking girlfriend for eternity. Wait, beautiful lady. I've waited 1,000 years just for you. The moment I laid eyes on you, I fell deeply in love. You might be impressed by my looks, but let me tell you, besides being incredibly well built, I also possess the heart of a true warrior. What? You doubt I'm a true warrior? No, you're mistaken. A man as low-key as me is often misunderstood, but I never speak of it. Would I casually reveal that I'm merely a bronze-tier martial artist? No. I'm not that kind of person. Before the fat guy could finish his rant, Ren Shui and his 3 buddies, who couldn't stand listening any longer, dragged him aside and started kicking his ass. You idiot, He DePeo. Have you had enough of living? How dare you flirt with Lin Mu's woman? Exactly. I can't even watch this anymore. We're beating you up no matter what. Beautiful lady, no, sister-in-law, please don't take offense. We'll drag this fatso away. You and brother Lin Mu can catch up properly. Ignoring their commotion, Lin Mu stared at Yi Tsangxue in astonishment. Why did you come over? To bring you some good news, of course. Did you hear? Just moments ago, the Martial Artists Guild sent a notification to the arbitrator. Given your outstanding contributions during the Beast Tide operation, you've successfully passed the final exam of this year's martial arts assessment, and with an SSS rating, no less. That means you're the provincial champion of Jiangnan province this year, got it? Hearing this, Ren Shui and the others, who had been furiously kicking the fat guy, abruptly stopped. Their mouths gaped wide enough to fit a large toad inside. Provincial top scholar? Boss Lin, you're actually a senior high school student? He DePao was the most shocked upon hearing this news, though his astonishment clearly stemmed not from the fact itself, but from Yi Tsangxue. According to him, he never imagined Lin Mu could not only achieve such outstanding academic results but also win over a beauty like Yi Tsangxue. Academics and romance both thriving? How is anyone supposed to compete with that? Fatso was already crying. Lin Mu could only console him. Brother Cannon, you have so many campus beauties infatuated with you, each one practically dying for you. Why be sad? In my opinion, one should be content with what they have. No need to have your eye on the prize while you're still eating from the bowl in front of you. He shouldn't have said that. Hearing it, the fat guy started wailing even harder. Truth be told, everyone knew the fat guy wasn't popular at all. All that talk about campus beauties being madly in love with him was just his own empty boasts. After his tearful outburst, High Fat suddenly declared he would defend his first confession. Clenching his fists, he swore solemnly that a friend's wife was no obstacle. Nothing could stop him from loving Yi Tsangxue. Before he could finish, Ren Shui and the others dragged him aside and beat him senseless. Their reasoning? Having a pig-headed fool like High Fat around was nothing short of embarrassing them to the core. Alright. I admit I was wrong. I was just joking. How could I possibly compete with Lin Mu for a woman? Stop hitting me. It hurts. It really hurts. Fatso's surrender finally spared him further blows, but Ren Shui and the others all flipped him the bird. Fatso, however, couldn't care less. Instead, he enthusiastically slung his arm around Lin Mu's shoulder. Boss ran all the way to the 10,000 mountains for you today and took a beating. You can't go back on your word now. Don't try to pull a fast one on your old pal. Let me tell you, Jingbei Academy is the best institution in the entire empire. You absolutely have to choose to study there. Don't worry, even though I'm not the president at our academy, looking out for you guys will be a piece of cake. Ren Shui, you guys should consider it too. What? You've already graduated? No problem, just re-enroll under a new name. Life's short. Having diplomas from 2 top schools? That's got to be better. Jingbei Academy? Hearing the name, Yi Tsangxue was taken aback. Lin Mu, are you planning to go to Jingbei Academy? If her memory served her correctly, Jingbei Academy ranked only as a 3rd-tier university in Shangjing, let alone the entire empire. Lin Mu, an outstanding student who had received offers from both Shangjing Academy and Ivy League Academy, was going there for college? He's also this year's provincial top scholar in Jiangnan province. If word got out, wouldn't people laugh themselves silly? Lin Mu nodded. Yes, I plan to attend Jingbei Academy. I think it's a pretty good school. Good my ass. Lin Mu's true thoughts were, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. A gentleman hides his talents. Rather than attend Peking University or an Ivy League school, it's better to blend in at a third-rate university. Fine. Truthfully, he just wanted to find a less secure academy to lure out his hidden enemies. Especially after today's events, he sensed his origins might be more complex than he thought. To strengthen himself and uncover the truth about his background, he chose a third-rate university. After all, based on his past life's experience, weren't these third-rate universities essentially the same as others, except for having less stringent management? Take teaching, for instance. In any case, his future path would be the same no matter which academy he trained at. All right. Receiving Lin Mu's affirmative response, Yi Tsangxue sighed helplessly and rubbed her temples. Since you've made up your mind, I won't say anything more. I'm certain that if the people at the school found out about your choice, they'd all think you've lost your mind. True enough. At the mention of the academy, Lin Mu's eyes narrowed. He suddenly remembered something he needed to do. After all, his younger sister, Lin Jing, had nearly died today because of someone's scheme. Alright, you've both worked hard today. It's time to go home and get some rest. Yi Tsangxue smiled gently. I'm not as lucky as you to have finished the college entrance exams early. We still have to take the final exams tomorrow. Then I'll treat you to a meal after your exams to thank you. Today's dinner plans had fallen through, but Lin Mu still decided to treat Yi Tsangxue to a meal later when he had the chance. I want to come too. The fat guy had barely managed to whisper this before Ren Shuai and the others covered his mouth. The couple's going on a date. Why would you tag along? Looking for a beating, aren't you? Lin Jing watched her brother's new friends and couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Meanwhile, Tianhai City. Tianhai Middle School. What? That kid's unharmed? After receiving the message from Zhang Yu, Zhang Shaoqi stood up with a dark expression. Zhang Yu nodded. Dad, not only is that kid unharmed, but I also heard he had Yunfeng captured. Looks like he's planning to confront us head-on. This won't do. A flicker of panic crossed Zhang Shaoqi's eyes. If the old headmaster finds out about this, my future is ruined. Zhang Yu, this matter must be handled cleanly. Don't worry, Dad. Zhang Yu smiled faintly. I've already made arrangements. That Yunfeng won't live past tonight. Good. Chapter 26, The Brutal Beating of the Enforcement Squad. Who's that? Shanwu Hotel. As they were about to board the vehicle, Yi Tsangxue finally couldn't resist asking out of curiosity. From the start, she'd seen that guy named Shen Lang dragging around a guy with a black eye and a bloody nose. He clearly didn't get along with Lin Mu and the others, and her background was unknown. This vehicle belonged to the Yi family. Allowing an unknown individual aboard and into Tianhai City could lead to consequences no one could bear responsibility for. She needed clarification. Oh, this guy? He's a good buddy of mine. His name's Yunfeng. Got beaten up pretty bad by a demon beast today, so I figured I'd bring him back to the city to get him checked out properly. Facing Yi Tsangxue's inquiry, Lin Mu naturally avoided a direct answer. He reached out his large hand, grabbed Yunfeng's shoulder, and introduced him with great warmth. Don't let his appearance fool you, this brother of mine packs a serious punch. Right, Yunfeng? Yunfeng stiffened completely when Lin Mu grabbed his shoulder. He knew full well how formidable Lin Mu was. With no choice, he could only nod emphatically. Yeah, I got this injury from a demon beast. If it weren't for brother Lin Mu, I'd be in even worse shape today. Is that so? Yi Tsangxue sensed something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Seeing this, Lin Jing caught her brother's glance and gently took Yi Tsangxue's hand. Tsangxue, don't worry. This guy isn't a bad person. He's actually pretty close to us and won't cause you any trouble. Having just told her first lie, Lin Jing clearly inherited her brother's skill. She finished speaking without a flicker of embarrassment, leaving Ren Shuai and the others utterly dumbfounded. All right. Yi Tsangxue nodded, finally agreeing to let Yunfeng into the car. And so, Lin Mu successfully used Yi Tsangxue's car to transport Yunfeng into Tianhai City. All that remained was a night's rest before confronting Zhang Shaoqi at school tomorrow. Ren Shuai and the others took Yunfeng to a hotel, while Lin Mu brought his sister home. Early the next morning, as soon as Lin Mu and Lin Jing arrived at the hotel, they spotted Kula rushing down the stairs in a panic. Spotting them, she hurried over. Something happened to Yunfeng. What happened? Lin Mu's eyes narrowed sharply. Could it be that Yunfeng had been killed by Zhang Shaoqi's men? That would be disastrous. Why hadn't he considered that possibility? Lin Mu hurriedly led the two men upstairs. As soon as they reached the hotel room door, they saw a crowd gathered around. Two men in law enforcement uniforms stood arrogantly at the entrance, shouting orders. Ren Shuai and Shen Lang were carefully attending to them. Lin Mu burst into the room. Seeing Yunfeng was still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief only for rage to flare in his eyes. He wasn't dead. But he might as well be. The man Zhang Shaoqi had sent was clearly a master. He had managed to blind Yun Feng's eyes, sever his tongue and sever all the tendons in his limbs without Ren Shuai and the others noticing. Now, he was practically indistinguishable from a vegetable. Lin Mu had assumed Jiang Shaoqi would send someone to kill Yun Feng outright, making it far easier for him to deal with the situation. But clearly, he had underestimated the old man's intelligence. The job was done cleanly and efficiently, leaving no loose ends. Had they not been on opposing sides, Lin Mu would have given the old man a thumbs up. Seeing Lin Mu finally arrive, everyone collectively breathed a sigh of relief. After such an incident, they had all been at a loss. With Lin Mu here, they had their anchor. The enforcement team member who had been so arrogant moments ago now wore a meaningful smile upon seeing Lin Mu. After finishing his cigarette, he strolled over with an air of superiority. "You must be Lin Mu. You're just in time. I hear these are your friends, including the one involved in the incident. With this incident, it's hard not to suspect you're followers of the demonic sect. So, everyone else stay here. You come with me to the enforcement squad. I need to document the entire process thoroughly." The enforcement squad? Followers of the demon clan? The group froze in shock. If they were branded as demonic sect followers now, how could Lin Mu possibly live a peaceful life afterward? Lin Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. He sensed something was off about this enforcement team member. This was clearly Jiang Shaoqi's elaborate scheme. A chain of schemes targeting him. "Relax, it's just a routine questioning. It'll be over soon. I know you're not a demonic sect follower, Lin. We're just following procedure." The man's words fell. Lin Mu immediately smiled. "Lin. Clearly, they'd already dug up my background before coming here. And they say there's no conspiracy? Routine questioning? Have you not seen how many people were tricked through those heavy iron gates only for the wolves to bare their fangs? If you believe their words, even an old sow could climb a tree." Having heard countless such tales in his past life, Lin Mu wasn't about to fall for this trick. Lin Mu feigned deep thought for a moment. "What if I refuse to go?" "Refuse?" The law enforcement officer sneered coldly with disdain. "Mr. Lin, don't bite the hand that feeds you. You know the consequences of obstructing justice. Don't make this difficult for me." "What? Could it be that you, Lin, are actually a follower of the demonic sect?" "I knew it." These jackals employed two standard tactics, deception and intimidation. Lin Mu finally realized this guy was targeting him specifically. No doubt about it, this was definitely arranged by that bastard Jiang Shaoqi. He let out a cold laugh and rolled up his sleeves. The man didn't even lift an eyelid, casually pulling out a cigarette instead. His arrogant demeanor made it clear he was certain Lin Mu wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. "See the clothes he's wearing? That's my talisman. But, just some law enforcement dog? What gives you the right to act so cocky?" Lin Mu delivered a solid slap across the man's face, sending him flying through the air. Blood and shattered teeth splattered the floor. The man crashed into the hallway with a thud, letting out a wretched howl of pain. Before he could even struggle, Lin Mu grabbed a chair and smashed it viciously into his body. Several of the man's teammates tried to intervene. But Lin Mu's movements were 1,000 times faster than theirs. With a wave of his hands, bolts of lightning poured down, black smoke rising from each man's body. By the time they collapsed, not a single inch of their skin remained intact. Seeing the situation turn dire, the law enforcement officer tried to flee, but Ren Shuai, quick as lightning, knocked him to the ground with a single punch. Fatty and the others swarmed in, pinning him down firmly. Even then, the man still bellowed incoherently, "Let me go. This is violent resistance to law enforcement. I'm from the enforcement squad. In ancient times, this would warrant the extermination of your entire clan." "Exterminate 9 generations?" Lin Mu sneered coldly as he kicked the man's back with all his might. "I'll see if anyone dares cause trouble for me even if I kill you today." As he spoke, a dazzling lightning glow coalesced directly in his hands. Chapter 27, Even the enforcement squad has corrupt members. Just as Lin Mu was about to strike. Whether it was the law enforcement officer calling for backup or hotel staff worried about trouble, 2 enforcers, one plump, one lean, emerged from the elevator at the end of the hallway. "What's going on here? Why are you fighting in the hallway? You're making such a mess." Seeing the enforcement squad's reinforcements arrive, the onlookers scattered, pretending to be passers-by. "Sorry, officers, we were just passing through." "Yeah, we have no idea what's going on." Lin Mu cracked his neck and spoke calmly, "You're here just in time. Is this guy one of yours? I'm reporting them for malicious enforcement forcing false accusations." "Malicious enforcement? Falsely accusing?" The heavier officer approached, glancing at his colleague beaten beyond recognition. He looked skeptical. "Malicious enforcement? Why are they the ones badly injured, not you? And you claim you acted alone?" Lin Mu replied lazily, "Whether it was malicious enforcement or not, you can check the surveillance footage." "Yes, I acted alone." Perhaps emboldened by his partner's arrival, the beaten officer regained his nerve. Staggering to his feet, he bellowed, "Lin Mu, you just wait. If I don't kill you today, I'll change my surname." Lin Mu couldn't help but laugh. "Surname Zhu? That's a fine surname you've got there." The slender officer had already gathered a rough account of the situation from the hotel staff. By then, the ambulance had arrived. The injured man was rushed to the hospital while the Zhu surnamed man stayed behind, frantically making calls, clearly summoning reinforcements. The two officers exchanged glances before addressing Lin Mu and his group. Come with us to the station. We need a detailed account of what happened. They nodded to the man surnamed Zhu. Old Zhu, you're coming too. They had barely stepped out of the hotel. Another police car pulled up shortly after, disgorging 4 officers. Upon seeing one of them, a middle-aged man, Mr. Zhu lit up like a child greeting his mother home. Captain Zhang, thank goodness you're here. Come help your brother get justice. Captain Zhang nodded, briefly assessed the situation, and said, take them all back to the station. There are too many people here, and it's too chaotic. Lin Mu smiled. He was eager to see how this Zhu fellow could possibly deal with him today, especially now that the situation had escalated so dramatically. He felt no anxiety about his situation. For behind the crowd, he had already caught sight of a familiar figure darting past. Upon arriving at the enforcement squad, Zhu Kuan immediately began offering cigarettes to the officers, clearly indicating he had connections within the squad. So much so that Captain Zhang himself had offered to personally handle today's case. Lin Mu had always been an open and honest man. What was done was done. He recounted the events once more, honestly and in detail. After listening, Captain Zhang flicked the interrogation record toward them and said indifferently, since everything is clear now, sign here. Ren Shuai picked up the interrogation record first. Instead of immediately signing where Captain Zhang indicated, he scanned it a few times and suddenly laughed. Captain Zhang, this doesn't seem quite right. You didn't include the reason why we hit them. This makes it look like we were the ones who acted unreasonably first, and then we struck back? Everything becomes our fault? Anyway, your assault was illegal. Those trivial reasons aren't worth mentioning. Captain Zhang's face flashed a hint of annoyance. He hadn't expected Ren Shuai to be so meticulous, so he resorted to a blunt retort. Lin Mu chuckled. Our friend got into trouble, and instead of standing up for us right away, you're pinning false charges on us? So tell me, how exactly do you plan to punish us? Captain Zhang snorted. What's there to investigate? We're holding you accountable for assaulting someone, an officer, no less. We're being generous, not pressing charges. Here's the deal. You have 2 choices, either we charge you with intentional assault and detain you, or each of you pays a 20,000 yuan bail bond and negotiates compensation with the injured party's family. Choose for yourselves. 20,000? Lin Mu sneered. I'm filing a complaint. He clearly abused his authority. Why should I be detained? Why such a high bail of 20,000 yuan? Besides, even if we pay the 20,000 yuan bail, can you guarantee they won't retaliate against us? Of course it's not that simple. I told you I'd cripple you. With Captain Zhang backing him now, this place was effectively his domain. Zhu Kuan sneered coldly. You guys either pay us 40 grand and spare 1 hand each, and we might consider letting you off. Otherwise, I'll cripple every last one of you tonight. Ren Shuai looked at him with contempt, then turned to Captain Zhang. Captain, they're clearly extorting and threatening us. Aren't you going to rein in your men? Captain Zhang waved his hand impatiently, clearly annoyed by Ren Shuai's barrage of questions. That's your own business to negotiate. Are you paying up? If not, you can leave now and we'll arrest you tomorrow. Lin Mu saw right through Chief Shang's scheme and gave a cold laugh. Captain Zhang, by not arresting us now and telling us to leave, aren't you just forcing our hand? If I'm not mistaken, before we even walked in, this guy already had people waiting for us outside. Captain Zhang's eyes narrowed, his expression brimming with defiance and contempt. So, are you going to hand it over? If you do, I can at least guarantee you won't face charges today and let you negotiate properly. Lin Mu sighed deeply. Then let the storm rage on. Captain, if we refuse to hand it over, does that mean you won't interfere with anything that happens tonight? Captain Zhang looked at Lin Mu with utter disdain, nodding silently. The contempt and pity in his eyes screamed, this fool is as stubborn as a dead pig in boiling water. Lin Mu stood up abruptly, patting Ren Shuai and the others on the shoulder. Guys, looks like we're warming up today. He beckoned to Zhu Kuan with a flick of his finger. Let's go. We'll talk outside. No point dirtying Captain Zhang's turf here. You bastards are so greedy for money you don't give a damn about your lives. I'm telling you now, I'll make sure you end up dead on the streets tonight. Zhu Kuan grinned maliciously, stepping out of the law enforcement team's entrance. Before Lin Mu could say anything, he saw the enforcement team's gate being eagerly shut behind him. Clearly, those inside had no desire to get involved in the feud between Lin Mu and Zhu Kuan. Lin Mu couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, this guy really knows how to cut ties cleanly. Kid, you still have time to kneel and apologize. By then, over a dozen men with menacing auras had already surrounded him, all clearly not people to be trifled with. Lin Mu shook his head. Come at me all at once. I'm in a hurry to attend to important business. Zhu Kuan waved his hand decisively. Attack. Beat him to death. I'll take responsibility for any consequences. Just as Ren Shuai and the others were about to move, Lin Mu stepped in to stop them. Only then did they notice. At some point, a mature woman had appeared behind Zhu Kuan and the others, gazing at them coldly. Chapter 28. How could this technique be unheard of? Zhu Kuan clearly didn't recognize Han Mo Xiang. Seeing Han Mo Xiang's fierce aura, he assumed she was reinforcements sent by Lin Mu and the others. He chuckled. What? Trying to seduce me with such a beautiful woman? Lin Mu, don't take it too seriously. I've seen plenty of women like this, nothing special. This kind of woman? Han Mo Xiang had already uncovered the truth. Hearing Zhu Kuan's words now, she instantly flew into a rage. Zhu Kuan, is that right? Get down on your hands and knees now. Stick your ass up. I command you now. You have that kind of fetish? Zhu Kuan chuckled inwardly. Did this woman not know his status? Or did she think she was something special? Just as he was about to continue his trash talk, the door behind them burst open. Captain Zhang emerged, panting and looking panicked. He called out as he ran. Captain Han. Teacher Han. How come you have time to drop by? Why didn't you call ahead so I could come pick you up? Captain Han? And teacher too. Having spent considerable time among the law enforcement team, Zhu Kuan instantly recalled a surname he'd heard at a recent welcome banquet. A chill ran down his spine. He silently prayed that the woman before him wasn't. But the truth was the exact opposite. Han Mo Xiang had never cared about others' opinions. She kicked Zhu Kuan flat on the ground without hesitation, then roared with fury. Captain Zhang, it seems you've lost your drive. Look at the state of your subordinates. Get them to make amends for me, now. Yes, yes. Facing this young lady whose family background and position made her untouchable, Captain Zhang wasted no words. He personally grabbed Zhu Kuan and began beating him mercilessly. Han Mo Xiang's mood improved slightly. She then turned her gaze to Lin Mu. Are you certain all this was orchestrated by that Jiang Shaoqi fellow? If it is confirmed, then I will. Mid-sentence, her phone flashed. After a glance, Han Mo Xiang's expression turned pensive. You go find that guy first. I have something urgent to handle. I'll be there shortly. With that, Han Mo Xiang turned and walked away without waiting for Lin Mu to respond. This left everyone utterly bewildered. Especially Rin Shuai. When he saw Han Mo Xiang earlier, he assumed Lin Mu would just have to wait to give an explanation. Now it seemed things weren't that simple after all. What's going on? Does this mean Lin Mu has to handle it himself? He DePeo was thoroughly frustrated. Lin Mu, this woman seems unreliable. If you ask me, we should just go beat up that Jiang guy ourselves. Kula shot him a glare. A golden rank martial artist? Try beating him up yourself. Gold tier? The fat guy's head ducked back in fright. Alright, he'd pretend he'd never said anything. Are we just going to let this slide? How could it be over? Lin Mu instantly understood why Han Mo Xiang had left. This incident must have reached Jiang Shaoqi's ears. He'd brought out his own backer, hadn't he? From now on, we're on our own. It was simply a clash of kings and soldiers. After all, he was only a golden tier martial artist. Lin Mu was eager to see whether a cultivator at the second stage of chi refining was more formidable than a golden tier martial artist. He intended to use this to gauge the combat standards of this high martial arts world. Exactly. After all those previous battles, Lin Mu woke up this morning to the delightful surprise that he had already advanced to the second stage of chi cultivation. Back at the first stage of chi cultivation, even a silver tier martial artist like Yun Feng was no match for him. Now that he'd advanced to the second stage, Lin Mu was eager to see how much of a gap existed between himself and a gold-tier martial artist. Hailing a taxi, Lin Mu instructed the driver to speed toward Tianhai Middle School. 10 minutes later, the group finally arrived at the gates of Tianhai Middle School. The moment they stepped out of the cab, the chubby guy trembled in fright. Lin Mu, why are there so many security guards at the school entrance? Is your school that rich? Lin Mu narrowed his eyes at the dozen or so guards standing at the gate, eyes fixed on them like predatory beasts. This wasn't normal. It seemed Jiang Shaoqi was behind this. As they approached the gate, the familiar security chief from the school's security office stepped forward with a stern expression. Lin Mu, what do you think you're doing bringing so many people here? Don't you know only students of this school are allowed inside? And another thing. If I recall correctly, you've already been expelled from this school. You have no right to enter the campus. Please leave immediately. What if I insist on barging in? Lin Mu broke into a smile. If he were the type to slink away at a single threat, would he even be himself? Principal Jiang has ordered that if you dare force your way in, security will escort you out. And your friends here? They'll be handed over to the enforcement squad. Think carefully about this. The security captain spoke these words with a smirk on his lips. He was certain Lin Mu wouldn't turn tail and leave. If this guy really tried to force his way into the school with his friends, that would be perfect. The security office had been quiet for so many years, it was time for some excitement. Lin Mu suddenly laughed. He knew the security chief would say something like this. That Jiang Shaoqi was trying to force him into settling things quietly. Then afterward, he could easily explain to his superiors that Lin Mu had chosen not to pursue the matter. But the guy had calculated everything, but he hadn't counted on Lin Mu having absolutely no fear of these dozen or so security guards, whose strength was merely at the bronze tier. He was a cultivator at the second level of chi refining. Besides, this world belonged to the strong. The one with the biggest fists, the strongest power, their words were the law. Lin Mu was about to use his fists to tell everyone, "Now it's my turn to speak, you useless men. If you don't like it, come ask my fists. Brother, maybe we should just go back. I didn't get hurt this time, so let's not make a fuss about it." Lin Jing looked at the dozen or so security guards, fear creeping into her eyes. "Don't be afraid, little sister. With your brother here, anyone who bullies you won't get away with it. Otherwise, how would outsiders view me, the sole man of the Lin family?" Lin Mueo snorted, and instantly, blue lightning gathered around his fists. "Bring it on. Let me see how you plan to stop me. I'm warning you now, fists don't have eyes. If anything happens later, you'll have no one to blame but yourselves." You're really going to force your way through the school gates?" The security chief had secretly hoped Lin Mu would resort to brute force, that he'd storm through the gates violently. Hearing Lin Mu speak now, he should have been delighted. But the moment he saw the lightning glow in Lin Mu's hand, fear gripped him. Regret surged through him, and he swallowed nervously. What kind of martial arts technique was this? How come I've never heard of this before? I'm not just barging in, I'm going to beat someone up. If you've got the guts, call the enforcement squad right now. Lin Mu roared, charging forward first. Rin Shuai, what are you waiting for? Follow me and slaughter every last piece of trash daring to block our path. Chapter 29, Principal? Go home and lie down. Lin Mu gave the order. Rin Shuai and the others charged forward like they'd been injected with adrenaline, pouncing on the dozen or so security guards. The security captain had clung to a sliver of hope, thinking that Lin Mu, who wasn't even a martial artist, couldn't have friends that formidable. But the sheer intensity unleashed by Rin Shuai and his crew sent a chill straight down his spine. The weakest among them were bronze-tier martial artists? Where on earth did Lin Mu find these allies? He leapt backward to escape, narrowly dodging Rin Shuai's attack. But his men behind him were in for a world of trouble. A few security guards with mere martial artist strength and no combat experience whatsoever stood no chance against mercenaries like Rin Shuai, who lived by the sword day in and day out. In an instant, one by one, they were knocked to the ground. Ah, no! The security captain was lamenting his fallen men when suddenly, a dark shadow flashed. A fist slammed into his face from the sky. Security chief, huh? If you're going to be someone's lapdog, just stick to guarding the gate. Why jump around like a fool? Think you're immortal? As Lin Mu's heavy punch connected, he spun midair and delivered a flying kick, slamming into the security captain's midsection. As the captain was sent flying upward from the kick, Lin Mu raised both hands high and delivered a vicious punch to his back. The security chief, battered by Lin Mu's relentless assault, plummeted toward the ground like a falling star. Below, He DePeo and Lin Mu worked in perfect sync. As the captain neared the ground, he charged forward, using his body bulkier than a wild buffalo to ram violently into the captain's side. The security chief was sent spiraling through the air, hurtling straight toward Lin Jing's location. Lin Mu lunged forward, kicking the security chief like a baseball hitter, sending the ball over the fence. You think you can take my sister hostage at a time like this? I'll beat you to death. The security chief's heart ached, but he couldn't utter a word, forced to cover his head and take the beating. The beaten guards scattered in panic, each wishing they had 2 more legs to run faster. Even so, several unlucky souls were caught by Rin Shuai and his men, who delivered a couple of slaps before they could escape. Though they'd once been formidable enforcers, their days of glory ended when they crossed Lin Mu, a man who struck without mercy, heedless of consequences. The security chief scrambled to his feet. But how could he possibly escape Lin Mu's pursuit? The gap in their strength was simply too vast. Even in close combat, Lin Mu utterly crushed him, a mere bronze-tier martial artist. A sharp chill swept past him from behind. Turning in utter despair, he saw Lin Mu's fist closing in. A terrified scream erupted from his throat. Ren Shuai showed no mercy, unleashing a hail of punches. Spare me, Lin. Please spare me. I shouldn't have blocked your path. The security captain was crying in terror. Cry louder. I can't hear you. Lin Mu's heart was undoubtedly made of stone. In his eyes, anyone outside his family and friends were mere NPCs. If he was in a good mood, he might exchange a few words with them. But if they pissed him off? Why bother talking? Just start fighting. At that moment, inside Tianhai Middle School, those who had been lurking in the shadows, watching the spectacle, could no longer sit still. One by one, they burst out. Leading the pack was a balding middle-aged man with an oily sheen on his face. Li Hao. If memory served, this fellow was none other than Tianhai Middle School's director of student affairs. The others beside him, putting it nicely, were teaching assistants. To put it bluntly, they were Li Hao's henchmen. Lin Mu saw them appear and sneered inwardly. Just as expected. This was a setup. They'd been waiting for him to try storming the school himself. But they clearly hadn't anticipated that the security chief and a dozen guards wouldn't be able to stop him. Lin Mu wasn't the least bit surprised by the appearance of this head of student affairs. In fact, he'd been waiting for this moment for quite some time. Since they were going to turn on him, he might as well go all out. He'd fight his way straight to the school committee office and let them know with his fists. Now, I'm the toughest guy around, the strongest force on campus. If anyone wants to bully me, they'd better come find me. Let's see who ends up bullying whom. The director of student affairs' face darkened. He waved his hand, signaling his henchmen to draw their baseball bats, riot shields, and other weapons. Lin Mu, you have some nerve. How dare you force your way through the school gates and assault someone? I order you to release Li Yun immediately, or don't blame me for taking you down myself. Li Hao was brimming with confidence, convinced he had the situation under control. He thought the situation had taken a slight turn somehow. This Lin Mu had excelled in the college entrance exams and suddenly gained several capable allies. But to think he could challenge an entire university's security force with just that? That was laughable. Besides, Li Hao didn't believe Lin Mu would dare confront him, a figure wielding immense power within the school. That good-for-nothing used to tremble at the sight of him, stumbling over his words. How could he possibly dare to fight him now? But what he didn't know was this. This Lin Mu was no longer the Lin Mu he once knew. Baldy, what did you say? Speak up, I can't hear you. Lin Mu feigned poor hearing, kicking the security captain mercilessly while grinning at Li Hao. Lin Jing, right? If you don't stop your brother's nonsense immediately, I'll take him down by school rules and hand him over to the enforcement squad. Seeing Lin Mu ignore him, Li Hao could only bellow at Lin Jing. Lin Mu's expression grew even colder. Seems they've done their homework thoroughly, even knowing his sister's name. Too bad. Sorry, I don't know you. I only listened to my brother. Lin Jing flatly refused Li Hao's command. She even thought the head of discipline was a bit of an idiot. Lin Mu, looks like you're really going to cause trouble today? Fine, fine. Let's see what else you can pull. Li Hao had never been treated with such disrespect before. His face flushed red and green like a chameleon. Rin Shuai, you guys go beat the crap out of this bastard who tried to harass my sister. Lin Mu decided to pin the charge of harassing a young woman on this head of discipline first. Whether the accusation held water or not, as long as his fists were big enough, it would. After all, he just needed a reason to beat him up. Lin Mu, you're making baseless accusations. The balding old man never expected Lin Mu to be so shameless. Furious, he nearly exploded with rage, bellowing angrily. Are you senile or brain dead? Who the hell do you think you are to call me by name, you moron? The old Lin Mu might have feared this head of discipline back in the day, but the Lin Mu who had traveled through time wasn't afraid of him at all. Since they'd already crossed the line, Lin Mu held nothing back. His arrogantly defiant words nearly caused Li Hao's blood vessels to burst. His vision darkened and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Brother! Lin Jing was sweating buckets. Her brother seemed different today. He even dared to curse out the head of discipline, the very person he used to fear most. And to slander him like that. Lin Mu shook his head and smiled. It's fine. He's just the head of discipline. What's there to fear? I'm no longer a student at Tianhai Middle School. There's no need to be afraid of him. This is infuriating. All of you, get him. Take down this insolent little brat who shows no respect for elders or school rules. I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Li Hao was helped up by his men. Hearing Lin Mu's words, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Having always lived a life of privilege, this was the first time in his life he'd faced such vicious mockery. The humiliation was so profound that rage overwhelmed him, causing him to spit blood. Looks like you've had enough of living. A fool like you just wasting food by staying alive. Director of Student Affairs, huh? Looks like you're so used to being someone's lapdog you've forgotten how to be human. Lin Mu sneered coldly. This director of education was undoubtedly one of Principal Zhang's men. If he didn't teach him a lesson, was he really supposed to treat him like an elder and worship him? Bullying ordinary lackeys is boring. If you're gonna torment someone, start with the most arrogant, overbearing head of discipline. A demonic glint flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. This show has only just begun. Chapter 30, No one can stand in my way. Move out. Among the teaching assistants were two men clad in black. They were mercenaries hired at high salaries by Director Li Hao of the Political Education Department. Though officially ranked bronze, their true strength had long reached silver tier, making them elite fighters. Seeing Lin Mu's brazen arrogance, as if he intended to start a fight immediately, they decided to strike first. Li Hao was so enraged he suffered internal injuries, nearly fainting, and was temporarily unable to issue orders. The two men in black took charge, ordering the teaching assistants to attack together. Their plan was to subdue the arrogant Lin Mu first, then deal with the rest later. Of course. And his friends, who were no slouches either. Lin Mu had no intention of wasting his energy on these minor henchmen. His primary target was Li Hao, the director of political education. With lightning-quick reflexes, Lin Mu dodged the attacks from the black-clad men and others, charging straight toward Li Hao, who had just regained consciousness and was struggling to his feet. The men in black and the teaching assistants were nearly furious. But what infuriated them even more was what followed. A massive, at least 250-pound man crashed down right in front of them. With a cold, arrogant flick of his hair, he declared arrogantly, "You're all surrounded." What the hell? Everyone was stunned. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Hao's heart was consumed by jealousy and despair. Lin Mu's attack came like a tornado, too fierce for Li Hao to even touch the hem of his robe. Boom! Li Hao's fist swung through thin air once more. It slammed heavily into the ground. Truly worthy of a silver-tier martial artist. Instantly, the stone-paved road shattered into pieces. Shards of rock flew everywhere, leaving deep craters and spiderweb-like cracks where the smooth surface once was. Die! Yet what he had struck was merely a residual image of Lin Mu's body. Lin Mu, at the second level of Qi cultivation, moved far beyond the speed Li Hao's eyes could follow. His entire body spiraled through the air, harnessing that rotational force to unleash a lightning-fast strike with his left hand. As Li Hao howled in agony, the fist arrived. A left hook, a right hook, an uppercut, a straight punch, a relentless barrage of blows, followed by sweeping elbow strikes from both sides. Finally, Lin Mu leaped like a cheetah, clamped both hands firmly on Li Hao's skull, and unleashed a frenzied barrage of blows to his face, shattering and scattering his teeth. Blood spattered from Li Hao's face, creating a horrifying sight. In excruciating agony, Li Hao realized he was no match for Lin Mu. Panic seized him, and he spun around frantically, desperate to flee. But in his disoriented state, he sprinted straight toward Lin Jing. The two black-clad men watched in stunned silence, utterly helpless at their boss's actions. Facing certain death, he didn't beg for mercy or flee. Instead, he charged at the sister they'd fought so hard to protect. Did he want to take someone down with him? No matter how mad or how deep the hatred ran, this was going too far. This was practically begging to be killed. Unable to defeat him head-on, yet resorting to kidnapping his sister? That was simply too much. In truth, to the two who knew the whole story, since Lin Mu was intent on confronting the Jiang Shaoqi fellow, a token attempt to stop him would suffice. There was no need to go all out like this. Now look, you've been beaten, and now you're going to kidnap his sister? This is practically begging them to kill you. Ah! Li Hao, desperate to survive, flailed his legs wildly and sprinted forward. You old bastard, I'll tear you limb from limb. Lin Mu was furious beyond belief, convinced this bastard knew he was heading for certain death yet still dragged his sister along for a mutual suicide. He shot forward like lightning, aiming to seize Li Hao. But the man, pushed to his absolute limit, slipped through his grasp. Instead, he closed in on Lin Jing. Fury contorted Lin Mu's face into a demonic mask. He slid in with a sliding tackle, clamping his legs around Li Hao's right leg. With a backflip, he yanked Li Hao's entire body into the air. With a sharp flick, Li Hao's body flew out of control, tracing a high arc through the air. Before he could hit the ground, the enraged Lin Mu had already lunged forward. I'll make you pay for your cruelty. I'll make you pay for your madness. I'll drag you down with me. I'll make sure you take someone with you when you die. As the blood-soaked Lin Mu raised his fist one last time, poised to crush the man's skull, a distant shout suddenly pierced the air. Stop! Stop! It's not too late to stop now. An elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, his face ruddy and healthy, raced toward them on a bicycle. His voice reached them before he did. Lin Jing's face lit up with joy at the sight of him, her expression filled with overwhelming emotion. Director! How did you get here? You have to help us. We didn't do anything wrong. They forced my brother to fight. They bullied him. It was Fu Shang, the director of the orphanage where Lin Mu and Lin Jing lived. Before the old man could approach, he saw countless bodies strewn across the school gate. The pungent stench of blood filled the air. The scene was one of utter devastation, dead and wounded everywhere, cries of agony echoing across the grounds. He was stunned into speechlessness. Even he, a man who had weathered countless storms, couldn't help but be utterly shocked. Had things really gotten this bad? It seemed Lin Mu had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Lin Mu, regardless of whether this is right or wrong, you must put the person down first. If you kill Teacher Li Hao's flower now, no matter how justified you were before, no matter what bullying you endured earlier, you will ultimately be completely in the wrong. Take my advice. Let him go while there's still a chance to turn this around. Your principal isn't here. Jiang Shaoqi is the vice principal now. You can't go against him by force. Listen to me. Put him down and wait here. I'll go find your principal. If you have a valid case, I won't hesitate to argue your point. I'll stand by you all the way. But killing someone is out of the question. You're a smart guy. I trust you understand what I'm saying. Fu Sheng urgently tried to persuade Lin Mu. I used to be an orphan, a good-for-nothing. Everyone bullied me. I had no one to rely on. To survive, I had to grit my teeth and endure it. But bullying me is one thing, trying to bully my sister? I won't stand for it. Lin Mu's gaze was as cold as ice as he answered, word by word, today, this good-for-nothing will use his blood to tell the world, bully me? Fine. As long as your fists are bigger than mine and your logic is stronger than mine. But if anyone dares to harm my sister, I will show no mercy. Lin Mu raised his fist, his gaze as unyielding as iron, and brought it crashing down. Li Hao, who had been barely clinging to life, suddenly had blood spurting from his head as he breathed his last. Fu Sheng watched, closed his eyes in sorrow, shook his head, and let out a long, heavy sigh. Lin Mu, I know you're filled with grievance, but why go this far? Once that fist connects, there's no turning back. Covered in blood and looking like a demon, Lin Mu burst into laughter. A true man must protect his family. If he can't, what kind of man is he? Forget about Li Hao, he deserved to die. Even if it were someone powerful, a formidable martial artist, I'd still cut them down. Anyone who dares touch a hair on my family's head will have to step over my dead body. Hearing her brother's words, Lin Jing burst into tears, overcome with emotion. Even the onlookers watching from afar felt a pang of emotion. Fu Sheng listened to Lin Mu's words, nodding repeatedly while letting out a long sigh, his expression complex. Finally, gathering his composure, he urged, Lin Mu, since you've made up your mind, I won't argue. I hope you'll stay here and not leave. Wait for me to find the principal. Let him return to take charge of the situation. Ah, Lin Mu, your temper really takes after your father's. But excessive rigidity leads to breakage. If it weren't for him back then. Enough. I understand how you feel, Lin Mu. But I'm just a lowly person with little influence. I can't do much to help. Stay here for now. Ignore any provocations. Don't fall for their traps. I'll go find your principal immediately. Thank you, Dean Fu. But what this worthless fool must do now isn't wait for death. It's to prove to everyone with my strength that our patience and tolerance aren't weakness. I stand by my words, no one can stand in my way of seeking justice. Lin Mu's roar sent the distant crowd of teachers and students scattering in terror. But how can you demand justice like this? Lin Mu, don't you realize those people are counting on you to act this way? Fu Shang shook his head helplessly. Even if I have to walk through mountains of blades and seas of fire, I will seek justice. My sister is kind and forgiving, but as her brother, I cannot stand by and watch others bully her. Lin Mu snorted coldly, stood up, and strode toward the school gates. Dignity cannot be bestowed by others. It must be seized with one's own hands, through strength and resolve. Under the complex gaze of orphanage director Fu Shang and the trembling stares of countless teachers and students, Lin Mu, covered in blood, stepped over the school gate, advancing step by step toward the school committee office. Chapter 31, Double Golden Bell Shield? Shatter. Lin Mu led his men toward the school committee office. Along the way, people kept peering out from the shadows, and some even followed from a distance. Lin Mu remained utterly indifferent to their presence. Instead, Ren Shui and Kula glared fiercely at their pursuers, their eyes blazing with warning, come any closer, and they would be killed without mercy. The campus roads weren't winding, and with it being Sunday, few students or faculty were around. Yet Lin Mu quickly spotted two individuals who gave him a dangerous vibe. At Tianhai Middle School, all teachers were silver-tier martial artists, with a few exceptions. That was the headmaster, who possessed gold-tier strength, along with the three vice principals. Of course. And the sole diamond-tier headmaster, Tian Changsheng. Lin Mu suspected that the two figures he had glimpsed from afar earlier were likely two of the three vice principals. He just didn't know if Jiang Shaoqi was among them. Lin Mu paid no heed to their spying. Step by step, he led the group all the way to the entrance of the school committee building. Nearly 10 shadowy figures stood silently waiting for Lin Mu's arrival at the entrance. Their bodies radiated a fierce, battle-ready aura, and their cold stares made it clear they had no intention of letting Lin Mu enter the building. Lin Mu had anticipated this outcome. In fact, he sensed that a fierce battle was inevitable. The enemy had already laid their trap, waiting for him to charge in recklessly. Now that they'd gotten exactly what they wanted, there was no reason they'd let him off easily. Fine by him, this was the perfect opportunity to test his own strength. Lin Mu, Principal Jiang, says there's something fishy about this. Someone's definitely messing with things. But he knows you won't believe him. He's personally gone to fetch Principal Tian back to investigate the truth. You wait here. When the evidence comes, you can present it clearly. A gray-haired elder stepped forward from the crowd, cigarette clamped between his fingers. His voice was as calm as water, his expression placating and amiable, though no one could discern his true intentions. Is that so? With all the teachers here, are you planning to take Principal Zhang's place and lecture me on life? Lin Mu burst into laughter upon hearing this. We may temporarily set aside the matter of Director Li Hao's death, but we absolutely cannot tolerate you, Lin Mu, lashing out and hurting others again. Another man in his 50s, dressed in black, strode forward. His tone was stern as he warned Lin Mu, his demeanor mirroring the good cop, bad cop dynamic, clearly playing the stern enforcer. Calm down. We're all part of this school family. Perhaps there really is a misunderstanding. Let's wait for Principal Tian to return and make a decision. This time, the middle-aged man who stepped forward played the good cop. Since Principal Jiang is avoiding me, I'll have to go see him myself. Lin Mu raised his hand, curled his fingers, and a flash of lightning erupted. Surging spiritual energy burst forth from his body, instantly causing a peculiar ripple to form in the surrounding space. The trembling lightning emitted a melodious yet murderous hum, like a beast reveling in blood, roaring with excitement. Lin Mu's stance made clear his intent to force his way into the school committee building and fight to the bitter end. Everyone remained on high alert, fearing they might become the next Li Hao. Everyone knew Li Hao's formidable strength. They had scoffed at the idea that Lin Mu could have killed him outright. But now, witnessing the eerie lightning in Lin Mu's hands, they believed. SSS-grade cultivation technique. This must be a SSS-grade technique. Moreover, judging by Lin Mu's practiced movements, the crowd couldn't help but suspect that this guy had mastered this SSS-grade technique long ago, only choosing to keep it hidden. Now, with his sister suffering such a fate and himself having graduated, there was no need to hide it anymore. And as the rumors go, certain SSS-grade techniques, once mastered, would rapidly elevate the practitioner's cultivation. Seeing the immense spiritual energy surging from the 18-year-old Lin Mu only deepened their conviction. Such a level of spiritual energy was certainly beyond the reach of someone who had only recently broken through to the martial artist realm. He must have spent years cultivating at the bronze stage. Lin Mu! How dare you defy authority in front of so many teachers and seniors? The black-clad man roared furiously. I recognize you all as seniors, but the lightning in my hands does not. My stance remains unchanged. I demand to see Jiang Shaoqi. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Lin Mu delivered his answer with utter coldness. If a fight was inevitable, then let it be a spectacular one. The enemy was indeed cunning and treacherous, but that meant nothing. Before absolute power, all schemes and tricks were worthless trash. He wouldn't be led by the nose. Now, whether they wanted to fight or not, they'd fight. Killing one head of discipline was one thing, killing two more was another. He'd come back looking for trouble. Why be polite to them? Besides, he trusted that since Han Mo Xiang hadn't stepped in to stop him yet, it meant he was definitely safe. It was a sixth sense. Lin Mu slowly raised the thunderlight in his hand. In that moment, his entire being sank like an abyss, his aura faint yet unyielding. The men across from him couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. This guy, his cultivation level was definitely beyond bronze tier now. Calling him silver tier would be an understatement. But how could that be possible? He was clearly just an 18-year-old boy. Could a single SSS-grade cultivation technique be that game-changing? High above on the school council building, two figures had silently materialized behind a window, silently surveying the entire battlefield. Enough idle talk. If you wish to flex your seniority before me, you'll have to get past the thunderlight in my hands first. Lin Mu's form soared through the air like a swift swallow, leaping high as his arms extended naturally. His movements glided gracefully across a span of over 10 meters. The thunderlight in his hands transformed into a streak of light. Like a star, like a comet. It flashed brilliantly before the black-clad man. In the blink of an eye, the cold light of death crept to the very edge of his eyebrows. It sent a chill down his spine, freezing him as if trapped in an icy cavern. For the first time in his life, he felt death so close. Just as the dark-clad man thought his end had come, a golden light flared. A golden shield expanded from behind him, narrowly deflecting Lin Mu's lightning. It was the elderly man clutching a cigarette. He had reached out to activate the golden bell shield, saving the black-clad man's life in the nick of time. Though everyone knew Lin Mu would strike suddenly, none had anticipated his speed would be so blindingly fast. Seeing his strike miss its mark, Lin Mu's feet flew lightly, his movements as nimble as a dragonfly skimming water. He bounced off the golden shield and spun at even greater speed, leaping to strike the middle-aged man on the other side. This lightning strike was 10 times more powerful than the previous one. Compared to that, the earlier blow had been nothing but a feint. This strike was the true, lethal blow. Get out of the way. The white-haired elder, unable to intervene in time, shouted urgently at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, terrified out of his wits, scrambled backward at lightning speed. Both masters simultaneously activated their golden bell shields, attempting to block Lin Mu's lethal strike for the middle-aged man. They hoped the double-layered protection of the golden bell shield could withstand the blindingly fierce lightning. The lightning flash vanished in an instant. The ground remained undamaged, silent and still. Only the middle-aged man, protected by two golden shields, wore a face frozen in terror and deathly pallor. Seeing he was unharmed, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had arrived in time, otherwise, that strike would have surely claimed his life. Suddenly, before everyone's eyes, the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with terror, his hands trembling slightly as if he wanted to cover his throat. The crowd gasped in horror as they noticed a black line on his neck, rapidly expanding. Blood instantly seeped out. The man clutched his throat desperately, trying to stem the flow, but the white-haired elder, though he'd already pulled out a tourniquet, couldn't reach him in time. The man's chest and abdomen exploded violently, his entrails exposed as blood sprayed everywhere. Everyone who thought the middle-aged man had escaped death was stunned to see him instantly killed by Lin Mu's single strike. Everyone stared at Lin Mu in shock and fear. Their eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Even the double golden bell shield couldn't withstand this kid's SSS-grade technique. Just how monstrously powerful was this martial art? Chapter 32. As Lin Mu lost his mind? Just then, the old man suddenly saw Lin Mu meditating with closed eyes, his body radiating energy and a divine light flickering across his face as if he were grasping the breakthrough to a new realm. A storm of shock surged through his mind. Could this kid have achieved a breakthrough and gained new insights right in the middle of battle? Good heavens! If he's this formidable without a breakthrough, what would happen if he actually improved? Everyone, attack together. The white-haired old man, casting aside all concern for his status, charged forward like a whirlwind. His fist swung down with deadly force, aiming squarely for Lin Mu's head. He knew that many couldn't be disturbed during breakthroughs. Minor disturbances could cause failure, while major ones could lead to severe injury or even death. This was a golden opportunity to strike down Lin Mu. Yet none of the attackers could decipher the mocking smile playing at the corners of Lin Mu's lips. The old man's guess was indeed correct. After slaying the middle-aged man moments ago, Lin Mu's power was on the verge of breaking through, about to enter the third stage of chi refining. But he could never have imagined that Lin Mu's breakthrough was unlike anyone else's in this world. His breakthrough was completed by Xiao Dai. Thus, there was no cumbersome process, nor any fear of being interrupted. In other words, Lin Mu now felt no fear of interruption whatsoever. On the contrary, his heart yearned for battle. Only through relentless combat could he accelerate his cultivation. The smile playing at the corners of Lin Mu's mouth now resembled that of a hunter who had just spotted prey stumbling into his trap. No! Kill him now! The black-clad man swung his fist, his fingers like a venomous dragon, striking straight for Lin Mu's heart. But just as they struck with deadly intent, one of the two figures atop the building seemed poised to dive down and rescue Lin Mu. But the towering black figure waved him back. Whatever was said caused the rescuer to halt mid-air, nodding silently. Upstairs, the two continued to watch silently. At that moment, a brilliant radiance, as dazzling as a starry river, erupted from Lin Mu's body. Profound and mysterious, it swirled like a vortex, resembling the outstretched arm of the Milky Way. Lin Mu had been standing with his eyes closed, seemingly in deep meditation. But the instant the white-haired old man was about to strike him, his eyes suddenly snapped open, blazing with fury, eyes like demonic orbs, blood red. The aura surging from his body erupted like a mountain flood, exploding outward with a thunderous roar that reverberated through everyone's hearts, shaking the very heavens and earth. This explosive force alone sent the two weakest attackers flying backward. Lin Mu's blood-red eyes blazed with fury. Standing tall like a demon god, he defiantly faced the combined assault of his enemies with the haughty gaze of a peerless warrior. In his left hand, a lightning bolt shaped like a long sword abruptly materialized. This was the Thunder Sword, a technique only achievable at the third level of chi cultivation. As Lin Mu swung the Thunder Sword in his hand, the four strongest teachers immediately scattered and retreated. They were all seasoned veterans, always leaving themselves an escape route. The two who had been knocked back by Lin Mu's overwhelming aura earlier rolled like tumbleweeds, but neither was in mortal danger. The only one truly unlucky was the man in black. He foolishly lunged forward, intent on striking Lin Mu down. He failed to notice his companions had already fled. By the time Lin Mu's lightning flash nearly blinded him, it was already too late. As Lin Mu's sword descended, the black-clad man felt himself vanish into nothingness in an instant. The two figures watching from above were visibly shaken by Lin Mu's thunderous sword strike. One of the figures shook his head, his aged voice resonating low and deep. Such a technique is truly unprecedented. In all my years, I've never witnessed anything like it. Could it be that someone taught him? After all, his father was that one. The other's shadow inquired. The crucial point is that his father didn't possess this technique back then either. The aged voice expressed doubt. The situation below the stage shifted once more. The black-clad man bore not a single scratch, his clothes untroubled, yet his pupils had dilated and spread. Outwardly unharmed, he had been instantly killed by a single strike. The other masters looked battered and bruised, each bearing wounds of varying severity. Though they had been cunning enough to avoid direct combat, Lin Mu's ferocious momentum had left them thoroughly humiliated and disgraced. At that very moment, the tightly sealed doors of the school committee building quietly swung open. A man with snow-white hair and beard, yet appearing only in his 30s or 40s, strode out from within and walked directly up to Lin Mu. His face, radiating extraordinary refinement from both maturity and meticulous care, broke into a smile as warm as spring sunshine. He bowed his head politely. "Student Lin Mu, I had urgent matters to attend to earlier and apologize for keeping you waiting so long. Yet I never imagined that at such a young age, you could master such profound techniques. Truly, it brings me great satisfaction as your teacher." Lin Mu listened, a chill running down his spine. He recognized this man. Jiang Shaoqi. He was the very target of this mission. Had he not known this man was a ruthless villain who devoured others whole, a smiling tiger with a heart of stone, he might have mistaken him for a genuinely caring teacher. The sincerity plastered on his face? The Oscar-winning actor of the century wouldn't even be worthy of polishing his shoes. Impressive. As expected of a high-ranking golden-tier martial artist, even his wickedness was on another level. His political acumen, strategic cunning, and emotional intelligence were all off the charts. With just one glance, Lin Mu knew this Jiang Shaoqi was no pushover. Not only was this guy extraordinarily powerful, but he was also extremely patient and restrained. On the surface, he always put on the appearance of a humble, courteous gentleman, a real-life version of Yu Buchuan.
Trying to outmaneuver someone like this with cunning schemes? That's playing right into his strengths. He'd probably be so delighted he'd lose his appetite. The best way to deal with someone like him was through force, the most brutal, domineering, and direct force. Knock him down hard, then trample on his head and mock him mercilessly. That was the only way. Lin Mu desperately wanted to slice that smug face right before his eyes with a sword, but he didn't. Because the danger emanating from Jiang Shaoqi was overwhelming. A golden rank martial artist. He was already the strongest opponent Lin Mu had encountered thus far. And this was after he had already advanced to the third level of Qi cultivation. It seemed he truly couldn't underestimate the martial artists of this world. Lin Mu, I understand you feel wronged. If there's any misunderstanding, just explain it clearly. We're all reasonable people, there's no reason not to hear your side. Lin Jing, don't be afraid. Tell us everything that happened yesterday. I will see justice done for you both. After all, your brother is a student at Tianhai Middle School. As principal, I absolutely cannot tolerate him being bullied. Besides reassuring Lin Mu, Jiang Shaoqi also gave Lin Jing a gentle smile. Who could have imagined that the man uttering these words had orchestrated everything that had transpired? If one were a bit dim-witted, they'd probably let this guy sell them out and even count the money for him. Lin Mu knew that if he tried to reason with that treacherous dog Yushan, the vice principal's authority would crush him. As a junior, he'd inevitably be at a disadvantage. The only way out was to go all out and break through with brute force. You're pretending to care about the students, aren't you? Then I'll grant you your wish. To deal with fools, you need the methods of the clever. Conversely, when dealing with clever people, resorting to foolish methods can sometimes yield surprising results. A cold smile touched Lin Mu's lips, yet his voice remained feigned sincerity. It's nothing much, really. Just that my student's training has hit a snag lately. His martial arts progress has stalled. Might I ask for the headmaster's guidance? Though he spoke thus, lightning energy was already gathering anew in his hands. He didn't need Jiang Shaoqi's reply. The moment an opening presented itself, the thunder sword would strike for his throat. Playing mind games? Who's afraid of whom? Lin Mu sneered inwardly. He could easily match this guy's mind games while simultaneously unleashing brutal force, all talk and no action. Let's see how long that smug grin lasts. The other teachers froze in shock at his words. They couldn't believe their ears. Exchanging bewildered glances, they all wondered if Lin Mu had finally lost his mind. Chapter 33, Principal Zheng, Tian Changsheng. At Tianhai Middle School. Beyond Principal Tian Changsheng, who possessed the greatest strength, came Vice Principal Jiang Shaoqi. The other two vice principals were slightly inferior to him. If he weren't so exceptionally powerful, how could he be the top contender for principal next year? Now this was strange. A student who hasn't even obtained a bronze-tier martial artist credential dares to challenge Jiang Shaoqi, a golden-tier powerhouse? Does he think gold-tier martial prowess is something you just talk your way into? Or did he think mastering a single SSS-grade technique would grant him wings? Forget this young upstart. Even if every single person here joined forces, they wouldn't dare claim they could last 2 minutes against Jiang Shaoqi. Upon reaching the gold rank, a martial artist's strength surges at least tenfold compared to a silver rank practitioner. Only those who truly attain gold tier status qualify to compete for the pinnacle of martial prowess in the future, and only then are they formally recognized by the state as true masters. Thus, a popular saying emerged among the common folk: below the gold tier, all are mere ants. And now this tiny ant, Lin Mu, had not only attacked his silver tier teacher but dared to challenge Jiang Shaoqi, a golden tier powerhouse? Ah, it's all my fault as a vice principal. I've been preoccupied with social engagements and neglected my students. If there's anything unclear to you, Lin, feel free to speak up. Though Jiang Shaoqi wore a broad smile, Lin Mu could see a flash of murderous intent deep in his eyes. Jiang Shaoqi made no effort to conceal it, knowing Lin Mu was no fool either. Between intelligent individuals, there was little need for pretense. Their words were merely for others' ears. Both harbored a burning desire to eliminate the other, yet outwardly, one appeared as a humble student seeking guidance, while the other presented himself as a benevolent teacher. As Lin Mu gathered the thunder sword in his hand, Jiang Shaoqi wore a smile as a powerful aura surged from his body, yet his tone remained unnaturally gentle. Lin Mu, my friend, fists and feet have no eyes. Let's stop at the right moment. Don't push yourself too hard and risk injury. I'd also advise Principal Zheng not to be so senile. You should be careful too. Lin Mu swung the thunder sword, delivering a heavy strike forward. That single strike, capable of tearing through the heavens and splitting the earth, had instantly killed the black-clad man of silver tier strength. However, Jiang Shaoqi merely extended a single hand. He effortlessly parried the strike. Lin Mu's eyebrow arched again. He realized Jiang Shaoqi possessed extraordinary physical strength. With nothing more than a palm wrapped in spiritual energy, he had effortlessly parried Lin Mu's thunder sword. Moreover, he noticed movement in Jiang Shaoqi's other hand. Likely, he was biding his time for the perfect moment to strike back. Truly, he was a cunning bastard full of tricks. Again! Lin Mu had only used 30% of his strength earlier, aiming to gauge the gap in their power. It seemed Jiang Shaoqi was far stronger than he had anticipated. This time, he unleashed a full 70% of his spiritual power. His intent was to inflict damage on Jiang Shaoqi. Naturally. His other hand was already poised with the Immortal Guardian Shield, ready to block Jiang Shaoqi's counterattack. Feeling Lin Mu's attack, now more than twice as powerful, a flash of viciousness flickered in Jiang Shaoqi's eyes. Not bad, but you're still a bit green. He seemed poised to effortlessly parry Lin Mu's strike, his free hand already poised for action. A dark glow emanated from it, hinting at a potential lethal counterattack. But suddenly, his entire body stiffened. In less than half a second, he resumed his original polite, gentlemanly demeanor. If he didn't act now, he'd let Lin Mu's thunderous sword cleave his head clean off. For at that very moment, a towering shadow abruptly materialized, standing between Jiang Shaoqi and Lin Mu. Lin Mu didn't bother to see who it was. He merely feigned an inability to hold back his momentum and swung his sword down with all his might. The man neither dodged nor retreated, instead using his body to bear the full force of Lin Mu's thunder sword. The collision of his body with the lightning-infused blade produced a deafening, thunderous roar. The outcome of that strike left Lin Mu utterly astonished. For in the end, it was his thunder sword that was violently repelled by the shockwave. The towering figure stood immovable, as solid as bronze and iron, not even a scratch visible where the blow had struck. Nice power there. That actually hurt a bit. The towering figure casually patted his chest. Ha! Lin Mu inwardly cursed the freakishness of it all. How could someone possess such monstrous physical defense? Staring intently, he saw an elderly man with snow-white hair, yet radiating a fierce aura like a lion. Towering and imposing, he stood like a mountain, his mere presence commanding an overwhelming, unyielding presence that seemed to block any force. Lin Mu recognized him instantly. Because his portrait had always hung on the wall of the school committee office. Tian Changsheng, the principal of Tianhai Middle School, and one of Tianhai City's two legendary diamond-tier martial artists. Having immersed himself in martial arts for years and weathered countless battlefields, Principal Tian radiated a killing intent as sharp as a blade, truly formidable. Though Jiang Shaoqi was a formidable gold-tier warrior compared to the elder Tian Changsheng, he resembled an adolescent boy next to a burly man. The gap was not merely slight, but vast. As Lin Mu gazed upon Tian Changsheng, he felt a faint sense of standing before a towering peak. The overwhelming sense of inadequacy made his heart race. With only his third-tier chi cultivation, he stood absolutely no chance against Tian Changsheng's diamond-tier might. Even unleashing his full potential would be a struggle. After all, the third stage of chi cultivation was still rather weak. Lin Mu sighed inwardly. Though he possessed the physique of a celestial being and had embarked on the path of cultivation with the aid of the system, his training time had been far too brief. Less than a week had passed since his transmigration. If only he could train for a few more months. Of course, even if it came to blows, Lin Mu didn't believe he'd be beaten into oblivion by the principal. For while Tian Changsheng possessed formidable martial prowess, when it came to the strength of cultivation techniques, the Five Thunder Decision, a divine art, was simply 100 or even 1,000 times superior to any technique in this world. This is utter nonsense. Students and teachers brawling in the school grounds, what kind of spectacle is this? Tian Changsheng's booming voice, deep and resonant, carried with unmistakable authority. His towering frame loomed over the crowd as he barked the reprimand without a hint of restraint. I don't know what's going on here, but until I figure it out, no one speaks. I have no time for this nonsense. You're all part of this academy. Frankly, we're family. I've always believed that as family, we can settle things with reason when possible, or with fists when reason fails. But whether you choose reason or fists, you can settle it on the stage at the graduation ceremony. There's no need for this chaotic spectacle. Now, both of you come to my office immediately. Stop making fools of yourselves here and giving outsiders something to laugh about. Lin Mu broke out in a cold sweat. If you want to talk, we can talk. If you don't want to talk, we can talk with fists? Damn it, what kind of bandit logic is this? Is this even a school anymore, or just a den of thugs? How can they be more savage than the last? Lin Mu had thought he was already unreasonable enough, but this principal was 100 times more ruthless than him. Could this old guy really be a teacher with years of experience? But that battle stage he mentioned, where fists speak louder than words. Now that sounds intriguing. The thought made Lin Mu chuckle. Fists? That's exactly what he excelled at. Who's afraid of who? Chapter 34, The Demon Clan Spy reveals itself. Tian Changsheng had appeared. Even if the others harbored resentment, they could only nod and agree before retreating. Of course, the main reason was the two figures standing beside him. They didn't recognize the woman, but the middle-aged man was all too familiar. Yi Zhanling, the Chief Justice of Tianhai City's Arbitration Court. The true head of Tianhai City. Today's matter ends here. Student Lin Mu had his reasons and can be excused. As for the two who died, they shall be treated as having died in the line of duty. With the top authority speaking, who dared say anything more? Everyone could see this outcome was clearly protecting Lin Mu. Yet they all wondered if Yi Zhengling's favoritism stemmed from Lin Mu becoming this year's provincial top scholar in Jiangnan province. Others speculated it might be due to Yi Tsangxue. After all, she had shown Lin Mu considerable favor before, and getting her father to protect him now would be a simple matter. Only Lin Mu knew the truth wasn't that simple. Sure enough, from afar, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure darting across the upper floor. Lin Mu suddenly grew curious about just how formidable Han Mo Xiang's status must be to warrant the intervention of the notoriously impartial Yi Zhengling. She must be no ordinary figure. It begins. Lin Mu had assumed that after killing 2 people today, he'd inevitably end up at the enforcement squad eating thin porridge. At the very least, he'd get a stern lecture. But nothing happened. It was truly beyond his expectations. But this was fine too. At least he'd killed Zhang Shaoqi's 2 lackeys, venting a lot of the anger in his heart. Next, he just needed to find another chance to make Zhang Shaoqi suffer. That would feel even better. Lin Mu's gaze drifted involuntarily to the black-clad man's body being covered with a white sheet and carried away. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. Evening. Jiang family villa. Jiang Kai sat motionless in his room for a long time. Even now, he couldn't accept the reality. That good-for-nothing he'd always despised had actually pulled off a stunning comeback. If he'd merely passed the college entrance exam, that would have been one thing. But he had to become the provincial top scholar. Winning the provincial top scholar title was bad enough, but he'd also mastered a mystical grade cultivation technique. Such a drastic change no longer merely infuriated Jiang Kai, it had ignited jealousy within him. Yes. Jealousy. As a teacher, he understood better than most just how immense the value of a single Shen grade cultivation technique truly was. How many CEOs in today's society had built their fortunes from scratch with nothing but a profound grade cultivation technique, amassing fortunes worth over 100 million? Jiang Kai was furious. Why did heaven favor Lin Mu, an orphan, so much? Why not him? Born into a prestigious family and working so hard all this time, if only he could master this Shen grade cultivation technique, how wonderful that would be. The mere thought of Lin Mu strutting around so arrogantly that day, trampling those more powerful than himself underfoot, filled him with a jealousy so intense it drove him mad. If he couldn't kill that Lin Mu in this lifetime, he would die with regret. But Lin Mu was already so formidable he might even possess silver tier strength. How could he possibly kill him? Teacher Jiang, are you asleep? Suddenly, a seductive woman's voice sounded outside the window. I want to make a deal with you. Who? Jiang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He felt a chilling, demonic aura seep through the window, as if a demon king had descended. Jiang Kai tried to summon his spiritual energy for defense, but the voice rendered him utterly immobilized. He was so terrified that sweat broke out all over his body. Could such a terrifyingly powerful demonic cultivator truly be hiding in Tianhai City? Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the woman's voice echoed again. Jiang Kai, you're a smart man. I think you should know that shouting isn't the wisest move. I could easily kill you before reinforcements arrive. Of course, if you choose to drop your hostility and talk with me, I believe we'll find many opportunities for cooperation and it will be a very pleasant partnership. No. You're demonic. I'm human, a teacher of the people. I will never fall under your spell. Don't even dream of it. Jiang Kai's jaw trembled uncontrollably. It seems you've been deceived by too many textbooks. Who told you that our demon clan must be humanity's enemy? In truth, across the vast outer realm, many powerful humans and demons join forces against common foes. You've surely heard of the outer realm? Do you know what kind of world it is? It's a world where humans and demons coexist alongside countless other races. There, even more powerful and terrifying enemies lurk. And now, weak as an ant, don't you yearn for greater heights? Don't you crave stronger power? Never mind. If you wish to remain a weak ant, then I shall depart. What a pity you could have possessed a profound grade cultivation technique. The woman outside the window coaxed slowly. You can give me a Xian grade cultivation technique? Jiang Kai clenched his fists. He knew that accepting the demonic spy's temptation would spell his complete ruin. Yet, he couldn't help but feel resentful. He could lose to anyone, but he absolutely refused to be trampled underfoot by a worthless nobody. Rather than remain a weakling, insignificant as an ant, he would rather forge a new path and become a formidable powerhouse who swept all before him. A Shen grade cultivation technique. If he possessed a single Shen grade cultivation technique, he could instantly kill that Lin Mu and avenge his humiliation. Yet Jiang Kai still felt a lingering fear. If he truly accepted the demonic race spy's deal, there might be no turning back. There would be no place for him in Tianhai City anymore. Worse still, he would become a demonic spy hunted by all under heaven. Was he truly willing to go down that path? After weighing the options, Jiang Kai couldn't help but shudder. Now, he realized he had stepped to the edge of a cliff, with an endless abyss below. Should he continue as a weak ant, or choose to fall? In the end, reason prevailed in his heart. No, I can't trust you. You're a demonic spy, you must be lying to me. Jiang Kai, I told you before, you're clever. But you'll never comprehend the true extent of our power. We are omnipotent. Never mind. Just wait for tomorrow's news. That Lin Mu will be gravely wounded. Consider this our free gift to you. As for our deal, I'm in no rush. If you change your mind, I'll come find you. Or you can come to the Twilight Forest in the Western Wastes. Jiang Kai, when extraordinary opportunities present themselves at your doorstep, when you stand at the crossroads of fate, never let them slip away. That way, you won't foolishly stray onto the wrong path. A gentle breeze swept past the window, and the sinister figure vanished. What should I do? Jiang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his face, murmuring the question to himself. What he didn't know was that just 10 minutes earlier, the same woman had appeared outside Xiao Yun's window, uttering the exact same words. 5 minutes later, that same figure appeared outside Lin Mu's window. But before he could speak, Lin Mu's voice came from inside. I'm not asleep yet. What do you want to talk about? If you're trying to seduce me like you did with Jiang Kai and Xiao Yun, thinking you can dismiss me with some SSS-grade cultivation technique, I'm sorry to say I have no interest in cultivation methods. But if you want to fight me, I don't mind sparring with you. I'm genuinely curious to see just how strong you really are. Chapter 35, Instant Kill. The First Treasure. You. The demonic woman felt a chill run down her spine at Lin Mu's words. Shocked and suspicious, she asked, how did you know? Were you following me the whole time? Sorry about that. I was actually sneaking over to beat the crap out of that bastard Jiang Kai and remind him it was time to get up and pee. Didn't expect to overhear your little speech. Honestly, you were spouting such flowery nonsense, showing off so much I almost clapped for you. But I figured you might want to talk to me too, so I rushed back to wait. What? What do you want to talk about? Lin Mu opened the door generously, standing in the doorway and gesturing for him to come in. I underestimated you, Lin Mu. We'll meet again. As the demonic woman finished speaking, a purple badge materialized in her hand. Trying to run? Such tricks won't work on an old hand like me. Oh, wait, no, that's wrong. It's that kind of escape tactic that won't work on me. Lin Mu smiled brightly. The demonic woman, who had just tried to escape using the badge artifact, suddenly found herself completely immobilized. An irresistible paralyzing force pinned her firmly in place. Only then. A thunderous roar echoed in her ears. What is this? The woman's heart raced with terror. Could this be the mysterious grade cultivation technique the master mentioned that this young man possessed? Truly formidable. No wonder those two weren't his match during the day. This technique actually possesses a function to paralyze the entire body. The demonic woman sneered inwardly, but before she could swiftly cast the demon armor technique, Lin Mu's figure had vanished. At that very moment, a moonblade pierced through the demonic woman's chest, spattering blood as it emerged. The one gripping it was none other than Lin Mu. Ah! The demonic woman staggered, the agony nearly causing her to collapse unconscious. I will return for revenge. The paralysis had worn off, and the demonic woman hurriedly tried to channel her spiritual energy into the purple badge in her hand. She knew she was finished. Even if she managed to escape back in time, her injuries were too severe. She would likely succumb to them before reaching safety. But as long as she had a single breath left, she would deliver this crucial information that Lin Mu possessed a SSS-grade technique with paralysis capabilities back to her master. Yet Lin Mu moved faster than lightning itself. Gripping his moon blade with both hands, he swung it straight toward the demon woman's throat. Die! The moon blade, channeling immense spiritual energy, sliced cleanly through the demonic woman's throat. Her head rolled away instantly. The purple badge fell to the ground, yet a violet teleportation beam still rose, enveloping the headless body of the demonic woman. Then vanished. Lin Mu couldn't care less. The demonic woman was dead anyway, and his experiment had achieved tremendous success. He had been right all along. He did intend to deal with Jiang Kai to test the new abilities unlocked by reaching the 3rd level of Qi cultivation and mastering the Five Thunder decision. Damn it! For this purpose, he had even prepared 2 transformation cards, one to transform into the black-clad man's form, and another to transform into the principal's appearance. The second one, of course, was intended for Xiao Yun. But unexpectedly, he encountered the sneaky demonic woman. This poor soul had completely replaced the other 2 as the test subject. The paralysis effect was exceptionally potent. Under its potent effect, even a demonic woman with at least early gold tier strength would be paralyzed and unable to move for 2 to 3 seconds. Don't underestimate those mere 2 seconds. In the heat of battle, a single second could change everything. Alright, let me see what kind of treasure this badge the guy dropped is. Why is it purple? Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, in a quaint little courtyard, a man in white robes sat beside a flower bed, eyes closed as he listened to music. A freshly brewed pot of tea steamed on the table. A purple teleportation array flickered behind him. A burst of light flared, and a figure materialized. Mission accomplished? The man in white did not open his eyes, asking calmly. Yet no reply came as expected. A second later, the man in white spun around in shock, revealing a face no one could have imagined. It was Fu Shang, the orphanage director of Lin Mu. Fu Sheng's gaze was intensely complex as he stared at the decapitated corpse of the demonic woman that had been teleported in. He examined it for a long time, scrutinizing every detail. He scrutinized the incision on her neck and the lightning-paralyzed patches of skin across her body. Finally, he reached a conclusion. This was Lin Mu's doing. Moreover, it could be deduced that Lin Mu's current strength had at least reached the golden rank. This was evident from the fact that not a shred of spiritual energy had been depleted from the demonic woman's body. The demonic woman had been completely pinned down, unable to resist, and then killed with a single, decisive strike. She didn't even have a second to teleport away. Too powerful. A demonic woman at the initial stage of the gold rank was instantly killed, unable even to teleport away. Has Lin Mu become this powerful already? Could it be true, as some speculated, that his father hadn't actually died all those years ago? Fu Shang looked up at the sky and sighed softly. It seems I must continue to endure for the sake of that thing. Meanwhile, completely unaware of Fu Shang's true identity, Lin Mu examined the purple badge with curiosity. But he couldn't figure out anything, so he gritted his teeth. Forget it. At least it's purple. Throwing it on the black market might fetch a pretty penny. I'm broke as a joke. Unexpectedly. Master, that purple badge is of great importance. You absolutely must not sell it. Xiao Die's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Xiao Dai, what use does a purple badge have? Lin Mu was taken aback. Could this purple badge really be so valuable? He had just tried it. Perhaps the creator had placed restrictions on it, limiting its use to demonic beings, which is why he couldn't use it. Master, the badge itself is useless. It's the materials used to make it that are valuable. Quickly put that purple badge into the system space. Xiao Die's voice carried a palpable excitement. All right. Though puzzled, Lin Mu complied and stored the purple badge in his system space. Master, with this purple badge, I can exchange for a magical artifact using only a fraction of the energy. A magical artifact? Xiao Dai, you're not joking, are you? Didn't you say before that even a random magical artifact requires over 100 million units of energy? Yes, Master. But with the materials for such a treasure, Xiao Dai can drastically reduce the energy required. That's fantastic. What kind of magical artifact can be crafted with the purple badge? Lin Mu's eyes lit up. It can be used to create the silver chain and golden bell, Master. The silver chain and golden bell that Purple Mist Fairy used? Lin Mu nearly jumped up. While that artifact might not be particularly useful in the grand scheme of things, its effects here were utterly terrifying. Silver chain and golden bell. In the game Journey to the West, it converted incoming damage into spiritual energy consumption. In this world, it functioned like a magical shield. As long as your spiritual energy remained, it would continuously protect you. Exactly the silver chain and golden bell of Fairy Xixia, the artifact that converts damage you take into spiritual energy consumption. Xiao Dai said with a mischievous grin. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and craft it. With this artifact, I can't imagine how any enemy who tries to ambush me will stand a chance. Lin Mu grew increasingly excited at the thought. With his current spiritual energy reserves, this artifact would make it nearly impossible for anyone to kill him in a single strike. Master, there's a minor complication with this artifact. Xiao Dai suddenly stammered. No matter what the problem is, nothing matters more than my life. Lin Mu shrugged indifferently. Well, Master, the artifact only works if you keep it on your person at all times. In other words, if you want the silver chain and golden bells to protect you constantly, you must wear this string of golden bells. Xiao Dai said timidly. Lin Mu. Chapter 36, Love Triangle. What? Xiao Dai, you're not joking, right? I'm a grown man. If I go out wearing this, people will laugh me to death. Lin Mu's heart plummeted from heaven to hell in an instant. Master, it's entirely up to you. You know best the effects of the silver chain and golden bell. Xiao Die's crisp voice sounded like a witch's siren call, and Lin Mu's resolve began to waver. No way. Do I really have to wear that thing? Lin Mu pressed his temples hard, a real headache. Was his pride more important, or his life? Xiao Dai, do we wear the silver chain and golden bell on one hand or both? After much deliberation, Lin Mu suddenly brightened and asked eagerly. Just one wrist, Master. Xiao Dai looked at Lin Mu in confusion, unsure why he was asking this. Then can we make 2 silver chains and golden bells? As long as there's sufficient energy, of course. Good. Then make me 2. Lin Mu's face lit up with delight. Yes, Master. 2 silver chains with golden bells. The required purple gold and 1 million energy units, are you certain? Though puzzled, Xiao Dai answered earnestly. 1 million energy? No way. Forget it, my life comes first. Lin Mu felt a sharp pang of regret. He'd only been rich for a couple of days, and now his energy was gone before it had even had time to warm up. Production complete, Master. They'd been placed in the system warehouse. Xiao Dai's efficiency was truly remarkable. Lin Mu eagerly retrieved 2 exquisitely crafted silver chains with golden bells from the system warehouse. Bro, why aren't you sleeping this late? Just then, Lin Jing, who had woken up in the middle of the night, emerged from her bedroom and asked curiously. Suddenly, her eyes lit up upon seeing the exquisitely crafted jewelry in Lin Mu's hands. Hey, bro, what are these? They're so pretty. Little sister, Grandpa Fu gave these to me today. He said Mom and Dad entrusted them to him back then. Do you like them? Lin Mu smiled as he took Lin Jing's delicate little hand and slipped the silver chain with golden bells onto her wrist. The silver chain and golden bell, shimmering with a mesmerizing purple glow, looked as though they had been designed specifically for her against Lin Jing's crystal clear, jade-like skin. Even Lin Mu couldn't help but stare in awe. It's so beautiful. Every woman adores jewelry, especially when it comes from her closest brother. Lin Jing was instantly intoxicated, her excitement leaving her speechless. Lin Jing, look, each of us wears one. It's like our parents' protection watching over us. Lin Mu's lips curved into a gentle smile as he spoke softly to Lin Jing. He slipped the other silver chain with golden bells onto his own right wrist. He thought to himself with quiet satisfaction, now no one can say anything. Brother, I'm so happy. Lin Jing gazed at the identical silver chain and golden bell on her brother's wrist, her heart leaping with joy. She couldn't help but throw her arms around Lin Mu. I'm happy too. Of course, I'm not some creepy uncle, you look absolutely stunning wearing this. As the big lowly Lin Jing threw herself into his arms, Lin Mu immediately raised his hands high. While offering some half-hearted reassurance, he frantically repeated to himself, I'm not a sister-obsessed guy, I'm not a sister-obsessed guy, I'm not a sister-obsessed guy. But the more he repeated it, the more anxious he felt, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Thanks, big bro. I'm going to bed now. You should get some sleep too. Hey, big bro, why are you sweating? Little Lin Jing, with her pure heart, hadn't realized her hug could have such a powerful effect. It's just too hot. Lin Mu could only come up with a flimsy excuse. The innocent Lin Jing believed him, thanked her brother once more, and turned to head back to her bedroom. Left alone, Lin Mu let out a long sigh of relief. Not bad, not bad. Finally got that sorted. I'm a genius, really. Oh, and I haven't told my little sister about this treasure's effect yet. Ah well, I'll tell her when I have time. Early the next morning, before Lin Mu had even gotten out of bed, someone knocked on the door. The door opened. It was Yi Tsangxue. What's the matter? You little rascal, planning to renege on your promise? I deliberately skipped breakfast just so you'd treat me. Yi Tsangxue had come to ask Lin Mu to treat her to breakfast. No, of course not. How could I possibly renege? Lin Mu actually had something he wanted to ask Yi Tsangxue, so going out for a meal was perfect. However, after what happened the past couple of days, he dared not leave Lin Jing home alone. He asked Yi Tsangxue if she could bring Lin Jing along. Yi Tsangxue naturally had no objections. She also wanted to build a better relationship with Lin Jing. After all, she was Lin Mu's sister. But things took an unexpected turn. The moment the three of them stepped out of the car at the entrance of Phoenix Pavilion, a familiar figure came into view from afar. Han Mo Xiang. It seemed as though she knew Lin Mu and the others were coming here to eat, as she had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Oh my, you guys didn't even invite me to dinner? Lin Mu, and I helped you out so much. Ah, well. He could handle one woman, but with two, Lin Mu felt a bit at a loss. Captain Han, let me introduce you. This is my classmate Yi Tsangxue, and also my good friend. How could Han Mo Xiang not recognize Yi Tsangxue? Hearing Lin Mu's introduction, her eyes lit up instantly. A faint smile touched her lips. So you're Yi Tsangxue. I've heard so much about you. Teacher Han, you flatter me. You're in the capital, a rising star of the empire. I'm just an ordinary girl, how could you have heard so much about me? Yi Tsangxue looked at Han Ma Xiang. Her sharp, intelligent eyes held a peculiar gleam, as if she were ready to go head-to-head with Lina. At the entrance of Phoenix Pavilion, the mature, elegant Han Ma Xiang and the aloof, cool as ice Yi Tsangxue stood side by side. The scene was like 100 flowers vying for beauty, instantly drawing the attention of many toward Lin Mu. This left Lin Mu utterly at a loss for words. What was going on with these two women? Why did they act like sworn enemies the moment they met? Had they some history? In the end, it was Lin Jing, being a girl herself, who picked up on the tension. She chuckled inwardly and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Sisters Ma Xiang and Tsangxue, we're all here to eat. Let's not stand around like this. Don't you want my brother to splurge today? Lin Jing's words left Han Mo Xiang and Yi Tsangxue feeling awkward. They were about to say something to ease the tension. Wow! In a daze, they simultaneously spotted the silver chain and golden bell on Lin Jing's jade-like wrist, and both gasped in unison. Where did you find such exquisite jewelry, Jingjing? Purple gold? It's actually made from rare purple gold? Han Ma Xiang, with her extensive knowledge, instantly recognized the material of the silver chain and golden bell, exclaiming in astonishment. Jingjing, you must tell me where you bought this jewelry. Could you introduce me? I want to buy one too. Han Ma Xiang, possessing golden rank cultivation, instantly sensed the potent spiritual energy within the jewelry. She was eager to acquire one herself for study. Tell me where to get one too. Yi Tsangxue, though unaware of the jewelry's value, trusted Han Maxiang's discernment and quickly chimed in. The two women, who had been at each other's throats moments ago, instantly found themselves on the same side. This bracelet wasn't bought. Lin Jing flushed slightly with embarrassment, gesturing toward Lin Mu. It was left by my parents. My brother gave it to me yesterday. Ha? Han Mo Xiang and Yi Tsangxue looked at Lin Mu in confusion. The latter smiled without denying it. Only, in his mind, a little girl in court attire pouted disapprovingly upon hearing those words. Chapter 37, The Assassin and the Fiancé. So that's how it is. Upon learning the silver chain and golden bells weren't purchased, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yi Tsangxue's face. Only Han Mo Xiang's eyes flickered briefly before she smiled. No worries. If it's not for sale, then it's not for sale. But I really do like this piece of jewelry. By the way, Lin Jing, I heard you've been wanting to take the adult college entrance exam. Have you decided on any suitable majors yet? I could give you some recommendations. Really? At this, Lin Jing's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course it's true. Han Mo Xiang chuckled softly, waving her hand dismissively. As a teacher, I'm quite skilled at this. Of course, I'll need to assess your current level first. After dinner, come back to the hotel with me so I can take a proper look. Is that okay, bro? Lin Jing hesitated, turning to look at Lin Mu for guidance. It's fine. If you're uneasy, you can come along too. Hearing Han Maxiang speak so confidently, Lin Mu didn't believe she'd harm his sister. He nodded. All right, we'll go together. The meal flew by amidst the three women's casual chatter, and naturally, Lin Mu's wallet took a significant hit. Fortunately, he'd received a hefty bonus from the martial artist's guild just a couple days prior. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have been able to afford this astronomically priced feast. After finishing the meal, Yi Tsangxue departed. Lin Mu then led Lin Jing to follow Han Mo Xiang to the hotel where she was staying. The Jade Emperor Grand Hotel. The only 6-star hotel in Tianhai City. Teacher Han really is loaded, staying at such a fancy hotel. The arbitration court arranged it. I couldn't afford it myself, you have no idea how broke I am. Han Maxiang motioned for the attendant to open the door ahead, then beamed as she gestured for Lin Mu to enter the room first. She closed the door behind him before personally preparing tea. Lin Jing murmured in quiet surprise. Bro, is Teacher Han hitting on you? His attitude toward you is totally different from how he treats others. Cut it out. Sure, your brother here is handsome, but the women she's seen could probably line up from Beijing to Tianhai City. No way she'd notice me. Humph, no good deed goes unpunished. Despite his words, Lin Mu's face remained adorned with a gentle smile as he settled onto the sofa. A pot of hot tea was promptly brought over and placed on the table. Han Mo Xiang didn't speak first, instead curiously observing Lin Mu rather than Lin Jing. Lin Mu decided to break the silence. Miss Han, what brings you here specifically? Let's get straight to the point. Han Mo Xiang shot Lin Mu a reproachful glance, as if accusing him of being clueless about subtle hints. Her eyes flashed with mischief, and she cut straight to the point. Those purple gold chains on your wrists, were they truly given to you by Fu Sheng? I suppose you made them, didn't you? My brother made them? Lin Jing's heart skipped a beat. She immediately turned to look at Lin Mu, desperate for confirmation. Lin Mu frowned slightly. I don't understand what Teacher Han means by this. Of course he's concerned about you. After all, such powerful artifacts are just hanging around your necks. What if someone with envy spots them? That could be dangerous. What is this woman playing at? There's no reason for her to be so affectionate toward me. Lin Mu subtly frowned, finding Han Mo Xiang's excessive warmth baffling. But since he couldn't discern her motives, there was no point in hiding anything. That's right, I made them. But it was just something I did out of boredom during my free time. Nothing to write home about. But how did you figure it out? Hearing Lin Mu's admission, the sharp-witted Han Mo Xiang's eyes lit up, about to speak when a knock sounded at the door. The waiter's voice came from outside. The pastries Han Maxiang had ordered had arrived. She smiled and gestured for Lin Mu to try them first. We'll discuss this later. After eating so many greasy dishes earlier, let's have some pastries to cut the richness. The pastries from this 6-star hotel were indeed exceptional. Even before they were served, the fresh, fruity aroma wafted toward him, instantly invigorating Lin Mu. He eagerly accepted the pastries handed to him by the waiter just as he was about to savor them. Suddenly, disaster struck. The waiter suddenly hurled the plate toward Lin Mu's face. With a flick of her wrist, a flash of silver light darted toward Lin Mu's throat like lightning, catching him completely off guard. At such close range. At such blinding speed. Before Lin Mu could react, the silver light had already reached his neck, poised to pierce his carotid artery. A look of satisfaction flashed in the waiter's eyes. At that very moment, the silver chain and golden bell in Lin Mu's hand burst into a brilliant purple glow. A thin purple protective barrier enveloped his entire body. The powerful silver beam struck the seemingly fragile violet light, yet it couldn't pierce through. The purple glow remained firmly in place, shielding Lin Mu's neck. Damn it! Han Mo-xiang was the first to snap out of the shock. Her aura flared as she lunged to seize the assassin. Seeing his assassination attempt fail, the assassin vanished in a flash, disappearing into the room. Only a tinkling, silver bell-like laugh lingered behind. Lin Mu, I never expected you to have a treasure protecting you. You're lucky to be alive this time. But next time, I will take your head. Before the words had fully faded, the assassin's presence vanished from the room. Shadow escape. A look of gravity flashed in Han Mo-xiang's eyes. Shadow escape. A SSS-grade technique. A technique revered as divine by countless assassins, yet perpetually unavailable on the market. Who would have thought Lin Mu would attract such an enemy? It must be Long Yu, ranked 10th on the assassin list. Hiring her would cost at least $1 million. Lin Mu, you'd better watch your back from now on. An assassin. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lin Mu's eyes. He began mentally sifting through potential suspects who might have hired an assassin to eliminate him. At the same time, he felt profound relief that he had exchanged for the silver chain and golden bell last night. Had it not been for the silver chain and golden bell protecting him just now, Lin Mu suspected he would already be a cold corpse. He just didn't know if, after dying in this world, he could go to the underworld and chat about life with the white and white impermanence. After all, the silver chain and golden bell had nearly depleted all his spiritual energy to withstand that attack. What kind of power does this Long Yu possess? Same as mine, golden rank, peak. Han Mo-xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Lin Mu was unharmed. Otherwise, the consequences would have been immense. That's why I told you to be extra careful from now on. That woman won't let this go easily. If I recall correctly, this woman has a 100% mission completion rate in her 3 years in the field. A 100% success rate? A surge of fierce fighting spirit instantly filled Lin Mu's heart, making him eager to face this Long Yu. No problem. Bring it on. I'll be waiting. He couldn't wait for Long Yu to come looking for him. He was dying to know which bastard had paid so much to have his head. Then, he shot Han Mo-xiang a half-smile. But, Teacher Han, I suffered quite the shock here today, scared half to death. Don't you think you owe me some compensation? Han Mo-xiang was at a loss for words. Lin Mu's face was rosy now, hardly the look of someone who'd just been scared half to death. Did he take people for fools? He couldn't even lie properly, this excuse was pathetic. He clearly just wanted money. Han Mo-xiang stretched lazily, then sat down on the sofa with a charming smile, gazing at Lin Mu with a playful grin. Compensation? Lin Mu, my fiancé, how exactly do you want me to compensate you? Fiancé? Han Mo-xiang's words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving both Lin Mu and his sister Lin Jing stunned and speechless. No way! This woman is his fiancé? Chapter 38, the graduation ceremony begins. Really? You're not pulling my leg, are you? 1,000 wild horses were galloping through Lin Mu's mind right now. He didn't know how he felt. Happy? Surprised? Or dread? All of the above. He was eager for Han Mo-xiang to admit it, or to produce genuine evidence, though not because he truly desired a beautiful older woman as his fiancée. Rather, he wanted to uncover the origins of his former self. After all, he'd heard others mention his so-called father more than once recently, and he desperately wanted to know his whereabouts. And if Han Mo-xiang truly was his fiancée, that meant she must know where that man was. However, Han Mo-xiang suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter, wearing an expression that seemed to say, I'm laughing so hard I'm going to kill you. If you're smart, then you're a master deceiver, no doubt about it. You've got everyone wrapped around your finger. But if you're stupid, you're a fool believing such lies. You've been had. Lin Mu breathed a sigh of relief. If this older woman weren't a golden tier powerhouse, he'd have pinned her to the couch and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Han Mo-xiang stifled her boisterous, sexy laugh and slung her arm around Lin Mu's shoulder like a buddy. Seeing you as my future deputy captain, I won't tease you anymore. But I really do plan to compensate you properly. I'm heading to Twilight Forest to take down a powerful demon beast and need a partner. Come on, let's strategize. No way. Lin Mu flatly refused. No way. With this older woman's craziness, she wouldn't bother with ordinary little monsters. Taking on a powerful enemy would be asking for a beating. Besides, strategizing wasn't exactly Lin Mu's cup of tea. If Han Mo-xiang had invited him to study the art of the bedroom instead, he'd have gladly agreed. Han Mo-xiang seemed to have anticipated Lin Mu's response. She shrugged it off with a carefree smile. Stop acting like a child. I won't harm you. Trust me on this. If you're good, Big Sis will tell you something about your father. Lin Mu rolled his eyes inwardly. If he fell for this mature woman's tricks again, he'd be a complete fool. He desperately wanted to shake off Han Mo-xiang's arm wrapped around his shoulder and walk away, but the soft, feathery sensation felt too exquisite he couldn't quite bring himself to let go. The faint, sweet scent of a maiden wafted from her, intoxicatingly refreshing. Though Lin Mu maintained a serious facade, a certain part of him had already shamefully stiffened. Han Maxian's jade-like fingers teased Lin Mu's chin as she breathed softly. "Little guy, you want a beautiful woman, don't you? A strong and gorgeous one." "Yes." Lin Mu thought, well, duh. Besides Dongfang Bubi, what man didn't love beautiful women? Could his sexual bliss finally be arriving? Was this beautiful teacher lonely and desperate for his comfort? But she didn't seem like the type to seduce men casually or crave one-night stands. That scent on her body was unmistakable, definitely the fragrance of a virgin. How could she possibly jump into bed after only meeting him 2 or 3 times? Lin Mu still had some self-awareness. "I know a place with a powerful and beautiful woman. Let's go get her together." Han Mo Xiang eagerly stoked Lin Mu's wolfish desires. "You mean us?" Lin Mu was sweating bullets. Was Han Mo Xiang into women? "If I don't lend a hand, how could a mere thief like you take down a platinum-tier spider queen?" Han Mo Xiang's words sent Lin Mu crashing to the ground. Sure enough, this older woman's compensation wasn't about sleeping with him or chasing girls, she just wanted him to do the dirty work. Platinum tier? That power was equivalent to 5 Jian Shaokis. And she was called the Queen of Nymphs. Going in with just Han Maxiang, who knew if he'd end up being kept as her husband? Lin Mu immediately shook off Han Maxiang's arm, stood up, and signaled Lin Jing to leave. "No way. We're outta here. I'm not into that kind of masochistic fun. No one said you had to go right now." Han Maxiang didn't rise to stop him, merely smiling. "I'll find you after your graduation ceremony. Oh, and Lin Jing, I've already taken care of your university application. Just report to whichever school you choose when the time comes." "Ha?" Lin Jing's eyes widened in surprise. But I'm only 16 this year. I haven't even taken the college entrance exam yet." Lin Mu knew full well that such a minor matter was no more than a word to Han Mo Xiang. He stopped in his tracks and turned to face her. "To deal with that spider queen, what do you want?" "Of course I want the best stuff." As soon as Han Mo Xiang said it, Lin Mu inwardly groaned, "I knew it." But when Han Maxiang added another request, Lin Mu was dumbfounded. Because Han Maxiang declared, "I want that peach tree in the Spider Queen's courtyard. You don't know my own courtyard is missing a peach tree to serve as an accent." "Deal." Hearing this, Lin Mu feared Han Maxiang might change her mind. He immediately stepped forward, clasping her small hand tightly, and took the opportunity to rub up against her, getting a little something for himself. "I knew you couldn't resist temptation, you little rascal." Han Maxiang seemed to have anticipated Lin Mu's agreement all along, bursting into laughter. "You hopeless fool. How could you trust someone so easily? Don't you know the prettier the woman, the more likely she is to deceive you?" Han Maxiang chuckled softly. "Don't worry, I'd never deceive you, my silly yet clever little brother, because you're my future deputy captain. I just wanted to remind you not to trust people too easily, regardless of gender." "Alright, you two siblings go ahead. I'm tired." Lin Mu was drenched in sweat after her lecture, having let her finish every last word, good or bad. If he didn't leave now, this woman would surely have him spinning in circles. Once the door closed, Han Mo Xiang finally let her smile fade. She gazed out the window at the sun, a hint of a meaningful smile flickering across her face. Was she really deceiving him? 3 days later marked the annual graduation ceremony at Tianhai High School. Of course. It was also the day many in Tianhai City had been waiting for, the graduation tournament. Lin Mu couldn't wait any longer. He dragged his younger sister Lin Jing to school early, itching to get on stage and dominate his opponents. Shen Feifei had come along too. Her brother Shen Lang, along with He Depeo and Rin Shuai, had formed a new mercenary squad and left the city on a mission. After all, there would be plenty of expenses ahead. But upon arriving at school, Lin Mu learned that this graduation ceremony wasn't just for Tianhai Middle School students. Other high schools in Tianhai City, along with numerous prominent families, would send representatives to attend. Except for them. This year, it was rumored that even the mayor of Tianhai City, apparently bored out of his mind, intended to drop by Tianhai City to join the festivities. This news made Lin Mu, who was already on high alert, grow even more wary. Could it be that these high-ranking officials had discovered his special abilities? If not for Yi Tsangxue mentioning that the mayor selected one high school annually to host the ceremony and this year happened to be Tianhai High's turn, Lin Mu would have considered calling in sick to avoid it. "Lin Mu, you're our school's biggest dark horse this year. Are you ready? Don't let us down today, especially those top students from Class 3-1. They've always looked down on us in Class 3-8. Every class had its cliques, and Class 3-8 was no exception." And sure enough, as soon as Lin Mu arrived, classmates, both close friends and casual acquaintances, swarmed around him, cheering him on. Ready? The memory of those Class 3-1 bullies who had tormented him so often made Lin Mu seethe with anger. He'd actually prepared a few bottles of some potent stuff, planning to pour it down their throats after beating them to a pulp. Then watch them suffer in the most brutal way possible. Chapter 39. Too bad, you overestimated yourself. When the graduation ceremony competition began, Lin Mu had already taken a nap. He was simply sick of the tedious opening routine where they took turns speaking and clapping. Given his wild antics over the past few days, no one dared disturb this year's biggest dark horse. This even led to the student drawn against him in the preliminaries forfeiting outright. Who the hell would want to spar with Lin Mu, whose strength was so monstrous? Looking for death? The referee heard that Lin Mu was sleeping and didn't send anyone to wake him. Jiang Shaoqi and the others agreed, letting Lin Mu advance directly through the preliminaries. When Lin Mu awoke, the first match of the secondary competition was already underway, pitting Xiao Yun against Yang Chang, the class monitor of Class 3-1. The crowd was eagerly anticipating this clash between two former prodigies. Xiao Yun, the rising prodigy of the Xiao family. At just 15 years old, he had already mastered several yellow-grade martial arts techniques. Throughout his 3 years of high school, he never fell out of the top 3 in his grade during any exam. Had Lin Mu not existed, he would have stood alongside Yi Sangshui as one of Tianhai High's 2 undisputed top performers in the college entrance exams. The other top performer was Yang Chang. As a transfer student, few knew his background, especially given his dazzling academic achievements. Curiosity about his background grew among the students. Finally, through the relentless efforts of resourceful students, Yang Chang's background was finally uncovered. The young master of Yang Real Estate, a Fortune 500 company. The future heir apparent. A wealthy young master. These labels instantly sent countless teenage girls into a frenzy. He was the very embodiment of the domineering CEO straight out of a manga and a genuine genius to boot. By comparison, even Xiao Yun from the prestigious Xiao family of Tianhai City seemed to pale in comparison. Hey, look! Yang Chang looks so handsome today. He really is our school's heartthrob, our ultimate male idol. Go, heartthrob! The students watching from the sidelines clapped loudly. Amidst the cheers, shouts like "Take down that Xiao Yun" and "Show them what Class 3-1 is made of" could be heard. At first, Lin Mu found the crowd's taunts at Xiao Yun amusing and took it in stride. But soon, his amusement turned sour. Because as the insults flew, his name started getting thrown into the mix, things like "Take down Xiao Yun first, then take down Lin Mu." Damn it! Getting caught in the crossfire just for being there? If he hadn't been in a good mood today, Lin Mu would have instantly zapped those love-struck girls with lightning. Of course. The main reason was that sitting in the stands now were quite a few big shots who made him wary. Seated in the northern VIP section. Besides the powerful figures he'd already met, Tian Changsheng, Jiang Shaoqi, Yi Zhangling, the most eye-catching presence was a coldly beautiful middle-aged woman. Through Lin Jing's explanation, Lin Mu learned this was the mayor of Tianhai City. Though a woman, her strength was undeniably that of a genuine diamond-tier master. Seated beside her was Yi Sangshui's father, Yi Zhangling. Further back sat representatives from the Xiao family, Li family, and other prominent clans. The weakest among them possessed golden-tier martial prowess. A thread of caution and a faint, almost imperceptible fighting spirit stirred within Lin Mu. Boom! As he pondered, the outcome of the match between Yang Chang and Xiao Yun on the arena was already decided. The result was predictable. Xiao Yun was kicked straight off the platform by Yang Chang. But instead of cursing Yang Chang, the students below found the match exactly the kind of spectacle it should be. A small minority, however, found Yang Chang's actions disgusting, students like those from Senior 3, Class 8. In response to this, Class 1 of Senior 3 shouted arrogantly, "If you're not satisfied, send someone who can fight to save face. What are you babbling about here?" Exactly. That Lin Mu guy's supposed to be so tough, let him come out. Originally, Lin Mu had no intention of responding. That was until Yang Chang, still standing on the stage, spoke up. "Mr. Lin Mu, it seems you're the only graduate here capable of testing my strength. Would you care to step up and show me your Xian-grade martial arts?" The words left Lin Mu momentarily stunned. But he quickly smiled. Because Yang Chang added, "If you refuse to come up or are afraid, I can go find Yi instead, but only if you loudly admit defeat." Arrogant. Absolutely outrageous. The entire crowd erupted in cheers. In response, the teachers, principal, and representatives from various families in the stands all nodded in approval. This is youth. Young people should have this kind of fighting spirit. With things having escalated this far, Lin Mu would be the laughingstock if he didn't step in now. He rose lazily to his feet and yawned at the confident Yang Chang. "Mr. Yang, you know I've always been a poor student, nothing like you top-tier scholars. So when we face off, could you go easy on me? Just a friendly spar? Go easy on me?" Countless eyes shot him contemptuous glances. Did this guy even know how to spell shameless? It's just a friendly sparring match. Yang Chang appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was filled with caution. While he yearned to fight Lin Mu to gauge their gap, he knew this guy was ruthless and cunning. One misstep, and he might just be the one to trip up in the gutter. Therefore, before Lin Mu even stepped forward, he had already cast 3 layers of the Golden Bell Shield defensive technique upon himself. This represented the absolute limit of his current cultivation. Below the stage, thunderous applause erupted. For a quasi-bronze tier martial artist to wield triple Golden Bell Shield, a technique typically reserved for silver tier masters, was nothing short of astonishing. Not only ordinary teachers and students, but even the female mayor and representatives from various clans clapped in admiration. The homeroom teacher of Senior 3, Class 1 wore a look of smug satisfaction. He might as well have plastered a sign on his forehead declaring, "I am Yang Cheng's homeroom teacher." Those around him rose one after another, offering congratulations and endless flattery. As for the representative from Young Enterprises in the stands, he wore a broad smile, returning the bows of those around him. Our young master has indeed worked diligently, but his cultivation time remains short. For now, he can only perform the triple golden bell shield. He still has much ground to cover. Once he advances to martial artist in 3 months and his spiritual power is sufficient, the CEO intends to pass down the family's SSS-grade cultivation technique to the young master. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Listen to that, a SSS-grade cultivation technique is waiting for him to learn. Truly befitting Yang Real Estate, one of the nation's top 500 companies. Beat him. Beat that Lin Mu to death. Exactly. Make him understand that lowlifes like him have no chance of ever rising above their station. Exactly. Thinking a single SSS-grade technique will change your fate? That's just a pipe dream. Do you even compare to his family background? Lin Jing, watching from below the stage, felt utterly depressed and her anger flared. If not for Yi Sanshue's reassurance, she would have demanded to know what had gone wrong with this world, how it had become so utterly vile. On the stage, Lin Mu paid no heed to the commotion below. Seeing Yang Cheng brace himself for the blow, he unleashed a thunder sword strike with one hand. Lightning streaked across the sky like a comet. As the lingering afterimage of the light still lingered in people's eyes, the triple golden bell shield surrounding Yang Cheng had already shattered silently. A triple golden bell shield. That's incredible. It scared the life out of me. Impossible. How is this possible? Yang Cheng stared at Lin Mu, his face drained of color. This is my triple golden bell shield. Not only that, it's also our Yang family's. He immediately stopped himself, swallowing the last part about the Yang family's modifications. Lin Mu couldn't care less about such details. He'd come here to vent his frustration by humiliating someone, so he showed no courtesy to this kid. Looks like you overestimated yourself. You don't have the strength to go toe-to-toe with me. Go home and eat. With that, he kicked Yang Cheng flying just as he had done to Xiaoyun earlier. Chapter 40, Gold Rank Master? That's too much. How arrogant. Lin Mu's actions instantly enraged the representative sent by Yang Cheng's family. He leapt off the stage, charging onto it with vicious intent, and roared at Lin Mu. You brat! How dare you lay a hand on my young master? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Without a word, the Golden Tier Master unleashed his full power mid-air. His aura tore through the heavens and split the earth, filling the entire sky. Finally, like a golden colossus, it plunged straight toward Lin Mu's head. Come on then. Lin Mu sneered coldly as spiritual energy instantly coalesced in his hand. A lightning bolt as thick as an arm flashed forth, striking directly toward the master's head. The Gold Tier Master's palm came perilously close, missing Lin Mu's head by a hair's breadth. But he would never have the chance to advance another inch. He let out a blood-curdling scream, spewing blood from his mouth as he was hurled backward. Yet, being a Gold Tier Master, he sprang back up before hitting the ground, preparing to unleash his techniques and subdue Lin Mu. But he was dreaming. Behind him, a foot had already slammed down hard on his spine, forcing his entire body back onto the stone surface of the arena. Lin Mu stood arrogantly, his foot crushing the man's head as he looked down with a gaze as cold as death. The Yang family? You scared the hell out of me. You know I'm just a kid, scaredy cat as I am. Scaring me like that? I'll scare you to death myself. Everyone, look. A Gold Tier Master, good heavens, a Gold Tier Master. Openly ambushing me, a martial arts apprentice, right here in front of everyone. Are you trying to kill me? Shock. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. How could that formidable Gold Tier Master be crushed under Lin Mu's foot in the blink of an eye? Had he become this powerful already? Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Lin Mu, you must not kill him. Principal Jiang Yu, seeing Lin Mu raise his fist high, shouted urgently. Sorry, Dean, I got slapped by a classmate when I was young. Ever since then, my ears haven't been working right. What did you say? I can't hear you. Lin Mu stomped the Golden Tier Master's head inch by inch into the ground, finally crushing his entire skull flat against the ring's stone surface. Below the stage, Yang Cheng shuddered in terror. He quickly slipped away quietly, not wanting to get caught up in the mess. But as the headmaster, Jiang Yu couldn't just ignore this. If the Yang family sent someone later, he'd be the one to face them. Jiang Yu sprang to his feet, his expression tense. Seeing Lin Mu had no intention of killing him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at his father, then at Tian Changsheng and the other elders, noting none of them moved to stop Lin Mu. He sat back down, saying nothing more. Now the Golden Rank Master was in deep trouble, isolated and helpless. His hands sank deep into the stone slab. He tried to muster his strength, channeling his energy to shake off Lin Mu's heavy foot, which felt like 1,000 pounds pressing down on his head. He no longer harbored any hope of defeating this man, he only wished to escape this humiliating ordeal of having his head stomped on as soon as possible. under the gaze of the mayor and representatives from Tianhai City's prominent families. As a member of the Young Corporation, one of the nation's top 500 enterprises, he was pinned to the ground, unable to move, with his head stomped on by an unknown junior. This was the most humiliating moment of his life. If he could, he would kill this brat immediately. But even now, he couldn't break free. His head remained pinned down. He strained his body in fury, forcing his spine to brace against the pressure, bones creaking and groaning, yet he couldn't break free. Lin Mu's leg felt as heavy as a mountain crushing down. The teachers and students below the stage couldn't help but gasp in horror. They thought to themselves, Lin Mu's strength was truly monstrous. No wonder he had managed to fight his way all the way to the school committee building just a few days ago. As for Tian Changsheng and the others, they were mostly replaying Lin Mu's previous move in their minds. If they hadn't misjudged, it seemed even more precise and powerful than the move he'd used 2 days prior. Had he been concealing his true strength all along, or had he made another breakthrough? No one could figure it out. They all hoped for a chance to see more clearly. Thus, no one stepped forward to stop Lin Mu's brazen provocation. Seeing the Golden Rank Master struggling desperately, Lin Mu gave a cold smile and eased the pressure on his foot slightly. Feeling the weight lift from above, the man's heart surged with joy. Had the brat finally run out of strength? Then it was time to strike back. But just as he lifted his head slightly, another tremendous force slammed down. His head thudded against the ground. Once again, Lin Mu brutally stomped it back down. Only then did the Golden Rank Master realize. This brat had deliberately humiliated him in front of everyone, subjecting him to even greater disgrace. As a revered gold-tier master, he was treated as an honored guest wherever he went. Was he now to beg for mercy from this brat in full view of everyone? At this thought, tears of humiliation welled in his eyes. He couldn't. He was a member of the Yang family. He could bear personal disgrace, but he could never bring dishonor upon the Yang family. Was he really going to be killed by this brat? No. He still had the martial arts techniques taught by his family master that he hadn't used yet. Why not give it one last desperate try? The golden-ranked master, unwilling to accept defeat, prepared to switch tactics and use his cultivation technique to turn the tide. Suddenly, Jiang Shaoqi's voice boomed out. Lin Mu, you mustn't be rude to the distinguished guests of Yang Corporation. Their company ranks among the nation's top 500 and has extensive collaborations with our Tianhai Academy. They deserve our respect as juniors. Besides, antagonizing Yang Corporation won't serve you well in the future. Lin Mu, heed your teacher's advice, release the master immediately. Master Huang Jie felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, sensing trouble was brewing. And sure enough, since Principal Jiang has ordered the execution of this bastard who dared to run amok at Tianhai Academy, this student obeys. With that, Lin Mu delivered a crushing punch to Master Huang Jinjie's back. Thud! The golden rank master spat out a mouthful of blood. But after coughing up blood, he realized a fact: there were no internal injuries whatsoever. To be precise, there was no life-threatening danger. He instantly understood. This kid wasn't someone to be trifled with. He had no intention of killing him. It seemed he wanted to use him to take revenge on Jiang Shaoqi. No. Lin Mu, you've misunderstood. What I meant was for you to release Mr. Yang immediately. Jiang Shaoqi pleaded with Lin Mu with utmost sincerity. Understood. Rest assured, Principal Jiang. I'll follow your orders to the letter and thoroughly humiliate this bastard. Lin Mu raised his fist and unleashed a barrage of violent blows. He pounded the guy until he coughed up blood, one mouthful after another. Though clearly not life-threatening, the humiliation was profound. The onlookers could only sweat profusely. It seemed Lin Mu had decided to go head-to-head with Principal Jiang Shaoqi. Many students secretly rejoiced at Lin Mu's actions. They had always yearned to surpass their teachers or rebel against these lofty figures, but their lack of strength had always held them back. Now that Lin Mu had done it, how could they not be thrilled? Ah, Lin Mu, it seems you misunderstood my meaning. What I actually meant to say was, on stage, Jiang Shaoqi put on an act of profound anguish, a performance so wooden even an Oscar-winning actor wouldn't be worthy of polishing his shoes. Can you shut the up already? The more you plead for me, the worse I'll let him beat me up. Jiang Shaoqi, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Finally, Master Yang of the Golden Tier could no longer hold back. Seizing a moment, he lifted his head and unleashed a torrent of curses at Jiang Shaoqi on stage. Chapter 41, Principal Jiang, how about we play a game? Master Yang was seething with frustration. In his eyes, if you, Jiang Shaoqi, truly wanted to save me, why didn't you just step up and punch this kid flying? Of course. Before the female mayor in Tian Changxing spoke up, he dared not speak harshly to Jiang Shaoqi. After all, he had violated the rules of combat by stepping in to protect his own, which is why he ended up getting thoroughly beaten by that monstrously powerful Lin Mu. Not only in the eyes of Tian Changxing and his people, but even ordinary martial artists felt that Master Yang deserved a beating. Standing up for your own isn't wrong. But you should at least gauge your own strength, right? Did he truly believe a mere gold-tier master could stand against this rising young freak? This little madman had just stormed his way into Tianhai Academy days ago, unstoppable. If Principal Tian Changsheng hadn't personally intervened to temporarily subdue him, the place would likely be a river of blood by now. Besides, charging in to break up a fight is one thing, but daring to ambush someone in front of countless powerful figures? A madman like him? Do you really think he'd consult anyone before beating the crap out of an opponent who broke the rules to protect his own? In a word, that's asking for death. Stop this at once, Lin Mu. Hear us out in the ring. You fight to the point of surrender, not to kill. You've already won. Stop now. Jiang Yu knew Lin Mu was provoking his father, but he had no choice but to intervene. If this chaos continued, there'd be no way to contain it. That's right, Lin Mu. You can't cause trouble in front of so many important figures. Jiang Kai also stood up to help his father defuse the situation. However, I can't hear a thing. What are you all saying? Lin Mu stomped hard on Master Yang's back with his foot, as if crushing a bloated toad. Lin Jing, he's your brother. Talk some sense into him. Whatever it takes, get him to come down. With no other option, Jiang Kai and the others turned their attention to Lin Jing. Brother, please come down. Lin Jing hadn't wanted to get involved, but she feared her brother might do something reckless. To be safe, she quickly spoke up. Well, my little sister certainly has a loud voice. The moment she speaks, I hear every word clearly. Lin Mu released his foot from Master Yang's head, yanked him up, and smoothed out his torn clothes with an apologetic expression. My deepest apologies, Master Yang. I hope you won't hold a grudge. You're a golden rank powerhouse and part of the Young Corporation, one of the nation's top 500 companies. Whereas I'm just a nobody. Anyone can push around a man with nothing but the clothes on my back and a single sister. I beg your mercy, please don't come after me later. I wouldn't dare mention the medical bills for your injuries, punching my back, stomping on my head, because I'm just a nobody. Look at me now, covered in blood, barely clothed. How pitiful. Can you spare my life? Let me leave this ring and reunite with my sister? Master Yang didn't cry. But he knew the expression on his face must be uglier than tears. If he could, he'd rather smash his head against a wall and die. But his life was still in the hands of this madman. He had no choice. Even if he wanted to kill himself, he'd have to wait until the man finished speaking. Master Yang wished he could faint, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. Lin Mu released Master Yang's collar and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master, for sparing this lowly one. I knew a blood-soaked no, a majestic master like you would never hold a grudge against the weak. Thank you, Master. This humble one shall see you off. With that, he kicked Master Yang flying over 10 meters away, humming the tune "Seeing You Off," 1,000 miles away as he did so. Then he dashed over to Lin Jing, feigning a narrow escape from death. Hey sis, I'm back. You have no idea how close I came to it. If everyone hadn't pleaded for mercy and Master Yang hadn't shown compassion, you might never have seen me again. Witnessing the young man's bizarre words and actions, the crowd was at a loss for words. To call his public provocation madness would be an understatement, yet throughout the entire incident, his actions remained utterly rational. Neither his scheming nor his words showed the slightest trace of reckless, bloodthirsty excess. But call him rational? He was clearly overstepping his bounds by antagonizing everyone, even audaciously provoking the Young Corporation, a top 500 national conglomerate. Call him mad and heartless? Yet he doted on his sister and even beat up bullies to avenge his classmates. If memory serves, his relationship with that Xiao Yun wasn't exactly rosy either. This little madman is truly a bundle of contradictions. Good heavens, to think your school produced such a student, what a delightful surprise. Seeing the matter resolved, the female mayor flashed her first genuine smile of satisfaction. Indeed, Mayor Li. Truth be told, if that Jiang Kai hadn't meddled and tried to be clever, we wouldn't have had these farcical incidents. Thankfully, the final decision on expulsion rests with me. Tian Changsheng smiled faintly, but when his gaze fell upon Lin Mu below the stage, a peculiar flicker crossed his eyes. The female mayor surnamed Li seemed to recall something, a thoughtful expression flickering across her face just like Tian Changsheng's. Could it be true that dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes? But that good-for-nothing of mine, he seems nowhere near as capable as I was back in my day. Ah, Changfeng is quite capable. At most schools, the graduation ceremony events would have concluded perfectly at this point. But Tianhai Middle School's tradition was different. They had overtime a graduation memento where the student council challenged homeroom teachers or other faculty. It serves as a fitting finale to their 3 years of high school. This is precisely why so many people eagerly anticipate watching Tianhai High's graduation ceremony matches. This year was no exception. Everyone was waiting to see what Lin Mu would do. Lin Mu, come on, go take down that bastard Jiang Kai. Make him pay for bullying you all these years. Exactly, Lin Mu. We're all waiting to see you shine. It was such a shame we missed it the other day. Alright. Lin Mu didn't want to leave school with regrets, so he immediately leaped onto the stage. Just as everyone assumed he was merely seeking revenge against Jiang Kai. His words stunned everyone. Please invite Principal Jiang and Director John to join us too. The more the merrier. When Lin Mu uttered those words, everyone thought he'd lost his mind. Challenging Jiang Kai, the homeroom teacher, was one thing, but to simultaneously challenge Jiang Shaoqi and Jiang Yu? And take them on together? After all, besides Jiang Shaoqi, a powerhouse who had long hovered at the peak of the gold tier, the head of discipline, Jiang Yu, was also a gold tier expert. This kid intended to take on 2 gold tier masters single-handedly? Had he somehow attained platinum tier strength? Come on, judging by his performance just 2 days ago, he's barely at the silver rank level at best. This is sheer fantasy. Everyone felt that if this kid wasn't insane, then they themselves must be losing their minds. Mayor Li and Tian Changsheng were stunned. After a long moment, they exchanged glances and broke into smiles. This kid is just like his father. Truly, like father, like son. Now all eyes were fixed on Jiang Shaoqi and Jiang Yu. And of course, Jiang Kai. Faced with Lin Mu's frenzied challenge, what response would these 3 give? Will they refuse outright? Or accept? The entire crowd waited, anticipating their answers. Chapter 42, he actually possesses a mystic-grade cultivation technique? Jiang Shaoqi maintained his dignified demeanor. He first bowed politely to Mayor Li and Tian Changsheng, then offered a respectful hand gesture to the representatives of the major clans, before finally turning his gaze to Lin Mu. Lin Mu, I understand your eagerness to learn. But in all matters, desire hinders attainment. In cultivation, guard against arrogance and impatience. Do not rush. One must build upon cultivation foundations and prioritize insight. This is the true path to becoming a formidable cultivator. Honestly, seeing you so generous makes me genuinely happy, because you're a student of Tianhai High School. While today's circumstances aren't ideal, from now on, whenever and wherever you have questions, you can come to me or Principal Tian. We'll share everything we know, no secrets held back, no stone unturned. Clap, 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 clap. Hearing these sincere words, everyone couldn't help but applaud Principal Jiang Shaoqi, this caring headmaster who truly looked out for his students. Lin Mu almost gave him a thumbs up. His hypocrisy had reached an almost unparalleled level of perfection. Truthfully, Jiang Shaoqi desperately wanted to accept Lin Mu's challenge. He was itching to kill that brat Lin Mu right then and there. He absolutely did not want this petty, vengeful brat to grow into a menace. Had Lin Mu not deliberately issued this challenge, Jiang would have sought another opportunity to eliminate him discreetly. But now that was impossible. Everyone, including Mayor Li and Tian Changsheng, had already taken note of his words and actions. If he killed him now, no amount of cover-up would suffice, they would all know it was him. Most crucially, this kid was advancing at breakneck speed. He'd barely shown his edge before becoming a completely transformed person. If he didn't kill him now, the next time they met, it would be far more difficult to eliminate him. How could he possibly commit murder in broad daylight, before tens of thousands of people? Not only would Mayor Li, who cherished talent above all else, never forgive him, but even Tian Changsheng himself would never let him off the hook. He couldn't jeopardize his own future prematurely over a single Lin Mu. The vice principal speaks wisely. Lin Mu, we all recognize your remarkable progress and your eagerness to showcase it to everyone. But your cultivation is still relatively short. What if you slip up and cause a major disaster? How could we possibly handle that? You are Tianhai Academy's dark horse this year and the provincial champion. How about this, let one of our alumni, who also graduated from our school, compete alongside you. Together, you can present everyone with a spectacular match. Jiang Yu, having inherited Jiang Shaoqi's true teachings, was not to be outdone. He not only expressed his deep concern for Lin Mu, he also recommended 2 opponents for Lin Mu. Xiao Ran. Li Changfeng. Clap, clap, clap. Seeing this display, the crowd immediately burst into enthusiastic applause. That's the spirit. Principal Jiang and Director Jiang truly understand their students, truly admirable. Lin Mu had known all along that the Jiang family wouldn't intervene. He had deliberately provoked them, but experience truly trumps youth. He hadn't expected Jiang Yu to defuse the conflict, downgrading it to a dispute among younger generations. This proposal clearly appealed to Xiao Ran and Li Changfeng. Xiao Ran was the first to leap onto the stage, nodding at Lin Mu. Lin Mu, I've heard you've been quite formidable this year, bringing honor to our school. As your senior, I'd love to exchange a few moves with you. Hope you won't hold back later. The moment Xiao Ran appeared, Lin Mu suddenly understood. A question that had troubled him for days was instantly resolved. How could a prominent family like the Xiao clan produce a useless youngster like Xiao Yun? Seeing Xiao Ran now, he understood. It's not about the number of soldiers, but the quality. The number of descendants matters little as long as one is exceptional. It seemed the Xiao family had poured all their future resources into Xiao Ran, while figures like Xiao Yun were simply left to their own devices, allowed to develop as they pleased. Therefore, Xiao Ran could reach silver tier strength within just 1 year of training at the capital academy. A silver tier martial artist? Teachers and students who knew Xiao Ran were stunned. It had only been a year since Xiao Ran graduated, yet he had surged from having no martial cultivation at all to the silver rank. What kind of talent is that? This is interesting. I'll join in too. Li Changfeng chuckled lightly as he leapt from the high platform onto the arena, instantly unleashing his silver tier cultivation. Brother Lin, we've met twice now without properly exchanging blows. Today, let's use this arena to truly get to know each other. Another rising star from the previous tournament. Another silver tier cultivator. The crowd couldn't help but shiver. As they watched Li Changfeng focus intently, drawing a folding fan from his sleeve, countless shards of ice began to condense violently before him. The crowd scattered in panic. Li Changfeng had actually brought out his low-grade treasure, the frost fan? This was no joke. If those terrifying shards of ice struck anyone, it would mean one wound after another. Hadn't they seen how the entire arena grew bone-chilling cold the moment the fan appeared, frost blossoms crystallizing everywhere? Even the ground beneath Lin Mu's feet was slowly freezing over. Xiao Yun saw this and immediately flew up from below the stage. Smiling, he said, though my strength isn't great, I'd really like to spar with Lin once. Yeah, we won't have many chances to meet again. A female student whose appearance was rather pitiful also flew onto the stage with a smile. If Lin Mu remembered correctly, this girl seemed to be one of Yang Cheng's admirers. She's here for revenge. Indeed. Though Xiao Ran and the dinosaur girl spoke politely, their hands showed no mercy. Each unleashed their signature moves, preparing to pincer Lin Mu. Unexpectedly, the seemingly ordinary dinosaur girl unleashed a SSS-grade technique. Even though it was merely a SSS-grade defensive technique, it was still quite astonishing. It seemed she must be a young member from some prominent family. Truthfully, aside from Li Changfeng, the other three harbored a degree of hatred toward Lin Mu, wishing they could eliminate him. But with everyone watching, they didn't expect to actually pull it off. They merely sought to defeat the supremely arrogant Lin Mu. They wanted Lin Mu to understand. Even with the SSS-grade cultivation technique in hand, even if he managed to turn his fortunes around, he was still far inferior to them, the scions of these prominent families. With Xiao Ran stepping in and Li Changfeng, that warmonger, by their side, they felt the moment to defeat Lin Mu had finally arrived. Sis, what do you think about your brother taking on 4 of them? Lin Mu suddenly asked. Brother is the strongest, always has been. Of course, I'm willing to help you too. Lin Jing was already prepared to step into the fray. No need. Just stand here and cheer me on. After I win, you'll shout to all those snobs that you have the strongest big brother. With me around, no one can bully you. Let all those who underestimate your big brother go to hell. Lin Mu roared with laughter, unleashing his third-tier chi refining cultivation. His aura swept across the entire arena like a raging storm. Those standing too close were caught off guard, knocked flat to the ground. This aura? This cultivation? Peak silver rank? Ha! Mayor Li and Tian Changsheng rose to their feet on the platform. They never imagined Lin Mu had already reached the peak of the silver rank. Hadn't he just broken through to the martial artist realm? How could he have advanced this far? Without family backing or abundant resources, how could he have advanced so rapidly? How many battles must one endure to reach this level? It had only been a week since he wasn't even a martial artist, yet he'd skyrocketed to the peak of the silver rank? This was utterly unbelievable. This can't be. How could your cultivation possibly advance so rapidly? Xiao Ran was nearly driven mad with fury. Ah, my mistake. Sorry about that. I clearly only meant to use an earth-grade defensive technique. How could I have accidentally exposed my cultivation level? What a failure. Looks like I really am a born failure even messing up something like this. Lin Mu's words nearly made Xiao Ran spit blood from rage. You're dreaming. You'll never get your hands on an earth-grade defensive cultivation technique. Xiao Ran felt like tearing Lin Mu apart piece by piece. You saw through it. Truly, you're a genius. Your eyes are sharp. I don't possess an earth-grade defensive technique, but I do have a mystic-grade defensive art. When Lin Mu unleashed the Divine Protection Shield, the entire crowd froze in shock. Chapter 43, Breakthrough in Battle. Chi Cultivation Stage 4. At least a third of the crowd immediately spat blood and collapsed unconscious. Xiao Ran among them. It wasn't fear, it was rage. They had never witnessed such monstrosity in their entire lives. Possessing a SSS-grade offensive technique was bad enough, how could he also master a SSS-grade defensive technique? How could this freak bully people like this? Couldn't he just keep a low profile and hide his strength? Couldn't he make people feel less envious? Couldn't he show some compassion and spare everyone this crushing sense of inferiority and despair? This kid is way too cocky and bullying, he deserves divine retribution. He deserves to be struck by lightning. Still fighting? Xiao Yun was the first to feel hesitation, but he dared not make that decision, doing so would brand him a coward. He hoped someone would stand with him through thick and thin. But fight. Why not? This is exactly the kind of opponent that makes it worthwhile. Li Changfeng roared with laughter, his aura surging violently as he edged closer to the peak of the silver rank. Facing a rare opponent like Lin Mu made his hands itch for battle. Even if he lost, it wouldn't be the end of the world. What mattered was that he relished this kind of battle. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement. Fight. If you're afraid, you can step down first. Xiao Ran had no reason not to fight. Especially when he spotted a familiar, pretty face in the crowd of face whose gaze never left Lin Mu. Rage surged within him. So what if he possessed a Xian-grade defensive technique? What was so special about that? Lin Mu. Don't think this makes me afraid of you. I refuse to believe that you, who only awakened your martial path a few days ago, could surpass me after 2 years of dedicated cultivation. I, Xiaoran, will make you understand that some things in this world cannot be caught up to by talent alone. That is the gap of time. That dinosaur girl from some unknown clan didn't speak up, but her resolute gaze spoke volumes. Seeing this, Xiaoyan forced himself to suppress his fear and nodded. Then let's fight. He refused to believe it. With geniuses like Li Changfeng and Xiaoran stepping in, could that Lin Mu really take on all 4 of them alone? The truth proved him wrong. Xiaoyan's hunch was correct. Lin Mu truly possessed that kind of strength. With barely a touch, Xiaoyan was sent flying off the stage. The Xiao family's representatives had already positioned themselves below the stage to provide support. The moment they saw their young master being knocked away, they immediately rushed to his aid. Lin Mu paid no heed to who had arrived, unleashing a thunder sword strike directly. Wherever the lightning flashed, both Xiaoyun, still suspended in midair, and the Xiao family representative rushing to his aid were scorched black, their hair standing on end. The Xiao family representative seethed with rage, ready to demand why Lin Mu had struck with such viciousness. But Lin Mu merely wore an innocent expression, feigning ignorance, which nearly made the representative explode with rage. With everyone watching, the Xiao family representative couldn't attack Lin Mu. Instead, he gritted his teeth, supporting the equally battered Xiaoyun, and headed off to find a doctor. Boom! Boom! On the other side, Li Changfeng, having dodged Lin Mu's lightning strike, instantly unleashed his signature move. With a mere flick of his spirit-infused ice fan, the stone platform was sliced by its vortex, leaving razor-sharp gashes as if carved by blades. Several icy blades, driven by Li Changfeng, whipped toward Lin Mu with terrifying tornado-like whirlwinds. Deep down, Lin Mu dreaded clashing with Li Changfeng. Even holding back, it wouldn't be easy to kill him outright. But the problem was, this kid held no grudge against him. If he truly killed him, the Li family would likely never let him off the hook. Therefore, he prepared to resort to a shameless tactic. When those blades closed in, he would deliberately dodge off the stage and concede defeat outright. After all, he wasn't tormenting Li Changfeng, it was Xiaoran and Xiaoyun he was targeting. With half his objective already achieved, that was sufficient. As for Li Changfeng? Who cares about him? He couldn't be bothered fighting this belligerent fool. Wasn't it better to save his energy for flirting with girls? Just as Lin Mu gloated over his flawless plan, a golden light streaked toward him before Li Changfeng's sword could strike. Simultaneously, a thunderous shout echoed, sending shockwaves through the entire arena. Lin Mu snapped back to his senses and felt his heart sink. The source of the golden light was none other than that mysterious dinosaur girl. She'd somehow produced a massive sword, brandishing it as she declared with unbridled bravado, "I've heard rumors of your mysterious martial arts, now I see they're no exaggeration. Come on, let's have a proper fight." Lin Mu rolled his eyes inwardly. So this girl was a warmonger too? Better to concede defeat early. But just then, Xiaoran, radiating golden light, unleashed a punch packed with immense force, smashing heavily toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu! Strike now! I'll see if your obscure technique is more formidable than our Xiao clan's 8 extremes collapse. Exactly. Lin Mu, what are you waiting for? I'll go all out from the start, no mercy for you. The dinosaur girl swung her giant sword horizontally, unleashing a slashing blade of light directly at him. I didn't start this. You forced my hand. Fine, bring it on. Lin Mu's temper flared, his killing intent surging wildly. The thunder light in his hand erupted violently. Fueled by the spiritual energy surging within him, the blue lightning instantly took on a golden hue. The lightning swept across the arena floor, slicing through the hard stone slabs like a knife through tofu. Sizzle. Black smoke rose. Ordinary martial artists couldn't discern it, but powerful figures like Mayor Li and Tian Changsheng saw it clearly. Both were deeply impressed. How could this kid's cultivation technique become so powerful in an instant? Moreover, under his extreme control, its power could multiply several times over in the blink of an eye. It seemed this youth possessed profound mastery of his cultivation technique. He was no novice who had only recently grasped it. Without decades of relentless cultivation, such mastery and effortless execution would be utterly impossible. Could it be that this boy had secretly been taught by a martial arts master since childhood? Could his father truly be alive? The two exchanged glances, both harboring this suspicion. Without a powerful mentor guiding him, no one could possibly achieve such mastery through self-training alone. So then, had this boy been enduring and training in secret all along? Was he actually already a formidable warrior, merely feigning stupidity and playing the role of a pitiful, bullied weakling? Had he concealed his true strength, enduring the ridicule of the entire world? At this thought, both Mayor Li and Tian Changsheng couldn't help but shiver. Could it be that this kid knew some truth? Was he secretly building his strength all this time, waiting for his chance to exact revenge? And at that very moment, at the very center of the arena, under the triple pressure, Lin Mu felt something within him begin to shift. Facing the onslaught, he slowly closed his eyes as the lightning aura enveloped his entire body. At first, everyone thought he intended to evade the attack this way. But gradually, Tian Changsheng and the others noticed that the aura emanating from Lin Mu was actually beginning to show signs of rising momentum. Something's wrong. He had clearly pushed himself to the absolute limit moments ago. How could there be any room left for improvement now? Could it be? The group exchanged stunned glances, shock evident in each other's eyes. This kid. Breaking through at this moment? Holy crap. He was already at the peak of the silver rank. If he breaks through now, he'll reach the gold rank. An 18-year-old golden tier martial artist? This is unprecedented even across the entire Divine Dragon Empire. Honestly, Tian Changsheng was even a bit jealous of Lin Mu's talent. Chapter 44, let's go, sis will take you to beat up the Spider Queen. After all, he's the scion of a great clan. Li Changfeng, Xiao Ran, and that dinosaur girl were the only others who noticed Lin Mu's advancement. Unlike Xiao Ran's envy and Li Changfeng's admiration, the dinosaur girl surprisingly showed even greater fighting spirit. Good for you. Now we can fight outside the city. This place is too cramped to really show off our skills. The dinosaur girl sheathed her giant sword, ready to invite Lin Mu to the small forest outside the city for a fierce battle. What none of them knew was this. Lin Mu's advancement wasn't the gold tier they assumed, but the 4th stage of Qi cultivation. So the 4th level of Qi cultivation is equivalent to the gold rank cultivation in this world? Then once I reach the nascent soul stage, I'll be able to dominate everything. Lin Mu fantasized inwardly. As luck would have it, the dinosaur girl's challenge was exactly what he wanted. He'd been looking for someone to spar with, eager to test the limits of his Qi refining 4th stage power. Unfortunately, he caught sight of Jiang Shaoqi on the stage and immediately changed his mind. If he left now, that old fox might seize the chance to make a move on his sister. He would never repeat his past mistakes. Besides, what if this dinosaur girl got so carried away fighting that she insisted on marrying him? That would be an even bigger loss. Self-preservation came first. Enough with all this fighting nonsense. Though Lin Mu felt a tingle of excitement, a sudden thought made him pull back. With a swift move, he slipped away like water flowing into the sea. He darted off the stage in a flash and took off running. Both the warmonger and the dinosaur girl were headaches he'd rather avoid. As for the benefits of breaking through to the 4th level of Qi cultivation, he'd ponder that later. If he got stuck, he could always ask Xiao Dai. Shouldn't be too difficult. Hey, you! Don't run! Li Changfeng and the dinosaur girl were stunned. How could this kid run off right after the fight started? If we can't fight here, let's take it outside. Ah, I'm so tired. Is this graduation ceremony finally over? I just want to go home and eat. Li Changfeng and dinosaur girl pursued relentlessly from behind, but Lin Mu was shameless. He dashed straight to Lin Jing's side, hooking his arm around his sister's shoulder. This stopped the two attackers dead in their tracks. They couldn't bring themselves to strike, afraid of accidentally hurting Lin Jing. Fine, we'll spar another time. I'll definitely have a proper fight with you. Li Changfeng rarely encountered an opponent who piqued his interest like this, so naturally he wasn't about to let it go. Alright, I got it. When summer comes, I'll invite you over to make some ice to beat the heat. Lin Mu's nonchalant attitude made Li Changfeng turn and walk away. Hee. Lin Jing covered her mouth and giggled. Hey, no quitting halfway. We're fighting again. Dinosaur girl absolutely despised cowards like this. She wanted nothing more than to smash this kid's head in with her giant sword. He'd barely started fighting and already ran away. Didn't he have any sense of honor as a man? Lin Mu, however, couldn't care less. Honor was fine, but it didn't put food on the table. Honor was fine when conquering beauties, but why cling to it during a regular fight? If you were better looking, maybe I'd be willing. Leaning against his sister's shoulder, Lin Mu deliberately shook his head and sighed. Sigh, I lost. I'm just a failing student. Getting bullied every day is one thing, but you're a girl. What's the point of picking on a loser like me for no reason? What you should be doing is finding a top student to chat with about academics, got it? Sis, let's get out of here. I'm starving to death. The dinosaur girl watched Lin Mu stride away, gritting her teeth in frustration before hoisting her giant sword and leaving. The Tianhai High School graduation ceremony concluded perfectly. The most talked about topic, of course, was Lin Mu, the provincial top scholar who had single-handedly outshone all competitors. But life wasn't exactly a bed of roses for the provincial top scholar these days. Come on, you promised me earlier. You're not backing out now, are you? Outside Lin Mu's room, a mature woman leaned against the car door, her smile playful. What's the matter? Now that you've gotten stronger, you don't want to play with me anymore? How could I dare? Lin Mu was sweating profusely. It wasn't because of anything else, but since he had advanced to the 4th level of Qi cultivation, how could he still sense the dangerous pressure emanating from Han Mo Xiang, this mature woman? Wasn't she a golden rank cultivator? Could she possibly be hiding her true strength? Since you're afraid, then let's go. I studied the night sky and had someone specifically calculated today is the most auspicious day to slay that spider queen. She paused. Of course, if you're worried about Lin Jing's safety, I can instruct someone to protect her. No need. Lin Mu's heart stirred slightly. Lin Jing had been invited to the Li family's residence today by Li Changfeng's sister, Li Tingting. She was perfectly safe there. Whatever the Li family's motives, it worked in Lin Mu's favor, so he didn't refuse. Han Mo Xiang opened the car door. Don't worry, she'll be back soon. The Li family are decent people, they don't have ulterior motives. Besides, building good relations with them in Tianhai City will benefit both of you siblings. Let's go. We can't let those demonic creatures beat us to it. The Demon Clan? Lin Mu was taken aback. Wasn't that Spider Queen part of the Demon Clan? Could those demonic tribes have designs on her? The Spider Queen is a Demon Clan member who cultivated right here in the Western Wastes. The Demon Clans from the 10,000 Mountains have been trying to recruit her all along. We must eliminate her before those creatures do. If the demonic race succeeds in recruiting her, humanity's control over the Western Wastes will weaken further. Is killing her really the only way to deal with her? Lin Mu was intrigued. In his view, if he could tame the Spider Queen like capturing a pet in a game, wouldn't that be absolutely delightful? But such methods were likely top secret in this world. Otherwise, after all this time here, he wouldn't have seen or heard of anyone taming a demon or beast as a pet. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't tell you. But since you're this silly little brother of mine. Fine, I'll play teacher one more time. Han Mo Xiang's words left Lin Mu somewhat stunned. Was this cool older sister actually going to tell him? Could she have actually taken a liking to him? That seemed highly unlikely. Someone like her had seen countless powerful individuals. How could she possibly be interested in an unknown young nobody like him? Moreover, the look in her eyes wasn't like the unyielding glint hidden in Yi Sanshue's gaze. Instead, it resembled the caring look in Lin Jing's eyes. Could it be that this older woman enjoys playing the role of someone's sister, treating me as her younger brother? Actually, there are other methods like what people often call subjugation or turning someone into a puppet. Han Mo Xiang nodded. But compared to the first, less secure method, most people prefer the second. So just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Let me put it this way. Take the Xiao family, who aren't exactly on good terms with you. Their foothold in Tianhai City relies entirely on crafting demon beast puppets. So if you ever cross paths with anyone from that clan again, you'd better watch your back. Beast puppets. Lin Mu silently committed the term to memory. He genuinely wanted to witness the power of such puppets when he had the chance. What about the first type? Any successful cases? Lin Mu still wanted to inquire about the first method. He needed to confirm it before proceeding with his subsequent actions. Because just last night, Lin Mu, who had just reached the 4th level of Qi cultivation, received some thrilling news from Xiao Dai. The pet system in the simulator had been activated. Chapter 45, the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. With the pet system now active, Lin Mu could now exchange energy points with Xiao Dai for pet rations, enabling him to contract demon beast pets. It perfectly replicated the gameplay mechanics from the game. Han Mo Xiang was currently seeking his help to confront the Spider Queen, and he intended to test the success rate. But this made Lin Mu worry. What if there was no precedent for taming demonic beasts in this world? If he did this, he'd surely be seen as an outcast. Therefore, he sought Han Ma Xiang's advice. Of course there are. Han Ma Xiang's answer sent a jolt through Lin Mu's heart, but her next words poured a bucket of cold water over him. But only diamond-tier masters can achieve that. So forget about it. At this point, Han Ma Xiang shot Lin Mu a mischievous glance. What? Did my words stir something in you? Do you really want to take that Spider Queen home? Ah, you're such a little pervert. I advise you to give up. That Spider Queen isn't some mindless beast. Even diamond-tier masters couldn't tame her. Remember your principal Tian Changsheng. He tried before and came back defeated, suffering serious injuries that still haven't healed. Because even though that Spider Queen is only platinum tier, on her turf she's got 5 silver tier subordinates and over a dozen bronze tier followers. You'd only stand a chance if she went blind and took a fancy to you. Han Mo Xiang's words left Lin Mu reeling. So it wasn't just one Spider Queen. This queen commanded troops and generals, a formidable force in both strength and numbers. How on earth were they supposed to fight this battle? Come on, let's strategize together. In the carriage, Han Ma Xiang excitedly pulled Lin Mu to discuss strategy. Unfortunately, she didn't know Lin Mu only enjoyed studying the art of the bedroom and knew nothing about tactics. Besides, expecting a homebody who'd never seen real battle or commanded troops to devise strategy? That would be more dangerous than having no strategy at all. Actually, I have read Sun Tzu's Art of War. The highest level is to subdue the enemy without fighting, right? But I doubt that'll work here. Too bad guerrilla warfare, landmine tactics, tunnel warfare, none of that's feasible either. Lin Mu racked his brains. Which of the 36 stratagems would be most applicable here? After much deliberation, none of the strategies like besieging Wei to rescue Zhao, deceiving heaven and crossing the sea, borrowing a knife to kill, or luring the tiger away from the mountain seemed viable.
As for the empty city stratagem, the feigned injury stratagem, or the beauty stratagem, none of those would work either. After much deliberation, he concluded that the final stratagem, retreating as the best course, was the most suitable. Never mind those minor grunts. The Spider Queen alone was enough to give him a headache. What does a platinum tier martial artist mean? Lin Mu could imagine it from Tian Changqing's strength. And what's more, the Spider Queen was a demonic being. Her innate physical prowess was far beyond what ordinary platinum tier martial artists could match. Worried Lin Mu might bail halfway through, Han Emosiang promised him all sorts of perks along the way. Balenciaga, Valentino, she was practically about to resort to black stockings as a temptation. Only then did Lin Mu reluctantly agree. This was Lin Mu's second visit to the Western Wastes, so he remained filled with curiosity. Han Maxiang, however, gave him no time to admire the scenery. She drove straight to the Spider Queen's territory. Peach Blossom Island. Famous for being covered in peach trees. The only way to reach the island was by walking across the floating stones on the sea surface. That tiny island, hidden far away in the sea mist, had apparently been developed by the Spider Queen over many years. Surprisingly, it even featured empty pavilions and towers resembling human architecture. If we could seize this place and turn it into a resort for tourists, the business would probably be booming. Lin Mu already considered the island his for the taking. Just look at Avatar. They built a floating island, hired some people to wear scraps of cloth, made a movie, and it became a massive hit. If he truly built a Peach Blossom Island resort here, even if it couldn't rival Avatar's Sacred Mountain, surely it wouldn't be any less impressive than Dubai's artificial Palm Island? It's a nice idea, but I don't think anyone would risk their life to come sightseeing in the Western Wastes. That's not vacationing, it's suicide. Han Emosiang laughed uncontrollably. The two chatted and laughed as they walked from the floating rocks toward the island, preparing to find the most secluded spot to land. Suddenly, Han Maxiang noticed black smoke billowing from multiple spots on Peach Blossom Island. Fury erupted within her, and she leapt to her feet in panic. Lin Mu, hurry up. Demons beat us to it. I'm warning you, show no mercy. Kill every last one. Whatever I set my sights on, no one takes it from me. What if they're not demons, but humans? Lin Mu believed this area was still within human territory. Perhaps it was human martial artists competing for the monster. Nonsense. In my eyes, there's only one kind of enemy: anyone who stands against me. Han Emosiang raised her delicate fist and gave Lin Mu a sharp jab, emphasizing her words with a huff. Whoever it is, as long as they don't leave, you go all out and cut them down. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens. Lin Mu had always thought Han Emosiang was a reasonable person. Little did he know she was fiercer than the censors of the Celestial Dynasty, utterly ruthless and domineering. Lin Mu immediately drew the moon blade strap to his back and charged forward. The Spider Queen was a demon pet he'd reserved long ago. Anyone who dared touch her would be cut down. Besides, Han Maxiang said she'd take responsibility. Might as well cut them down. At the entrance to Peach Blossom Island, demon beast corpses littered the ground, weapons strewn everywhere. Clearly, this wasn't an attack by human warriors, but a massive assault by the demonic tribes. Near the island's center, Lin Mu and Han Emosiang discovered the corpse of a silver-rank demonic warrior. Its head had been severed by terrifying force, its death gruesome and horrific. This time, there must have been powerful demonic warriors involved, perhaps even led by a demon king. Han Maxiang signaled Lin Mu to be doubly cautious. At that very moment, a piercing shriek erupted from the sky, rippling outward like shockwaves. Lin Mu heard it and felt a buzzing sensation in his head. For 2 or 3 seconds, his mind went blank, as if someone had struck him hard on the back of the head with a hammer. Fortunately, the physique of the Immortal Clan was exceptionally resilient. After a brief dizziness, it vanished without a trace. In contrast, Han Emosiang did not recover so quickly. Clutching her forehead, she groaned in agony. This is the Spider Queen's SSS-grade technique, the Siren Scream. It seems she's encountered a formidable foe. I need a minute to fully recover to my peak condition. If you can move, hurry and check the situation. Wait, don't go, there's someone in the sky. Han Maxiang glared at the figure in the distant sky, a man with wings on his back, clutching his head in agony, her teeth clenched in fury. Damn it! How did that Bai Yingming get here? Be careful, he's a quasi-demon king whose power rivals mine. This battle looks like it'll be tough. You'll have to play it by ear from here on out. If things get too bad, retreat. Just then, a woman of extraordinary allure flashed before the man known as Bai Yingming and delivered a swift kick. With a loud thud, Bai Yingming slammed heavily onto the ground, sending a shower of gravel flying. But true to his status as a quasi-demon king, the moment their bodies touched, he plunged a golden dagger into the enchanting woman's chest. Both figures crashed down from the sky. A double defeat? Lin Mu's heart pounded like a drum. This was clearly a gift from the heavens, a bargain offered to him. To refuse it would be to invite divine retribution. You two keep fighting, I'll just pick up the pieces. He immediately sprinted toward the unconscious Spider Queen, intending to use the pet food Xiao Dai had given him to tame this beauty. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past.
A shadow appeared behind him out of nowhere, its hand holding a gleaming golden blade high, which came crashing down toward Lin Mu's back of the head. Chapter 46, Instant Kill? How can this be fought? Idiot. The figure sliced Lin Mu clean in half with a single sword strike, a cold sneer escaping his lips. But he froze in shock immediately afterward. Because Lin Mu's figure vanished. He had only struck an afterimage. Where the hell did that kid go? Just as he was bewildered by the vanishing figure, a blade carrying lightning and a fierce momentum struck viciously into his back. I agree, you're a big idiot. Thud. The instant the egg knife struck the man's back, Lin Mu didn't forget to kick him squarely in the rear. The mountain wall trembled, sending dust billowing into the air. A long, gouged trail marked the ground of Peach Blossom Island. Taking advantage of his opponent's overconfidence, Lin Mu landed the surprise attack. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If he had wielded a divine artifact in his hand, this arrogant Bai Yingming would likely have met his end. But now, his power was insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. The ground exploded with a boom as a dark figure burst forth, sword in hand, none other than Bai Yingming himself. A quasi-demon king, peak golden tier strength. Though caught off guard by Lin Mu's ambush, his face remained haughtily arrogant. He casually shook the stone fragments from his shoulders and shot Lin Mu a contemptuous glance. Kid, you've got quick reflexes, but your strength is pathetic. What's your name? Don't talk to him. This guy is deliberately stalling to recover his spiritual power. Han Mo Xiang, having regained consciousness, urgently interjected. Captain Han, it's been a while. Unfortunately, fighting you holds no meaning. We've clashed over 10 times without a clear victor, and I doubt this encounter will be any different. However, I seriously doubt your little sidekick will last a minute against my 5 men. Bai Yingming clapped his hands with gentlemanly grace. As the words fell, 5 demonic warriors clutched their heads, expressions twisted in agony, slowly rising to their feet. The shrieking venom of the Spider Queen's female demon was too much for them to endure, no matter how powerful they were. After all, they were only at the peak of the silver rank. But it was more than enough to deal with a human kid. This kid looked to be around 20 years old, at most a silver-tier martial artist. Han Mo Xiang glanced at Lin Mu and saw that the boy seemed largely unaffected. Her heart settled instantly. This fellow truly lived up to being that man's son. Her faith in him hadn't been misplaced. If it had been anyone else, she wouldn't have been so close to him, let alone brought him here to kill the Spider Queen. Kill him. Bai Yingming had been watching Han Ma Xiang's expression the whole time. Noticing no trace of panic in her, he felt a sudden pang of irritation. Could she truly have that much confidence in that little brat? 5 specially selected demonic warriors as her confidants, plus nearly 100 elite subordinates she'd personally trained. Could that kid possibly defeat them? Or was this woman deliberately feigning confidence? Right. Given her cunning and composure, she wouldn't show any emotion even when at a disadvantage. This was most likely just a bluff. Yes. The 5 silver-ranked demon warriors roared their agreement. However, they did not move as a unified force. Moreover, they did not believe a mere human cub warranted 5 silver-rank experts joining forces to hunt him down. If not for the boss's orders, they would have sent a few bronze-tier underlings to devour the brat alive. One silver-tier man stepped forward to strike, while another guarded him, wary of Han Mo Xiang's sneak attack. The remaining 3 continued monitoring the battlefield, ready to eliminate the Spider Queen should she appear at any moment. Bai Yingming no longer paid attention to Lin Mu. He was merely a man marked for death. His true target this time was the Spider Queen. However, half his attention remained fixed on Han Mo Xiang. Having fought Han Mo Xiang for years, he knew just how terrifying her strength was. Though she appeared to be only at the gold tier level. When unleashed fully, her offensive power surpassed even ordinary platinum tier warriors. Many platinum tier demon warriors had met their end at her hands precisely because they had underestimated her. Be careful. I'll be focusing all my attention on this guy from now on. Han Mo Xiang warned Lin Mu before scanning the battlefield, preparing to strike it Bai Yingming's men when the opportunity arose. Kill. Bai Yingming shared the same intent, directly ordering his men to eliminate Lin Mu swiftly. Damn it, do you think I'm the national soccer team? Just slaughtering people whenever you feel like it? Lin Mu was thoroughly annoyed. If he weren't worried about others discovering his pet taming abilities, he would have already chopped these demonic bastards to pieces with his thunder sword. Why should they get to show off? But he believed his chance would come. The pet rations in his pocket were already prepared, just waiting for the right moment to be fed. As Lin Mu spun around, he swung his egg blade to parry the heaviest demonic warrior's charging sword, then flicked upward in a slashing strike. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted behind him, dazzling everyone and drawing their stunned gazes. What made Lin Mu both ecstatic and utterly mortified was this. His target, the Spider Queen, had appeared behind him at some point, snatching the pet food from his pocket. Moreover, in his mind, a strange woman's voice suddenly echoed. Contract. Complete. Is that it? Simpler than he had imagined? At that moment, Lin Mu could already sense that he could control the Spider Queen's body. And he could clearly sense just how weak her body was. This must be the mental link between master and demon pet. Kill him. Quickly. Bai Yingning bellowed from the other side. Though he didn't know what was happening, the sight of the Spider Queen standing side by side with that kid seemingly in harmony was not a good sign. Were they planning to cooperate? That couldn't be allowed. If the Spider Queen survived, she would undoubtedly become the most formidable opponent once her injuries healed. Had they not ambushed her earlier, driving the golden grade treasure, the dragon-slaying dagger, into her heart, the battle's outcome would be entirely different now. As the 5 demonic warriors, their expressions turning grim, lunged forward in unison. Lin Mu swiftly reached out, pulling the dragon-slaying dagger still embedded in the Spider Queen's chest. Simultaneously, he retrieved a golden needle from his system inventory to heal her wounds. Truthfully, even without the golden needles, the platinum-tier Spider Queen would never have died easily. What truly dealt her a fatal blow was that very dagger, the dragon-slaying dagger that even dragons dared not face. Now that the dagger was removed, the Spider Queen's wounds began to heal at a visible pace. Though her body remained extremely weak, her life was no longer in jeopardy. Moreover, Lin Mu estimated that once she became his demon pet, as long as he himself did not meet with a fatal accident, she would never die. 5 demonic warriors launched a combined assault. At this moment, Lin Mu cared not for the consequences. Whether it was to eliminate witnesses or face a life or death crisis, he would not spare these demonic warriors. Instantly, thunderous light erupted from his hands, unleashing a 40-meter-long bolt of lightning that crashed down upon them. Even at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation, he could easily slay the silver-ranked director of politics and education. How much more so now that he had advanced to the 4th level of Qi cultivation? Faced with such a thunderous sword strike, the 2 demonic cultivators who collided head-on with it let out agonized screams as they plummeted from the sky. Their legs kicked out in the air before they were instantly obliterated. Instant death? Bai Yingning stared in disbelief. How was this possible? The remaining 3 demonic warriors who had narrowly escaped death hastily retreated dozens of meters away. Staring at their fallen comrades' corpses, they gaped in disbelief. Each of them was terrified out of their wits. A formidable enemy wasn't terrifying at worst, they'd fight to the death. But facing an enemy who could kill them in an instant, how could they possibly fight? Chapter 47. You're nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Strike while the iron is hot. Lin Mu understood this simple tactic. He launched himself toward the nearest demonic warrior, intent on slaying him. Though he'd just taken down 3 more enemies were still eyeing him menacingly. Of course. That Bai Yingning didn't count. However, the closest demonic warrior was battle-hardened. Facing this sudden assault, he merely hesitated for a split second before snapping back into action. Or more accurately, his momentary hesitation had been a deliberate ploy to lure Lin Mu into attacking. A tall, slender demonic warrior moved fastest, piercing the heart within the shadow of the wild bull with a single sword thrust. In his mind, human warriors were physically fragile, and close combat was their weakness. Once Lin Mu closed in, he swiftly swung his sword horizontally, driving it viciously into Lin Mu's chest. After the sword struck true, the tall, slender demonic warrior twisted his blade violently, intent on tearing Lin Mu's heart to shreds. A cruel smile spread across his face. But the smile froze on his face the instant it appeared. For he saw his sword halt just 3 centimeters from Lin Mu's chest, unable to penetrate further. A light barrier he had never encountered before directly blocked his blade. But it didn't end there. Lin Mu suddenly reached out, instantly grabbing the demonic warrior's arm, then brought down a thunderous sword strike. The demonic warrior, who had been struggling to break free, let out a piercing scream. The entire body was instantly struck by the thunderous sword, followed immediately by a second strike, then a third. Amidst the deafening thunderclaps, the other 2 demon warriors heard their comrades' agonized screams. No one could withstand such a strike from the overwhelming thunder. Not even the demonic physique could withstand it. Lin Mu had discovered during his previous battle with demonic warriors that the divine technique Thunder Sword inflicted innate, overwhelming damage upon demonic beings. This time proved no different. He unleashed 5 consecutive thunder swords until his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, then swiftly retreated. Now, not only Lin Mu, but even the 2 companions of this demonic warrior believed there was no way he could survive. Since gaining rudimentary intelligence, the wild bull shadow seemed to have learned weaponry as well. The tall, gaunt demonic warrior now lay as little more than a charred, blackened husk. The remaining demonic warrior realized his utter misfortune. Not only was his formidable demonic physique utterly useless against this opponent, but he was being crushed and trampled like an insect. How much more could this creature possibly endure? Lin Mu was in high spirits today. Having consecutively slain 3 silver-tier demonic warriors, his energy reserves were replenished to the brim, leaving him feeling exceptionally exhilarated. But for the 2 remaining demon warriors, this marked the beginning of their nightmare. Though they knew this kid might be running low on spiritual energy, who could say for certain that these cunning human martial artists didn't possess methods to restore their power? They began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Bai Yingming was furious beyond belief at this outcome, yet he was forced to face the formidable Han Mo Xiang and couldn't extricate himself. He never imagined Han Ma Xiang would bring such an incredibly formidable youngster who had instantly taken out 3 of his men. If they returned like this, wouldn't the boss skin them alive? Kill him immediately. His spiritual power is surely depleted. Eliminate him and your mission is complete. Each of you will be rewarded with a black stocking beauty upon our return. Bai Yingming bellowed. Yes, my spiritual power is gone. Hurry up and kill me. I can't wait. Lin Mu offered with sincere invitation. His spiritual energy had indeed been depleted moments ago, but thanks to the 7-leaf lotus, it had instantly replenished to full capacity. If Bai Yingming ever found out about this twisted trick, he'd probably spit blood and die from rage. Bai Yingming desperately wanted to charge forward and swiftly eliminate this menace, Lin Mu. However, he feared Han Mo Xiang might seize the opportunity to strike. If that happened, he'd be caught between 2 fires, suffering terribly. In his eyes, Lin Mu, the seemingly formidable youngster, wasn't worth a single finger of Han Mo Xiang's. Therefore, it was sufficient to have his men wear the boy down. The crux of the battle lay in how to take down Han Ma Xiang. As for the severely wounded Spider Queen, even if she chose to cooperate with Han Ma Xiang and his group, she likely wouldn't regain her combat strength anytime soon. Though he despised his 2 subordinates' incompetence, Bai Yingming still needed them to get things done. Moreover, he understood clearly that it wasn't their incompetence. It was the aftermath of the previous major battle. Had his men not been so severely depleted earlier, their combat effectiveness wouldn't have plummeted to such a pitiful state. Are you going to move or not? If you don't, I'll just sit here and take a nap. Once my spiritual energy is fully restored, we'll fight again. Lin Mu now planned to exploit the enemy's overconfidence for another surprise victory. This was far more comfortable than engaging the enemy head-on. And so, he picked up a rock, lay down, and comfortably rested his head on it. He propped his hands behind his head, crossed one leg over the other, and began swaying back and forth. Of course, the swagger was just for show. The real purpose was to deceive the enemy and draw their attention. Just moments ago, he had already activated the Immortal Protection Shield. It must be said, this Immortal Protection Shield was exceptionally tall and powerful. A full-strength strike from a silver-tier demonic warrior couldn't break through it. In Lin Mu's eyes, techniques like silver armor, gold armor, or demon armor were mere trifles compared to the Immortal Protection Shield. Over there, Han Mo Xiang had already attacked Bai Yingming. She unleashed a technique resembling a magical fireball, instantly roasting Bai Yingming until he howled in agony. It seemed this mature woman specialized in techniques akin to the 5 elements Taoist arts. She sure loves playing with fire. No wonder she's so bold and carefree, it's endearing. While Bai Yingming and Han Ma Xiang fought fiercely, Lin Mu remained utterly relaxed. Seeing the 2 demon warriors hold back, he strolled over to the corpses of the 3 demon warriors. The remaining 2 demon warriors, baffled by Lin Mu's actions, backed away in fear. Little did they know he was simply seizing the chance to loot gear. These demon warriors had traveled thousands of miles to this place. They couldn't possibly be carrying nothing of value. After all, monsters always drop loot when defeated. What the hell are you doing? Bai Yingming glanced over during the fierce battle and saw his 2 subordinates dumbly staring at the kid, not making a move. He was furious. If the kid hadn't fought at all, that would be one thing. But now, after expending a huge amount of energy, he was at his most vulnerable. Why weren't these 2 fools attacking? What he failed to notice was that Lin Mu's complexion was rosy, his body brimming with spiritual energy, hardly the appearance of someone drained by battle. Similarly, Han Mo Xiang couldn't spare her attention from her own battle. Her eyes closed in meditation, she prepared to drain her spiritual energy once more to settle the score with Bai Yingming. She could hear Lin Mu's voice and knew he was unharmed. She'd assumed he was still locked in combat, unaware he'd already achieved a decisive victory. The 2 demonic warriors, hearing Bai Yingming's rage, flinched in fear and rushed forward. If they could finish him off before he recovered, the battle would be over. Just as they began to indulge in fantasies, suddenly, a figure rose from behind Lin Mu. It was the Spider Queen, who had been unconscious from her severe injuries moments before. She opened her pale blue-tinged violet eyes and let out a piercing, shrill scream. Instantly, both Han Mo Xiang and Bai Yingming were struck as if by lightning, collapsing to the ground in dizziness. The 2 demonic warriors, their senses shattered by the piercing scream, collapsed onto the ground, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. Lin Mu was astonished. He too heard the scream, yet found himself completely unaffected by it. He couldn't tell if it was because he was her master or if the Immortal Protection Shield also blocked sonic attacks. But there was no time to ponder further. For when he looked up, he suddenly saw Bai Yingming plummet from the sky once more, struck by the female demon's shrieks. Without hesitation, Lin Mu didn't even bother to finish off the 2 demonic martial artists lying before him. He darted toward the dazed Bai Yingming like a bolt of lightning. His left hand grasped the thunder sword, dragging a long streak of lightning and a faint trail of smoke as it plunged viciously toward Bai Yingming's heart. Golden rank? Near Demon King? As long as you're stunned and unable to resist, you're nothing but a worthless piece of trash meant to be beaten. Chapter 48, Lin Mu. From now on, you'll be called Spring 30 Maiden. True to its name, the Thunder Sword. Swift as thunder. The blade plunged viciously into Bai Yingming's chest. Lin Mu thought Bai Yingming was done for. Little did he know, an unexpected turn of events left him utterly stunned. With a gaping hole piercing his chest, Bai Yingming did not collapse like an ordinary demonic martial artist. Instead, he immediately regained consciousness amidst the dizziness, letting out agonized howls. Then, a powerful aura erupted violently from his body, directly knocking Lin Mu back. He then clutched his chest and retreated at a frantic speed, like a cornered beast fighting for its life. Before Lin Mu could react to pursue, he swiftly drew a familiar purple badge from his robe and channeled spiritual energy into it. He intended to use the badge to teleport away. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed sharply as he hurriedly summoned the Thunder Sword once more. In a fraction of a second, the Thunder Sword struck directly down upon Bai Yingming's head. It nearly cleaved Bai Yingming's chest and abdomen in two, yet ultimately failed to kill this demonic tribe commander. At the last moment, a teleportation beam surged upward, allowing him to evade the fatal blow. Had he been human, he would have been dead for sure. But this guy was a demon. Who knows how he survived with a gaping hole through his chest? But now Lin Mu knew. During the second pursuit, the instant he sliced open Bai Yingming's chest and abdomen with the Thunder Sword, he discovered something astonishing within the bloody wound. The creature's heart was positioned right in the center of its chest cavity. It seemed this was related to his demonic heritage. Had he known earlier that the heart was positioned centrally, Lin Mu would never have let this quasi-demon king escape alive. Experience this was the bitter regret of inexperience. Though Bai Yingming managed to escape in his dying moments, his two henchmen who failed to flee with him met their end. Enraged, Lin Mu struck them down with 2 bolts of Thunder Swords. That's thousands of energy points, enough to exchange for so many things. Meanwhile, Han Mo Xiang remained unconscious, clearly suffering greatly from the demoness shrieks. After she fainted, a faint blue light began to emanate from her hand, forming a halo that enveloped her body, seemingly protecting her. Lin Mu, with his keen eyes, noticed the blue light emanating from a ring on Han Ma Xiang's finger. Could this ring be a treasure too? Lin Mu was somewhat surprised. Such treasures capable of automatically protecting their owners were considered to have awakened sentience, placing them among the highest grade spirit artifacts. When will I ever possess such a treasure? Sometimes, relying solely on one's own strength wasn't enough to increase power. The enhancement from treasures played a significant role. Lin Mu could only hope for the day he could exchange for a treasure from Xiao Dai. Thinking of the vast array of treasures in Journey to the West, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Fortunately, he now had his first demon pet. Lin Mu couldn't help but glance over at the Spider Queen, who had regained her mobility. Though her strength hadn't fully returned, her platinum tier aura had already resurfaced. Sensing his gaze, the Spider Queen turned her head, meeting Lin Mu's eyes with those captivating blue-tinged violet orbs. Only then did Lin Mu clearly see the Spider Queen's appearance. Jet black hair cascaded over her shoulders and down her back. She wore a leather outfit that exposed vast swaths of snow-white skin, enough to make anyone's nose bleed. In short, she gave Lin Mu the overwhelming sensation of a deadly temptation. Especially her flawlessly smooth, porcelain skin and her waist as slender as an A4 sheet of paper, dividing her body into an unparalleled golden ratio. This contrast only made her fiery, demonic form appear even more perfect. This, truly befitting a demoness, utterly sexy and deadly. Lin Mu couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the Spider Queen's curvaceous, flawless form. When it came to taming demonic pets, it seemed better to seek out beauties after all. Combat prowess aside, at least they'd be a feast for the eyes. If he contracted a tiger or lion, he'd have to feed them meat daily. He'd end up like a zookeeper. Lin Mu now harbored a grand ambition. Beyond cultivation, he would contract the most beautiful demonic beast in existence. Gently stroking Grey Wolf whenever he felt like it? That's disgusting. Instead, he should be squeezing this beautiful battle beast whenever possible. The Spider Queen probably had no idea how lustful her new master truly was. She merely glanced at the wound on her chest, then surveyed the battlefield engulfed in smoke and her home consumed by flames. Suddenly, she covered her face and burst into tears. Ha! You can cry too? Lin Mu hadn't expected the Spider Queen to possess such rich emotions. He'd always assumed demonic beings were incapable of sorrow. Wah! Hearing this, the Spider Queen wept even more uncontrollably. Alright, I actually understand. Going from being a high and mighty queen to a slave at my mercy, that can't feel great. But you chose to bind yourself to me. You can't blame me for that. Besides, if you hadn't made that pact just now, your little life would have been over. Strictly speaking, I saved your life. Lin Mu had intended to comfort the Spider Queen with, "Don't cry, Your Majesty. I'll make sure you live a life of sexual bliss." But he figured that would only make her cry harder, so he kept that part to himself. Thus, he offered little comfort for the Spider Queen's wailing. The more he tried to console her, the more heartbroken she became, her tears falling like rain. Lin Mu searched through all the corpses of the demon warriors, picking up quite a few items. Though he couldn't tell their value, he believed there would be people who recognized their worth back home. But won't bringing this back attract too much attention?
After finishing everything, Lin Mu found himself staring blankly at the Spider Queen. Such a stunning beauty, radiating overwhelming demonic energy bringing her back would make it obvious to anyone, even a blind person, that she was demonic.
If anyone discovered he had a demonic pet, wouldn't that just invite more envy? Just then, his eyes suddenly caught sight of Han Emo-siang, still unconscious. His eyes lit up. He had it. He could just say this stunning beauty was a gift to him. He didn't believe anyone would dare question her about it.
Lin Mu was genuinely impressed with his own cunning.
But
Lin Mu frowned as he looked at Han Emo-siang still lying on the ground. She'd been lying there for ages, maybe he should take advantage of the situation and tease her a bit.
No. Should he perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and chest compressions?
With that thought, Lin Mu rose and walked over, just about to extend his wolfish claws.
Suddenly,
the Spider Queen let out a startled cry. It turned out that the fiery aerial pavilion had collapsed on one side. Lin Mu suddenly remembered that Han Emo-siang had come here specifically for the peach tree.
He couldn't possibly return empty-handed. A woman's resentment was terrifying.
Hey, you forget it, calling you Spider Queen sounds too crude. From now on, you'll be known as Spring 30 Lady. Lin Mu hastily gave the Spider Queen a name and quickly conveyed his request. You've got a lot of peach trees here, right?
Hurry up and get me the prettiest one. Wait, never mind. Forget it. Crash.
The distant pavilion had collapsed into ruins.
Staying here any longer would be disastrous.
Lin Mu had no time for hesitation.
He bent down and hoisted Han Emo-siang onto his back.
Savoring the exquisite sensation of her soft, fragrant, and delicate body against his, he bellowed at Chun Sanliang once more.
Let's get out of here. With that, he took off running first. Chapter 49, An Unexpected Windfall? Seeing Lin Mu retreat, Chun Sanliang didn't immediately follow.
Instead, she darted toward the collapsing pavilions and towers. Lin Mu paid her no mind. After all, she was now his demon pet. He had no worries about her safety, nor did he fear her running away. Though fragments of stone and burning would rain down from the sky, Lin Mu relished this moment of sensuality amidst the peril. The soft, yielding sensation against his back was an indescribable delight. While dodging the falling debris, Lin Mu deliberately took bumpier paths and longer detours to savor the moment.
At that moment, Wolfclaw's hand slipped to caress Han Emo-siang's plump little buttocks, completely unnoticed.
The sensation was pure bliss. If Han Emo-siang stayed unconscious, he'd gladly carry her like this for 100 kilometers, taking every opportunity to touch her. If they needed to pause for artificial respiration or chest compressions along the way, he wouldn't object at all.
Unfortunately, Han Emo-siang let out a soft moan, seemingly stirring awake.
Lin Mu, who had been groping her little but just a second ago, instantly transformed into a heroic savior, putting on a serious face.
He pretended not to notice Han Emo-siang's awakening, running downhill without taking any detours. What's going on? Han Emo-siang was startled at first. Why was someone carrying her?
The distinctly masculine aura emanating from Lin Mu startled her. Then she recognized him as Lin Mu, and her heart settled instantly. Thank goodness, it was him. She turned her head and saw pavilions collapsing everywhere across the island. Thinking Bai Yingming was chasing them and that this young man was carrying her to safety, she felt deeply moved.
All those pavilions blew up.
I had no choice but to carry you. Too bad we won't get to the peach trees now. Lin Mu knew he should put Han Emo-siang down now, but he couldn't bear to part with the soft, fragrant body pressed against his back.
He pretended to forget and refused to put her down.
Forget it. I told you before, survival comes first.
You did the right thing.
Seeing that the boy was fleeing for his life yet still considering her safety, Han Emo-siang felt warmth surge through her heart once more. When they reached the shore, she struggled to her feet and glanced back at Peach Blossom Island, feeling something was off.
Why wasn't anyone chasing after them? Had they all fled too? Little did she know.
Bai Yingming's men had all been wiped out. Even he himself had nearly lost his life here. Behind her, a figure flickered. Chun Sanliang swiftly approached Lin Mu, holding not only the precious dagger dragon slayer from before but also a small box. The moment Han Emo-siang saw that Chun Sanliang meant them no harm and sensed the faint connection between her aura and Lin Mu's, her adorable little mouth opened wide in astonishment, unable to close for a long while.
Good heavens, Lin Mu, you really made a contract with the Spider Queen? No way.
When Lin Mu had previously contracted Chun Sanliang, Han Emo-siang had been deep in meditation, gathering spiritual energy, and hadn't noticed the two completing their pact. She had only been joking with Lin Mu earlier and never imagined he would actually form a contract with the Spider Queen. After all, the odds of that happening were incredibly slim. Who would have thought this lucky kid actually succeeded in binding the Platinum Tier Spider Queen? She's called Spring 30 Maiden now. But she initiated the contract herself. She was near death at the time. Without it, she would have perished.
Lin Mu told a small white lie.
That does sound somewhat plausible. Still, congratulations. With this Platinum Tier demon pet, your future prospects are limitless.
Han Emo-seon was genuinely happy for Lin Mu. Of course, there was something even more delightful. When Spring 30 Maiden handed her the box and she opened it, she immediately let out a delighted shriek. Ah! Amidst that shriek rivaling a demoness wail, Lin Mu had no time to react before Han Ma-seon grabbed his arm. She planted a kiss right on his arm. Oh my goodness, they're peach tree seeds. So many. I can finally have my own peach blossom garden. Lin Mu, I absolutely adore you. Lin Mu was utterly mortified by Han Emo-seon's reaction. It's just a few peach tree seeds. Was she really that excited? Of course, her excitement was a good thing. She'd even kissed him passionately just now. He doubted she'd ever do something like that when she was fully conscious. Since she loved peach blossoms so much, next time he'd get her some even rarer flowers and plants. Who knows? If she got excited enough, she might even take the initiative. Lin Mu's mind started wandering and a certain part of him shamefully stiffened. Han Emo-seon continued to cheer and jump around like a little girl while Chun San-nyang silently fastened the dragon-slaying dagger to her waist. Seeing this unwelcome development, Lin Mu immediately ordered her to hand it over. Any dropped treasure must first belong to its master. Only when I bestow it upon you does it become yours. Hand it over. Chun Sanli hesitated, then shook her head resolutely, refusing to hand it over. Her mouth chattered incoherently, but she refused to relinquish the dragon-slaying dagger. Ha? You don't speak human language? That's a bit strange. Though Han Emo-seon knew a bit of demonic language, after exchanging a few words with Chun San-nyang, she waved her hand at Lin Mu with a headache. We should find an interpreter. The 10,000 mountains are vast, and the demonic languages are more numerous than our human tongues. But where on earth would we find someone fluent in demonic languages? I know someone. He's a qualified translator, though he's a bit of a pain in the neck. Who? Lin Mu couldn't believe anyone in this world was more deserving of a beating than Zhang Shaoqi. That Zhang captain from last time. That guy used to be a backpacker who traveled all over the world. He's fluent in countless languages, including over 100 demonic dialects. If he can't translate it, you won't need to look for anyone else. Han Emo-seon chuckled. But that guy has a nasty temper. You humiliated him last time, so he's bound to hold a grudge. Getting him to translate might be tricky. We'll need a clever plan for this. Don't worry. I know how to handle people with bad tempers. Lin Mu considered himself a master at dealing with stubborn mules. They practically begged to be slapped. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go ask this Spring 30-year-old lady what she really wants to say. It might be incredibly important. Han Emo-seon noticed Lin Mu still seemed reluctant to leave Peach Blossom Island's territory and smiled. Don't worry. The Shanguin will send people to clean up the mess. Anything useful will be left for us. It's our honor. They wouldn't dare pocket it. At most, they'll ask for a reward. By the way, what do you think Spring 30 Maiden really wanted to tell you? Han Emo-seon's inner gossip monger erupted instantly. After all, these demonic tribes that ruled their own territories all had their secrets. Like treasures. If there really is treasure, don't forget to give me half when the time comes. I deserve half the credit too. Treasures? Lin Mu perked up instantly. Could it be that he'd come just to make a cameo appearance, yet still reap an unexpected windfall? That would be an incredible surprise. Chapter 50, Beating Up Captain Zhang. Back at the Shangu Hotel. Han Emo-seon issued a bounty in her own name to clean up Peach Blossom Island, which was ultimately taken on by two powerful mercenary groups. The task of transporting corpses and clearing the battlefield remnants wasn't difficult. But with the possibility of demonic martial artists appearing and unexpected incidents occurring along the way, the bounty was set at more than 10 times the amount of other missions. If you could also restore Peach Blossom Island along the way, I'll double the reward. Lin Mu had genuinely set his sights on Peach Blossom Island's location and decided to have these mercenaries clean it up as well. Ideally, it should be move-in ready. Yes, we will do our utmost to restore Peach Blossom Island. The leaders of the two mercenary groups immediately stood at attention upon seeing Chun San-nyang by Lin Mu's side. As for the Spider Queen of Peach Blossom Island, she had ruled Peach Blossom Island for years. Everyone knew this, yet no one dared challenge her. After all, she possessed platinum tier cultivation. Even if she had just broken through from gold tier, ordinary mercenaries like them still wouldn't dare challenge her. Not to mention she commanded a formidable following. But now, incredibly, it seems this Spider Queen has been subdued. And by a young man she'd never seen before. Though no one knew who Lin Mu was, how many in this world could subdue a platinum tier demon beast? Shouldn't such a formidable figure be served with the utmost reverence? Especially since they all knew Han Ma-seon. Han Ma-seon is a major figure from the imperial capital. Anyone standing beside her must be someone they can't even look up to. Thus, upon hearing Lin Mu's additional request, they all readily agreed. The mission was assigned. Next, they would return to Tianhai City to find that Captain Zhang. Before departure, Han Ma-seon noticed that Lin Mu's companion, Chun San-nyang, with her seductive charm and deadly allure, was causing quite a stir. She quickly had the Shangu Hotel find some more modest clothing for Chun San-nyang to wear. At first, Chun Sanling Yang disliked wearing clothes that covered her too much.
But under Lin Mu's stern insistence, she reluctantly put them on. Lin Mu suspected she was protesting his bullying of this powerful demonic being, but he pretended not to hear. Once she changed into the waitress's attire, Chun San Yang instantly radiated an aura of innocent allure. This look sparked an even stronger desire to conquer her than her original sexy appearance. If she walked down the street like this, wouldn't she turn every head? But Han Mo Xiang had no better solution at the moment, so this would have to do. After all, no one dared to make a pass at a platinum-tier demon beast. Others would just stare, drooling like waterfalls. Such things couldn't be completely prevented. Returning to Tianhai City, they arrived at the law enforcement squad where Captain Zhang was stationed. The guy had just finished his leisurely lunch. Before he could even sit down to rest, Lin Mu charged over with a menacing glare. Without a word, he was beaten senseless. "What the hell are you doing?" Captain Zhang felt bitter inside. He'd taken a beating for no apparent reason. If it weren't for the stunning beauty trailing behind the kid, he'd have called for backup to take him down. You know what kind of people I hate most? The ones I despise most in this life are multilingual people. Tell me, if I don't beat you, who else should I beat? Lin Mu kicked Captain Zhang hard in the butt in a fit of rage. Only then did Captain Zhang realize his linguistic talent had brought him misfortune. But this beating actually made him feel a sense of pride. Think you're so tough, kid? Think you can just beat up my men whenever you want? You got some hot chick backing you up, huh? But you're a fool. I'm different. I speak over 100 languages. No, just demonic languages alone number over 100. If Lin Mu weren't kicking his ass right now, Captain Zhang would have stood up, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and sung everyone a popular song from the demon realm. But by then, Lin Mu had already drawn the egg knife from his coat. Enough! I'm going to chop this annoying bastard to pieces. I hate it when someone's better than me. Lin Mu made a move to slash Captain Zhang, who was so terrified he nearly wet himself. Let's talk this out. Honestly, I think you have a real talent for languages, you just need a good teacher to guide you. Han Mo Xiang seized the moment and quickly grabbed Lin Mu's hand. I can teach this gentleman the demonic language for free. If he can't learn it, I'll gladly step out and get hit by a car. You might not know this, but I once taught a mute girl to speak. Think about it, if I could teach her to talk, how could this guy not learn? It's dead simple. Captain Zhang scrambled to his feet, putting on his most scholarly and capable demeanor. He forced open the eyes swollen from Lin Mu's punch and locked eyes with him. Brother, I truly understand your frustration. But please trust me, learning a foreign language is no difficult task. I guarantee you'll grasp it instantly. Get lost. Who needs your teaching? Lin Mu delivered a flying kick that nearly sent Captain Zhang flying out the door. Don't get angry. We won't study this troublesome stuff. Is that alright? Han Mo Xiang's soothing words finally calmed the raging Lin Mu and coaxed him out. Moments later, she returned and addressed Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang, right? I remember you. I'm sorry about what happened earlier. That kid has a temper, and lately he's been stressed about his foreign language exam. He tried to pay someone to cheat for him, but who knew he'd get reported? Captain Zhang thanked her profusely, tears welling up. I completely understand how he feels. Rest assured, if Miss Han trusts me, I'll put in a good word for him. I'm willing to help him, teaching him not just one language, but 10 wouldn't be a problem. Of course, provided he doesn't try to hit me. Han Mo Xiang nodded. I'll do my best to persuade him. Rest assured, he's usually a very well-behaved child, quite calm even as an infant. Captain Zhang nearly burst into tears. Who the hell hits people as a baby? Han Mo Xiang then called Lin Mu in. Lin Mu proceeded to mimic some of Chun Sanling Yang's speech patterns, using the excuse of testing his abilities. Captain Zhang's performance was remarkably enthusiastic. This must be the exam from my brother's school. Though the vocabulary is limited, I can't be 100% certain yet. But within this passage, terms like secret manual and treasure appear. I'm absolutely certain this is a Demon Clan treasure hunt story. Rest assured, this is a standard exam question at the academy, either treasure hunts or trials. This language is too simple. If given time, I'm confident I could teach brother this language in a month. No, I could even teach you all 3 common languages of the Demon Clans while I'm at it. Master these 3, and no future exam will ever stump you. Captain Zhang remained completely unsuspecting. But Lin Mu and Han Mo Xiang's hearts skipped a beat simultaneously. Secret manuals? A treasure? It seemed Spring 30 Maiden held a clue to some treasure. Perhaps she intended to use this secret to strike a deal with Lin Mu. After all, even though she'd been reduced to a demon pet, she still had to fight for better treatment. Could a working dog really be treated the same as the Grand Steward? Chapter 51, The Dinosaur Girl's Invitation. Leaving the enforcement squad. Han Mo Xiang stretched lazily. If there really is treasure, it must be something extraordinary. Otherwise, Chun San Yang would have gone to retrieve it herself long ago. We should focus on strengthening our abilities first before considering anything else.
But let's be clear, if we find any exotic flower seeds or spiritual herbs, they're all mine. As for manuals, cultivation techniques, or treasures, I'm not interested. Those are all yours. Alright, let's do it. Lin Mu felt Han Ma-xian was the perfect treasure hunting partner. He couldn't have found a better teammate even if he searched high and low. Han Ma-xian laughed heartily. That's it? We'll split up for now. I'll mail the peach tree seeds back and have someone plant them for me. As for you, hurry up and boost your strength. Until you reach the gold tier, there's no way I'm going treasure hunting with you. Of course, if you can leap straight to platinum tier, then I might just consider giving you. At that moment, Han Mo-xiang suddenly lifted Lin Mu's chin with her finger, her eyes locked with his, her breath fragrant. Just as Lin Mu thought she was about to kiss him, Han Mo-xiang abruptly withdrew her hand and burst into laughter, her body shaking with mirth. Finally, still laughing, she darted into the car. A trail of fragrant air followed her as she waved goodbye amidst her uniquely hearty laughter, departing with effortless grace. This left Lin Mu utterly baffled by this older woman. Was she interested in him? Or did she have no interest at all, just toying with him? After pondering it for a moment, Lin Mu dismissed the question. Ah well, if he could truly win her over someday, she'd belong to him eventually. No need to rush now. A little teasing was fine for the moment. The memory of that incredibly delightful sensation while carrying her across the island sent a shameful tingle through him. Han Mo-xiang, this mature woman, didn't appear to have an exceptional figure at first glance. But once you touched her, you realized her curves were incredibly voluptuous. Combined with her slender frame, it was simply perfect. As for the demonic language, Lin Mu wasn't about to waste time seeking out Captain Zhang to learn it. He'd send Rin Shuai and the others to learn it. Folks like Kolu and Mia, who relied on their mouths for a living, would pick it up quickly. Once they'd mastered it, after thoroughly milking Captain Zhang dry of all his knowledge, he could slowly pass it on to himself later. Right now, his priority was finding ways to boost his strength. Currently at the 4th level of chi refining, he was already equivalent to a gold-tier martial artist in this world. Yet Lin Mu didn't feel confident enough to venture out treasure hunting just yet. At the very least, he needed to break through to the platinum tier. To achieve that, he had to reach the 5th level of chi cultivation. Also, counting the days, there was only half a month left before university registration. Lin Jing's strength was still lacking, so he needed to help her improve as well. He didn't need her to become a top-tier martial artist, but she absolutely had to reach the silver rank before entering university. This might be difficult for others, but for Lin Mu, a cheat code wielding countless spiritual herbs, it was no challenge. No time to waste. Lin Mu was heading straight to help Lin Jing strengthen her abilities. If he remembered correctly, she was still staying at Li Changfeng's place. I wonder what kind of reaction that martial arts fanatic Li Changfeng would have upon seeing the platinum tier spring 30-year-old lady. Jealousy? Breakdown? Or would he be so terrified his legs would go weak? Lin Mu was eagerly anticipating Li Changfeng's expression. It was bound to be spectacular. Half an hour later, when Lin Mu arrived at the Li residence, Lin Jing was chatting animatedly with Li Changfeng's younger sister, Li Tingting. Whatever they were discussing, their laughter rang out like bells. Li Changfeng was nowhere to be found, leaving Lin Mu surprised to see the dinosaur girl from their last encounter was also present. Seeing Lin Mu arrive, Lin Jing and Li Tingting both happily came over to greet him, while the dinosaur girl gave a disdainful snort. Especially when she noticed Chun San Niang behind Lin Mu dressed in an innocent yet undeniably alluring style, her lips twitched. Judging by the shape of her mouth, she seemed to be muttering something about a scumbag. But upon closer inspection, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Hurrying closer, she scrutinized Chun San Niang from head to toe. Until, she sensed a familiar aura emanating from Chun San Niang. Her eyes widened in shock. Hey, you're actually that spider queen from Peach Blossom Island? Having roamed the western wastes for years, Dinosaur Girl couldn't possibly fail to recognize this famed spider queen. The platinum tier spider queen? Lin Jing and Li Tingting nearly fainted upon hearing this. How is she with you? Did you manage to charm her? The Dinosaur Girl didn't believe Lin Mu had the strength to subdue the spider queen. But since the spider queen could now appear openly in Tianhai City, she must have gained tacit approval from the city's surveillance system. There was only one explanation: Lin Mu had managed to win her over. After all, if some demons chose to defect to the demon race, it was equally possible for demons to defect to humans. There had been precedents of demons intermarrying with humans before. It was just extremely rare. Facing the three women's curious gazes, Lin Mu decided to repeat his earlier lie. Here's what really happened. Today, Teacher Han invited me to explore Peach Blossom Island. Unfortunately, we happened upon a quasi-demon king named by Yingming leading his men in bullying the Spider Queen. Being the kind-hearted person I am, how could I stand by and do nothing? Seeing injustice, I roared and rushed to help. The Spider Queen was mortally wounded at the time, so she had no choice but to sign a contract with me, becoming my demon pet. A contract? Lin Jing was the first to jump up in excitement. So that meant her brother now possessed a platinum-tier demon pet? That meant his strength had grown even greater. Brother Lin Mu, you're so lucky. Congratulations. Li Tingting offered her heartfelt congratulations. Only Dinosaur Girl wore a skeptical expression. You faced an opponent like a quasi-demon king and came out unscathed? I wouldn't dare fight him. It was Teacher Han who stepped in and drove that guy away. Lin Mu tried his best to give all the credit to Han Mo Xiang. What about Teacher Han? She felt tired and went back to rest. You're one lucky bastard. Dinosaur Girl thought this kid was incredibly lucky, practically a favored child of heaven. Not only was he incredibly powerful himself, but now he had a platinum-tier demon pet too. How was anyone supposed to compete? But the Dinosaur Girl immediately remembered why she'd come looking for Li Changfeng today. Even though Li Changfeng wasn't here, this Lin Mu seemed like a decent alternative. And what's more, this guy now had a platinum-tier demon pet. Hey, Dinosaur Girl, I'm not interested in fighting you. Sensing the intense heat in Dinosaur Girl's eyes, Lin Mu decisively spoke up to quash her desires. He was only ever interested in beautiful women keeping him company. Hey, I'm not here to fight you. I want to team up with you for an expedition. Over in Twilight Forest, a mercenary group vanished without a trace. The Martial Guild posted a hefty bounty. Why don't we check it out together? If we uncover the truth and complete the mission, we split the reward 50-50. Hearing the Dinosaur Girl's proposal, Lin Mu was taken aback. Had this world truly achieved equality for all? A 50-50 split on the bounty? That's too good. Seeing Lin Mu's interest, Dinosaur Girl pressed her advantage. Don't worry, we'll just team up to investigate. I promise you, even if we don't complete the mission, I'll personally pay you 10,000 yuan as compensation for your trouble. 10,000 yuan for effort? Lin Mu's eyes lit up instantly. No problem. I was born to explore the Twilight Forest. The Dinosaur Girl suddenly wondered if she'd picked the wrong person. Chapter 52, Dinosaur Girl, a beauty beyond compare? Twilight Forest. A vast expanse spanning tens of thousands of kilometers bordering the western wastes. This place was so dreaded that not even the top 10 mercenary guilds in the Martial Artists Union dared set foot here, let alone ordinary mercenaries. Even though it held many precious medicinal herbs and spirit beasts. Because it was utterly desolate, teeming with terrifying demonic beasts, especially the most agonizing insect and serpent species. Legend speaks of a terrifying snake demon named Medusa dwelling within the Twilight Forest, a creature said to specialize in hunting demonic beasts. Of course, this was merely legend. For decades, no one has witnessed Medusa's existence, and it's likely vanished from the world. Dinosaur Girl wondered if that mercenary group that risked their lives to explore had encountered some demon beast like Medusa, leaving no survivors. Watch your step, we're approaching the Twilight Forest. Once you're in there, it's crawling with all kinds of bugs and snakes. You might be walking along, and suddenly a 10-meter-long forest python slithers out from the leaves above your head. And beware of parasites. Before entering the Twilight Forest, the Dinosaur Girl couldn't help but warn her makeshift teammate, who'd been drafted at the last minute. But she found it odd this guy had been so chatty earlier. Why had he suddenly gone mute after leaving the city? Xinchun, there doesn't seem to be any signs of people having passed through here. Are you sure you didn't take us the wrong way? The truth was, Lin Mu was merely carefully surveying the terrain, which was precisely why he was puzzled. Right. Before setting out, he had learned the Dinosaur Girl's name, Mo Qingcheng. Lin Mu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, her name suited her perfectly. Mo Qingcheng. Mo Qingcheng found it odd too, but she still shot Lin Mu a glare at his questioning. Do you think I'd lie and deceive people like you do all day? If no one had gone missing, why would I be running through here? That may be true, but that bird seems off. Mo Qingcheng followed Lin Mu's gaze and spotted a crow with blood-red eyes perched on a willow branch. What? She didn't understand. It was just a crow, wasn't it? Let me check the monster compendium. Lin Mu pulled out a monster compendium from his pocket as thick as an Earth Chinese dictionary and prepared to look up the crow's classification. Mo Qingcheng was utterly exasperated. Don't bother looking it up. It's basic stuff, let me tell you. It's a carrion-eating crow demon beast. Its power is quite low, but it flies incredibly fast. Due to its long-term diet of decaying flesh, its body carries plague like venom. Any wound it packs can cause chronic poisoning. Precisely because of this, it's also the primary ingredient for the best antidote. Lin Mu, what else do you want to know? Your memory is impressive. Lin Mu flipped through the encyclopedia and found the Dinosaur Girl's description was spot on. Thanks. You don't think there's something off about this crow, do you? Mo Qingcheng felt dizzy upon hearing this. This is basic school knowledge, okay? Anyone who's been to school knows this. Still, she didn't blame Lin Mu after all. She'd heard this kid's grades were terrible. Of course something's wrong. This thing's a scavenger, why's it following us? I spotted it 10 kilometers back and it's been trailing us all along. Lin Mu voiced his suspicions. Does it think we're going to turn into corpses? Mo Qingcheng was sharp as a tack and grasped the meaning instantly. No. I suspect it saw that missing mercenary squad earlier and already ate their flesh. It probably thinks we'll eventually meet the same fate as those mercenaries, turning from the living into the dead. That's why it's been following us, waiting for us to fall so it can feast on our corpses. Lin Mu voiced his reasoning. You're this certain based on just one crow? Mo Qingcheng couldn't help but admire this academic underachiever. She realized that while Lin Mu's foundational knowledge was abysmal, his mind was absolutely top-notch. Choosing him as a teammate had definitely been the right call. Lin Mu actually wanted to tell the dinosaur girl that his suspicion wasn't about this. He suspected this crow was someone else's demon pet. He had intended to use pet food to capture the crow as a drone, making their explorations easier. But the attempt had failed. At first, Lin Mu thought it was because the crow just didn't get the hint. But the fist-sized Spring 30 maiden perched on his shoulder confirmed his suspicions. To conserve energy for later exertion, Chun San Yang transformed into her original form, shrank down, and curled up asleep on Lin Mu's shoulder. She also informed Lin Mu that this crow was currently being controlled by its owner, doing exactly what he had intended to do. Impossible. Mo Qingcheng was utterly shocked upon hearing Lin Mu's explanation. That question will surely be answered soon. Lin Mu pulled a steamed bun from his robe, pretending to take a bite. But the crow immediately soared skyward and flew far away. Clearly, it knew that in the hands of a martial artist, even a steamed bun could become a deadly weapon. However, upon seeing Lin Mu merely eating the steamed bun, it quietly returned, landing atop a tree. A flicker of understanding flickered in Mo Qingcheng's eyes. It seemed this crow was indeed being controlled by someone behind the scenes. Moreover, this test revealed another effect. Namely, that this crow couldn't understand human speech. At least, it hadn't heard the whispered exchange between Lin Mu and Mo Qingcheng earlier. What should we do now? Mo Qingcheng looked at Lin Mu with admiration. A bright smile spread across his face. I think if we hug each other and start doing some affectionate things like kissing and touching, maybe we can lure this crow into a trap. But that would put me at a disadvantage, so I'm against it. Mo Qingcheng nearly fell flat on her face upon hearing this. They'd be hugging and kissing, already kissing and touching, and he'd be the one at a disadvantage? She flew into a rage instantly. If you dare touch me, I'll chop off your hands. What if I touch you twice? Before the words had even left his mouth, Lin Mu lunged like a tiger, pushing Mo Qingcheng to the ground and pinning her beneath him. He frantically began undoing her clothes, showering her with kisses while simultaneously tearing at his own garments. Mo Qingcheng struggled fiercely. Lin Mu's movements were too swift. Within 2 seconds, her top was torn off. Her chest was suddenly exposed, revealing a vast expanse of flawless, snow-white skin, delicate and translucent. Gazing at the nearly overflowing curves, Lin Mu let out a wolfish howl of excitement, raising his wicked claws like a predator, aiming straight for those 2 mounds. Gotcha! Before the words had even finished echoing, Lin Mu vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already perched on a tree branch, his hand clutching the startled crow. Lin Mu wore a smile, yet his eyes were as cold as death itself. He stared straight into the crow's eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. Curious, little one? Don't worry, once I've got you, we'll put on a show right before your eyes. With that, he twisted his hand with force, snapping the crow's neck clean off. Before Lin Mu could gloat over his successful scheme, Mo Qingcheng leapt up in fury, punching him hard enough to send him crashing to the ground. Her face was half fury, half embarrassment. You bastard! Acting was one thing, but you actually touched me? When did I give you permission? Were you trying to take advantage of me? Did I touch it? Lin Mu looked utterly innocent, staring at his own hands in disbelief. Are you dead? Didn't you feel it yourself? Mo Qingcheng was instantly furious. This kid touched me and won't admit it? Was he trying to play dumb? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. With a clang, she drew her massive sword, ready to chop this bastard to pieces. But she hadn't anticipated that perhaps because her movements were too abrupt, or maybe due to their earlier passionate entanglement. A chill swept across her face as something fell to the ground. A face completely unfamiliar yet breathtakingly beautiful beyond description appeared before Lin Mu. Lin Mu sucked in a sharp breath. The dinosaur girl was actually breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 53, Medusa Platinum Tier Peak. Before Lin Mu could admire her further, Mo Qingcheng waved her small hand, and her face swiftly reverted to the previous dinosaur girl's visage. The speed rivaled that of Sichuan opera face-changing. Lin Mu couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. At the same time, a question arose in his mind: why did the dinosaur girl Mo Qingcheng feel the need to conceal her true appearance like this? What did you see? Mo Qingcheng glared at Lin Mu, her anger growing with every thought. And you definitely touched me just now, don't try to deny it. Lin Mu watched Mo Qingcheng's magnificent form tremble with rage, his mind replaying that fleeting glimpse of her breathtaking beauty. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Then he did something that even he found astonishing. Is that how I touched you just now? Mo Qingcheng stared blankly at the wicked wolf paws pressed against her chest. 2 seconds later, a shriek erupted from her throat, piercing like a banshee's wail. Without even bothering to put her coat back on, she raised her massive sword and swung it straight at Lin Mu. Lin Mu scrambled to make a quick escape. It was instinct. Any man in that situation would have done the same. That only made Mo Qingcheng even more furious. then killing you is instinct too. In the woods. A crow swept past, circling back moments later.
Since Lin Mu had killed that unclaimed crow half an hour ago, at least 5 more identical crows had appeared.
It was obvious.
This was still the mysterious Raven Master lurking in the shadows. In an effort to locate Lin Mu and his companion, this entity had dispatched the crows once more, scouring the area and repeatedly circling overhead. But Lin Mu, already camouflaged, evaded them each time. Mo Qingcheng had also discarded her previous coat, now clad like Lin Mu in camouflage leaf garments reminiscent of forest scouts. Whenever the crows approached, the pair would swiftly dive into the thickets or crouch motionless. From the sky, the crows couldn't detect their presence at all. Though Mo Qingcheng still harbored lingering anger over Lin Mu's wolfish hands, she couldn't help but secretly admire the lad's ingenuity. Using branches and leaves to craft camouflage clothing was indeed a brilliant idea. Not just crows. Even someone walking right past them wouldn't stand a chance of spotting them. Another hour passed. Finally, above a mountain stream where water splashed wildly, a middle-aged woman clad in black robes descended silently, her face dark and gloomy. A crow with bloodshot eyes flapped down onto her shoulder. Lin Mu and Mo Qingcheng exchanged a glance before quietly hiding behind a massive boulder. It seemed this middle-aged woman had been monitoring them all along. Lin Mu had never encountered anyone so peculiar in both attire and demeanor before. How to describe it? Even from a distance, he could clearly see her bloodshot eyes and dark complexion. And pinned to her chest was a crystal-clear, snow-white skull. A sorceress. Mo Qingcheng remarked casually from the side, revealing the woman's identity. Worried Lin Mu might not understand, she added. A necromancer who specializes in manipulating corpses with dark sorcery. Just as Lin Mu was about to ask if this sorceress was the same as the Taoist priests from movies in his past life, the woman stirred again. Grasping the white skull at her chest, she began chanting incantations. A swirling black mist instantly rose from the skull. It eventually coalesced into a dense mass. The middle-aged woman grabbed the black mist and tossed it onto the ground. Amidst crackling sounds, grotesque corpses began crawling out from beneath the earth before her. Lin Mu noticed. Some of the corpses still wore complete black jungle combat fatigues, clearly having died only recently. Mo Qingcheng's expression darkened beside him. These corpses were the mercenary squad listed on the Martial Guild's bounty notice as having perished. It seemed they had all fallen at the hands of this sorcerer. However, what puzzled Mo Qingcheng was why this robed sorcerer had targeted that mercenary group for slaughter? And why was he hiding in this place for no apparent reason? My undead servants, move out. Find those 2 little rats. Whatever the sorceress did, the corpses opened their eyes one after another. Red light flickered within them as they scattered swiftly in all directions. Mo Qingcheng clearly understood necromancy. Corpse control. A mystic-grade technique. Capable of manipulating corpses, this spell allowed the undead to sense any living creature within their vicinity. The leaf camouflage Lin Mu had devised was now useless against them. Fortunately, the spell's detection range was only 20 to 30 meters, and now they were separated by the stream. Otherwise, they would have been discovered by the corpses immediately. She traced a circle lightly on the back of Lin Mu's hand, signaling their readiness to launch the surprise attack. The distance made it somewhat difficult, and the success rate of the ambush wasn't high, but they had to try. Otherwise, once this sorcerer flew back to the mountaintop, there would be no way to deal with her. Moreover, she estimated this black-robed sorcerer to be around the platinum tier. If the 2 of them succeeded in the ambush, they still had a good chance of killing him. Facing him head-on, however, would be difficult for Chun San Yang, who was only at the early platinum rank. Not to mention, the wizard had so many undead minions. Mo Qingcheng was about to sneak closer. Lin Mu quickly grabbed her arm, signaling something was amiss and urging her not to move. Mo Qingcheng shot him a glare, but ultimately obeyed his warning and dared not move. She tried to pull her hand away, but Lin Mu pretended not to notice, holding on tightly and taking advantage of the situation. Mo Qingcheng was tempted to kick him right into the stream, but the sorcerer was still scanning the surroundings. Kicking him away would ruin their chance for a surprise attack, so she reluctantly held back. She'd even considered punching him. But a second later, she'd forgotten all about it. Her grip on Lin Mu's arm tightened nervously, her ample chest pressing against him involuntarily. She pressed his body down as low as she could, lower still. Because, following Lin Mu's gaze, she discovered a terrifying, utterly motionless figure had appeared above the sheer cliff face of the treacherous ravine. It didn't move. Its aura completely concealed, it clung to the rock face like stone. The target. The black-robed sorcerer below. Just as the black-robed sorceress saw all the corpses flying out to search and prepared to soar into the sky to rest in wait, that terrifying figure moved. In the blink of an eye. A serpent, previously camouflaged among the rocks, shot forward, its long tail lashing directly against the black-robed sorceress's back. A piercing scream instantly echoed throughout the entire forest. Yet she was not dead. Upon seeing the serpent, the platinum-tier sorceress was startled and instinctively tried to flee. But it was clearly too late. Crack!
The serpent's eyes widened suddenly, and the sorceress's body froze in place. The next instant, her form snapped clean in two. Dead as a doornail. All within less than 10 seconds. Lin Mu and Mo Qingcheng watched their hair stand on end. For if their eyes did not deceive them, this serpent was none other than the legendary Medusa believed extinct. And clearly, this creature was a powerhouse at the peak of the platinum tier. Lin Mu was drenched in sweat. Who the hell said Medusa was extinct? Here was a living, breathing one right before his eyes. How the hell was he supposed to proceed now? Chapter 54 not? Then you can die. If Medusa hadn't retreated into another cave after killing the black-robed sorcerer, Lin Mu and Mo Qingcheng would have been scrambling for an escape route. Looks like that sorcerer invaded its territory. Lin Mu silently breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he'd stopped Mo Qingcheng earlier, otherwise, both of them would be dead meat now. Who knows if there's treasure in that cave? Even if there's no treasure, snake eggs would do. I'll steal one back and raise it into a demon pet. Mo Qingcheng gazed at the cave with growing interest. Medusa's snake eggs were born with silver tier power. Their future growth potential was truly limitless. Lin Mu jumped in fright and waved his hands frantically. If you want to die, go ahead by yourself. Don't drag me into it, I haven't even enjoyed my blissful sex life yet. You coward. Mo Qingcheng looked down on him. How could a grown man lack such courage? What woman would ever marry you? Actually, I think the wisest move right now is to take out that black-robed sorcerer. Lin Mu figured sorcerers were easier targets after all, he loved picking on the weak. What? You're saying that bastard isn't dead yet? Mo Qingcheng stared at the black-robed sorcerer's body, now severed clean in two, her face frozen in utter disbelief. Do you think she'd still be causing this mess if she were dead? Lin Mu pointed at the corpse that had returned at some point and was now dragging the sorcerer's body. That bastard really isn't dead. Mo Qingcheng's gaze darkened. She suddenly recalled the rumors that sorcerers could use secret arts to split and store their souls, preventing themselves from being completely killed. This sorceress woman was clearly doing just that now. She nodded. Alright, I'll take your word for it. We'll wait here for her to revive, then finish her off once and for all. Lin Mu suddenly felt a pang of pity for the sorceress. First, she'd been beaten half to death by Medusa, and now she was about to be guarded by him and Mo Qingcheng. Under this double blow, it would be hard for this guy to survive today. Though Mo Qingcheng still seethed inwardly at Lin Mu, she had no choice but to press close to him, both of them lying still and hidden within the crevices of the rocks. Mo Qingcheng was furious at the sly, wolfish grin Lin Mu was secretly wearing. Fearing she might lose control and punch him, ruining their ambush, she pretended not to notice. Thus, the two remained utterly still, waiting to see how the sorceress woman would resurrect. About half an hour later, a middle-aged man in black robes appeared above the stream, holding a crystal ball. From within the orb, the sorceress's furious curses echoed once more. This is just my luck. Didn't Lord Jiulong say there were no Medusas left in the world? How could there still be one? Zhao Wuji, I'll need your help to piece my body back together now. The dark-clad man chuckled eerily. That's just your bad luck. I've roamed this twilight forest for nearly a decade and never once encountered a Medusa. Guess your habit of flitting about caused this trouble. Who told you to be so lazy and insist on learning those so-called lightness skills? Hey, did you happen to kill such a beautiful woman this time? What beautiful woman? The sorceress had just returned to her body when she heard this, and she shuddered violently in fright. Don't be afraid. That's my Spring 30 lady. I promise she doesn't like dismembering people, especially ugly creatures like you. Lin Mu's figure instantly materialized behind the sorceress. His smile was as bright as sunshine. Yet in the sorceress's eyes, it was more fitting to describe it as the Grim Reaper. Oh, so these are the two little mice you mentioned? Who'd have thought one of them is actually a little girl? Spotting Mo Qingcheng, who had also materialized, the black-clad man named Zhao Wuji let out a sinister chuckle directed at the sorceress. Zhong Wuyan, according to our prior agreement, this maiden is mine. With that, he flew straight toward Mo Qingcheng, his eyes gleaming with greed for fresh blood. Two fangs glinted blindingly in the sunlight. Lin Mu stared in shock. He hadn't expected vampires to exist in this high martial arts world. It seemed the benefits of spiritual energy revival truly trickled down to all. And this creature didn't seem afraid of sunlight. Would Mo Qingcheng be able to defeat him? The sorceress named Zhong Wuyan watched Zhao Wuji and Mo Qingcheng dart away, letting out a cold laugh. Damn Zhao Wuji, he goes wild at the sight of a virgin. Is human blood really that delicious? What a perverted taste. What? You don't think I can handle a wet behind the ears brat without your help, do you? Is that so? Then how exactly do you plan to deal with me? Lin Mu asked curiously. He couldn't fathom how a sorceress who had just recovered and was still weak could possibly defeat him, a man wielding a platinum-tier demon pet. Zhong Wuyan ignored Lin Mu, swiftly grasping the white skull pendant at her chest. Instantly, her body was enveloped in a swirling black mist. Judging by the aura, the dried-up spiritual energy within her body was rapidly surging. Lin Mu felt a pang of envy. It seemed this white skull was a treasure after all. If he possessed it, wouldn't it be like having a portable power bank to replenish his spiritual energy anytime?
Lin Mu was lost in his fantasies.
Zhong Wuyan's surrounding black mist had already dissipated.
Her aura was now full and vibrant, showing no trace of the injury she had just suffered. Moreover, a corpse shrouded in black mist slowly crawled out from before her. The badge on its chest identified it as one of the mercenaries who had died earlier. Yet the aura emanating from it now bore no resemblance to the silver tier rating marked on its chest. Instead, it radiated the genuine power of a low-tier gold rank. It seemed his current power had been enhanced by the sorceress before him through some secret art.
Lin Mu couldn't help but utter a sigh of admiration. Impressive. While this method is somewhat unethical, it's incredibly practical. I wonder if it could be applied to puppet making. Here's the deal, teach me this secret technique and I'll pretend I never saw you today. You dare to be so arrogant when death is upon you?
Zhong Wuyan snorted coldly, waving her hand to summon all her undead minions. They closed in, surrounding Lin Mu and Chun Sanliang. Several gold-tier corpses would be more than enough to handle that mere platinum-tier beginner demon pet. As for this little boy, she'd leave him to her own cat and mouse game. Facing over a dozen gold-tier undead, Chun Sanliang wore a hint of disdain on her face, yet she did not launch an attack. She simply stood behind Lin Mu. Her left hand gripped the dragon-slaying dagger tightly, while her right held Lin Mu's egg knife, waiting for her chance to strike. Zhong Wuyan appeared arrogant on the surface, but her heart was filled with extreme vigilance. Earlier, she'd nearly lost her life when Medusa ambushed her. Now, facing another ambush from this youngster, she'd be a fool not to stay alert. But just then, Lin Mu suddenly spoke again.
Oh, right. Do you have a spatial ring?
Lin Mu had heard about spatial rings from Mo Qingcheng, who mentioned that sorcerers like her typically carried such treasures. Lin Mu wasn't just a beauty enthusiast, he was also a treasure enthusiast. Especially a spatial ring, an essential piece of gear for daily life, travel, killing monsters, setting fires, and hunting treasures. They were a perfect match for him. No one knew how these rings appeared. They seemed to materialize overnight, like the sudden revival of spiritual energy. Mo Qingcheng mentioned that necromancers commonly possess them because the corpse puppets they routinely use require space rings for storage.
But to his disappointment, Zhong Wuyan gave a cold laugh. No. It seemed Mo Qingcheng's intelligence was flawed. I knew it. How could such a precious item be exclusive to sorcerers? Are they really that special?
Lin Mu shook his head.
Since there isn't one, then you can die. Chapter 55, the powerhouse with 1 foot in the platinum realm. 1 second he was grinning like a sunny youth. The next second,
Lin Mu instantly transformed into a terrifying god of slaughter.
In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. The target,
the strongest mercenary captain among that group of corpses.
Zhong Wuyan gave a cold laugh.
She had been waiting for this kid all along. She immediately commanded her undead minions to charge toward the mercenary captain's position, aiming to completely surround and overwhelm the young man.
How laughable. Did this brat really think that by killing his undead servants, he'd be left with no one to command? Didn't he know his undead servants were indestructible?
Even if they were reduced to dust, she could simply use her magic to reassemble them.
They could never truly be destroyed. But at that very moment,
Zhong Wuyan suddenly felt a chill pierce her chest as a sliver of moon blade drove clean through her heart. She whipped her head around, only to discover that the youth who had charged at her corpse slave captain was now standing behind her, smiling. The moon blade in his hand had pierced straight through her chest cavity.
A diversionary tactic?
What shocked her even more was that the moon blade piercing her chest was now frantically draining the spiritual energy from her body.
This was a demonic artifact. But where on earth did that brat get it?
Under Zhong Wuyan's gaze, filled with jealousy and agony, the moon blade voraciously drained nearly a third of her spiritual energy before finally relenting.
What broke her completely was
several agonized screams erupted from the other side. Her corpse servants, crafted with immense effort and precious materials, were all tightly bound by the platinum tier woman with dense webs of pearls, rendered utterly immobile.
Spider Queen? Had that creature actually captured the Spider Queen of Peach Blossom Island and made her a demon pet? Impossible. Zhong Wuyan was consumed by jealousy. How could that brat be so incredibly lucky? Not only does he possess a demonic artifact that drains others' spiritual power, but he's also contracted a platinum tier Spider Queen? Kill him. She must kill him. She absolutely refused to tolerate such an incredibly powerful brat existing in this world. Zhong Wuyan was just about to unleash a secret technique to take Lin Mu down with her. After all, she still had a soul artifact that could resurrect her, so she wasn't worried at all. But a searing pain erupted from her back, sending her flying backward against her will. She crashed heavily onto the ground. Above her, a foot descended, crushing down hard on her skull. At the same moment,
Lin Mu's mocking laughter rang in her ears.
Honestly, I don't get you heretics. Always trying to take someone down with you. My clothes aren't cheap, you know.
Having said that, he did not deliver the final blow. Instead, he turned his gaze toward a distant tree and smiled faintly. Hey, you over there.
Finished watching the show? If I'm not mistaken, you must be this so-called Lord Jiulong. How about rescuing your subordinate? Your concealment skills are impressive, but don't underestimate my sense of smell. I can smell the stench of death radiating from you even from this distance. What a sharp tongue. A distant, aged yet haughty voice echoed, followed by a middle-aged man with snow-white hair and fair complexion slowly emerging from behind the tree. He snorted coldly. You're a smooth-talking brat, but if you think I'm as weak as Zhong Wuyan beneath your feet, you're sorely mistaken. Lord Jiulong. Seeing the elder appear, Zhong Wuyan's disheveled face lit up with surprise and delight. She then glared hatefully at Lin Mu. Boy, I advise you to surrender immediately. Lord Jiulong has cultivated for 300 years and is a master with 1 foot already in the diamond realm. Before him, someone of your strength is nothing but a mere insect. 300 years? Lin Mu was solely fixated on this question. The spiritual energy revival only happened 20-odd years ago, right? How could this old man have cultivated for 300 years already? I'm not well read, so don't try to fool me. Just as I thought, a naive fool from the ivory tower, clueless about everything. Lord Jiulong looked at Lin Mu with disdain, his gaze as if observing a frog gazing at the sky from the bottom of a well. Do you truly believe this world produced so many demonic beings and powerful cultivators merely from 20-odd years of spiritual energy revival? Do you believe the news and information you encounter daily are necessarily true? How naive. Open your eyes and see. This world is far more complex and far more unsavory than what you encounter in human cities or read in school textbooks. However, puff. Lord Jiulong snapped his fingers, summoning a blue lotus of flame. Through the green fire, he stared coldly at Lin Mu. Why bother telling all this to a dying man like you? Today, no matter what, you this greenhorn will become my slave lamb. Is that so? Lin Mu observed the shadow silently gliding across the mountain wall behind Lord Jiulong and smiled faintly. Whose dying remains to be seen. The words had barely left his mouth. The Medusa serpent on the cliff wall struck faster than lightning, instantly lunging at Lord Jiulong. There was no choice. The man's aura had grown so powerful that it compelled the creature to strike first. Sensing the perilous aura overhead, Lord Jiulong abruptly conjured a fiery barrier to envelop himself. In that very instant, he realized Lin Mu had vanished without a trace. When he finally sensed the young man's presence with his mind, he found him already appearing to his left, charging toward him with a speed approaching that of a Medusa serpent. In his hand, a massive sword crackling with lightning energy, slashing straight toward him. Lord Jiulong's flame barrier did indeed halt Medusa's serpentine attack momentarily, preventing it from striking. Yet Lin Mu's thunderous sword, comparable to a magical assault, showed no sign of faltering. With a thunderous crash, the thunder sword's terrifying power pierced straight through the flame barrier, striking Lord Nine Dragons with brutal force. Had he not swiftly raised a black skull to block it, the thunder blade would have sent at least a shiver through his heart. Lord Nine Dragons gave a cold laugh. Muttering incantations under his breath, he summoned several flaming corpses from beneath his feet, which immediately lunged toward the Medusa snake. Before arriving here, he had already learned from Zhong Wuyan that a platinum-tier Medusa snake lurked here. How could he possibly come unprepared? Boom! The flaming corpses instantly kicked the Medusa snake flying, slamming it into the mountain wall. Rocks and flames scattered everywhere. It seemed the snake was no match for these fiery corpses. This puzzled Lin Mu. In his estimation, these corpses were at most golden tier in strength. How could it possibly be no match for them? Then, upon noticing the slight bulge in Medusa's belly, he instantly understood. It must be the little ones inside her that made her hesitate. The relatively fragile snake eggs were undoubtedly terrified of these fiery corpses. This explains why it ruthlessly killed Zhong Wuyan for invading its territory. Having restrained the Medusa serpent with his corpse servants, Lord Jiulong finally turned his full attention to the youth who had earlier forced him to resort to his artifact for defense. This kid's attacks are unnervingly strange. He must be dealt with swiftly, or else trouble will follow. Lord Jiulong cast a faint glance at the slight wound on his hand, a shadow flickering in his eyes. He immediately prepared to summon several corpse servants to deal with Lin Mu. However, Lin Mu wouldn't give him the time to summon them. Having long waited for this moment while gathering his spiritual power, a thunder sword, more powerful than before, materialized instantly, slashing heavily toward the Nine Dragons Lord who was about to chant his spell. Lin Mu was certain. This Nine Dragons Lord, who had 1 foot already in the Diamond Realm. He could not resist my thunder magic. Chapter 56, this kid might be a cultivator. Lord Nine Dragons initially paid no heed. He intended to keep using that black skeleton artifact to block Lin Mu's thunder sword, then continue summoning corpses to finish off this kid. This was his preferred combat style. After all, as a sorcerer, his specialty lay in commanding undead minions to attack. But unexpectedly, he was stunned to discover that his black skeleton artifact failed to withstand the attack of that lightning-infused long sword this time. That kid's attack was different this time. Almost the moment they touched, his black skeleton artifact melted instantly, like snow under the sun. Of course, he didn't know. That earlier strike had merely been Lin Mu's probing move. This time, it was the true Thunderbolt sword. The strike landed. Lin Mu vanished in an instant. After quickly consuming 2 7-leaf lotus to replenish his spiritual energy, he signaled Chun San Yang, who had been waiting nearby, to launch their joint assault on Jiulong. Like a bolt of lightning, Lin Mu somersaulted downward. He raced toward the 9 Dragons Lord at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. The second colossal thunder sword struck down in an instant. A spirit artifact. Lord Jiulong no longer dared to underestimate this young human boy, Lin Mu. He realized this youth might be a legendary cultivator, though his youth made it hard to believe. He drew a jade scepter from his robe, channeled spiritual energy into it, and hurled it at Lin Mu. A thunderous crash echoed. The thunder sword struck the jade scepter with brutal force. Lin Mu's body was instantly flung dozens of meters away, crashing into a grove of blood-red trees. The crimson trees crashed down, sending out billowing clouds of dust and smoke. That was close. Lord Jiulong secretly wiped away a cold sweat. He gripped the jade scepter tightly, a spirit-grade artifact he'd spent his entire fortune crafting last time. Without it, he'd be in grave danger. The kid's bizarre magic could actually shatter his artifact, unbelievable yet undeniably terrifying. Fortunately, the jade scepter's explosion had instantly killed him too. Otherwise, if the battle had continued, the outcome would have been anyone's guess. Pa! Suddenly, the great tree crashed open with a thunderous roar. A shadow strode out, spitting blood contemptuously. So this is what it feels like to be struck by the thunder sword. I've finally experienced it today. Lord Jiulong realized the young man hadn't died. His clothes were torn to shreds, his upper garments ripped apart, and he was covered in blood. Yet aside from spitting out that mouthful of blood, he seemed largely unharmed? Indeed. Lin Mu had taken that sword strike squarely. But such immortal arts caused little harm to his immortal physique, and besides, he had countless golden needles to heal his wounds. This can't be. Lord Jiulong couldn't believe his eyes. There's nothing strange about it. If my own attacks could injure me, what use would there be in learning them? Lin Mu smiled faintly. Where is my jade? Lord Jiulong recalled that the spirit artifact's explosive power wasn't this weak. Could it be that the jade scepter hadn't detonated? Thank you for your generosity. I accept this gift. Just as expected. Lin Mu raised his right hand with a smile. In his palm lay a jade rui. The moment he spotted the jade rui, he had diverted his attack. Otherwise, how could he have suffered the backlash of the thunder sword? But it was well worth it. To effortlessly seize the enemy's prized possession. This was precisely the outcome Lin Mu had sought. Lord Jiulong inwardly cursed his misfortune. Not only had the spirit artifact failed to serve its purpose, but it had also fallen into the enemy's hands. Wasn't this tantamount to squandering his entire fortune to line the enemy's pockets? Moreover, he distinctly remembered imprinting his soul contract within that jade scepter. Why was there no trace of it now? Lord Jiulong no longer regarded Lin Mu as a mere human insect he could crush at will. He now felt he'd hit a brick wall. This fellow was clearly a cultivator. Only a cultivator possessed the power to erase another's soul imprint in an instant. Lin Mu watched the 9 Dragons Lord's shifting gaze and grew deeply suspicious that the old creature might be plotting an escape. There was no time to waste. An enemy like this couldn't be allowed to escape. Without hesitation. With a flick of his left hand, a thunderous sword appeared once more. Holy, how much spiritual power do you have? Lord Jiulong nearly fainted. That kid just unleashed one of those devastating thunder sword spells, right? Even if it were me, my spiritual energy would be drained dry. Yet this kid looked completely unfazed. Could his spiritual energy have recovered that quickly? I'll consider telling you before you die. Lin Mu waved his hand, signaling Chun Sanliang to strike. Go! Knock this old geezer down. Steal whatever treasures you find, grab whatever money you can. In short, burn everything, kill everything, loot everything. We're implementing the scorched earth policy. Faced with Lin Mu's utterly shameless tactics, Lord Jiulong could only sigh. There's no helping it, you forced my hand. His tone carried a hint of regret and reluctance, as if he were watching the spoils slip through his fingers. And indeed, that was precisely the case. This time, he made no motion to chant spells, nor did he produce any treasures. He merely waved his hand lightly. A lifeless figure rose straight up from the ground behind him. The moment it materialized, a voice as cold as the 9 hells echoed. Jiulong, you fool! Why did you wake me again? Didn't I tell you I detest appearing in daylight? And that girl you brought me last time? She wasn't a virgin. I only drink the blood of virgins. Do you understand? Do you even know what a virgin is? It's someone who looks sweet and delicious, smells fragrant, and whose blood tastes richly sweet when you take a bite. That's what a virgin is. Lin Mu frowned the moment he heard this. A talking corpse? Or a corpse with its own thoughts? Moreover, his attitude suggests that his relationship with Jiulong is seemingly one of equals. But this corpse's aura doesn't seem particularly formidable at most. It's only at the silver rank level. How can it be so arrogant? Something's definitely off. Of course something's amiss. Lord Jiulong sighed. Do you know what this is? A flying corpse, the king of zombies, understand? Never mind, you wouldn't get it anyway. He turned his head to look at the flying corpse and smiled. As for this young man before us, I know he's not your type, but the girl by his side? She's the newly ascended platinum tier powerhouse of Peach Blossom Island, the Spider Queen. If I'm not mistaken, this Spider Queen is the virgin you mentioned. So, how about it? A platinum tier virgin satisfied with this perk? Satisfied I am, but... The flying corpse chuckled. If this kid weren't such a tough nut to crack, why would you even consider handing over such prime prey to me? Spill it, what makes him so special? He doesn't look that old to me. At best, he's a silver tier martial artist. Have you grown so weak now? Can't even handle a silver tier human brat? Silver tier? Lord Jiulong nearly spat blood. You damn well didn't see how fierce that kid was just now. When have you ever seen a silver tier kid so damn cocky he shattered my magical artifact? When have you ever seen a silver tier kid with boundless spiritual energy, inexhaustible and ever-flowing? He took a deep breath, shaking his head. Zoro! You might not believe this, and honestly, I couldn't believe it myself at first. I suspect this kid might be a cultivator. Chapter 57, Lord Jiulong, Die. A cultivator. Such beings existed only in novels and legends. They traverse heaven and earth, capable of anything. They defy mortality, turning the heavens upside down. It is said that even martial artists who have cultivated to the highest level of saint are no match for the weakest cultivator. Yet such beings vanished 1,000 years ago, rarer than Medusa herself. How could one suddenly appear now? Soren refused to believe it. But he trusted that Jiulong wouldn't deceive him. Hey, hey! Seeing Jiulong and Zoro whispering together, Lin Mu waved his hand impatiently. If you two want to climb Mount Backpack or dual swords, I don't mind watching. But right now, I'm busy, okay? Come on, Spring 30 Maiden, you take care of that old geezer. As for this hideously ugly thing, leave it to me. Lin Mu had no desire to let this stalemate drag on. Who knew if they were just stalling for time? What? You dare call me ugly? Soren's ears perked up at the insult. Hey, why get angry at someone who's about to die? It's not worth it. Jiulong couldn't resist stirring the pot from the sidelines. This infuriates me. I hate it most when people call me ugly. I'm a handsome guy, a real hunk. Soryu was fuming with rage, his eyes blazing. You worthless human insect, daring to insult me. I won't let you off. I'll devour you and turn you into dung. Lin Mu said nothing, merely beckoning him with a flick of his finger. Soren went berserk at the sight, soaring skyward before crashing down like a mountain crushing its prey. Lin Mu flickered away, vanishing from his spot and reappearing directly above Zoro's head. His moon blade flashed. It sliced a gaping wound through Zoro's skull. He then executed a graceful somersault before landing and delivering a powerful kick that sent Zoro flying. Useless. I, Lord Soren, am an invincible demon. No attack can touch me. Solong bounced back up from the ground, shouting triumphantly. The gash split open by Lin Mu on his forehead rapidly closed, restoring itself to its original state. As if he had never been injured at all. Meanwhile, Jiulong, fending off attacks from Medusa Snake and Chun San Yang, nodded with a cold smile. Indeed. Whether it's blades, spears, swords, or any martial arts techniques, nothing can harm Zoro's body in the slightest. He is the world's sole flying corpse. Before him, any force or martial technique can only yield one outcome, futility. Lin Mu frowned. He knew that no being in this world was absolutely invincible. No matter how powerful one might be, weaknesses always existed. This flying zombie was no exception. Boy, die for me. Today, I will devour you alive. Soren lunged viciously once more. Before he could close in, Lin Mu unleashed a thunderous sword strike. Crack! Soren was cleaved clean in two. The immense lightning blast instantly reduced his body to shards. Yet within 10 seconds, the fragments coalesced spontaneously, restoring him to his original form in an instant. Ha 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 ha! I told you so! Any attack is useless against Zoro. 9 dragons roared with laughter, utterly triumphant. Is that so? Lin Mu smiled. After 2 tests, he had already figured it out. This Zoro wasn't immune to all attacks. He had a weakness. His weakness lay in the erratic demon core within his body. Flying corpse. A demonic entity cultivated by gathering the essence of heaven and earth. Its cultivation method was no different from that of demons or cultivators. Upon reaching a certain level, it would cultivate an inner core within its body. As long as the inner core remains intact, its master can harness its innate cohesive power to reassemble their body. The flying corpse belongs to the realm of demonic beings. Naturally, it cultivates a demonic core. Destroy this demonic core, and its body will surely collapse instantly. With this Salon dealt with, wouldn't Lord Jiulong be like fish on a cutting board, ready for us to carve up as we please? Lin Mu discreetly signaled to Chun San Yang, planning to surround and kill Soren together. Facing a flying zombie that could endlessly split and regenerate, fearing no attack, Lin Mu decided to counter with Chun Sanliang's self-created ultimate technique, Heavenly Net, Earthly Web. Heavenly Net, capable of binding enemies with countless spider threads, was a martial art with extraordinary control capabilities. But what if it were combined with the Divine Thunder technique? As Zolet lunged viciously at Lin Mu once more, Lin Mu gathered another bolt of thunder in his palm and brought it crashing down. Useless. Jiu Long sneered coldly. I'll devour you and drink your blood. Soren let the thunder strike overhead, preparing to endure the blow and counterattack Lin Mu. Suddenly, millions of white spider threads shot toward him from the side, tightly wrapping his entire body before burrowing into his flesh. Chun San Yang had made her move. At that very moment, the thunder Lin Mu had gathered crashed down heavily, instantly covering Zoro's entire body. Crack! A faint explosion reverberated. It sounded as if something had shattered. Then, Zoro, encased in a white cocoon of countless spider threads, trembled violently before dissolving into a pool of green corpse fluid. What? Jiu Long was stunned. The invincible Zoro was dead? How could this be? Despite being only a silver tier warrior, Zoro had always crushed even platinum tier fighters. Could this young human boy truly be a cultivator? The thought sent a cold sweat running down Jiu Long's back. His gold tier corpse servants forgot their commands, instantly swept away by the overwhelming Medusa snake. Yet Jiu Long remained utterly unflustered. He hurled several flame barriers to encircle the Medusa snakes while simultaneously drawing 3 black skull artifacts from his robe, holding them before his chest. Finally, he leisurely produced a black insignia and infused it with spiritual energy. A black teleportation light flared instantly. Ha ha ha, you're dying to kill me, aren't you? Young man, no, young cultivator, you're still too green. How long would it take you to shatter these 3 artifacts? Could you even keep up with my teleportation speed? Ha ha ha. A cultivator has appeared. I'm sure the Demon Lord will be delighted to hear this news. Farewell. Jiu Long roared with laughter, preparing to be enveloped by the teleportation light. This battle was lost. But it was no injustice. After all, the opponent was a young cultivator not only possessing formidable Taoist arts, but also immense combat experience. He was certain. This kid must be hundreds of years old in true age. To fall at the hands of such an enemy was no injustice at all. In this world, how many others besides himself could safely escape from the hands of a cultivator? This thought brought Jiu Long a measure of solace. Once he reported the news that a cultivator had appeared in Tianhai City. The Demon Lord would surely reward him handsomely. In truth, he hadn't truly lost this battle. As long as he returned safely, he would surely rise again. But at that very moment, he suddenly saw Lin Mu gather a massive bolt of lightning in his hand, then slam it down onto the ground. What is that brat doing? Was he so enraged by his own escape that he was lashing out? Just as Jiu Long was about to sneer. The next second, a sudden numbness spread through his body. He couldn't move. Lin Mu walked over slowly, then leisurely snapped each finger holding the badge one by one. He then retrieved the badge and closed the teleportation portal under Jiu Long's despairing gaze. Finally, he tucked the badge away with satisfaction, then turned to Jiu Long, who remained frozen in place, and offered a smile. That smile alone. In Jiu Long's eyes, it was the face of a demon. Chapter 58, Harvest and the Start of School. Thunder's paralysis ability was indeed incredibly powerful. Especially its ability to conduct through water. It made Lin Mu marvel at his own cunning. But even though Jiu Long was dead, Lin Mu remained vigilant. For lurking nearby was the Medusa snake, still unresolved and watching him with predatory eyes. Though the Medusa snake was undoubtedly at its weakest now, as it was in the midst of giving birth. It was likely that the fiery barriers 9 dragons unleashed before dying had triggered its premature birthing. Lin Mu watched it warily. The Medusa snake, too, watched Lin Mu warily, seemingly sensing the danger he posed. But clearly, there was genuinely no trace of killing intent emanating from Lin Mu. After giving birth, the Medusa snake did not immediately depart. Due to the earlier battle, 2 of the snake eggs had shattered. They had failed to hatch. The Medusa snake gazed at the 2 eggs with anguish, its eyes reflecting despair and sorrow. That look touched Lin Mu's heart. He had considered seizing the opportunity to kill the Medusa snake and seize its treasure for profit. But witnessing that look of utter despair and sorrow, he felt a pang of reluctance. Lin Mu wasn't the type of man with a heart as soft as tofu. Even if a field of corpses lay before him, he likely wouldn't care much. Yet, witnessing that Medusa snake's gaze truly softened his heart. Finally, after her grief subsided, the Medusa snake departed with her newly hatched offspring, leaving behind only the 2 shattered snake eggs. What a pity! Lin Mu gazed at the 2 snake eggs, feeling a pang of regret. These were Medusa snakes that would have hatched as silver tier creatures. What a waste! Fortunately, Jiu Long was already dead. Otherwise, he would have made him suffer 1,000 times over. But this wasn't the time for lamenting. He hadn't even had a chance to clean up the battlefield after killing Jiu Long. If he remembered correctly, he thought he saw a ring on Jiu Long's hand. Could it be a spatial ring? Indeed. After seizing the ring, now devoid of any soul imprint, Lin Mu instantly sensed the several square meters of space within. He promptly began rummaging through all the spoils scattered on the ground. 9 dragons. Zhong Wuyan. Mercenary relics. And that rarest of flying zombies, Soren. Of course. There were also some leftover materials from Jiulong and Zhong Wuyan, though they were just bones and such that seemed pretty useless. But Lin Mu figured he could probably sell them at a high price to that fat guy Hidepeo and squeeze some money out of him. These were all items used by sorcerers, not cheap market goods. After wrapping up everything, Lin Mu considered whether to help Medusa Snake bury her stillborn child. After all, without it holding back Jiulong, he wouldn't have defeated him so easily. Shun Sanliang suddenly stopped Lin Mu, hesitating as if she wanted to say something. You mean this still has a chance? A flicker of hope shot through Lin Mu, instantly filling him with wild joy. Shun suddenly nodded adorably. You're such a good girl. Mwah. Lin Mu embraced Chun Sanliang with overwhelming delight, planting a firm kiss on her rosy little cheek. Binding this spring 30 maiden to himself was absolutely the right decision. He quickly stowed away the 2 snake eggs, intending to return and thoroughly research how to hatch them. Because Mo Qingcheng had returned. She flew back, one hand dragging Zhao Wuji's corpse and the other wielding a massive sword. Upon seeing the ravaged stream bed, Mo Qingcheng was utterly astonished. What happened here? It's a long story. Lin Mu was astonished to find the girl's clothes perfectly neat and not a single strand of hair out of place. You didn't use seduction to kill him, did you? Get lost. Mo Qingcheng shot him a glare. He was thoroughly beaten in our first exchange. It just took some effort to catch up to him because he was so fast. How about you? Got any goodies here? Goodies? No treasures? Can't you see the floors covered in junk? Lin Mu was telling the truth. The ground before them was indeed covered in trash, while all the treasures were safely tucked away in the ring on his finger. Mo Qingcheng felt a pang of embarrassment upon hearing this. Don't feel bad. No treasures? Fine. I genuinely didn't expect you to be this skilled. Since that's the case, let's forget about what happened earlier. I told you, taking off your clothes was a tactical move. Lin Mu emphasized the last 2 words. What? I forgave you for seizing my hand earlier, but stripping me? That I'll never forgive. You did it on purpose. Enough, don't bring it up again. Otherwise, I won't be able to control my temper and might just slash you to death with my sword. Mo Qingcheng seethed at the memory of that brat's wolfish claws and his wicked grin. TSK. If you're really that angry, why not just take me by force? I promise I won't resist. Lin Mu muttered under his breath. What did you say? Little did he know Mo Qingcheng had ears as sharp as a hawk's. She heard his whispered words perfectly clearly, though she pretended not to. I said you're more beautiful than flowers, both handsome and charming, with an even more exquisite figure, tall and slender, curves in all the right places, shaped like a sable. Lin Mu's vocabulary for flattery was clearly well rehearsed. Mo Qingcheng couldn't help but marvel at his words. Hard to believe. Yi Tsangxue told me you were as quiet as a gourd at school, practically mute. But I don't see it now? She almost called him a smooth-talking charmer, but then she realized he was actually quite amusing. She couldn't help but laugh. So what are your plans next? Head back to the Western Wastes for training? Or maybe we could team up again and explore the unknown territories up north? There are so many places on the map I haven't been to yet. Sorry, sweetheart. If I remember correctly, new student registration starts next week. I'm off to university. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to hold a pen to write you a love letter in the future. Pfft, who even writes love letters these days? After returning to the Shanguo Hotel, Mo Qingcheng took the mercenary guild's belongings to the martial arts guild to claim the bounty. At first, Lin Mu thought he'd be rolling in cash, but apparently the martial arts guild's leader flew into a rage. Not only did they refuse the bounty, but they immediately imprisoned Mo Qingcheng. What could he do? After all, he was Mo Qingcheng's father. Upon hearing the news, Lin Mu felt utterly helpless. Hadn't he made this trip for nothing? Of course not. Given Lin Mu's courageous exploration and the fact that he had slain 3 practitioners of the demonic path, the martial artists guild specifically requested a reward of 100,000. Needless to say, Mo Qingcheng also credited Lin Mu with the kill of Zhao Wuji. That 100,000 yuan kept Lin Mu smiling for quite a while. He'd heard that Qingbei Academy, though not exactly top tier, still charged hefty tuition fees. 50,000 per semester? Perfect. This 100,000 would cover both him and Lin Jing's enrollment fees. Soon. Under Lin Mu's eager gaze, the day for university registration finally arrived. Lin Mu and Lin Jing arrived in Shangjing early via the city-to-city teleportation system. Hidepeo and the others said they'd handle the transfer paperwork first and would arrive later. Lin Mu couldn't care less about them. He was too busy fantasizing about the scene from his past life where university registration was filled with beautiful senior female students and gentle senior male students welcoming everyone and thoroughly enjoying himself. But just 5 minutes later, when Lin Mu arrived alone at the gate of a courtyard bearing the name Qingbei Academy, he seriously questioned whether his phone map had gone haywire. Because this courtyard was utterly dilapidated. And For new student registration.
Not a single soul was at the main gate.
Not even a single person to greet us. Did I come to the wrong place? Chapter 59. This school suits me just fine. Is anyone here?
Lin Mu was genuinely worried that if he shouted any louder, the crumbling walls of the gatehouse might collapse.
It's fine.
This gatehouse has been like this for over 100 years, it won't collapse.
Come on in.
An old man with a goatee peered out from inside and beckoned to Lin Mu. Seeing this sleazy-looking old man, Lin Mu seriously doubted whether he'd been tricked by that fat guy, Idepeo.
Could a school like this really have a campus beauty?
He figured his chances were better at the neighboring Shangjing Academy. Staring at the goat-bearded old man who looked like a stingy, country bumpkin, Lin Mu bluntly demanded,
"Where are the beautiful senior female students at your school? Why send you out to welcome new students? Even if you had to send a guy, couldn't you at least send a handsome senior? Don't you realize your appearance will scare students away?" The goat-bearded old man waved his hands dismissively.
"Freshman, I'm the best-looking guy in the entire academy.
Just make do with me. Then I'm outta here."
Upon hearing there were no beautiful female mentors and that the most handsome man was this old man, Lin Mu realized studying here would be nothing but misery.
Don't be like that. We do have beautiful senior female students.
But as you can imagine, they're all quite aloof.
You'll need patience if you want to meet them.
Besides, the more desirable something is, the harder it is to get.
If they were easy to meet, how could they still be considered beautiful senior female students?
The old man with the goat beard quickly intercepted Lin Mu, then mysteriously pulled out a fruit machine and gave it a shake.
Can't help but show you, the newbie, our academy's beauty resources.
We have the 4 great campus beauties, each stunningly gorgeous.
Plus 2 gorgeous female instructors. Don't you want to join the academy group? I do.
Lin Mu had never been picky when it came to the female species. Then pay your tuition first. Our beauty resources are exclusively for insiders. The old man with the goatee nearly stunned Lin Mu with his words. But hey, at least there were beauties involved, right? Lin Mu promptly pulled out 50,000 yuan, ready to sign up and pay, then have the old man pull him into the group.
But who knew the goat-bearded old man would shake his head and wave his hands? Young man, your tuition isn't 50,000, it's 100,000.
Better yet, add another 20,000 as a deposit. Otherwise, I dare not accept your enrollment.
Lin Mu froze in shock.
He immediately grabbed the goat-bearded old man by the collar in anger.
You old goat, you dare jack up the price? Everyone else pays 50 grand tuition, why should I pay 100 grand?
Though lifted into the air by Lin Mu, the old man's face remained cheerfully smiling. At Qingbei Academy, we tailor our education to each student's potential.
That young lady who came with you earlier? She's brimming with talent, we'd gladly admit her for free. But as for you, forget that you're a little pervert.
Once you enter the academy, you'll inevitably get into fights over girls. Just your hot-headed temper, where you lash out at the drop of a hat, makes me think 10,000 is too cheap.
Good heavens. Do you think I'm some rich playboy here to chase girls?
I'm actually a poor orphan raised in an orphanage, orphan at a young age. This 50,000 tuition fee is every last penny I've saved since childhood by scrimping and saving. Lin Mu swore solemnly.
I understand and sympathize with your circumstances.
But considering you're the first freshman in history to grab the vice principal by the collar, charging you 100,000 isn't excessive at all.
The old man with the goat beard said with a smile. You're the headmaster?
Upon hearing this, Lin Mu quickly released the goat-bearded old man.
The vice principal.
The goat-bearded old man nodded in acknowledgement.
Then who exactly is that?
Whether before or after his time travel, Lin Mu had never heard of a vice principal being a good one. Jiang Shaoqi was the prime example. So even at university, he had to keep his distance from the college's vice principal. But he needed to find a way to get close to the principal, because experience showed that principals never focused on the real work, but their skills were extraordinary. Most importantly, was that they often had a stunningly beautiful granddaughter or grandniece. The principal, one of the 2 stunning female professors I mentioned earlier, is our Qingbei Academy's most beautiful woman. The old man with the goat beard deliberately flashed his phone screen rapidly. A screen instantly flashed with a steamy image of a curvaceous, voluptuous woman emerging from a bath. Lin Mu swallowed hard at the sight.
Could this stunningly curvaceous beauty really be Principal Zhang?
Without a word, he pulled out his wallet and paid the tuition fee. After paying, Lin Mu didn't ask for a receipt first. Instead, he pestered the old man to add him to the group chat.
Don't look here.
The beauties on campus are all on high alert against wolves.
You'd better act like a good boy, young man.
The goat-bearded old man added Lin Mu to the academy group chat, gave him a stern warning, and only then remembered.
Oh, and student, what's your name? Lin Mu? That name. Never mind. Names don't matter at all.
Lin Mu, as your substitute teacher for the next 4 years, I'd like to know what kind of learning approach do you plan to take? Yes, you heard correctly, I'll be your primary substitute teacher for the next 4 years. Let me briefly explain these learning approaches. At Qingbei Academy, we have the free-range approach, no supervision, just self-directed learning.
Or the closed-door method, where you study intensely on your own and request anything you need from the academy. Of course, as the first freshman to register this year, I'll let you in on a secret: our college also has a romantic learning style, not officially encouraged but not discouraged either. It's all about the chemistry between partners. Hold on, first explain what free-range teaching means. Lin Mu instantly sensed something was off. It means total freedom. The mentor doesn't interfere at all, and students study however they want. The old man with the goat beard explained shamelessly. The words struck a chord within Lin Mu. Collecting tuition fees and then doing nothing? Is this really an academy? How is this any different from the vocational schools and technical colleges we had in my past life? Do the instructors even teach classes regularly? Lin Mu suppressed his urge to laugh and decided to ask for clarification first. What if it wasn't? They do teach. Over the course of a year, mentors are required to teach students at least 2 sessions. One is an introductory session for teachers and students to get acquainted. The second is a farewell session after a year. As we part ways, everyone shares parting words and keeps mementos. Before the old man with the goat beard could finish, Lin Mu dropped to his knees. My kidneys. You call this teaching? I absolutely adore you. What about closed-door personal study? Lin Mu asked his second question. As the name implies, it's students diligently studying on their own. Our academy is very generous. We open the library free of charge for students to research materials. The old man with the goatee implied that opening the library for students to research was a tremendous favor. And the last one? Lin Mu's eyes were already sparkling. The romantic learning method? Shoo, keep your voice down. You should know the school doesn't openly endorse this, but we don't oppose it either. Of course, the prerequisite is that you find a girlfriend. Then we'll reward her, provide couple packages and couple seats for you to feed each other. Before the old man could finish, Lin Mu had already jumped up in excitement. Just as he thought. His guesses were spot on. Same old formula, same old flavor. He was certain he'd stumbled into a vocational school. A third-rate university. Choosing this place was absolutely the right decision. This school suited him perfectly. Chapter 60, Scholarship plus Black Stockings. Lin Mu was certain that trashy schools like Qingbei Academy were exactly what he wanted. Only a school like this would lower the guard of his hidden enemies, allowing him to strike with confidence. He refused to believe it. With his defenses lowered this much, if they still didn't make their move, they'd truly be blind. Lin Mu watched the vice principal before him, grinning wickedly as he counted money, and couldn't help but nod. With such a shameless scoundrel serving as vice principal, he was confident his next 4 years of college life would be utterly carefree. Still, to be safe, Lin Mu asked one question. Students come here to learn. Why are you making things so comfortable for them? If you don't manage anything and let them date all day, how can they possibly focus on studying? By your logic, this place is practically a paradise for students. It is a paradise, but only for the academically challenged. The old man with the goat beard chuckled. Lin Mu, you must not have heard the rumors about our college, right? What kind of reputation? Lin Mu was puzzled. Could this rundown academy possibly have any positive reputation? Our Qingbei Academy is famously known as a paradise for underachievers and a hell for top students. The old man with the goatee chuckled, quite the opposite of Shangjing Academy. No wonder you can't recruit students. Lin Mu finally understood. What parent doesn't think their son is a top student? Who would willingly send their son to hell? Even if he's not a prodigy, no one would send their son to Tsinghua or Peking just to chase girls. If they want to chase girls, they can do that at home. Why send them to the academy? Sending him to the academy meant hoping he'd become a dragon, hoping he'd make something of himself. No matter how great the conditions at Peking or Tsinghua, they can't absorb students like that. Students might relish this lifestyle, but parents would never consent. Sending them here is a waste of money. Fewer people is better. Fewer people means more convenience for one's own cultivation. Our academy's mission is to make the weak weaker and the strong stronger. When an outstanding student enters our academy, we'll use every means possible to torment them until they wish they were dead. As for the underachievers? What great things do you expect from them? Better to let them settle down and enjoy a few comfortable, happy years of college life. The goat-bearded old man's words left Lin Mu momentarily stunned. He had never considered the issue from this perspective before. These words, upon reflection, seemed to hold a certain logic. For students who are beyond redemption, rather than expending immense effort trying to mold them into something they're not, it's better to let them enjoy themselves at the academy. Many underachievers simply had no interest in studying, they just wanted to coast through a few years. Of course, parents would never agree to such an approach. Perhaps that's why few are willing to attend Qingbei Academy. This educational philosophy and teaching approach would be embraced by the masses in any era. The old man with the goat beard observed Lin Mu's stunned expression and suddenly broke into a sly, fox-like grin. Lin Mu, why not give the test a try? The moment he spoke, Lin Mu immediately recalled the protagonists from novels in his previous life. Typically, they would attend prestigious academies. Chasing girls was the main goal, while also recruiting a few loyal followers along the way. The most classic plotline was when the protagonist would stand in a long queue, and when his turn finally came, he'd test his spiritual power with a crystal ball only to witness extraordinary phenomena. Under normal circumstances, the crystal ball first emits a rainbow of light before shattering under the pressure of the spiritual energy. But that's the normal outcome. The protagonist? How could they be the protagonist without being awesome? Next came the tester's astonished exclamation. All attributes: wind, fire, water, earth, light, and dark? A once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Even if I boosted my spiritual power tenfold, I couldn't shatter this crystal ball. This kid's talent is terrifying. At that moment, several classmates he'd met along the way who would later become his loyal followers would cheer excitedly, "Boss!" The entire crowd gathered around the protagonist. He flashed a wicked grin and flexed his muscles. What followed was straightforward. Beautiful women throwing themselves at him was a given. A crowd kneeling on the ground, calling him lord or rather, boss is also a given. Usually, the principal, who was peeping on the beauty bathing, would rush over upon hearing the commotion. The moment he saw the boiled egg in the protagonist's hand, he'd gasp in shock. Could this be the legendary phoenix egg? Where on earth did you get it? The protagonist would scratch his head innocently and deliver the line that would leave everyone speechless. "I bought this from a street vendor back home for breakfast." This kid must be from the heavens, he could even be a god's bastard son. Everyone would suspect the protagonist of this. Next, of course, more people would kneel down and shout, "My lord!" Wait, no, they'd call him boss. Just as Lin Mu was basking in his wild fantasies. "Alright, Lin Mu, you can fantasize about the beauties tonight. I know a great spot to peek at them changing clothes, no charge, just $100 per viewing." The goat-bearded old man interrupted Lin Mu's daydream. Lin Mu was certain. This old geezer was undoubtedly the most lecherous, shameless, and student-need-savvy principal he'd encountered in both his past and present lives. "Alright, how does the test work?" Lin Mu was already eager to get started. The goat-bearded old man then pointed to 4 small rooms adjacent to the security booth near the school gate and explained. "Our academy's test is simple. You choose a room to enter. If you can break out within 5 minutes using only your own strength, you pass." That simple? Lin Mu couldn't help but laugh. "Old man, this test method is kinda lame. I hope you still think that once you're inside the room." The goat-bearded old man grinned broadly, his expression sly and mischievous. Lin Mu's heart skipped a beat. "This room doesn't have any traps, does it?" "No." The old man with the goatee shook his head decisively. "I just added a little contraption I designed myself. For instance, if you can't get out within 5 minutes, the room will instantly lose all oxygen and become a vacuum. You're murdering people for their money." Lin Mu broke out in a cold sweat. He'd never heard of such a dangerous test. "You can skip the test, but then your evaluation will be marked as failing. And you'll miss out on our academy's special perk, having a beautiful senior student tutor you. Of course, if you can hook up with one on your own, consider this never said." The old man with the goat beard grinned broadly, showing no sign of anger. "How many students in the entire school have passed this test?" Lin Mu couldn't believe anyone would accept such a twisted test. Including those who graduated and stayed on campus, Qingbei Academy has a total of 360 students. Add you to that, and it makes 361. Our student test participation rate is 10%. 36 students volunteered for the test, with a success rate of nearly 10%. 4 passed, and one of them can be rated as outstanding. Lin Mu, are you sure you don't want to try? If you get an excellent rating, there's a scholarship up for grabs, and the beautiful principal will personally mentor you. You don't know she loves wearing those sexy black fishnet stockings with lace-like cutouts during class. They're hot enough to set your heart on fire. Underachievers don't get that kind of treatment." The old man with the goatee spoke first. Lin Mu felt his interest stir. "It's just an escape room, right? He could just punch through the wall." "Fine, I'm only doing this for the scholarship." Lin Mu certainly wouldn't admit he was in it to see the sexy principal in her fishnet stockings. Chapter 61, Beating Up the Goatee Old Man. Given his distrust of the vice principal, Lin Mu didn't choose the black house on the left that he recommended, opting instead for the white house on the far right. Listening to this old man would definitely get him screwed over. Besides, judging by the colors, the black one had to be harder than the white one. He pushed open the door. Lin Mu walked straight into the room. Behind him, the door slammed shut. At the same time, a mechanical voice echoed within the room. "New recruits, take your positions. 5-minute countdown begins." Above, on the ceiling, a black electronic screen displayed red numbers that began to flash. Lin Mu smiled lightly. "It's just a matter of getting out of this room within 5 minutes, piece of cake." Even if it were that big shot DePayo, he could breeze through it. Lin Mu decided to take the simplest and most direct approach. He approached the door with confidence, then unleashed a punch packed with immense spiritual energy. The next second, seeing the door's surface shattered, revealing its underlying material, Lin Mu instantly flew into a rage. "That damn old bastard. Once I get out, I'll chop you into 18 pieces." This old fool hadn't merely added a few minor enhancements to the house's design, he'd practically built an explosion-proof fortress. Having been in this world for so long, Lin Mu recognized this material instantly. Vibranium. Ever since the revival of spiritual energy and the rise of martial arts, many precious metals that were once impossible to mine had become easily accessible. Among them, vibranium was the most sought after by both the military and civilians. This metal boasts extraordinary defensive properties, making it the primary material for crafting weapons and various treasures. Consequently, it was virtually impossible to find on the open market, and on the black market, its price had skyrocketed to astronomical sums. Didn't you see that even a big shot like Jiulong couldn't get his hands on a single piece of vibranium? Had he incorporated even a trace of vibranium into his artifact, Lin Mu would have met his end back then. But who could have imagined that the goat-bearded old man, the vice-chancellor of a third-rate university, could actually build houses with vibranium? Could being a university president be that lucrative? Or does the old man have his own mind? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Lin Mu needed to figure out how to escape, otherwise, once the countdown ended, he'd be toast. What drove him even crazier was this. Not only did this sleazy old man possess vibranium, but he also knew spatial interference techniques. Lin Mu had just tested 2 teleportation badges he'd confiscated last time, ones he hadn't yet destroyed to extract the metal, and they showed no sign of working. No doubt about it. The old man must have tampered with them. How was he supposed to proceed now? Watching the relentlessly ticking countdown, Lin Mu broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't him, but another test subject like Big Cannon, they'd probably be tortured to death. How could anyone break out of a vibranium-forged room? And this was just the White House on the far right. If he'd chosen the Black House, what awaited him would be an even rarer chamber forged from black gold, a material so exclusive it was only used by the military. Lin Mu grew angrier the more he thought about it. This old man was clearly doing this on purpose. Instead of using simple tests like a dynamometer or crystal ball, he had to resort to this twisted, sadistic method. Who knows how many students have died at his hands? No wonder no students come to study at Qingbei Academy. Who the hell would come here to die? But this posed no challenge to Lin Mu. With such precious vibranium right before his eyes, how could he not see some? Little Dai in his mind had made it clear, with this vibranium, he could forge his very first immortal artifact. In the face of such divine weapon, temptation, morality and gentlemanly conduct were nonsense. Lin Mu only cared about growing stronger. Besides, his silver chain and golden bell also needed vibranium to enhance their quality. What the hell kind of difficulty is this? Think it can hold me back? Lin Mu instantly summoned his thunder sword and swung it down at the wall. A thunder sword could easily shatter even magical artifacts, but Lin Mu didn't know if it could break vibranium. Time for a test. Lin Mu swung his sword with all his might, slashing viciously at the door. Relatively speaking, the weakest points of a house were the windows and doors. But this house had no windows, so the door was his only target. Crack! The thunder sword collided with the vibranium door, erupting in a deafening roar as sparks and lightning crackled throughout the room. Lin Mu immediately turned to look at the door and froze in place. Vibranium has this kind of ability? He watched as the door, which had cracked under Lin Mu's attack, began to slowly mend at a visible pace. In less than 10 seconds, the door was smooth and pristine once more, as if it had never been damaged. Lin Mu finally understood why vibranium was so precious and valuable. Fortunately, my thunder sword isn't entirely useless, it can still inflict damage on vibranium. Then, the game is over. Lin Mu once again summoned the thunder sword in both hands, its power at least 3 times greater than before. Swish! 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 Like a fruit knife slicing through an apple. Lin Mu skillfully sliced layer after layer of vibranium from the door and walls with his thunderblade, swiftly stowing the fragments into his spatial ring. Healing? As long as my speed is fast enough, you'll only be able to heal inside my spatial ring. In less than a minute, Lin Mu had expanded the interior space of the entire room by 1/3, nearly filling his spatial ring to capacity. This left him deeply regretful. I must get a larger capacity spatial ring someday. Otherwise, I'll just be left crying over a mountain of treasures. Just then, a ding sounded from the display above his head. 5 minutes up. Lin Mu distinctly felt immense pressure closing in from all sides. This must be the vacuum oxygen extraction device the old man mentioned taking effect. But then, boom! In less than 3 seconds, the entire room, its fragile walls unable to withstand the crushing pressure, collapsed into ruins. The moment the collapse began, Lin Mu unleashed a thunderous sword strike that sliced through the wall, materializing before the old man with the goatee. Before the old man could utter a word, Lin Mu delivered a powerful kick. Add another record to your books, Lin Mu is the first freshman in history to beat up the vice principal on his first day. Crash! The old man flew backward. Still seething, Lin Mu lunged forward, ready to rain punches and kicks on the old man as he struggled to rise. But when he looked up, he saw at least 70 or 80 people staring at him in utter shock. Many had eyes wide as saucers, mouths gaping wide enough to swallow a soccer ball. He DePeo, Ren Shuai, and the others rushed over from the crowd, quickly pinning Lin Mu's fists down. You guys finished the transfer process this fast? You bet. Look who stepped in with me, he DePeo, handling it. Transferring schools is a piece of cake. After speaking, he DePeo quickly turned to apologize to the old man with the goatee. Ah, Vice Principal, please don't be angry. My little brother here doesn't know any better. As his boss, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson and criticize him properly. I guarantee he'll show you more respect next time. Holy crap, run. This old guy's about to lose it. Seeing the goat-bearded old man's nose twist with rage, he DePeo promptly ditched his loyalty and bolted first. Lin Mu, you bastard. How dare you hit a teacher? If I don't make you pay for this, I don't deserve to be vice principal. Behind him, the goat-bearded old man yelled in fury. Unfortunately, Lin Mu paid him no mind and had already vanished into the distance. The old man could only huff angrily, clutching his aching waist as he prepared to leave. But then he caught sight of the teachers and students gathered around watching the spectacle. He couldn't help but issue a warning. If I ever hear anyone discussing how I was beaten by a student today, I will subject the entire school to brutal corporal punishment. Don't believe me? Try it. The crowd fell silent. This old fool never learns his lesson. Looks like he'll be getting another beating sooner or later. Chapter 62. Can you really find a drunk girl on campus? Qingbei Academy was huge. It was at least 10 times larger than Lin Mu had imagined. It was essentially no different from the universities Lin Mu had seen in his previous life. The professors live in villas, while we stay in high-rise dorms. But we paid extra for a larger room. The conditions are quite nice. Come on, this way. Ren Shuai kept explaining all sorts of things about the academy to Lin Mu along the way. To an outsider, he might have easily been mistaken for an alumnus. This made Lin Mu realize something. Were all universities set up like this? I always thought renting a bigger dorm was better, but no one ever wanted to share with me before. It's great you guys are here. He DePeo exclaimed. This is the student dorm? When they arrived at the dorm Ren Shuai had mentioned, Lin Mu was utterly astonished. The facilities at universities in this world were incredibly well equipped. If Ren Shuai hadn't mentioned it, Lin Mu would never have imagined this place, decorated like a 5-star hotel from his past life, was actually a student dormitory. With Qingbei Academy students living in such luxury and enjoying such a perfect environment for romance, would they even have the heart to study? Lin Mu dared not even contemplate the answer. He was utterly impressed by Qingbei Academy. With only 5,000 students and faculty, they managed to occupy such a vast campus. Didn't they feel it was extravagant and wasteful? He DePeo had said that though Qingbei was mediocre, its campus was as large as Shangjing Academy's. Shangjing Academy had a full 100,000 students and never felt crowded. Qingbei Academy, with only 5,000 people, felt utterly empty and deserted. Lin Mu couldn't fathom how such a vast, empty campus like Qingbei could exist in Shangjing, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Didn't the real estate tycoons of this world covet this prime land? As Lin Mu headed toward the student dormitories, the vice principal, that old man with the goatee, appeared before an ancient, quaint little garden. He first smoothed out the wrinkles in his clothes, which Lin Mu had tugged at, then forced a smile onto his face, still bruised from Lin Mu's beating. Only then did he push open the gate, walk through the garden, and arrive at a small wooden cottage. He knocked lightly on the door and asked softly, "Sweetheart, can Daddy come in? During work hours, please address me as principal." A voice from inside was elegant and melodious, yet cold and indifferent. "It's all the same. You're the principal, but you're also my daughter." The old man with the goatee seemed accustomed to his precious daughter's icy, distant demeanor. He grinned as he pushed open the door. "What brings you here? How did you get beaten up?" The fair-skinned beauty bent over her desk resembled a ghostly white orchid, lofty and pure, proud amidst the world's turbidity. Her jet-black hair cascaded down her shoulders, forming a stark contrast to her delicate jade-like hands. The once grinning, goateed old man transformed completely in her presence. In that instant, he became the most loving parent in the world. The white-clad beauty set down her brush, lifted her gaze to meet the goat-bearded old man's eyes, and a hint of surprise flitted across her face. "What happened?" "Nothing. I got beaten up by an interesting freshman." "Well, not really. I just didn't expect him to strike first. I got caught off guard by his move. Otherwise, I could have easily beaten him to a pulp." The old man chuckled. "This freshman is quite interesting. He's very strong, but his foundational knowledge is lacking. He didn't even know every university has this kind of test, or that no matter which room you choose, the test is the same. The detection device adjusts the difficulty based on the test taker's strength." Ha, just thinking about his expression makes me want to laugh. But his strength is genuinely impressive. He cleaned out my entire century-old collection of vibranium. Too bad my mastery of the heavenly eye technique isn't sufficient yet to observe his battle process. Otherwise, I could have seen exactly how that kid managed to take my vibranium. He forcibly stripped it away using magic. The fair-skinned beauty in white offered the answer calmly. "How do you know?" The old man with the goat beard was stunned. That freshman who dared to beat you up on his first day of school? He's definitely this year's provincial top scholar from Jiangnan province.
I heard about him from Qingcheng. He's mastered some profound magical technique, becoming the strongest candidate nationwide this year. You're always studying the Heavenly Eye technique, so of course you wouldn't know about him. The woman in white seemed quite familiar with Lin Mu's affairs.
No wonder.
I thought that kid looked familiar.
So he's the provincial top scholar applying to our academy. The goat-bearded old man snapped to realization. His strength is formidable.
Not long ago in the Twilight Forest, he traveled with Qingcheng and single-handedly defeated the 99th ranked 9 dragons on the bounty list.
Qingcheng suspects that boy might be neglecting his studies to delve into those esoteric arts, which explains his abysmal humanities knowledge.
If you ever hear of someone who can't tell purple gold from red gold, that's him. I advise you not to rush him into military training just yet.
Let him catch up on his foundational knowledge first. If there's nothing else, Vice Principal, you may leave.
The fair-skinned beauty remained utterly cold toward her father, dispatching him with a casual dismissal.
Do you really think some little pervert would listen to advice from an old fart like me? I got beaten on my very first day.
If I tried teaching him myself, he'd beat me to death sooner or later.
The goat-bearded old man shook his head with a hearty laugh. I'm currently immersed in researching divine source knowledge. I'm too busy. Go find third sister.
The white-clad beauty remained utterly absorbed in the text before her, paying no further attention to the goat-bearded old man.
If we ask that girl to teach students, it'll cause chaos in the world.
The goat-bearded old man sighed. Ren Shuai and Kulu busied themselves helping Lin Mu collect his belongings, while He DePeo dashed to the cafeteria to request extra dishes from the chef reportedly recruited from a 5-star hotel. His purpose, of course, was not only to welcome Lin Mu but also to welcome Lin Jing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so attentive or spent so extravagantly. Bored waiting, Lin Mu saw Ren Shuai and the others wouldn't be back anytime soon. He decided to step outside for a stroll, to clear his head and get some fresh air.
The academy was quite nice, its only flaw being the lack of people.
No human voices, only the chirping of insects. It was elegant and serene, but it lacked the unique vitality and bustle that only humans could bring.
Ah well, I'm not here to study anyway. I've got my own business to attend to.
Lin Mu felt this was for the best. The quiet solitude allowed him to focus on slacking off systematically mastering the university curriculum as quickly as possible before heading out to hone his skills and strengthen his abilities. As Lin Mu was heading toward the library, suddenly, he spotted a mature, alluring woman in a fiery red leather bodysuit staggering drunkenly toward him.
Her voluptuous figure swayed unsteadily.
Her gait resembled that of Daji, as if she might collapse at any moment. Lin Mu stared in utter astonishment.
Could this fox-like woman be the president of Qingbei University? With looks like that, he could carry her back to the dorm and take her 100 times over. She'd never even know who did it. If not for the subconscious sense of danger emanating from this vixen, Lin Mu might have been tempted to kidnap her for pleasure.
Hey, a handsome guy.
At that moment, the fox-like older woman seemed to notice Lin Mu as well.
Before Lin Mu could react, her body moved faster than lightning. His eyes couldn't follow her shifting form as she instantly materialized before him. This left Lin Mu, who prided himself on his speed, utterly speechless, unable to believe what his eyes had witnessed. The fox-like older woman gazed at Lin Mu through a haze of drunkenness. Not bad looking, but too green. Could you be a total newbie? Hey, little bro, ever kissed before? Want big sis to teach you? Hearing such an offer, Lin Mu immediately nodded. The fox-like older sister smiled. Good boy. Though you're a bit young, I can't pass up a handsome guy. Close your eyes, sis is going to teach you the art of kissing. A real kiss? Lin Mu felt that if he refused, he'd be looked down upon by every man in the world. He immediately assumed the proper position. But the very next second, a fox girl with fluffy ears shot out from the fox-like older sister's body and punched Lin Mu square in the chest. My kidneys. A fox demon matchmaker with golden tear strength? Dodging the attack, Lin Mu rolled over and caught his breath. His eyes widened in shock and he let out a piercing scream. Chapter 63, The Vice Principal's Personal Vendetta. When Ren Shuai, He DePeo, and Kulu returned to the dormitory, they were stunned to discover. On Lin Mu's bed lay a beautiful, mature woman fast asleep. Beside the bed, a white fox in a pink princess dress was clutching candy in its paws, munching away. What the hell is going on? Ren Shuai froze. Scoring with a mature woman on his very first day of school? That's some miracle-level pickup speed. Picked her up by the roadside. Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. Seriously? Dude, which road did you find her on? Judging by He DePeo's tone, he seemed eager to pick one up himself. Right downstairs. Lin Mu spoke the truth for once. I can't go on living. I'm going to kill myself. He DePeo's face was streaked with tears as he began banging his head hard against the wall. He felt like he'd wasted 2 whole years at the academy. In 2 years, he hadn't even picked up a single lost little girl. But this kid? He'd barely been here a day and already picked up 2, a mature woman and a pet, both brought back.
Comparing people to people is enough to drive you mad. Hidepeo thought that if he stayed around this kid much longer, even if he didn't die of frustration, he'd cry himself to death. And not just crying until his eyes dried up and he dehydrated to death. This kid's luck was downright humiliating. Is he the bastard son of Lady Luck? How could every ounce of luck in the world cling to him? Hidepeo seriously wanted to pour 3 huge bowls of vinegar in front of himself, then chug it all in one go. Maybe then his heart wouldn't feel so sour, and he'd feel a little better. The little fox, sucking on candy adorably, blinked her big eyes at Hidepeo. Then she suddenly uttered a bombshell. Brother, that fat guy seems like a fool. What? She can talk? Ren Shui and the others nearly fainted. Could this fox be no ordinary pet, but a demonic beast? I'm no fool. Let me tell you, I'm a super smart guy. By 8, I could count to 100 easily. At 9, I could write my own name. And after turning 10, I never wet the bed again. How about that? Pretty impressive, huh? Little sister, my name is Hidepeo. Everyone calls me Big Cannon Brother. I'm your big brother's top dog, you know. Come on, I'll give you some candy too. Hidepeo happened to have a few lollipops. He'd bought them specifically to win Lin Jing over. Fox Spirit Matchmaker glanced at the lollipops, feeling a flutter of interest. But she shook her head in the end. My mom said you shouldn't eat silly things, or you'll catch the silliness. I don't want to become a fool. Hidepeo crashed to the ground with a thud. This blow was simply too much. If Kola hadn't grabbed him, he might have jumped off the building. Ren Shui laughed until tears streamed down his face, repeatedly praising the little fox spirit and giving her a thumbs up. That's right. You're absolutely right, stupidity is contagious. The fox spirit matchmaker suddenly looked utterly terrified. Clearly, she genuinely feared catching Hidepeo's idiocy. Lin Mu quickly comforted her, who was on the verge of tears. Brother Ren Shui was just teasing you. It's okay, idiocy isn't contagious. Don't be scared, nuwa. Here, have some candy. The fox spirit matchmaker eagerly snatched the lollipop Lin Mu offered and happily popped it into her little mouth. After savoring it for a while, she tilted her head and asked doubtfully, "Are you sure idiocy isn't contagious?" Hidepeo burst into tears. Even if it is contagious, I'm not stupid. I can't go on living. At the doorway, the old vice principal entered with Lin Jing, a smile on his face. Students, what are you all discussing? Such a lively scene. Oh, little dodgy. What brings you here? The fox demon named Xiaojia immediately leaped off the bed, shifting into human form and adopting a defensive stance, baring her little white teeth in warning. Pervert. Stay away from my mom. You're the worst kind of creep who loves peeping on people changing clothes. Everyone stared at the old man as if he were the world's most depraved pervert. The old man was utterly embarrassed. Fortunately, he had a thick skin, otherwise, he would have surely hugged Hidepeo and wept bitterly together. Heh, it was all a misunderstanding. A respectable gentleman like myself would never engage in such despicable behavior. A man of my high moral standing and impeccable conduct wouldn't just avoid peeping. I'm cautious in every word and deed, striving to lead by example for my students, teaching through virtue and setting a personal standard. Unfortunately for him, before he could finish, Lin Mu had already pulled a pornographic book with an obscene cover from his pocket. Esteemed Vice Principal of High Moral Character and Impeccable Conduct, might you kindly explain what this is all about? Lin Mu asked earnestly. This is confiscated from students. The old man reacted quickly, his face thick as a brick, lying without batting an eyelid. Then what about this girl's camisole? Lin Mu pulled another pink strapless top from the old man's sleeve. The wind blew it onto the ground. I was just about to return it to its owner. The old man remained unfazed. He wore the expression of a righteous gentleman, as if anyone daring to suspect him was committing a crime. Truly worthy of being our student's moral exemplar. Respect. Lin Mu gave the old man a half-hearted thumbs up. The old man immediately shook his head and waved his hands. It's all empty praise. As a man of integrity, I've always denounced the decay of social morals and lamented the moral decline of our youth. Alas, my abilities are limited. I can only lead by example, hoping to influence more people through my actions. By the way, today, besides guiding Lin Jing, I also came to inform you, Lin Mu. Due to your outstanding performance, I've assigned you to the Blood Class, a program established in collaboration with the government. I hope you'll enjoy your studies and have a pleasant time. Does this count as abuse of power, openly retaliating against me? Lin Mu smiled brightly. He voiced his suspicion. He didn't believe the old man meant well. Actually, this is my sincere effort to cultivate you. If it were a good-for-nothing like Hidepeo, I wouldn't give a damn about his fate. The old man smiled warmly in return. I'm a piece of trash? Hidepeo flared up. No, I misspoke, you're not a good-for-nothing. Hearing this, Hidepeo's expression softened slightly. But his next words sent the fat man reeling. Because he said, "You're not a good-for-nothing? How could you be? Even the worst good-for-nothings are 100 times better than you. You're the absolute scum of the scum. If I were your mentor, I'd have tossed you into the 10,000 mountains to feed the beasts ages ago. You damned old fool." You're the one who told us to just sit back and enjoy ourselves without lifting a finger. Hidepeo raged like a mad dog, nearly tearing the old man apart. I told you to go die. Why didn't you go? The old man remained unmoved, shrugging indifferently. If you want to prove you're not a piece of trash, join Lin Mu in the blood class and participate in this year's blood journey. How about it, you worthless scum? Got the guts? Forget it, forget it. I don't want to talk to a coward. Stay away from me. Damn old geezer. It's just the death class. What the hell am I afraid of? Hidepeo was nearly driven mad with rage. Chapter 64, Military Training has tasks too? I hope you don't end up existing in this world as demon beast excrement. After the old man finished speaking, he switched to a warm, friendly smile and turned to Lin Jing with a kind expression. Student Lin Jing, starting tomorrow, you will study under Professor Han. He is a platinum tier martial arts master. I specially invited him to guide you, our special admission student. You must work hard. But, yes, I will work hard. Lin Jing actually wished she could train alongside her brother, Lin Mu. Don't follow them. They're useless. 100 deaths wouldn't be a loss. You're a genius. You can't be cut down before you grow strong. You must strive to become powerful. Don't disappoint everyone's expectations. The old man's words left Ren Shuai and the others speechless. Why was the treatment for men and women so vastly different? The entire Shenlong Empire favored sons over daughters, yet here at Qingbei Academy it seemed reversed. Studying at such an academy left one wondering whether to laugh or cry. Lin Mu, however, frowned slightly. He sensed the vice principal wasn't actually favoring girls over boys. Rather, he tailored his approach to each student's potential. For the obedient Lin Jing, he could simply assign the best mentor and provide attentive guidance. As for pleasure-seeking Hidepeo and the fiercely proud Ren Shuai, he employed reverse psychology. The more caustic and harsh the old man's words, the more they would ignite the male pride of Hidepeo and Ren Shuai. This Qingbei Academy wasn't as shady as ordinary people imagined. As for that seemingly lecherous vice principal, Lin Mu found himself unable to gauge his true strength. After all, he was now essentially a martial artist on par with those of Golden Street. Could this fellow's strength possibly be platinum tier? Little Daji, Grandpa's leaving. Your mother's sobered up, tell her to go find principal's sister. After announcing the matter, the old man swept his sleeve aside. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from the spot. Ren Shuai and the others might not have noticed anything, but Lin Mu felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. The teleportation speed was too fast. Faster than using a teleportation badge. This unassuming old man, who looked like a lecherous old pervert, actually possessed such powerful spatial teleportation magic? No wonder Qingbei Academy had stood tall for so many years amidst the cluster of prestigious institutions in the capital. It clearly wasn't by mere luck. A blood-soaked journey for the blood class? This could be quite interesting. At this thought, a faint smile touched Lin Mu's lips. The sober, composed woman was a completely different person from her drunken self. The moment she sobered up, she unleashed terrifying brute force and astonishing speed to beat the crap out of everyone she saw. Lin Mu happened to be absent, as he was taking Lin Jing around campus to familiarize her with the surroundings and buying daily necessities. By the time he returned, he discovered she had beaten every male student in the entire building into submission. Injured students groaned in pain everywhere. Hidepeo was beaten so badly his eyes were swollen shut, his face resembling a pig's head. Ren Shuai, beaten and hanging from a coat rack in the hallway, handed Lin Mu a note. It wasn't from the fox-eyed older sister, but from the fox-eyed younger sister, Sayajiaji. On it was an adorable little paw print. She couldn't write, but she hadn't forgotten to leave her little paw print for her big brother, Lin Mu. Lin Mu couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Was his charm only effective on little girls? Before Lin Mu could tidy up the mess in his room, a voice filled with murderous intent suddenly echoed from downstairs. All blood class students assemble. You have 5 minutes from now to report to the training ground. Every minute late will be punished with 10 military strokes. Those who deliberately evade this order will be treated as deserters on the battlefield and punished according to military law. This strict? Lin Mu was puzzled. Wasn't Qingbei Academy supposed to be a place for students to enjoy themselves? He suddenly recalled the old vice principal's words. The academy's mission was to make the gifted even more gifted and the underachievers even more underachieving. This place was hell for the gifted and heaven for the underachievers. No. When did I become one of the top students? Hidepeo, who had been sprawled on the ground barely clinging to life, suddenly sprang up at the assembly call, grabbed Lin Mu, and took off running. Hurry, hurry. This isn't a joke. That guy's a bloodthirsty killer. Rumor has it he personally slaughtered at least 10 late students. That terrifying? Why did you drag us into this knowing all that? Ren Shuai felt his heart sink upon hearing this. What nonsense. If we're going down, we go down together. We're brothers, aren't we? Hidepeo answered shamelessly. When Lin Mu and Ren Shuai arrived at the playground, they found a towering man in green military fatigues waiting there. His face was hideously scarred, multiple terrifying wounds crisscrossing his features, making him look like a demon incarnate. At first, Rin Shuai couldn't believe a mentor would actually kill a student. But seeing the murderous aura radiating from this military-clad man, doubt began to creep in. Perhaps this guy really would kill anyone who disobeyed orders. The military man's eagle-like eyes were piercingly sharp, capable of seeing straight through one's soul. Ordinary martial artists were no match for him. Even Lin Mu felt a chill run through him after locking eyes with him for just a moment. Such terrifying killing intent, such a gaze. Without having slaughtered thousands upon thousands, such a killing intent could never have been cultivated. The hawk-eyed man before them was clearly a soldier who had returned from the battlefield, having survived countless brushes with death amidst blood-soaked sands and mountains of corpses. That killing intent was entirely different from what ordinary martial artists cultivated by hunting demonic beasts. If the hawk-eyed man's aura was a lethal blade, then that of ordinary martial artists was at best a fruit knife utterly incomparable. The blood class students swiftly assembled. Unlike the newly arrived Lin Mu and his group, these individuals formed two orderly columns the moment they arrived. Only a handful were male, 6 in total. Most were girls, numbering over 20. What surprised Lin Mu was the presence of 5 tiny children. These youngsters, both boys and girls, appeared no older than 10 at most. Yet they stood with an unusual seriousness and focus, heads held high, backs straight as arrows, legs taut and rigid, presenting the posture of fully qualified soldiers. Holy crap! I'm reporting backdoor admissions at Qingbei Academy. You 5 are assigned to one team. All of you, fall in line at the back. The hawk-eyed man, radiating a menacing aura, barked at Lin Mu and the others in his slightly hoarse yet magnetic voice. After they formed a line, he scanned them with those hawk-like eyes before speaking coldly. I'm this year's substitute instructor for the blood class. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Feng. To help you adapt to the blood class traditions as quickly as possible, I prepared a grand welcome event for your very first day. That event is a wilderness training exercise in the 10,000 mountains. If you want to quit within 10 seconds, you can leave the blood class and enjoy your wonderful lives. Those brave enough to face death, follow me. He DePeo desperately wanted to quit. The 100,000 mountains? Demon territory? That's suicide. But when he saw Lin Mu remain silent, and even the children ahead wore expressions of unwavering resolve, he couldn't bring himself to voice his reluctance. Ren Shuai and Kulu, however, were extremely excited. During their previous trip to the 10,000 mountains, they hadn't contributed much at all. Lin Mu had carried the entire burden alone. This left them feeling deeply ashamed. That's why they were determined to go to the 100,000 mountains for a trial run to strengthen their willpower. As for Lin Mu, he was mostly astonished. University military training involving field exercises was perfectly normal. However, he had heard that other colleges, including Shangjing Academy, only conducted field training in safer areas like the Western Wastes or Northern Wastes. He never imagined Qingbei Academy would head straight for the 100,000 mountains. What kind of place were the 100,000 mountains? Even if others didn't know, Lin Mu was well aware it was an absolute death trap. Even if they didn't encounter powerful demonic beings, facing the myriad formidable demonic beasts alone was extremely dangerous. If it was just a token military training exercise, why send people to their deaths? A middle-aged man wearing glasses who looked every bit the professor approached, 2 images displayed on his laptop screen. To give you more motivation for this training, I've arranged a little task. These 2 are medicinal herbs found only in the 100,000 mountains. Your task is for each of you to gather 5 specimens. As a reward, you'll receive extra credits. The middle-aged physician's words made Lin Mu break out in a cold sweat. Military training was one thing, but why add extra tasks? Chapter 65 Warning. Everyone remember this mission. Time is of the essence. Let's go. The hawk-eyed man was a man of few words. With a wave of his hand, he led the group forward. All the military training students stepped onto the teleportation array and headed toward the 10,000 mountains. Lin Mu hurriedly snapped photos of the 2 medicinal herbs with his phone, feeling helpless. The importance of foundational knowledge. Why was his previous incarnation such an academic failure? Could it be that you're also a time traveler? The 100,000 mountains. As seen before, the sky was blood red. However, the teleportation destination wasn't the city-state, but a gloomy and terrifying damp valley. This seemed to be a temporary camp for the human race. Countless insects crawled around the perimeter. Fearing the sudden appearance of so many powerful humans, they dared not attack and could only retreat reluctantly. Next up is free time. The mission for this military training is to survive for 2 hours in the 100,000 mountains. Of course, if any of you complete the herb gathering task ahead of schedule, you may apply to return to the academy. With that, the hawk-eyed man sprinted out of the camp first. Damn, he just took off? Ren Shuai and the others were also participating in this kind of military training for the first time. But eager to get back to rest sooner, they hurriedly pulled Lin Mu toward the camp exit. Surviving 2 hours versus gathering herbs, any fool could tell which was the better choice. Lin Mu thought the same, but he soon noticed something amiss. Along the way, he observed that Eagle Eyes wasn't just slashing demonic insects, he was also gathering herbs. Moreover, wherever he passed, the ground was left barren, not a single plant remained. Every medicinal herb was stuffed into his backpack. If this was just a military training assignment for students, why was this guy collecting herbs? And he wasn't just gathering the 2 types shown in the pictures, he was taking everything. This was truly strange. As they walked, Renshui lowered his voice and whispered to Lin Mu, "Something doesn't feel right. I suspect this isn't just a simple military training exercise, it's an unexpectedly arranged military operation." His words sent a slight tremor through Lin Mu's heart, followed by a sudden realization. Indeed. If this were military training, the students' low combat strength meant even if the demonic forces noticed, they wouldn't take it seriously. But if this were a military operation, they'd be spotted the moment they arrived, and that would mean getting surrounded and wiped out. You mean some unexpected event forced the military to launch this special operation? As Lin Mu spoke, another terrifying possibility immediately came to mind. If this truly was an impromptu military operation, could it be part of the Demon Clan's plan? Were they waiting for the Empire's future blossoms to walk right into their trap? If the enemy had already stationed spies to watch this place, and the eagle-eyed man led everyone straight into it, wouldn't that be suicide? With that thought, Lin Mu immediately gripped his moonblade, his expression wary as he scanned the surroundings. He couldn't be of much help with gathering herbs. But at the very least, I have to protect everyone's safety. Brother, you don't know how to gather herbs, right? If you're not protecting us, let's complete the mission together. At that moment, several children approached Lin Mu and his group, proposing terms for hire. Could it be you've made a major discovery? Lin Mu's mind raced faster than anyone else's. He immediately understood these little ones must have found something valuable. These little rascals weren't ordinary. Lin Mu dared not underestimate them now. After all, children who could enter university at 6 or 7 were either from extraordinary families or possessed extraordinary talents themselves. But what exactly had they found? Though they were children, they were all crafty little devils, refusing to spill the beans. They simply motioned for Lin Mu and Renshui to follow them, insisting they'd find out soon enough. If it were just a simple fight or treasure hunt, Lin Mu wouldn't bother with them. But when it came to gathering herbs? With not even a single ghostface grass in sight, did he really have another choice? Found it. Way to go. Just as he thought this, Lin Mu saw a female classmate excitedly pluck a medicinal herb from a crevice by the roadside and tuck it into her pouch. This left him utterly dumbfounded. At first, based on pictures, Lin Mu had assumed ghostface grass would be at least a meter tall and grow everywhere. But it turned out to be nothing like that. This ghostface grass was merely a peculiar plant about 2 inches tall, growing deep within the crevices. Forget about finding a large patch, spotting even a single one amidst a pile of boulders was no easy feat. Hey, Fatso, don't just pick any plant you see. What you've got in your hand isn't ghostface grass, nor is it a 3-leaf flower. In fact, it's not even a medicinal herb at all. Hidepeo had planned to dig up any herb that looked remotely similar. What if he stumbled upon the real thing? After all, bringing back any herb would do let Eagle Eyes worry about it. But the little girl's words left him utterly embarrassed. What? None of these are? Hidepeo felt utterly embarrassed and quickly tossed the weeds from his hands. Newbie rookie, learn more. A haughty-looking boy walked over, plucked a medicinal herb from under Renshui's feet, and strode away smugly. It was quite embarrassing. But this guy wasn't actually that impressive. He was only slightly better than Lin Mu and Renshui, having gathered just 2 herbs so far. Over there, a girl was the most dramatic. While everyone else was still flipping rocks everywhere, she had already turned around and headed back to camp. Clearly, she'd already gathered her 5 herbs. It's fine, it's just ahead. I can already smell the ghostface grass. The little girl who had made the deal with Lin Mu earlier waved off everyone's concerns. Closing her eyes, she sniffed the air and pointed toward a hollow ahead. It seemed. Her sense of smell was incredibly sharp, because Lin Mu couldn't detect anything, except, in half an hour, the demon patrol will arrive. Everyone must complete their tasks immediately and leave. The hawk-eyed man suddenly turned back and barked at everyone. His words confirmed Lin Mu's earlier guess. It seemed the hawk-eyed man had gathered enough herbs. Upon hearing his command, nearly all the students turned on their heels and headed back to the camp to teleport away. Except for Lin Mu and his group. They hadn't gathered enough medicinal herbs yet. The eagle-eyed man quickly spotted them, soaring over and barking, "What are you doing? Why aren't you returning? We haven't completed our task yet." Hidepeo nearly burst into tears from the scare. In half an hour at most, large demon patrols will arrive. By then, you won't be able to leave. It's fine if the mission isn't completed. Failure is a normal part of life. The hawk-eyed man was about to say more. Suddenly, his expression hardened as he stared at the distant sky churning with dark clouds, issuing a warning. The teleportation array is temporarily disabled. Everyone hide and avoid making any major disturbances. Something might be over there. You stay here. I'll go check what's going on. With that, he darted toward the sky where dark clouds churned. Lin Mu watched his retreating figure, a sense of unease flickering through his mind. Could it be that the demonic forces were finally making their move? Or was there some other situation unfolding? Chapter 66, Materials for Hatching the Medusa Snake Egg. At that moment, the sky was pitch black, utterly unlike what it should be at noon. The air was thick with swirling insects and dark clouds. Everyone scrambled to hide, holding their breath as best they could. Only that big guy, Hidepeo, was still frantically searching for a place to hide his massive frame. Renshui and Kola had long grown accustomed to this. If this fat guy ever stopped being flustered, he wouldn't be himself. Look, this rock behind me should just cover me. Hidepeo finally found a large rock big enough to hide behind. Lin Mu, hide quickly too. Seeing Lin Mu still standing in place, Renshui and the others urgently called out. Don't worry about me. Stay put, something's coming. Standing in the valley swarming with flying and crawling insects, Lin Mu stirred the spiritual energy within him. A silent bolt of lightning shot through the air, instantly incinerating all the insects into ash. With a light tap of his toes, a vacuum zone instantly formed within a meter of his body. No insect dared approach. At that very moment, beneath the churning black cloud mentioned by the hawk-eyed man, a thunderous roar erupted, followed by the entire valley trembling. It felt as though something was trying to burrow its way out from beneath the earth. What the hell is that thing? Lin Mu now realized it must be some demon beast emerging, not a powerful demonic being. But this commotion was far too immense. Could it be Godzilla? The earth split open, rocks shattered, and deep fissures rapidly spread across the ground. Dirt piled high into a massive mound. A dull, nauseating crunching sound, along with the thudding of rocks tumbling to the ground, echoed endlessly. Insects in the sky and crawling creatures on the ground tangled together, their buzzing creating a deafening hum. And at that very moment, the aura of a platinum-tier demon beast? Lin Mu suddenly sensed an aura identical to that of Spring 30 Maiden, a platinum-tier demon beast. And this aura was emanating from the ring on his finger. What could be inside the ring? Only the two cracked snake eggs from the Medusa serpent. Lin Mu was about to figure out what was going on, but before he could examine it closely, a black flame erupted from the ring. Renshui and the others stared in stunned silence. Lin Mu's form surged within the flames, eventually transforming into a colossal beast rivaling a demonic creature. It radiated a chilling aura of demonic energy, utterly terrifying. The flames rose, reaching a full 3 meters in height. Could Lin Mu possess demon beast bloodlines, explaining such a drastic transformation? Before anyone could ponder further, a thunderous crash echoed. From the valley, the beast that had been trembling for so long finally burst through the earth. Hidepeo took one glance and instantly forgot about Lin Mu's situation, plopping straight down onto the ground. Holy crap, is that a dung beetle? Renshui's jaw trembled. Holy crap, it's a platinum-tier beginner dung beetle. We're done for, all of us. No wonder they thought so. This demon beast was as massive as a small mountain. Its sheer size alone was enough to inspire despair. But Hidepeo's tears were clearly wasted. The moment this giant dung beetle emerged from the ground, it seemed to spot something terrifying and bolted away with a thunderous rumble. It didn't even glance at Hidepeo's snow-white thigh. Trying to run? Lin Mu, emerging from the black flames, gave a cold laugh. He sprang to his feet and gave chase. Raising the moon blade in his hand, he channeled the thunder sword, slashing viciously at the dung beetle's back. There was no way he'd let such valuable fertilizer capable of helping him fuse a platinum-tier demon pet slip away. Xiao Dai had just told him. The reason this dung beetle resonated with the Medusa snake egg was because they were natural enemies. Actually, it wasn't a dung beetle. It was a golden beetle, merely resembling a dung beetle in appearance. Kill it, extract its demon core, and the 2 snake eggs in his ring would fuse into a single, complete snake egg. That would hatch into a platinum-tier demon pet. How could Lin Mu not be envious? But, boom! The slashing sound echoed like thunder in the clear sky, reverberating throughout the entire valley. Yet when everyone looked, the dung beetle showed no reaction whatsoever. It continued crawling forward as if nothing had happened, completely ignoring Lin Mu's attack. Jaws dropped to the ground, tongues hanging out in disbelief. What level of defense was this? Even the hardest rock would shatter under such a fierce blow. At the very least, it would leave a deep gash in the stone. Yet on the dung beetle's back, nothing. Lin Mu frowned. He too found this dung beetle's defense utterly absurd. Lin Mu once again channeled the thunder sword, preparing to strike its head. If that failed, he'd summon Chun San Yang to handle it. But the little girl over there spoke up. Brother, don't attack. These golden beetles have incredibly strong defenses. Attacking won't work. Plus, they possess terrifying strength. They can easily lift objects 800 times heavier than their own bodies. If it hits you, you'll be crushed to pieces. Sister Lele, you know insects best. Do you know any other weaknesses of the golden beetle besides its spiracles? I know. Touching a golden beetle's rear end makes it crawl faster. Luli's words sent Lin Mu crashing to the ground. Maybe that works for ordinary golden beetles, but this one's as big as a small mountain. Would that even matter? Besides, touching its rear. That's just too embarrassing. Lin Mu's habit was always to handle the ladies himself, leaving the awkward stuff for others. He waved his hand dramatically. "Big Cannon, you do it. Stroke its butt." Hidepeo immediately yelped, "Why me?" Lin Mu replied with perfect logic, "Simple, because you're the boss." Hidepeo let out a wail, then tearfully protested, "Why didn't anyone think of me, the boss, when it came to picking up girls? Just get him down first. Picking up girls is easy, you're the boss, everyone will let you go first. Hurry up, stroke her anus, get him down. You need to show your boss-like presence, gently stroke its anus, smile, and say nothing." Lin Mu lectured Hidepeo, ordering him to act immediately. He. Many female classmates and a few kids giggled quietly. "No way, I'm not doing it. I mean, I'm too fat to even get close to touching a 10-meter high butt. I'm helpless." Hidepeo thought that working at such a height, if he accidentally fell, he'd probably end up with at least a concussion. Besides, if word got out that he'd groped a dung beetle's rear in such a lewd manner in public, how could he ever get a date again? The fat guy refused flat out. He'd rather let Lin Mu tie him up, slice him into pieces, and brace him like pork belly than lose face like this. He was the boss, after all. Just as Lin Mu was about to lose his temper and roast the stubborn fatso like a suckling pig, another enormous dung beetle slowly crawled out of the massive sinkhole behind them. 2. Everyone froze in shock. But Lin Mu's eyes lit up. Chapter 67, Tengfei Pharmaceutical Group. According to Xiao Dai, the demon core of the golden beetle could fuse 2 shattered snake eggs into 1 complete egg and hatch it. However, the success rate was not guaranteed. There remained a slight chance of failure. As a perfectionist, Lin Mu could never allow such an outcome. The appearance of this second golden beetle before him was a relief. It perfectly compensated for that tiny margin of failure. "This one's smaller, take it down first." Seeing this one was at least 3 times smaller than the previous one, Lin Mu immediately swung his thunder sword and struck it down. It must be said, this smaller one's defenses were no match for the larger one's. Though its exterior remained undamaged, it was indeed wounded. The golden beetle let out a piercing scream. This cry was no small matter. The larger golden beetle, now with only its rear exposed, instantly grew displeased. It viciously spun around and charged toward Lin Mu with a thunderous roar. All traces of its earlier fear vanished. Seeing this tactic work, Lin Mu struck again, landing a blow on the smaller beetle. He then lured both beetles toward the distant valley. Before leaving, he reminded Hidepeo and the others, "Don't forget to gather that portion of medicinal herbs for me too." Such a monumental feat as slaying a platinum-tier demon beast was best handled discreetly, out of sight. Most importantly, Lin Mu sensed a pair of eyes watching him from the shadows. In the distance. In the darkness, the hawk-eyed man watched Lin Mu recede into the distance, suppressing the urge to follow. Forget it. Following too closely would definitely alert him. 10 minutes later. Just as Hidepeo and the others finished gathering herbs, Lin Mu sprinted back alone from afar. His relaxed posture showed he was in a good mood. "All done? Let's head back then." Lin Mu couldn't wait to return to the academy and find a secluded spot to hatch the snake eggs. Who could bear to delay their power growth? However, Lin Mu was clearly destined for disappointment. The moment he stepped out of the teleportation array, he sensed something was amiss. This wasn't Qingbei Academy at all. Instead, he found himself in a hospital-like facility. Injured people were everywhere, and doctors in white coats were bustling about. Of course, numerous students like himself were methodically submitting collected medicinal herbs, while medical staff in white coats diligently recorded each entry. Many of them weren't from Qingbei Academy. Numerous academies had joined the effort. For instance, Shangjing Academy and Ivy League Academy. This confirmed Lin Mu and the others' earlier analysis. This was indeed a temporary military operation. The grounds were swarming with armed military personnel. Lin Mu also noticed, on the hospital's record signage, Shangjing Academy collected 502 medicinal plants, a tally far surpassing other academies. Even the combined total of all gathering teams fell short of Shangjing Academy's count. Xiao Ran topped the individual student rankings. Lin Mu discovered that this fellow had collected as many as 45 specimens, indicating he possessed considerable expertise in medicinal herbs. Next was Li Changfeng, ranking second with 36 specimens. As for that girl Mo Qingcheng, her knowledge of medicinal herbs seemed quite limited. She gathered only 10 specimens, barely scraping by with a passing grade. Xiao Ran collected 45 herbs? The crowd of students lining up to submit their herbs caught sight of the board, and a murmur of astonishment rippled through them. So cool. No wonder he's the campus heartthrob of Shangjing. For a moment, the girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. That arrogant jerk. Hidepeo seethed with jealousy. What are you three doing here empty-handed? A Shangjing Academy guy couldn't help but sneer when he saw Lin Mu, Rin Shuai, and Hidepeo arrive empty-handed. You couldn't even gather a single herb? Just what you'd expect from students from Tsinghua and Peking University. TSK, that's all you've got. We may lack skill, but we don't cheat. Can you Shangjing Academy students swear that every single herb Xiao Ran gathered was picked by his own hands?
Before Lin Mu could respond, the young girl Lei scoffed.
How dare you speak like that?
Hearing this, the two companions behind the boy seemed stung to the quick, glaring at her with fury.
Looking for a fight?
The girl who had been gathering herbs fastest stepped forward, blocking Lulu. Her eyes were cold as daggers, fixed on the Shinjing Academy students. We're always ready for a fight, Xingbei.
Enough. Hand in your herbs and get out of here. Stop causing trouble.
Fortunately, the hawk-eyed man's sharp command cut through the tension. Instantly, the Shinjing Academy students closing in from all sides retreated.
Before leaving, the cheating boy couldn't resist hurling a parting threat.
Xiong's third son, you're too tough for me to beat. But mark my words, at the tri-school tournament in 3 months, if any of these trash dares step onto the stage, I'll knock their teeth out.
You're nothing but stinking dog.
You better believe our third sister will knock your teeth out. Hidepeo nearly choked on his anger. I don't want to talk to trash who gets knocked off the stage in 10 seconds. The boy walked away with utter contempt for Hidepeo, his eyes looking down on everyone.
Nobody stop me. I'm going to beat him up. Don't you dare try to stop me.
Hidepeo seethed with rage, clenching his fists and feigning a charge as if ready to fight to the death. You idiot, no offense, but with your skills, you're no match for him.
If you want to die, go ahead. We won't stop you. Rest assured, if you die, I promise I'll collect your body.
Ren Shui delivered the blow without mercy. Hidepeo collapsed onto the ground upon hearing this.
It was utterly humiliating, a gang leader being looked down upon by his own underling. No.
If he undergoes my special training, Big Cannon still has a chance to win in a real fight. Lin Mu shook his head in disagreement.
Special training?
Hidepeo sprang to his feet.
But let's be clear, my special training is pretty tough. Most people wouldn't last. So maybe we should just forget it.
Lin Mu clearly thought Hidepeo couldn't handle the hardship.
What did you say?
I was born for this special training.
You think I'm ordinary? Could an ordinary person have muscles as thick and powerful as mine?
Let me tell you, there's nothing in this world Hidepeo, can't do. Sometimes when I get going, even I scare myself.
Special training? For me? Piece of cake.
Hey, this special training isn't going to make me eat a bowl of braised pork every day, is it?
Listen, even though it's tough, I can guarantee you I'll absolutely handle it.
Hidepeo pounded his chest, sending waves of flesh rippling.
Why did I ever befriend a pig? I regret it.
Ren Shui covered his head, utterly dejected.
Idiot.
The beautiful woman surnamed Xiong quickly pulled Lulu and the others away from Hidepeo, lest anyone mistake them for knowing this guy. Young students, are these all freshly bloomed ghostface flowers you've gathered? The gray-haired female doctor, who had been smiling as she recorded the medicinal herbs, was deeply moved when she saw Lulu and the others hand over their collection.
You've gathered over 100 plants. Children, you've done wonderfully. Each of these herbs possesses double the medicinal potency. I thank you on behalf of those soldiers. Because of your efforts, you'll save many more lives later. Professor Han, this isn't just our achievement, those big brothers help too.
Lulu pointed toward Lin Mu and Ren Shui.
Is that so?
Professor Han's gaze swept over Lin Mu, Ren Shui, Hidepeo, and Kulu one by one before settling back on Lin Mu.
He gave a slight nod. Excellent work. I'll give each of you an A. Beyond that, I want to say you've worked hard.
Your performance truly lives up to the title of human elite. Hidepeo felt tears welling up in his eyes. Having always been considered a failure, this was the first time he'd received such honorable praise. He was so moved he nearly cried. Lin Mu, however, was pondering the female doctor's title.
Professor Han. Was this the same Professor Han the old vice-chancellor had mentioned? Before he could ponder further,
suddenly, a flash of white light erupted from the teleportation array. An elderly man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white suit stepped out. His voice preceded his arrival.
Everyone, leave this place immediately. Professor Han's expression darkened slightly as he murmured to himself. Academician Ma? So Dean Zhou has once again sought assistance from Tengfei Pharmaceutical Group. Doesn't this simply hand them undeserved glory? Alas, it seems Tengfei Pharmaceutical Group will grow even more powerful. The Empire is in peril. Chapter 68, Vibranium Linglong Tower, let's go. Tengfei Pharmaceutical Group?
Lin Mu seemed to have heard of this group.
The pharmaceutical giant of the Shenlong Empire, ranked among the top 500 companies nationally and even globally.
Its status within the empire was nearly on par with a certain star from a certain country in his previous life. No wonder Professor Han had expressed such astonishment.
Mabanda, what the hell are you doing here? I don't need your treatment. Get the hell out of here. Upon seeing the visitor,
an elderly doctor in a white coat who had been standing in the center of the square erupted in a torrent of curses. It was your hospital's director Joe who personally begged our boss. That's why Boss Ma sent me here.
Do you think I'm happy to be in your pigsty? Enough. All non-essential personnel must leave immediately. I will perform this group acupuncture therapy only once.
Its success or failure is none of my concern.
Academician Ma replied with a haughty laugh. Then, as his toes pressed against the ground, a powerful aura erupted, shaking everyone present to their core and making their heads buzz. I said it before, our hospital doesn't need your help. Get out! The old man growled furiously. TSK, old Wang. 50 years have passed. Look at what you've become. Do you still think you're that ambitious medical prodigy from back then? You're nothing but a pitiful old dog now. Even my finger is far more powerful than you. Do you really think you can bark at me like you did back then? 50 years have passed and you still haven't learned to respect the strong. It's all right. I'll forgive you. After all, you were once my friend. The man surnamed Ma shook his head. Then flicked his wrist. A box of silver needles appeared, which he tossed casually. The needles shot forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like the roar of thunder, every patient in the square collapsed unconscious. Even those like Lin Mu who hadn't been struck by the needles felt as if their heads had been struck by a heavy blow. Their eardrums throbbed painfully and their heads buzzed. Everyone in the square, except Professor Han, the eagle-eyed man, Lin Mu, and the old man surnamed Wang, collapsed to the ground. The weakest soldier had his eardrums ruptured from the shock, leaving him critically injured and unconscious. Did you come to save people, or to kill them? Hawkeye furiously raised his greatsword and lunged like a raging tiger at the smiling academician Ma. You're no match for me. A proud smile flickered across academician Ma's face as he casually flicked a silver needle toward the eagle-eyed man. The eagle-eyed man knew he stood no chance against a platinum-tier powerhouse's silver needle. Its force rivaled that of a cannonball. He scrambled to dodge, but it was too late. A terrifying force slammed into his body, sending him crashing into the wall with a thunderous thud. He fell silent instantly. Academician Ma didn't even glance at the man with the eagle eyes, whose fate was unknown. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Professor Han. Senior Sister Han Wan, I forgot to mention my condition for saving you was your life. So, you can die now. Professor Han Wan smiled calmly. I knew you'd make such a demand. You've always been this way, seizing every chance to eliminate your enemies completely. But Ma Yuan, no matter how powerful you become, you will never reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Because you lack the heart of a true warrior. Enough talk. No matter what you say, you're dead today. Ma Yuan sneered coldly, flicking several silver needles toward Professor Han Wan with deadly precision. Professor Han smiled faintly, shook her head gently, then closed her eyes. She offered no resistance whatsoever, simply awaiting death with her eyes shut. Strangely, however, Ma Yuan's needles only struck Professor Han Wan's pressure points, rendering her unable to move. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he intended to carry her away from here and dispose of her elsewhere. It was only then that Ma Yuan noticed Lin Mu's presence. He seemed puzzled as to why this insignificant weakling could still stand. Without hesitation, he hurled a silver needle directly at Lin Mu. It seemed this man intended to silence witnesses by eliminating them. Indeed. Seeing what he shouldn't have seen, being silenced by murder was only natural. But Lin Mu would never sit idly by and wait for death. No matter the opponent, even a platinum-tier powerhouse, he would never back down. Bang! Ma Yuan watched in surprise as that little insect actually knocked away the silver needles he'd fired. What amused him even more was that the kid slowly drew a pair of crescent-shaped blades, his face hardening with cold, battle-ready intent. He burst into laughter. Am I seeing things? You refuse to end it yourself and still dare to resist? Ma Yuan laughed as if witnessing the most hilarious spectacle in the world, his laughter echoing skyward. If you wish to kill me, then I shall fight. Lin Mu snorted coldly, his aura surging forth with overwhelming fighting spirit. Am I seeing things? A mere academy student dares challenge me? I must admire your foolish courage. Very well, I'll grant you the chance to die heroically. With that, Ma Yuan waved his hand, and a figure with a bull's horns slowly materialized behind him. A demon pet? And a platinum-tier peak demon pet at that. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes. This battle was going to be tough. Meanwhile, Ma Yuan had already given his command. Nyo Darren, chop this little bug into 18 pieces, not one more, not one less. Yes, sir. Truth be told, Lin Mu had seen his share of arrogant people, but he'd never encountered a powerful figure as brazen as this elder Ma, the academician. A faint smile flickered at the corner of Lin Mu's lips. The more arrogant the enemy, the more they underestimate him and the greater his chance of victory. But this wasn't the right place for a fight. First, there were many students and innocent soldiers present. A fight here would inevitably affect them. Second, there was Lin Mu's own little scheme. He didn't want so many people witnessing his true strength. That wouldn't bode well for him. Therefore, he must quickly devise a convenient and practical method of combat. His mind raced. Lin Mu quickly recalled something Xiao Dai had just completed. The Vibranium Linglong Tower. It was essentially an enhanced version of the testing chamber that old vice principal had created, differing only in shape. Without hesitation, he retrieved a palm-sized object from the system warehouse and tossed it toward Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan, thinking it might be some kind of hidden weapon or projectile. He intended to show off by catching it or snatching it away. But the next second, He found himself transported into an unfamiliar room. And the walls felt like vibranium. Well, what a despicable little rat. Ma Yuan was truly furious, consumed by a sense of humiliation at being outmaneuvered. Old dog, is this your last word? Lin Mu then appeared within the Linglong Tower. Without a word, he summoned Chun San Young forth. A platinum-tier demon pet? Ma Yuan's expression shifted dramatically at the sight, his heart pounding with shock. This young man, who looked far too young, actually possessed a demon pet and a platinum-tier one at that. Jealousy and rage surged through him, the murderous intent in his eyes growing even more intense. If this youth wasn't eliminated now, he would surely become a major threat in the future. Yet outwardly, he refused to concede defeat. What? You think a mere platinum-tier demon pet can handle me? Ridiculous. Lin Mu remained silent. A colossal surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him. With a sharp crack, 2 thunder swords materialized in his hands. Thunder light? Electric arcs? Swords? Ma Yuan's expression froze. Such an arcane and miraculous technique was something even he had never heard of. How is this possible? Where on earth did this young man come from? How had he never heard of him before? Chapter 69, Harvest and Surprise. While he was stunned. He'll take his life. Lin Mu struck first. Spring 30 Maiden moved even faster. Her trajectory was impossible for human eyes to track. In a flash, she materialized before Ma Yuan's Minotaur familiar. Her moonblade struck with devastating force between its 2 horns, nearly cleaving the creature in 2. Her other hand wielded the dragon-slaying dagger, plunging it deep from below the jaw, piercing clean through the Minotaur's skull. Lin Mu arrived, his thunderbolt sword crashing down. Then, while Ma Yuan was stunned, Lin Mu and Chun San Yang instantly pounced before him. The thunder sword began to coalesce in his hand once more. Meanwhile, Chun San Liang let out a blood-curdling shriek right by Ma Yuan's ear. In that instant, Ma Yuan felt his mind go completely blank. Even as a platinum-tier martial artist, his senses reeled in waves of dizziness. When he finally struggled free from the dizziness, he saw Lin Mu swinging his crackling thunder sword, delivering a heavy downward strike straight at him. His eyes widened in terror as he frantically tried to pull back and flee. Lin Mu gave a cold snort, too late. I'll send you to the west. The thunder sword descended in an instant. Ma Yuan let out a piercing scream, writhing in agony. His face was a bloody mess, flesh torn and blood streaming, yet his defiance remained unbroken. You think this is enough to defeat me? Dream on. He tried to counterattack. But Lin Mu instantly laid another thunderous sword. Then it struck down. A cold sneer escaped his lips. Did you really think you could make a comeback? Crash. Ma Yuan was utterly enraged. He had never encountered a youngster whose spiritual power surpassed his own. Even if this brat possessed extraordinary talent and achieved great things at a young age, his cultivation level could only reach the golden rank at best. Did his thunder-like spells not consume spiritual energy? Or did this guy possess spiritual energy as vast as the ocean? What drove Ma Yuan mad most was this. Whenever he sensed the kid's spiritual energy should be depleted, the brat could always summon another thunderous attack. It never ends. Nyoda, come here. Ma Yuan suddenly realized his demon pet might not be dead after all and hurriedly called it over. He didn't expect Nyoda to withstand Lin Mu's attacks anymore. At the very least, it would give him a chance to catch his breath. If he could catch his breath, victory would be assured. Looking for backup? Lin Mu suddenly began punching and kicking Ma Yuan at close range. This kind of melee combat was quite unsettling for Ma Yuan. But he instantly perked up. Did this mean Lin Mu had run out of spiritual power? A look of mockery flashed across Ma Yuan's face. You might have an edge fighting me from a distance, but close quarters? That's my specialty. Just as Lin Mu swung another punch at him, Ma Yuan suddenly reached out and seized his wrist. He sneered coldly. Been waiting for you, idiot. You're the idiot. Lin Mu instantly broke into a smile. A miniature thunder sword began to coalesce in his palm. By the time Ma Yuan realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Though he closed his eyes in time, the thunder blade effortlessly obliterated his eyes. Sizzle. Blood spattered. Ma Yuan let out a frenzied, agonized howl, instinctively punching Lin Mu away. Before Lin Mu could charge again, Ma Yuan had already pulled a treasure from his robe, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. To Lin Mu's surprise, this artifact seemed to be of extremely high grade. The thunder sword couldn't pierce its defenses. Even more surprising were Ma Yuan's words. Innate sword chi? Only innate sword energy could injure me. You're a cultivator? This can't be. Absolutely impossible. Ma Yuan roared in grief and fury. His heart was filled with shock. How could this be possible? The Empire hadn't seen a cultivator in generations. Even the boss said cultivators couldn't possibly exist in this world anymore. How could this kid be one? And who had guided him down this path? Kill that bull first. Lin Mu ignored Ma Yuan. At his command, Chun Sanli immediately charged toward the Minotaur. Take one down first. Meanwhile, on the other side, though he couldn't see what Lin Mu was doing, Ma Yuan could guess. His focus now lay elsewhere. What if he brought back news that Lin Mu was a cultivator? Would the boss reward him? At that thought, a black badge flashed into Ma Yuan's hand. As the badge materialized, Lin Mu instantly sensed it from afar. That old bastard is trying to escape. Without hesitation, he unleashed all his spiritual energy, striking fiercely at Ma Yuan's defensive artifact. The fact that he was a cultivator must never be discovered. Therefore, Ma Yuan must die. Only a dead man could keep the secret. You think you can break through my defense? Dream on. Don't you know this treasure is a low-grade spirit artifact? Forget you, even a diamond tier master couldn't break through it. Ma Yuan keenly sensed Lin Mu's movements and couldn't help but sneer. So what if he's a cultivator? You've clearly only been cultivating for a short time. Your strength is roughly on par with mine. And you actually think you can break through a low-grade spirit artifact? Suddenly, a burst of multicolored light surged from Lin Mu's body. The low-grade spirit artifact jade pendant clutched tightly in Ma Yuan's right hand was instantly snatched away by a palace-attired little girl who appeared silently. Then, in a flash, she darted back into Lin Mu's body. Shao Dai? Lin Mu froze in shock. Ma Yuan, meanwhile, let out a desperate, frenzied roar. Damn it! What did you do? How could you possibly take my low-grade spirit artifact? My low-grade spirit artifact? No, I can't even sense the soul imprint anymore. How did you do it? A thunderous sword slashed down with brutal force. It severed Ma Yuan's desperate wail. Lin Mu silently dug in his ears. This old man really could talk a mile a minute. He was nearly deaf. Regarding Shao Dai's intervention, Lin Mu was genuinely surprised. More than anything, he was speechless at having his spoils snatched away. However, after Shao Dai left him with a single sentence, his discontent vanished instantly. This jade pendant is made of excellent material. With it, combined with your vibranium, your egg knife will become a genuine low-grade immortal artifact level weapon. Lower-grade immortal artifact? Lin Mu felt a pang of envy. But it seemed there was still one unresolved issue. His gaze drifted involuntarily toward the minotaur standing nearby, who had just lost his master and now stood bewildered and helpless. This minotaur. I wonder if it could be tamed with pet food. 10 minutes later. Lin Mu looked at the minotaur crouching before him, its face a mix of 3 parts defiance and 7 parts greed, and smiled with satisfaction. Ha! This battle was perfect. Not only did I obtain a low-grade spirit artifact, but I also gained a bull demon king as a demon pet. How delightful! Chuckling, Lin Mu instantly stowed away the vibranium Linglong tower and headed back to the hospital. But before his feet could even touch the ground, suddenly, an unbelievable scene unfolded before his eyes. That military hawk-eyed man, along with 3 murderous old men Lin Mu didn't recognize, were furiously attacking Ma Yuan. Hadn't Ma Yuan already been killed by himself? How could he still be alive? Lin Mu's jaw nearly hit the floor. Chapter 70, The Hot Commodity Lin Mu. Lin Mu's sudden appearance had a profound impact on the entire battle. The eagle-eyed man, who had been preparing to unleash his ultimate move for a final showdown with Ma Yuan, spotted Lin Mu and immediately flew over with overwhelming joy. You're okay? How can there be 2 Ma Yuans? Lin Mu pointed at Ma Yuan, who was being forced back step by step by the 3 elders, and countered. What? The demon eye man's face instantly twisted with shock and disbelief as he bellowed urgently. Peng team leader, Dean Zhou, wait. Something's wrong here. He first raised his sword to shield Lin Mu, then urgently demanded, what did you say? 2 Ma Yuans? Explain yourself clearly. Indeed, there is another Ma Yuan. Regardless, that Ma Yuan is dead. Are these twin brothers? Lin Mu was absolutely certain that the Ma Yuan inside the vibranium Linglong tower was dead beyond any doubt. His corpse still lay inside, untouched. Are you telling the truth? The man with the demonic eyes trembled violently. This must be reported to higher-ups immediately. It's far too suspicious. I told you before, someone's impersonating him. At that moment, Ma Yuan flew up before Lin Mu and shouted his defense. Until you clear your name, you'd best keep your distance from the sole eyewitness. If you dare lay a finger on him, we'll resume our previous orders and declare war on your Tingfei group. The eagle-eyed man glared at Ma Yuan, shielding Lin Mu with his own body. Fine. As long as you don't attack me, I won't strike first. I'm here on my boss's orders to rescue someone. Why would I deliberately kill anyone? True, I have old grievances with Director Wang. But I absolutely would not kill him over past grudges. Besides, I couldn't possibly commit murder so brazenly. I represent the entire group. Why would I slaughter people on your turf? This is a misunderstanding. Someone is impersonating me. Though I don't know who it is, the person who attacked Director Wang and Professor Han earlier was definitely not me. I suspect someone is using my appearance to sow discord between our Tingfei group and the Empire. Ma Yuan sheathed his weapon, signaling the matter was a misunderstanding and refusing to fight further. You're the one involved. Tell us what exactly happened. The eagle-eyed man now trusted only Lin Mu's account.
As for Ma Yuan, had the general not urged them to uncover the truth first, he would have mobilized the strongest forces to hunt him down.
Even someone from the soaring group couldn't act so brazenly, running amok in their military district's hospital. Moreover, when he stood up earlier and didn't see Lin Mu, he assumed that the student assigned to him for close surveillance had been killed by Ma Yuan. He was stunned. He could only continue his frenzied assault, intent on cutting Ma Yuan down with his sword. But who could have anticipated that in the midst of the fierce battle, Lin Mu suddenly appeared and declared there were 2 Ma Yuans? In that instant, all eyes turned to Lin Mu. They all waited for him to deliver the final verdict. What exactly had happened? Here's what happened. We came to deliver the medicine, but Ma Yuan showed up acting incredibly arrogant. He used his golden needles to perform a brutal healing ritual, knocking everyone unconscious. Before Lin Mu could finish, Ma Yuan immediately denied it, shouting, "I didn't do that." "You didn't? The floor is littered with injured people, eardrums ruptured all thanks to your actions." "I was there too, I saw it with my own eyes." The eagle-eyed man roared like a lion. "I didn't do that. It was the imposter pretending to be me." Ma Yuan scrambled to defend himself. "Silence. Let him speak first." Director Zhou bellowed, then nodded to Lin Mu, signaling him to continue. Then Ma Yuan injured this military brother and sealed Professor Han's pressure points, intending to abduct her. "Oh, and he summoned a minotaur demon pet to attack me." Lin Mu's words made Ma Yuan roar in fury. "I told you, I didn't do it. I didn't do any of that. I don't have a minotaur pet. It absolutely wasn't me. I'm certain that person wasn't disguised. He looked exactly like you." Lin Mu also sensed something amiss. If someone truly was impersonating him, this conspiracy would be far more sinister. However, he was equally certain that the Ma Yuan he had fought hadn't been disguised, it was the real one. Dean Zhou motioned for Ma Yuan to stop arguing and nodded at Lin Mu instead, "So now we know there are 2 Ma Yuans. What happened?" Lin Mu couldn't possibly reveal the details of his battle, so he quickly downplayed it with minor details. "I used my badge to escape, of course. But that Ma Yuan caught up to me, intent on killing me. Then suddenly, he was instantly slain by some powerful martial artist. That's how I was saved." "Instantly killed?" Everyone present stared in stunned silence. Even if fake Ma Yuan was a platinum tier powerhouse and he'd been killed instantly? Seeing their expressions, Lin Mu hastily waved his hands. "I don't know if it was an instant kill. I was too busy running to notice. By the time I realized something was off, Ma Yuan was already lying on the ground. When I went over to check, he was dead." Ma Yuan expressed his skepticism. "You claim that fake imposter is dead? What proof do you have?" "I suspect there was never such a person. This is a setup by you lot to frame our Tingfei group. You're just some kid from an academy, how could you possibly survive an attack from masters of our caliber?" Lin Mu didn't bother arguing. He simply produced the fake Ma Yuan's corpse. At this, Ma Yuan was left speechless. His expression darkened. "This must be some faction scheme to sow discord among us. A platinum tier powerhouse disguised as me to pull off such a stunt." But Dean Zhou still shook his head. "I don't suspect you are that person, but you are equally suspicious." "It's fine. I'm willing to go before your general to clarify everything before returning to the group. I absolutely am not the murderer. I'm not afraid of investigation or confrontation." Ma Yuan knew that returning to the group now would leave him with a stain he couldn't wash off. He quickly offered to undergo investigation to prevent further deterioration of relations between Tingfei Group and the Empire. Ma Yuan turned to look at Lin Mu and suddenly nodded. "I owe you for this. Had you not returned alive, I would have been forced to take the fall. Moreover, relations between the Empire and our Tingfei group might have deteriorated to the breaking point. The treacherous schemes of our hidden enemies, lurking in the shadows to sow discord, would likely have succeeded. Here, take my card. Should you ever need anything, feel free to come to our group. That includes training, you're welcome anytime. Never mind. You should focus on sorting out today's affairs first. I've said all I need to say. I'm still just a kid, I can't meddle in state affairs. It's better for me to go back to school and study diligently." Lin Mu had no desire to get entangled in any corporate or national conspiracies. Joking aside, these guys were no walk in the park. Killing one fake Ma Yuan had already drained him. Taking on the real one? That would be courting disaster. The hawk-eyed man nodded in agreement with Lin Mu's words. In his mind, Lin Mu was the most promising new talent for the Empire's future. They absolutely couldn't let a powerhouse like the Tingfei Group set their sights on him. Otherwise, if they managed to lure away the talent, wouldn't it make things even harder for the Empire in the future? Cultivation doesn't necessarily require joining these major corporations. Wouldn't the Empire's military be a more suitable place for cultivation than your organizations? But to be safe, the hawk-eyed man quickly pulled a card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Mu. "Lin Mu, I can't spare myself right now. Return to the academy first. Take this card, it holds 100,000 credits. Consider it compensation for the mental distress you've endured." "Thank you, instructor." Seeing the consolation of 100,000 yuan, Lin Mu promptly tucked it away. He was desperately short on cash right now. Chapter 71, The Cultivator. When Lin Mu returned to the academy, he found He Depeo, Ren Shuai, and others waiting for him, their faces swollen like pig heads. Even the other students from the Crimson class hadn't left. The old vice principal was the first to approach him. Lin Mu, are you alright? The old man feared nothing more than losing Lin Mu, his most promising student. Seeing him return unharmed, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. How did it go? There are 2 academicians named Ma. They're still investigating the matter, so I don't know much about it. Lin Mu naturally wouldn't say much more, dismissing it with a casual remark. This matter seems a bit fishy. The old man was no fool, he sensed immediately that something was amiss. But he didn't press further. Instead, he turned around and lavished praise on Lin Mu for his bravery and quick thinking, for remaining calm in the face of adversity, and so on. Finally, he announced an extra credit for every student and even decided on the spot to treat everyone to a meal to calm their nerves. Instantly, the previously oppressive atmosphere lifted into lively excitement. Only the younger children like Xiong-san and Lulu gathered around. Lulu, in particular, threw herself into Lin Mu's arms and burst into tears. The battle's outcome had remained unclear. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves back at the academy, but Lin Mu was nowhere to be seen. The old vice principal remained silent. Many immediately assumed that Lin Mu, who had participated in the battle, had perished. Only Ren Shuai and his group remained convinced that Lin Mu would return safely. Children like Lele, though academically gifted, were still young and struggled to contain their fear. The moment Lin Mu returned, they burst into tears. However, Lin Mu proved exceptionally skilled at comforting the little girls. With just a few words, he managed to turn their tears into laughter. I told you so. I knew you'd come back safe. Who do you think you are? You're my brother, He Depeo's brother. With my super lucky charm protecting you, it'd be hard for anything bad to happen to you. He Depeo boasted triumphantly. Ren Shuai remained silent, merely nodding at Lin Mu with unwavering resolve. Lin Jing had just learned of the situation. Her face drained of color as she rushed over, throwing herself into Lin Mu's arms and clinging tightly to her brother. She feared that if she let go, he might vanish like smoke. It wasn't just Lin Mu. Everyone else chimed in, offering a barrage of persuasion. Finally, the young girl Lin Jing stopped crying. Lin Mu felt a gaze fixed on him from somewhere, but despite his abilities, he couldn't sense where the person was hiding. Who was this person watching him from the shadows? Could it be that fox-like older sister? Just as Lin Mu was about to use his spiritual energy to pinpoint the location, the gaze vanished instantly, seemingly having sensed his search attempt even earlier. This only deepened Lin Mu's astonishment at the hidden talents lurking within Qingbei Academy. First there was the vice principal and that fox-like older woman, 2 formidable figures. Now there was someone else watching him from the shadows. It seemed that even though this university was considered second-rate, it still had some solid foundations. Not to be underestimated. Due to today's incident, the blood class suspended its scheduled military training and was granted temporary rest and free time. The old vice principal recommended that Lin Mu attend Professor Han's lecture first. Professor Han was a renowned platinum-tier master, and most importantly, her martial arts knowledge was unparalleled within the academy. Just as Lin Mu had anticipated. Professor Han was indeed the female doctor he had encountered at the hospital earlier. Lin Mu had assumed many students would attend her lecture. But when he arrived, he found only 2 students present, himself and Lin Jing. After waiting for ages, Ren Shuai finally dragged He Depeo, and the guy was so sleepy he kept whining about needing his afternoon nap. Perhaps due to the nature of the martial arts knowledge course, almost no students had shown up. University classes in this world were as free-form as in his previous life. Professor Han didn't take attendance or read from a textbook. Instead, she lectured based on her experience. However, after covering the fundamentals of martial arts for about 10 minutes, she paused and asked with a smile. Beyond the martial arts fundamentals we just covered, I'd like to hear your understanding of the current cultivation systems for martial practitioners. If you're comfortable, you can also share your speculations about the cultivation systems used by those demonic practitioners. Lin Mu was taken aback. Could there be differences between human and demonic martial arts cultivation systems? Professor Han spoke slowly. As everyone knows, martial artist ranks are divided into tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. These are the ranks we most commonly encounter in our daily lives. However, as you know, the demonic race differs from humans in both physical structure and origin. Consequently, their lifespans and cultivation methods are quite distinct from ours. Therefore, in terms of the future development of martial arts, humans and demonic beings actually follow different paths. This was precisely the knowledge Lin Mu lacked, so he pricked up his ears and listened intently. Additionally, he also realized that Professor Han was a deeply concealed powerhouse. On the surface, he appeared to possess only the strength of a platinum-tier master. Yet, the little butterfly in Lin Mu's mind whispered that Professor Han was immeasurably stronger than both the vice principal, whose true power remained elusive, and Tian Changsheng. Lin Mu couldn't help but wonder if this Professor Han might be one of the legendary seven saints of humanity. But why would a saint be teaching at an academy like Qingbei? Without evidence, Lin Mu couldn't quite bring himself to believe it. Regardless of who Professor Han truly was, Lin Mu felt the knowledge she imparted far surpassed the rigid, book-bound wisdom by immeasurable degrees. Now that we've covered the demonic martial artists, let's shift our focus back to the human side. As everyone knows, martial cultivation follows a step-by-step progression before reaching the diamond tier. Once spiritual power and cultivation reach a certain threshold, breakthroughs occur to advance. But if that's the case, why have only 7 saints emerged among us humans after over 20 years of development? This leads us to another cultivation method that platinum tier peak practitioners must explore to break through. That is the way. The Tao? Martial artists. Cultivating the Tao. The term suddenly flashed through Lin Mu's mind, instantly illuminating previously unclear questions. However, Professor Han, if I understand you correctly, without cultivating that particular Tao you mentioned, one cannot ascend to the realm of a saint. Is that correct? Lin Mu inquired. Yes. Professor Han nodded. The Tao is actually a cultivation method that has been lost to human society for over 1,000 years. Gaining access to it is no simple matter. As far as I know, the cultivation methods and techniques of those 7 saints are all unique. This explains why there are only 7 saints at present, because the essence of cultivating the Tao is to forge a path that belongs solely to oneself, one that is unprecedented and unmatched. Did the sages of the demonic race ascend through this same method? Lin Mu inquired again. Of course not, but that is beyond the scope of today's discussion. Once you attain diamond tier strength, there will be those who will instruct you specifically on that matter. Now, let's address the second question, the essential prerequisites for us humans to embark on the path of cultivation. As you know, many martial artists who reach the platinum tier begin seeking ways to obtain their own demon pets. And demon pets are, in fact, one of the essential prerequisites for becoming cultivators. Later, once you manage to obtain your own demon pets, you can then learn about the other necessary conditions. Professor Han's words instantly perked up Lin Jing and the others. After all, Lin Mu already possessed a demon pet like Spring 30 Maiden. Though they didn't know he'd recently added the Ox Demon King to his roster. But that didn't dampen their excitement. Professor Han, could you elaborate on the specifics of demon pets? More importantly, we're eager to learn about their cultivation methods. Lin Jing and the others asked this question entirely on Lin Mu's behalf. Certainly. I shall now discuss the knowledge surrounding demon pets and explain how individuals at your cultivation level can acquire one. The moment Professor Han uttered these calm words, the entire room fell silent. Acquire a demon pet? How could that be possible? Could they, with their current strength, obtain a demon pet just like Lin Mu? Chapter 72, Slaying Gods? Professor Han paid no heed to the collective shock. He continued speaking. Regarding the relationship between demonic beings and demonic beasts, everyone knows there's a difference. Many also know methods for capturing demonic beasts. Unfortunately, these techniques are utterly useless to ordinary people. It's like subduing someone through force. You can make them submit, but you can't make them truly obey you. It's the same principle. Professor Han smiled faintly. To make a demon beast obey you and sign a life and death contract, we must understand their cultivation methods. Not only Lin Mu. Even Lin Jing, Ren Shuai, and Kula pricked up their ears to listen. Only He DePeo remained deep in slumber, snoring so loudly it shook the heavens. Professor Han paid no mind to the sleeping He DePeo. She merely glanced at Lin Mu, then at Lin Jing. Then she gave a slight nod. Ren Shuai suddenly realized that perhaps it was because Lin Mu and Lin Jing were present that Professor Han had chosen to reveal such secrets. Otherwise, ordinary students would never have the chance to hear such things. Beasts of the demon realm are essentially the intelligent creatures we commonly encounter. Regardless of whether they possess bronze tier, silver tier, or even platinum tier strength, as long as they possess sentience, they can be captured and contracted to become demon pets. Of course, there's a significant challenge here. Once demon beasts reach a certain level of cultivation, they gain the ability to transform into human form and are classified as demonic beings. Reaching this stage makes signing a life and death contract with them harder than climbing to the heavens. Are there any documented cases of successfully binding life and death contracts with demon clans? Lin Mu grew inwardly wary. Judging by Professor Han's words, Chun Sanliang fell under the category of demonic beings. If he were to contract with her now, it would inevitably become public knowledge. He needed to ask if such precedents existed first. Regarding examples of contracts with the demonic race, the most obvious are our 7 saints. Professor Han paused briefly when mentioning the demonic race before continuing in a detached tone. It said those demonic beings personally came seeking to sign the contracts. Of course, many powerful human experts have also openly admitted encountering such situations. Demons begging to sign contracts? That's impossible. Ren Shuai and Ko Lu were utterly astonished, finding it utterly unbelievable. Professor Han waved his hand dismissively. I don't know the specifics either. Whether it's true or just rumor, you'll believe it when you encounter it yourself someday. Was he really considered a powerful human? Lin Mu found it somewhat amusing. But now, another aspect held his interest more. Professor Han, could you elaborate on the cultivation system of the demonic race? As you know, the demonic race evolved from demonic beasts awakening their spiritual intelligence. In fact, this concept has been present in many ancient legends. But this touches upon the concept of animism, beasts awakening sentience, cultivating into humans, and humans cultivating into gods. Thus, another belief persists: while humans attain the rank of saint after reaching platinum tier, the demonic race refers to themselves as deities. Professor Han's words utterly stunned Lin Mu. Becoming gods? Could it be that humanity would soon face deities like the White Snake Lady or the Monkey King? No wonder the demonic race had seized over half of human territory in just a few decades. It was simply impossible to defeat them. How could saints possibly defeat deities? Lin Mu hurriedly asked, are these deities equal in power to our saints, or are they stronger than us? Professor Han shook his head. Truthfully, it's merely a difference in nomenclature. Their power is essentially comparable to our saints. If there's any difference, it's that gods aren't particularly strong in physical form. They excel at using their souls to manipulate natural forces like the 5 elements, wind and thunder. The most powerful among them can move mountains and seas, summon winds and rains, just like our saints. Ren Shui and the others listened, their scalps tingling. Mastering the 5 elements, summoning winds and rains, how terrifying was that? If a demonic deity suddenly emerged to attack a human city, wouldn't it be utterly unstoppable? No wonder the demonic race was so dominant now. Compared to the peak-level demonic deities, the saints on the human side were clearly a class below. Not necessarily. Professor Han gestured for everyone to calm down. Actually, the divine beings who signed contracts with our 7 saints are from the demonic race. So while the demon race has over a dozen deities, they're essentially on par with us. Moreover, since their power stems from the faith of their entire race, they can't attack us at will. And don't forget what I mentioned earlier, many powerful demonic beings actively seek contracts with human powerhouses. This clearly indicates severe internal strife within their ranks. Perhaps one of you might be the fortunate one pursued by the demonic race for a contract. Even if not, if you could cultivate a deity yourselves, what would there be to fear? But this involves far more complex knowledge of divine cultivation. I know nothing of it and cannot assist you. Over 10 deities among the demonic race? Lin Mu glanced at Lin Jing's worried expression and silently resolved within himself that no matter what, he would protect this sister. If it came down to it, he'd cultivate Spring 30 Maiden into a deity. He refused to believe that with the Westward Journey game simulator at his disposal, he couldn't cultivate a single deity. Don't underestimate Xiao Dai, the master. Professor Han's wise eyes swept over Lin Mu's face, and he smiled faintly. While I know nothing about cultivating deities, I am familiar with demon pet contracts and their subsequent training. Listen carefully, perhaps you'll soon be able to contract a demon pet yourselves. Lin Jing felt this knowledge might be useless to her, but it should be useful to her brother, who already possessed Chun San Yang. So she listened with rapt attention. After contracting with a demon beast, it will instinctively resist during a period of rejection. At this stage, many resort to the crude method of punishing with a stick and rewarding with a date to strengthen the bond. Truthfully, the best approach is to recognize their demonic nature. They crave what you crave: cultivation, strength enhancement, and treasures. If you fulfill these needs, they won't mind forming a perfect bond with you. Together, you'll become a formidable force, advancing your cultivation to new heights. Of course, I'm also aware that in many places, a despicable practice remains prevalent, one that has even spawned an entire industry. That is, using sorcery and illicit means to make demonic beasts obey human commands like puppets or walking corpses. Such methods violate both humanity and the way of heaven. I strongly advise against using them. For combat machines cultivated through such means are not accepted by the laws of heaven and earth, and they will affect your destiny. Professor Han's words brought sudden clarity to Lin Mu. So the Shao family had been using puppetry to forge contracts with demonic pets. This black market must be incredibly lucrative everywhere. No wonder the Shao family was so wealthy. Alright, that concludes today's lesson. To put our classroom learning into practice, I've decided to assign you a task. Go to the Shadow Marsh and bring me the pelt of a Starlight Shadow Wolf. If you succeed, I will gift you a treasured demonic cultivation manual from my collection. Professor Han's assignment was actually intended for Lin Mu. Neither Ren Shui nor the others, including Lin Jing, currently needed this cultivation manual. Only Lin Mu's spring 30-year-old mother required it. Yes, ma'am. Lin Mu understood Professor Han's intention perfectly. She was using this to help him advance. You have 1 month. We'll meet here again in a month's time. Professor Han nodded slightly and slowly departed. A month? Did she really think it would take at least a month for him to slay a wolf in the dark marsh? Could this Starlight Shadow Wolf be a god? Even with his guard up, Lin Mu was startled by the thought. Chapter 73, Target, Shadow Marsh. Professor Han had just left. Lin Jing immediately pulled up a world map on her computer for everyone to study. The problem was that the Shadow Swamp lay outside the borders of the Divine Dragon Empire. To reach the Dark Marsh, they would need to travel to the Empire of the Eternal Sun. In a sense, the Dark Marsh was another Twilight Forest, both counted among the world's 5 deadliest regions. But unlike Twilight Forest, the Dark Marsh was frequently traversed by people. And quite heavily so. Every year during the transition between spring and summer, countless mercenary groups venture into the Dark Marsh to gather medicinal herbs or hunt the demonic beasts that dwell there. Due to its extremely high mortality rate, especially deep within the swamp, venturing in unprepared is a suicide mission. Thus, the unique herbs and beasts found their command exorbitant profits, luring many risk-taking warriors to venture in. All in hopes of striking it rich. According to records, the top killer in the Dark Marsh isn't the ferocious beasts, but the terrain itself. Traveling through this marshland carries the constant risk of sinking into the mire. One moment, your companion might be chatting cheerfully beside you, the next, they vanish without a trace. Second is the toxic miasma. The toxic fumes here are said to be lethal enough to kill a tiger within 5 seconds, let alone a human. Therefore, each person should prepare at least several sets of gas masks. The third killer is spiders. Whether it's the colossal blood nest mother or the minuscule funnel web spider, they're all top-tier killers. As the dominant species in the swamp, the spider clan. From swift-crawling tarantulas to bird-catching spiders that snatch airborne prey, burrowing spiders that dive deep into the mud, and blackwater spiders lying in wait beneath the surface to ambush their victims. They are countless swamp killers. Most terrifying of all, the spiders here prey on humans. When faced with humans and animals, they prioritize attacking humans. This is why the mortality rate is so high. We'll prepare our gas masks and other gear first, then use the International Teleportation Array to reach the Empire of the Sun Never Sets. Once there, we'll hire a vehicle to the Dark Marsh. As for a more detailed map of the Dark Marsh, we'll buy one locally. Although Rin Shuai had never been to the Empire of the Eternal Sunrise, he was experienced and quickly mapped out the fastest route. All Lin Mu needed to do was nod in agreement. Lin Jing, are you coming too? Lin Mu was a bit concerned her body might not hold up. After all, the Dark Marsh was notorious for its dangers. It wasn't a place for fun. Yes, I'll train hard too. Lin Jing's resolve was unwavering. She had always wanted to protect her brother and hoped to strengthen herself quickly so she wouldn't hold him back. With this opportunity for trial at hand, she felt she shouldn't let the Dark Marsh intimidate her. She would persist in challenging herself, pushing against greater difficulties. Of course, she knew that if danger arose, her brother would protect her. All she needed to do was grit her teeth and follow closely by his side during the trials. Seeing Lin Jing's eagerness to progress, Lin Mu made no attempt to dissuade her. To ordinary people, the Dark Marsh was a terrifying death trap, but in Lin Mu's eyes, it was nowhere near as dangerous as the Twilight Forest. The beasts of the Twilight Forest were one thing. The Medusa serpent, a creature seen but once every 1,000 years, was no pushover. The Dark Marsh merely presented treacherous terrain. With caution and the Spider Queen, Zhan San Yang, by their side, the difficulty shouldn't be too great. The only thing that made Lin Mu wary was Professor Han's deadline. 1 month. Even subtracting 5 days for the round trip, that still left only 25 days. In that case, finding that Starlight Shadow Wolf would be no easy task. Moreover, a beast this formidable couldn't possibly roam alone. It must have a pack of powerful followers. Even Spring 30 Maiden had so many formidable minions following her. Rin Shuai, you guys go prepare supplies. I'll get some things ready first, then send Professor Han a message to ask how much she knows about the Starlight Shadow Wolf. Lin Mu planned to hatch the Medusa snake first. Oh, and I'll send Sang Shui a message to see if she wants to come along. Lin Mu felt his motivation would be lacking without a beauty by his side on the journey, so he decided to ask Yi Sang Shui if she was free. Alright, let's do it your way. Ren Shuai and Ko Le naturally had no objections. With their abilities alone, they could only protect themselves in the Dark Marsh. To take down the Starlight Shadow Wolves, Lin Mu would have to handle it himself. Huff, puff. Meanwhile, Hidepeo was still snoring like thunder, his snores shaking the heavens. Lin Mu realized this guy seemed to have a natural talent for sleeping. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, no matter who was teaching, he'd start dozing off. The moment he picked up a book, drowsiness would wash over him. As a martial artist, it was rare to find someone as hopeless as Hidepeo. But perhaps there were hidden reasons at play. Through Xiaodia's observations, she had noticed some unique strengths in Hidepeo that others lacked. These strengths were quite special, and if utilized properly, they could be quite valuable. Let's go, pighead. Seeing Hidepeo still snoring away, Ren Shuai couldn't resist giving him a slap. Hidepeo showed no reaction, his snores booming like thunder. Ren Shuai resorted to his ultimate tactic, splashing a bottle of water over Hidepeo's head. He jolted awake, jumped up, wiped his face with his chubby hands, and looked around in confusion until he spotted Lin Mu. He immediately began shouting frantically. It's raining! It's raining! Quick, bring in the laundry! Lin Mu nearly fell over laughing at this big guy. Instead of learning something useful, he had to go and imitate Tang Sang. Little Lin Jing covered her mouth and giggled. Let's go! We've got a new mission. Ren Shuai kicked Hidepeo angrily, signaling him to stop embarrassing himself. What's the mission reward? Hidepeo cared only about that. Complete the mission and you get a beautiful woman as your reward. Lin Mu said this with deadpan seriousness, his expression leaving no room for doubt. Why didn't you say so sooner? Your brother Big Cannon was born to complete missions in this world. As your leader, I'll naturally take charge and lead you all to finish the task. Right, what exactly is the mission? Skin a Starlight Shadow Wolf? Where's that? The Shadow Marsh. You mean the Shadow Marsh? Where exactly? Where did you say? The Shadow Marsh? I'm not going. Hidepeo immediately changed his mind upon hearing this. It seemed that when faced with the choice between a beautiful woman and his life, he chose his life. Since the boss isn't going, the beauty goes to Rin Shuai. Lin Mu generously handed over the non-existent beauty. A real beauty? Fine, I'll risk it. Screw my 300 pounds, it's just the maw of darkness. I'll stomp it flat. Wait, can we go somewhere else? Going there is suicide. I've never even hooked up with a girl, and dying like this would be too tragic. Hidepeo burst into tears. Fine, if you won't go, then the beauty's mine. Rin Shuai whistled. Drop that beauty right now. Get rid of your greed and lust. She belongs to me. Got it? Hidepeo grabbed Rin Shuai by the collar and roared. Big Cannon, aren't you not going? Rin Shuai asked in surprise. Call me boss. As the leader, how could I back down when the going gets tough? Do you think I'm that kind of man? I'm a warrior, a hero born to be paired with beauties. You monkey, you better behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll tear your bones apart. No one steals my girl from me, got it? Until I break my virginity, none of you dare touch yours. Or else I'll lose my temper and turn on you. Hidepeo's eyes blazed like a rutting bull, his expression terrifyingly fierce. You're the boss and you haven't lost your virginity yet? Or did I hear wrong? Lin Mu, about to leave, turned back to ask. What nonsense! Your boss here is a womanizer. I lost mine at 12. How could I be so pathetic as to still be a virgin? Countless beauties adore me. I'm just overwhelmed keeping up. Haven't you seen how sleep-deprived I am from chasing girls every day? I'm drowning in beauties. Why are you fretting over my virginity? Crying? I wasn't crying. Where did you see tears? These are tears of excitement and pride. After all, meeting a bunch of reckless madmen like you, how could I not be thrilled? How could I not be proud? As Hidepeo spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. Chapter 74, Shock. The Snake Woman hatches as a golden core cultivator. After assigning tasks to everyone and sending separate messages to Han Maxiang and Yi Sangshui, Lin Mu returned to his dorm, locked the door, and prepared to hatch the snake eggs. He certainly wouldn't fuse the snake eggs with the Golden Beetle's demon core, but don't forget about Xiao Dai, the big shot. Within his mental space, Xiao Dai waved her small hand. A Medusa snake egg appeared in her left palm, while a multicolored, shimmering demon core materialized in her right. This display made Lin Mu's eyes light up. When would he master such a divine technique of retrieving objects from afar? Wouldn't that mean anything he desired would be instantly within his grasp? Xiao Dai first used her spiritual energy to draw a peculiar magical array on the snake egg, then motioned for Lin Mu to extend his hand. She first made a small cut on the palm of his hand, then brought it close to the Medusa snake egg. The egg immediately began sucking Lin Mu's blood like a tiny vampire. It nearly drained him dry. Just as Lin Mu felt dizzy and lightheaded, Xiao Dai reached out, took the demon core, and held it close to the snake egg. A blinding light erupted, projecting the image of a serpent demon over 10 meters tall. In less than a second, it vanished without a trace. The demon core in Xiaodia's hand instantly fused with the snake egg into a single entity. Then, a flash occurred before their eyes. The snake egg cracked open with a sharp snap, revealing an exquisitely petite little girl before Lin Mu. She had 6 arms and a serpent's tail, her features carrying a hint of youthful innocence. Her body was as small as that fox girl Daji, barely reaching Lin Mu's waist. The snake demon Loli seemed unable to stand steadily, extending 6 arms to cling to Lin Mu's thigh. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall as she tilted her head back, her sapphire-like eyes fixed on Lin Mu without blinking. She resembled a little girl who had just seen her father return from a long journey, eager to recognize him yet hesitant to do so, wanting to embrace him but afraid to reach out, radiating a timid yet endearing charm. What is this? Lin Mu stared in utter bewilderment. What on earth was going on? Blood pact? Xiao Dai examined her creation with keen interest as she explained. I deliberately added your blood to the incubation process. Now this snake maiden naturally carries your soul imprint. Once hatched, she becomes your demon pet, simple and convenient. Of course, I think she's more like your daughter. What do you think? What do I think? Holy crap! Out of nowhere, I've gained a daughter, and you ask me what I think? Lin Mu had intended to refuse the proposal, but seeing the adorable, timid little snake girl, his heart instantly softened. He reached out and scooped her up. Alright then, good girl. Let me get you dressed first. The little snake demon girl obediently let go and stepped down. Her big eyes darted around, spinning in circles as she surveyed her surroundings, seemingly fascinated by everything. As Lin Mu hurriedly dug out clothes to dress her, his mind was racing. A snake girl this small couldn't even stand steadily in battle. Even as a demon pet, what could she possibly do? Fight while clutching a pacifier? Lin Mu nearly laughed out loud at his own thought. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Medusa Snake Demon, Juvenile, Intelligence, Golden Core Stage Cultivation. Golden Core Stage? Lin Mu nearly burst a blood vessel. What kind of creature was this little snake demon? Golden Core Stage? He was currently at the Chi Cultivation stage. Compared to her, he'd need at least a Foundation Establishment stage to catch up. What made his head spin even more was, this little snake demon was wearing a sapphire ring on her finger. You have a spatial ring too? Lin Mu felt utterly crushed. A snake demon born with a spatial ring? Even if she claimed to be Xiao Jie's daughter, he'd believe it. The snake demon girl didn't speak, but she did blink rapidly. Xiao Dai cleared her throat beside them. Are you satisfied with this gift? Since she's your daughter, I spent all the energy points you'd accumulated earlier on her. Lin Mu wanted to punch Xiao Dai, but knowing he wasn't her match, he could only stare speechlessly at his newfound daughter's abilities. When he opened the snake demon girl's interface, he was utterly speechless. Immortal Technique, Restraint. This immortal technique can be cast simultaneously with an attack, invisibly binding the target. It restrains both the target's physical body and soul. The target cannot move until the binding is applied. The duration of the bind is influenced by the target's abilities and mental fortitude. Holy crap! Lin Mu broke out in a cold sweat. This is like the legendary no counterattack allowed rule in a fight? Wait, how is this an immortal technique? Lin Mu watched Xiao Dai's sneaky figure and could only sigh helplessly, pressing his hand to his forehead. This reckless little minx. Energy points he couldn't even bring himself to use. Bro, aren't you done yet? Ren Shuai and the others messaged saying they're done shopping. At that moment, Lin Jing's voice suddenly echoed outside the door. Alright, I'll be right out. Lin Mu hurriedly opened his eyes and replied, then saw a little lowly appear before him. The snake demon little girl. How did this girl end up following him out? Lin Mu wanted to store her in the system space like he had done with Chun San Yang, but the moment the thought crossed his mind, a wave of resistance and fear washed over his mind. The little girl wrapped her 6 tiny arms tightly around Lin Mu's thigh, her big eyes looking at him pitifully, seemingly very reluctant to return to that dark space. Ha! Could this little thing actually resist his will? Just as Lin Mu was about to comfort her, the door creaked open. A delicate, beautiful figure pushed her way in, calling out brother. Phew, that was close. Lin Mu silently wiped away a bead of sweat. Just as Lin Jing pushed the door open, the little girl suddenly transformed into a rainbow-colored beam of light and shot into his body. Lin Jing didn't notice the rainbow light but was drawn by the lingering fragrance. Thinking her brother was eating something delicious, she bounced over and grabbed his arm, demanding a taste. Just as Lin Mu was about to invent an excuse, a strange message flashed through his mind. It seemed as though the strange message was silently asking him if he wished to use immortal magic to restrain her. Lin Mu froze in shock. Could it be that after the snake demon girl entered his body, he too could now wield her immortal arts? That would be like exchanging a divine spellbook for himself. In an instant, the pang of regret in Lin Mu's heart vanished like smoke. You're so adorable. From now on, you'll be called Little Glutinous Rice. The moment this thought crossed his mind, a cheerful sensation flashed through Lin Mu's thoughts. It seemed the little snake demon was quite fond of the name. Alright, let's go see how Ren Shuai and the others are preparing. Taking Lin Jing with him, they headed toward the rendezvous point. On the way, Lin Mu received a message from Han Mo Xiang, who sent him a detailed document outlining the habits and weaknesses of the Starlight Shadow Wolves. Lin Mu planned to share it with everyone later. At the end, Han Ma Xiang also mentioned how unfortunate it was that she was too busy this time to accompany him to the Dark Marsh, which actually made Lin Mu feel quite relieved. Because Yi Sangxue had also sent a message, saying she was delayed by something but would definitely join them soon. Seems having too many women around isn't such a good thing after all. But for now, Lin Mu had more pressing matters to attend to. Upon entering the opulent, heavily guarded International Teleportation Hall, Lin Mu immediately spotted the queue ahead. Ren Shuai and his crew were in the middle of a brawl. The clanging of weapons filled the air as the two sides clashed fiercely, drawing a large crowd of onlookers. Not a single guard nearby stepped in to intervene. What on earth was going on here? Chapter 75, Being Targeted. As Lin Mu drew closer, he realized. It was likely because neither Ren Shuai nor his opponent had used spiritual energy. It was purely a fistfight that the guards nearby hadn't intervened. The onlookers nearby weren't surprised either, as such brawls played out daily in every corner of the city. They treated it as mere spice in their daily lives. Especially when it was an evenly matched brawl like Ren Shuai's. In truth, Ren Shuai's group was initially seen as the underdogs due to their smaller numbers. But what could they do? Years of training in the Western Wastes had honed their street fighting skills, especially when it came to dirty tricks. Ren Shui and Ko Lo could each take on 2 opponents single-handedly.
The enemy charged with fierce momentum.
Ren Shui and his crew refused to back down, fighting back fiercely.
They caught one man and rained blows upon him, leaving his face a bloody mess, bruised and swollen.
Except for one dead fat bastard.
Lin Mu shook his head, his toes lightly tapping the ground.
Boom! Everyone in the arena was knocked off balance by an inexplicable force. A golden tier martial artist?
Lin Mu's sudden move sent the surrounding mercenaries reeling back 10 meters in sheer shock.
The combatants in the ring, terrified, immediately halted their fight. Hey, that's against the rules. We agreed not to use spiritual power, yet you go and do this? Have you no shame? From within the crowd, a man and a woman stepped forward.
The man remained relatively composed, his expression unchanged.
But the woman, her willow brows furrowed in anger, loudly berated Lin Mu.
I don't know what you agreed on, but 10 people ganging up on 4 of them, is that your idea of fair play?
Lin Mu retorted sarcastically.
They agreed to it at first. But let me clarify, before you arrived, no one else from our group joined the fight. After all, this is just a conflict between the Ren brothers.
Shouldn't we let them handle it themselves?
But seeing how things are now, it's not like they can fight anymore. I say we just call it quits, huh? Surprised that Lin Mu had reached the gold rank at such a young age, the man adopted a notably courteous tone. Yet he didn't display the reverence seen in the onlookers, speaking with neither servility nor arrogance. He seemed to be quite a formidable figure himself.
Forget it? What do you mean forget it? You're scared now that my men showed up, so you want to call it quits? But when I was getting beaten earlier, why didn't you say forget it then?
DePeo was furious. His face was unscathed, though his backside bore numerous shoe prints.
The attackers must have seen he was a pushover and held back, not even hitting his face, just kicking his ass. Put.
Ren Shui, don't think finding some big shot to back you up will save you. You're a piece of trash, you always have been, you always will be, and you'll stay a piece of trash forever. The 2 men who had just fought Ren Shui pointed at his nose and hurled insults.
I won't argue with you now. Wait until the Mid-Autumn Festival when we return to the clan for ancestral worship.
We'll settle this in front of the whole family and see who the real good-for-nothing is. Ren Shui spat contemptuously, blood mingling with his saliva.
Who's afraid of who?
If you back out then, you're nothing but a cowardly turtle.
The 2 brothers, their noses streaming blood, stormed back to their companions. What's going on?
Lin Nuki was puzzled.
Could Ren Shui be some rich kid from a powerful family? Did his hastily assembled team actually have such a big shot?
No, they're my cousins. Ren Shui clarified, then added quickly, fearing Lin Mu might misunderstand.
Not some big family, just a remote village.
We share the same ancestor.
Then why did you 2 end up fighting? Lin Jing asked curiously.
Well, it all started with a little conflict back home during the new year. Today, I ran into them here, and they started hurling some pretty nasty insults.
I just couldn't hold back my temper and ended up in a fight. This was just between me and them. My dad and my uncle get along fine, so I only thought I didn't really lay a hand on them.
Ren Shui looked somewhat flustered under Lin Jing's questioning gaze. Lin Mu began to understand. After all, with Xinlang a silver tier peak cultivator who'd practically stepped into gold tier as their leader, how could Ren Shui and his crew possibly lose if they really went all out? But the guy who started it on the other side wasn't someone to be messed with either. Both sides likely held back because of this, leading to this street brawl scenario.
Fighting for real? Even then you're useless.
If Ren Shui didn't spare you for my uncle's sake, you wouldn't even be alive. The 2 Ren brothers sneered coldly. We'll settle this when I come home for Mid-Autumn Festival.
No point arguing with you now.
Ren Shui was brimming with confidence now. After all, spending this time alongside Lin Mu had accelerated his growth tenfold. The gap in strength between them was never that great to begin with. In 2 months, when he returned home for the ancestral rites, those 2 cousins would be no match for him. If they still think he's that worthless loser who lay defeated in the Western Wastes 2 months ago, waiting for death, they couldn't be more wrong. Alright, you're all young men. Getting heated and throwing a punch is understandable. But now that it's over, everyone has their own business to attend to. I suggest we all disperse. The leader of the opposing group bowed respectfully to Lin Mu, preparing to lead his men away.
Hold on. Am I supposed to take this beating for nothing?
You there, the beauty.
Step out. I want a one-on-one duel with you.
DePeo wasn't after a fair fight. Physical contact with the beauty was likely his true motive. The young lady across from him had delicate, pink-knuckled fists. Her strength probably wasn't much either. Hitting his flabby body would feel like a relaxing massage. If they actually fought, he'd be the one getting the advantage.
Shameless. Who'd fight you?
The cute girl across from him was smart enough not to fall for it, flatly refusing while making an adorable face.
No worries, my little brother won't lift a finger. I'm his boss, got it? Can't you tell I'm keeping a low profile?
Or am I 3 years old?
Hey, you're not leaving. I'm not done talking yet.
The moment DePeo opened his mouth, everyone scattered in all directions.
No one bothered to listen to his nonsense, driving him absolutely mad. Let's get out of here too. The little incident ended. Lin Mu prepared to lead the group into the International Teleportation Hall. Just then, a sudden, dangerous warning signal surged through his mind, causing Lin Mu to instinctively turn his head toward a certain spot. On a wicker chair in the entrance lounge area sat a tall, slender beauty with exceptionally long legs, wearing a baseball cap and quietly reading a book. At first, Lin Mu thought she might be Yi Sangxue, as the two shared striking similarities in both physique and style. But upon closer inspection, he realized this girl was at least platinum tier. Lin Mu couldn't help but startle. She was the most powerful peer he had ever encountered. He estimated that even Li Changfeng, Xiao Ran, and Mo Qingcheng combined wouldn't stand a chance against this girl. Moreover, the book in her hands, it took Lin Mu a long time to realize it was actually a spirit artifact. It was even more powerful than the spirit artifact possessed by Jiulong. Who was this girl? How could she possess such formidable strength? Lin Mu was utterly astonished. What's wrong? Lin Jing followed Lin Mu's gaze and spotted the girl in sunglasses quietly reading a book. She was instantly taken aback. That girl looks just like Sister Sangxue. Let's go. Lin Mu gently ruffled Lin Jing's hair. Just as Lin Mu and the others stepped into the International Teleportation Hall, a sudden breeze stirred. Lin Mu couldn't help but turn back to look. He discovered that the girl in sunglasses who had been quietly reading had vanished without a trace at some point. How fast was that? How did she manage that? But what was most unsettling was that sense of danger. Was this girl targeting him? Thoughts raced through Lin Mu's mind like lightning. He was certain. He was being targeted. He just didn't know what faction the sunglasses girl represented. Chapter 76, The Shocked Rin Brothers. The International Teleportation Array instantly transported Lin Mu and his group to the other side of the world, the Empire of the Eternal Sun. All they needed to do now was rent a car and drive to the Dark Marsh. But before getting in the car, Lin Mu casually glanced back over his shoulder. He spotted the sunglasses girl standing 100 meters away, quietly reading a book. Lin Mu felt even more certain about that conjecture. The capital of the Sun Never Sets Empire housed a teleportation array leading to the Nether Swamp, a city known as the Northern Frontier. In Northland City, Lin Mu planned to find a restaurant for lunch before heading out to the Nether Swamp. Lin Jing suddenly tugged lightly at Lin Mu's arm with her small hand. Look, is that the book-reading sister over there? How come she's faster than us? Seated quietly by the window on the restaurant's second floor, the girl in sunglasses remained engrossed in her book. The empty plate before her revealed she had arrived long ago. Lin Mu felt a surge of irritation welling up inside him. Whether he wanted to pick a fight or just push her against the wall to get a word out of her, her constant air of mystery was infuriating. Didn't she know curiosity could kill? Who the hell was she? He hadn't provoked her, yet she kept following him. What did that mean? But before he could make a move, the girl vanished again. What puzzled Lin Mu next was that he never saw the sunglasses girl again? Had he seen that girl in sunglasses again? A sudden pang of surprise struck Lin Mu. Could it be that this girl wasn't following him at all? Perhaps they just happened to be traveling the same route earlier. Thank goodness he hadn't walked up to confront her earlier, otherwise he would have been in for a major embarrassment. But the very next moment, he halted in his tracks. There, perched on a large tree at the entrance to the gloomy marsh, the girl in sunglasses sat quietly, engrossed in a book. Not only Lin Jing, but even Rin Shui noticed her now. DePeo hadn't realized at first. At first, he didn't care about someone tailing him, but upon seeing it was a beauty, he suddenly got excited. You guys wait here. I'm going to take her down and interrogate her properly. She could flick you away with a single finger. You weigh 300 pounds. Try it if you don't believe me. Lin Mu felt faint at the thought. Even if you wanted to bully someone, you had to pick your target carefully. I never said anything. DePeo broke out in a cold sweat. At the edge of the dark marsh, there was an inn similar to the martial arts inn in the western wastes, called the Zaya Inn. Typically, though many visitors came to the Shadow Marsh, the inns would keep at least half their rooms vacant. Except for September. This was the prime season for harvesting dark spider eggs. On the black market, a single dark spider egg could fetch tens of thousands of yuan, drawing countless martial artists and mercenaries seeking fortune. What? 20,000 yuan for a map? Why don't you just rob people? Outside the inn, Lin Mu stood at the window, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Young man, please don't complain. These maps were obtained at the cost of countless mercenaries' lives. For every map we sell, half the proceeds go toward compensation for their families. The elderly man selling maps at the Zaya Hotel picked up a map earnestly. Seeing the lingering hesitation on Lin Mu's face, he lowered his voice. But seeing as your new faces, give us half price? Lin Mu's eyes lit up. The old man shook his head. Not a single penny off the price. But I can mark the locations of 4 forest spider nesting sites on your map for free. That alone will boost your earnings by at least 60%. Deal. Lin Mu didn't care much about the money. His main goal was to get some spider eggs to see if he could sign a demon pet for his sister, Lin Jing. Before leaving the inn for the dark marsh, Lin Mu glanced around but saw no sign of the girl in sunglasses. The dark marsh was indeed fraught with danger. Countless mercenaries walked ahead, with others following behind. But walking along this makeshift path, nothing more than a few broken planks and stones, the constant threat of a toothy crocodile or spider bursting from the edge was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. It was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. Add to that the scattered skeletal remains lining the path, and even Hidepeo's massive frame couldn't help but feel his legs go weak. Had Kola not quickly reach out and grab him, he would have likely tumbled headfirst into the swamp mud. "Don't be scared, it's fine." Lin Mu hurried to reassure Lin Jing, but the little girl proved surprisingly resilient, shaking her head firmly. "I'm not scared. I'm so scared. You've gotta comfort me." Hidepeo whined with a mournful expression. "Shut up." Ren Shui wanted to beat the crap out of this guy, but unfortunately, the location wasn't suitable for that. After trudging through the narrow swamp path for a full 3 hours, the group finally reached the martial artists' camp in the marshes center as night fell completely. The massive bonfire, infused with medicinal herbs unique to the martial artists guild, held back the toxic miasma of the swamp, keeping it outside the camp. Here, they could finally remove their gas masks and enjoy a hearty meal. "You fat pig, welcome to the dark marsh. Looks like you packed quite a lot, but you forgot to bring your nanny from home." No sooner had Lin Mu and the others sat down than a familiar mocking voice rang out from over there. An old acquaintance. It was Ren Shuai's cousin from before. Turns out they'd come to the Shadow Marsh too. "Ah. What am I supposed to do about milk? I haven't weaned yet." Another cousin wailed in a high-pitched voice. "Ha ha ha." The warriors of their mercenary group all burst into laughter. A flash of anger flickered in Hidepeo's eyes, but he quickly lowered his head. "When you're mocking others, don't forget to watch your back." Lin Mu suddenly sneered coldly. "What did you say?" The oddly voiced man flew into a rage upon hearing this, immediately drawing his dagger. "I was just warning you to be careful." Lin Mu shrugged nonchalantly. "Master, looks like I'm gonna have to teach you a lesson, show you what it means when a chaotic fist beats the old master." Though he knew Lin Mu was likely a gold-tier master, the man clearly had something to rely on. He strode forward with a savage grin. But at that very moment, out of the darkness, a white shadow swiftly attacked, wrapping around the man's head before dragging him rapidly back into the darkness. His teammates, seeing this, let out shrieks, dropped their food, drew weapons from their belts, and raised torches to chase after him into the darkness. But by the time they arrived, the darkness was already silent. The creature that had ambushed the skinny man vanished without a trace, along with its prey. They could only return in frustration. Ren Shuai's other cousin stormed up to Lin Mu, glaring at him furiously. You clearly saw the ghost shadow rock spider. Why didn't you warn us? It's your fault. You killed my brother." Lin Mu gave him a cold glance. "I did warn him, but he ignored my words. Besides, if the ghost shadow rock spider hadn't appeared, perhaps I'd be the one lying dead on the ground now. Before that, I didn't see you, his older brother, say a single word to stop him either. He was just joking with you." "Then were the insults and mockery directed at my brother before that also just jokes? Do you even know what a joke is?" Lin Mu chuckled. "A joke is something that makes both parties happy afterward, not just one-sided amusement. That's bullying, not joking. Even if my brother was in the wrong, you couldn't just stand by and watch him get killed by that ghost shadow rock spider." Ren Shuai's cousin was both furious and ashamed, stomping his feet in frustration. "We're all part of the Divine Dragon Empire, and we're all part of General Ren's family. We're all family here. If my brother really did something wrong, I can have him apologize to you." "Fine. I'll be waiting for his apology." Lin Mu snapped his fingers. Then, to the stunned gazes of everyone present, a stunningly beautiful woman walked back carrying a person whose entire body had turned a sickly green. It was Ren Shuai's cousin, the one who had been snatched away by the spider. Everyone was dumbfounded. Where had this beauty come from? And what was her relationship with this Lin Mu? Chapter 77, The Whereabouts of the Starlight Shadow Wolf. Though no martial artist could catch the ghost shadow rock spider in terrain like the dark marsh. But in front of Spring 30 Maiden, the Spider Queen, their speed was laughable. "Quick! Hemostatic bandages! Medics!" Ren Shuai's cousin immediately began calling for help to treat his younger brother. Their battalion commander, the young man, approached Lin Mu and bowed deeply with great solemnity. "Thank you all. Also, I, Zhang Yang, apologize on behalf of those who mocked you earlier. As that fellow said earlier, we're all citizens of the Divine Dragon Empire. There's no reason I wouldn't lend a hand." Lin Mu shrugged and turned to leave. Over there, Shen Lang had already set up the rest tent. Ren Shuai. Just as Ren Shuai was about to follow suit, his cousin rushed over and gave him a big hug. Then he gave Lin Mu a thumbs up. "Thanks. If you ever need help, my brother Ren Xing and I will go through fire and water for you no matter what. But Ren Shuai, don't think this means I'll go easy on you at the family gathering. So, keep training hard." "Got it." Ren Shuai smiled. He turned and called out to DePeo, "Brother DePeo, come rest up. We've got an expedition tomorrow. I'm the leader. How could I let you down? Ugh, Lin Mu, listen to me, I'll never hold you back again. I'll be a proper leader." DePeo roared like a man for once. "Even if you're not up to par now, after my special training, you'll become a proper leader. I believe you have the potential." Lin Mu turned and smiled. "Damn it, don't call me unqualified. It's just training." Tears streamed down DePeo's face. Kolu patted the trembling, emotional fat man on the shoulder. Surprisingly, he remained silent. Mia and Shenlang did the same, patting the fat man's shoulder. Then they followed Lin Mu out. The young man named Zhang Yang stared dumbfounded at Lin Mu's figure disappearing into the darkness. Lin Mu? Could it be that Lin Mu, the top scholar of Jiangnan province? Good heavens, I never imagined your brother could encounter such a genius. Yes. Ren Zhong felt a weight lift from his shoulders. I must inform grandfather of this news immediately. The prophecy concerning our Ren family may very well be fulfilled in this man. For the next 3 full days, Lin Mu led Ren Shui and his 5 companions through the gloomy swamp, training while searching for clues about the Starlight Shadow Wolves. But strangely, neither the seasoned veterans who had explored this swamp for years nor the experienced guides had ever heard of such a demon beast. This made Lin Mu wonder if Professor Han had misremembered the location, given that several places worldwide shared the name swamp. He considered asking Han Mo Xiang, but the dark marsh had no cell reception, forcing him to abandon the idea. He resolved to stay here for 2 more days. If he still found nothing, he would leave the dark marsh and return to the Zaya Hotel to inquire first. Of course, these 2 days weren't entirely fruitless. At least Rin Shui and the others had reaped substantial rewards. With Lin Mu's assistance, each of them except Lin Jing had successfully contracted a spider demon pet, significantly boosting their individual strength. Unfortunately, the bonding period was still too brief to fully unlock each pet's peak combat potential, otherwise, their strength gains would have been even greater. DePeo, too, shed his former laziness and began training according to Lin Mu's special regimen. However, since he likely disliked spiders, or more accurately, feared them, Lin Mu could only find him a crocodile demon pet, which was also considered rare. With his demon pet in hand, Lin Mu confirmed his initial hunch: DePeo possessed genuine potential. It was his habitual laziness, gluttony, and timid nature that had shaped him into this weakling. If he could grit his teeth and train diligently, he might still amount to something in the future. 2 days passed in a flash. Just as Lin Mu was about to notify everyone to pack up and leave the camp, departing the dark marsh, someone rushed back from outside, shouting excitedly, "The Spider Queen! Someone found the Spider Queen's nest! Hurry up, let's go check it out. Maybe we can strike it rich. Lin Jing, you stay here. I'll go check it out." The moment Lin Mu heard the words "Mother Spider," he was ready to go. Chun San Yang had mentioned it before. The dark marsh was home to a multitude of spider species, all precious, but the most valuable and rarest of them all: the stealth spider. Whether in battle or daily life, stealth spiders were the finest demon pets. For the past 2 days, Lin Mu had been thinking about contracting a stealth spider for his sister, as it would greatly enhance her safety. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to find one. Unexpectedly, just as they were preparing to leave, the mother spider's lair was discovered, which was precisely why Lin Mu decided to make the trip. Stealth spiders. Only within the mother spider's lair is there a high chance of finding one. Brother, go ahead without worry. We'll stay here and wait for you. Rest assured, we'll be fine. Lin Jing gestured for Lin Mu to proceed. After all this time training together, she had come to understand her brother's formidable abilities and placed immense trust in him. She also knew he wasn't the type to act recklessly. If he went in, even if he couldn't find the stealth spider's eggs, he would at least return safely. Moreover, with Spring 30 Maiden and Ox Demon King assisting him, moving freely in and out of the spider lair should pose no problem. We'll protect Lin Jing. Ren Shui nodded to Lin Mu as well, fully aware of Lin Jing's importance to him. I'll be back soon. Lin Mu left the Ox Demon King behind, partly to protect Lin Jing and the others, and partly because the Ox Demon King wouldn't be much help in the spider lair anyway. Soon, Lin Mu arrived at the spider nest's location. There was no way around it. Nearly half the mercenaries and martial artists in the entire Shadow Marsh were converging here. It would be hard to miss. At the entrance to the nest, many martial artists were itching to fight. Let's storm in together. With this many of us, how could we possibly fail to take down a spider nest? Save your breath. We don't even know if the Spider Queen is in the nest. That's a peak platinum tier demon beast. Our numbers aren't even enough to fill its teeth. Then what should we do? Sneak in quietly to scout the situation? Some have already gone in. Let's wait for news. From within the crowd, several slender figures emerged, their bodies completely cloaked, only a pair of gleaming eyes visible. Lin Mu recognized them. These were master thieves skilled in lockpicking and burglary, specialized professionals trained at great expense by nearly every major faction or mercenary group. They were also a group of desperate outlaws who would stop at nothing for money and profit. Seeing them in a place like the Dark Marshes was hardly surprising. Lin Mu slipped silently through the crowd, tailing the desperate fugitives. With these men leading the way, he could save himself a lot of trouble. He made no effort to conceal his presence, so the bandits spotted him easily, yet they made no move to stop him. In their eyes, he was likely just a fool who valued money more than his own life. He traversed an underground passageway thick with cobwebs. Then through a vast cavern teeming with tiny spiders. Deeper still. He saw no fewer than 100 spider eggs in peaceful slumber. At the same time, the group also discovered an exciting piece of news. The Spider Queen was not in the nest. Grab them quick. This is money, no gold. Someone let out a startled cry, and the thieves swarmed the spider eggs. Others scrambled to grab walkie-talkies and alert their comrades outside. Lin Mu was about to rise to check for lurking spiders. Suddenly, Chun San Yang's voice came from his shoulder. Over there. There's a hidden passage. I smell the scent of wolves. Chapter 78. Are you ready to die? Starlight Shadow Wolves? Could it be a Starlight Netherwolf? Lin Mu's heart stirred. If this truly was the lair of a Starlight Netherwolf, then the rewards from this expedition would be immense. Moreover, a den built beneath the Spider Mother's lair, even if it wasn't the Starlight Netherwolf, he had to investigate. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Mu slipped into the hidden passage Spring 30-year-old lady had mentioned, heading toward the subterranean lair where the wolf's scent lingered. After traversing a 10-minute-long subterranean passage, a vast underground chamber opened before him. Lin Mu noticed the temperature had noticeably risen, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur. In the distant horizon, a low-lying lava volcano still radiated intense heat. Beneath the hill, a hot spring pool steamed faintly. Its surface was dotted with chain-like islands covered in bizarre plants. Lin Mu stared in astonishment. Who would have imagined that beneath the gloomy swamp lay such a thriving subterranean world? Following Spring 30 Maiden's advice, he tracked the scent of the Starlight Shadow Wolves. However, the scent vanished near the volcanic hot spring lake. Could this not be the Starlight Shadow Wolf's lair? Then why was its scent present here? For a moment, Lin Mu's mind was filled with confusion. He knew something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. As Lin Mu was piecing together the faint clues and pondering carefully, suddenly, a dark shadow materialized silently behind him. In a uniquely magnetic voice, it asked, "Were you looking for me?" Lin Mu's heart skipped a beat. He had never allowed an enemy to approach within 5 meters of him without sensing their presence. Who the hell was this person? After forcing down his shock, he turned to look. Only to find nothing behind him, not a trace of anyone's presence. It felt as though the words spoken moments ago had been nothing more than a hallucination. Lin Mu's body froze. Though he could see nothing, he could sense the enemy behind him, a hand reaching out to touch the back of his head. The slightest abnormal movement on his part, and that hand might strike with devastating force, shattering the back of his skull. A cold sweat trickled down Lin Mu's temple. This man was truly the most formidable foe he had ever encountered in his life. "Are you afraid?" The voice dripped with contempt, as if taunting a mere insect. Simultaneously, that overwhelming aura vanished without a trace. Who are you?" Lin Mu spun around at lightning speed. Before him stood a towering foreign elder, his bearing noble and majestic, radiating an aura as formidable as a deity. His hands were clasped behind his back, his expression carrying a unique arrogance. He stared at Lin Mu with eyes as piercing as spears, sending another wave of shock through Lin Mu's heart. This unfamiliar elder, in every respect, was absolutely no less formidable than Jiang Shaoqi. Moreover, his killing intent was concealed even deeper. Upon hearing Lin Mu's counter-question, the old man frowned slightly. "You don't recognize me?" Lin Mu broke out in a cold sweat. Did he think he was some kind of celebrity that everyone recognized? Besides, even celebrities aren't universally recognized. And in this world, celebrities hold little real popularity, they're merely entertainers for the masses. 1,000 thoughts flashed through Lin Mu's mind in an instant. Yet none could be confirmed. What he could be certain of was that this old man harbored a deeply concealed intent to kill him. Regardless of his identity, he was an enemy, not a friend. "Alright, it seems you truly don't recognize me. But I'm sure you've heard my name." The old man smiled faintly. "Edward, the Demon King." "What?" Hearing that name, Lin Mu's face instantly drained of color. In this world, it was common knowledge that only 3 great empires currently existed: Shenlong, Sun Never Sets, and Golden Dollar. Though countless powerful figures existed, only 7 saints were widely recognized. Each held pivotal positions within one of the 3 empires except for one. That was the very man standing before Lin Mu, Edward Shura. 30 years ago, he had challenged his elder brother, Edward Arthur, the royal prince of the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, to vie for the imperial throne. The entire world was shaken, and countless martial artists watched with bated breath. Arthur accepted the challenge. However, 1 month before the challenge was to take place, the arrogant Edward Shura, while traveling through the United States, had spoken disrespectfully to the U.S. President, Jehovah. He was severely wounded by Indra, one of the 3 guardian gods of the United States. Despite his injuries, Edward Shura then challenged his elder brother. After a grueling battle lasting 3 days and 3 nights, he ultimately suffered defeat. Had he not been severely wounded, the outcome of that battle might well have been uncertain. This battle cemented Edward Shura's fame, establishing him as the mightiest saint in the eyes of the world. Even Edward Arthur specially installed a Shura throne at Buckingham Palace as a sign of respect. While many believed his brother Arthur was better suited to be emperor, Shura was undeniably superior in raw power. Such an intimidating figure now appearing before him, Lin Mu certainly didn't consider it a good thing. Especially encountering such a being in the underworld, where the Starlight Shadow Wolves might appear. Lin Mu's vigilance reached its peak. He couldn't tell if this guy had followed him here or been lying in wait all along. If the Azura King was also seeking the Starlight Netherwolf, he should have departed after capturing it. Why would he still linger here? If he had followed him here, when exactly had that happened? In the spider's lair? Or had he just arrived? You heard my name. Shouldn't you pay your respects? Even if I'm not royalty, as a senior and a powerful being, you ought to show the proper deference, don't you think? The Azura King regarded Lin Mu with his characteristic haughty expression. You're just waiting for me to bow before you smash my skull open, aren't you? Lin Mu tried his best to look natural. At this moment, he absolutely couldn't let the enemy see his full strength. That would be dangerous. That is indeed what I think. For I refuse to witness a young man with the potential to become a saint slowly grow stronger. The Azura King nodded in acknowledgement, his hands clasped behind his back as he spoke slowly. I now offer you 3 choices. You may resist and be crushed to death by my heavy blows, shattering every bone and organ. Or submit without resistance and be instantly killed by a single finger strike, dying without even feeling pain. Or flee with all your might, only to be caught, skinned alive, dismembered, and then immersed in this hot spring to die in agony. Make your choice. Honestly. Lin Mu had never encountered anyone this arrogant in either of his lifetimes. He thought he was arrogant, but compared to this Azura King, he seemed to fall short by a mile. Lin Mu shook his head. May I choose to end my own life? The Azura King coldly shook his head in refusal. That would take all the fun out of it. Ha! Lin Mu laughed bitterly in anger. He flipped him off. You're pretty good at playing the tough guy, but I'd advise you not to play the fool, okay? It seems you've already made your choice. The Azura King nodded. Then, are you ready to die? Chapter 79, Kid, you're still too green. Lin Mu burst into laughter, overcome with rage. And you? Are you ready to die? Simultaneously. A thunderous sword instantly coalesced in his hand, slashing viciously toward the Azura King's face. This strike consumed nearly 90% of his current spiritual power. Lin Mu believed even Jiang Shaoqi would meet his end in the northwest under such a strike. Yet, 1 second later, his eyes froze. For he witnessed the thunder sword he had unleashed with 90% of his spiritual power had been caught by the Azura King's 2 fingers. Not an inch could be gained. Freak! The word surged uncontrollably in Lin Mu's mind. But he, who had always challenged foes far above his level, was no fool who would stand idly by and await his doom upon seeing a powerful enemy. As the Azura King's other hand struck out, the silver chain and golden bell in Lin Mu's hand flashed with white light, directly blocking the Azura King's palm. Though the newly replenished spiritual energy within him drained instantly, the Azura King was simultaneously flung backward. A chill ran through Lin Mu's heart, yet he also breathed a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The silver chain and golden bell proved to be quite effective as a magical artifact, at least powerful enough to block an attack from a saint like the Azura King. If it hadn't, Lin Mu would have been in serious trouble. He didn't turn and flee. Instead, he replenished his spiritual energy once more while signaling to Chun Sanliang to prepare for a fierce, all-out battle with the Azura King. Meanwhile, as the Azura King drifted slowly downward, a fleeting look of astonishment flashed across his face. He hadn't expected such a formidable defensive artifact from someone so young. Had it not been for that artifact's defense, he was certain the boy would have fallen to his palm. What astonished him most, however, was that the youth hadn't seized the chance to flee. Instead, he was readjusting his state, seemingly intent on fighting him. Did he truly possess such confidence? Did he think a mere platinum-tier demon pet gave him the guts to challenge him? Competing with demon pets, huh? Fine, I'll play alone. The Azura King chuckled, casually flicking his finger. A demon pet flashed into existence from within his body. This demon pet bore the head of a sheep, the torso of a human, bat wings, and the legs of an ox, an unidentifiable hybrid. Yet it seemed quite intelligent, carrying a knight's sword at its waist as a weapon and wearing a custom-tailored tailcoat. Most striking were its eyes, rolling around as if sizing up Lin Mu. Lin Mu took one look. He discovered the demon pet's strength was only at the gold tier, and a faint smile touched his lips. It seemed the Azura King hadn't seen through his true power. He was merely treating him as an ordinary gold tier martial artist. He likely didn't believe a martial artist not yet 20 years old could be a cultivator. The Azura King did not immediately attack Lin Mu himself, but instead gave the hideous monster a meaningful glance, signaling it to go and slay Lin Mu. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Lin Mu. Instead, he wanted to test the young man's strength. Receiving its master's command, it leapt into the air, flapping its wings, and dove toward him like a bolt of lightning. The knight's sword slashed through the air. Lin Mu sidestepped, evading the blade's edge, and prepared to counterattack. Suddenly, the hideous monster began spinning high in the sky, its sword blade whirling like a spinning top. Tai Chi sword technique? This demonic pet truly possessed considerable intelligence. It had even mastered such profound sword techniques. Lin Mu leapt backward, retreating beyond the blade's reach. The hideous creature flapped its wings furiously, relentlessly pursuing him until it finally forced Lin Mu back into the lake. The hideous creature was indeed intelligent. Seeing Lin Mu driven into the lake, the bloodthirsty glint in its crimson eyes intensified. It spun and slashed with even greater speed in pursuit. Lin Mu felt a twinge of surprise. He hadn't expected this youngster to be pushed into a disadvantage so easily. Retreating into the lake was most likely a ruse. However, he made no move to warn his demon pet. Instead, he watched silently, observing Lin Mu's counterattack, hoping to discern some clues from it to determine the youth's identity. The Azura King was certain this youth before him was a young powerhouse secretly cultivated by some faction or military branch of the Divine Dragon Empire. He simply didn't recognize him. Intelligence reports had never mentioned such a formidable young talent from the Divine Dragon Empire. How could someone like him remain unknown even to the Sun Neverset's royal family, which possessed the world's most powerful intelligence network? And most crucially, with this kid's skills and audacity, he was definitely not from an ordinary background. He was undoubtedly a young powerhouse secretly cultivated by the Dragon Empire. Counterattack! Lin Mu roared, raising his egg knife in a feint. The hideous monster clearly understood human speech. Upon hearing the command, it immediately adopted a defensive posture, its spinning speed noticeably slowing. Lin Mu tested it, and it proved exactly as he had suspected. He repeatedly raised his egg knife, bellowing counterattacks. The hideous creature finally threw him completely off balance. His attacks faltered again and again, and his spiraling pursuit dissolved into nothingness. What an idiot! Lin Mu laughed loudly. As the hideous monster flew in with a furious slash, Lin Mu was already stepping across the lake's surface, slowly rotating the water with his egg knife. The Azura King noticed the anomaly. The true power lay not in the lightning dancing upon the egg knife, but in the dark, surging whirlpool churning beneath the youth's feet. Unbeknownst to him, a massive vortex had formed beneath the lake's surface, while the water's surface remained as calm as ever. What made the Azura King's heart skip a beat was the terrifying lightning aura emanating from the boy's weapon. He studied it carefully and realized he had no idea what kind of technique this was. The moment the hideous monster's blade slashed toward Lin Mu's face, Lin Mu's counterattack struck first, catching the tip of the knight's sword and sweeping it aside. The hideous monster instantly lost control, crashing heavily into the lake's surface. As it flapped its wings wildly in a futile attempt to rise, Lin Mu's blade struck its bat-like wings from behind. He sneered coldly, "Go be a water ghost." The hideous creature crashed into the lake with a thunderous thud. Normally, with its strength even injured, it could have launched itself back into the sky within 2 seconds. But the strange vortex at the lake bottom held it fast, unable to struggle free. What terrified it most was, within the vortex, a tingling sensation spread through its body, instantly robbing it of all control. Yet, just as Lin Mu thought victory was his, a palm strike descended from the sky toward his head. "You'll join the water ghosts down there." It was the Azura King. Despite Lin Mu focusing his utmost attention on him, he still couldn't grasp the Azura King's movements. Lin Mu was utterly baffled. How had this creature teleported instantly above his head? It was as if he vanished into thin air and then materialized out of nowhere. There was no trace of movement in between, not the slightest hint of displacement. If there had been, Lin Mu would have sensed it. But the bizarre reality was that the enemy seemed to control the entire space. He could vanish and reappear anywhere at will, including right above his head. The palm was mere inches away. Lin Mu plummeted downward, crashing onto the lake's surface with his entire back. A cold, murderous intent flashed in the Azura King's eyes. No one could escape his grasp. Never. If he wished to kill, no one could escape. As his palm struck Lin Mu's face, the Azura King sneered coldly, "Boy, you're still too green." Yet, in that split second, the instant his palm's force erupted, he realized the boy beneath his palm had vanished. Simultaneously, a terrifying force like thunder and lightning, powerful enough to overturn rivers and seas, surged through the sky. Accompanied by an unstoppable fist, it slammed viciously into the Azura King's vital point on his back. It was Lin Mu. At some unknown moment, he and the Azura King had swapped positions and roles. From the attacked, he had become the attacker. Chapter 80, Feigning Death? You're asking for death. The Azura King roared in fury. He spun around. While dissipating most of his punch's force, his left palm struck back toward Lin Mu's chest 10 times faster and 10 times harder than his previous right-handed blow. He had no desire or patience left to toy with his prey. This strike was meant to be fatal. Idiot. Lin Mu didn't even bother to dodge or flinch. He simply waved his hand with a flourish. The silver chain and golden bells erupted in white light once more. The Azura King's thunderous palm struck the silver chain and golden bell's protective barrier with overwhelming force, causing the entire shield to warp slightly. But the shield, offering near absolute defense, immediately repelled the Azura King back into the lake. With a thunderous crash, the Azura King used the rebound of his own palm strike to crash into the lake. In less than a second, he shattered the lake's surface, sending water spraying skyward. His half-soaked clothes could not conceal the humiliating spectacle of his defeat at Lin Mu's hands. This was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation of his life. And it was the first time he had ever suffered such profound humiliation at the hands of a junior. Damn you, boy. You're dead meat. I'll show you that before a true powerhouse, your so-called cunning is nothing but the feeble display of a weakling utterly worthless. The Azura King was truly enraged. Never before had a junior made him look so utterly foolish. What gnawed at him most was that he had actually fallen into this brat's trap. He detested the feeling of being outmaneuvered. His horned demon pet struggled to rise from the lake. It spread its pair of bat wings, preparing to take flight. Lin Mu smiled faintly, then turned. With one swift kick, he forced it back into the water, alive and kicking. The thunderous energy swirled once more across the lake's surface. The horned demon pet, struggling in the water, trembled violently once more before sinking to the lake bottom. At that very moment, the Azura King vanished once more. Lin Mu had been staring intently at him, yet the Azura King vanished effortlessly mid-air, leaving Lin Mu unable to discern how he had done it. Die! The furious voice echoed from behind Lin Mu. The Azura King's fist struck the pivotal point where Lin Mu's cervical vertebrae connected to his skull. A single blow would surely leave Lin Mu dead beyond any hope of survival. The terrifying force behind that punch. Not just a man, even a mountain could be reduced to a pile of rubble. The Azura King had absolute faith in his own strength. No mortal body could withstand his annihilating blow. Under this fist, the outcome for this brat was inevitable. His body would be reduced to splattered fragments of flesh and blood, hurled 100 meters away. You're the one who'll die. Lin Mu roared furiously. He paid no heed to the Azura King's fist. His 10 fingers snapped together. The spiritual energy within him drained instantly, unleashing the most powerful thunderous sword strike he had ever wielded. He had been planning this counterattack, waiting for this moment, for a very long time. To think one could kill the Azura King with ordinary weapons or bare fists? That would be the most laughable endeavor. To slay a saint, the only effective method was to wield immortal arts. Only immortal arts, capable of shattering all resistance and obliterating everything, could inflict fatal damage upon them. As the Azura King witnessed countless golden lightning bolts surge forth from Lin Mu's 10 fingers, coalescing into a single, razor-sharp sword chi, he inwardly cursed his misfortune. Instinctively, he tried to summon his magical artifact for defense. But he found himself utterly immobilized. An invisible force bound him completely. In that instant, the shadow of death flashed through the Azura King's mind. If he could take back his decision, he would never have fallen into his enemy's trap like this. Instead, he would have used every ounce of his power to kill this brat without mercy. He would have even preferred to let the boy go, never to see him again, never to harbor thoughts of killing him. Because of that single moment of hesitation, he now found himself on the brink of death. The Azura King nearly lost his mind. Who could have imagined this brat was a cultivator hiding his true strength so deeply? Who could have imagined he possessed a technique capable of binding an entire body? Had he known this earlier, the Azura King would never have charged so recklessly. But the world offers no second chances. He understood this all too well. He had been far too careless, far too overconfident. And utterly foolish. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mu's sword pierced the Azura King's forehead, exploding with thunderous force. In that instant, a bloody hole pierced the Azura King's brow. The moment Shan Womi's binding effect wore off, Lin Mu seized the Azura King's head with both hands, twisting it with all his might at top speed. He snapped his neck bones clean off. Even after the restraining effect faded, the Azura King's fist still carried devastating force, striking forward with inertial momentum. However, this punch could no longer inflict any harm upon Lin Mu. For after landing his surprise attack, Lin Mu had already soared skyward. Phew, that was close. Lin Mu's tense heartbeat, suppressed until now, suddenly began to pound wildly. The Azura King was undoubtedly the strongest foe he had ever faced. Fortunately, the enemy had failed to discern his true strength. Otherwise, Lin Mu dared not predict the outcome of this battle. He had struck with his most powerful blow, targeting the enemy's weakest point. In the end, his gamble had paid off. Lin Mu caught his breath, ready to claim the spoils of war. Ha! He discovered that the Azura King, who should have fallen into the lake and met his end, was now standing eerily on the water's surface. His neck bones had been snapped by Lin Mu's brutal technique. Blood gushed from the wound between his eyebrows. But then, something happened that made Lin Mu's scalp tingle and sent chills down his spine. Despite such a devastating blow, was still alive. He could still tread water on the lake's surface without sinking. How could this be? Was he feigning death? Before the stunned Lin Mu could react to the sight of the Azura King, his neck snapped, his forehead pierced. He instantly produced a pill and shoved it into his mouth. Then, slowly, he reached out and twisted his own neck back into place. He reconnected the skull to the cervical vertebrae. Lin Mu stared in utter disbelief, his mind completely numb. Is this guy even human? How could he survive such a blow? From childhood to now, I've fought in 1,328 battles, great and small. No one has ever managed to injure my face. Never. You are the first. The Ashura king slowly peeled off his upper garment, revealing a body covered in scars. Hundreds of scars crisscrossed his skin. Yet in stark contrast, his face bore not a single scar. The Ashura king pointed to 5 healed finger-shaped scars on his chest. These were left by Indra back then. He nearly killed me, but I escaped just in time. But even that encounter was nowhere near as perilous as today. You are the first human to pose such an extreme threat to my life. I never imagined I would die by your hand. By the narrowest of margins, had you been just a fraction stronger, I would have been in grave peril today. You're not human? Lin Mu was 90% certain this creature was not human. His techniques designed for humans proved useless against him. I admit I misjudged you, nearly letting you kill me. But fortunately, you misjudged me too. The Ashura king spoke with the calmness of a friend, not a trace of anger in his voice. Lin Mu's heart sank. He instantly replenished his spiritual energy to full capacity and activated the silver chain and golden bell defense. This Ashura king was simply too monstrous. At a time like this, one could not afford the slightest carelessness. The moment he completed these actions, Lin Mu saw a blood-red scythe, blazing with fiery flames, slash viciously at his back. Yet at the critical moment, the silver chain and golden bells blocked it. Had he been even a tenth of a second slower, he would surely have been decapitated. Lin Mu spun around. He saw a blood scythe demon over 5 meters tall, brandishing its flaming scythe and glaring at him with savage fury. This Ashura king, when had he summoned another demonic pet? But that wasn't his concern now. What truly sent chills down Lin Mu's spine was Diamond Peak. Chun San Yang had informed him. This blood scythe demon, engulfed in blazing flames, possessed strength reaching the peak of the diamond tier. Holy crap! How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Chapter 81, The Sunglasses Girl. Lin Mu seriously doubted the Ashura king before him was human. After all, the cultural beliefs of these Western foreigners were fundamentally different from those of the East. This guy might be some powerful demon who transformed into human form. Otherwise, no ordinary human body could survive having its brain destroyed and its neck snapped. Most crucially, the Ashura king's own words had inadvertently confirmed this. This Ashura king, he absolutely was not human. A demon. Definitely a demon. Didn't you see that new demonic pet he conjured? Lin Mu didn't dwell on it. He turned on his heel and prepared to leave. Fighting a demon? Fighting a demon that wouldn't die even if its forehead was pierced or its neck snapped? Lin Mu wasn't that masochistic. That kind of meaningless battle wasn't what Lin Mu sought. Besides, this demon was fighting alongside a peak platinum tier demonic beast. Who would want to take him on? But surprisingly, Ashura, who should have been seething with hatred toward Lin Mu, showed no reaction whatsoever as Lin Mu turned and walked away. Lin Mu had barely flown a short distance when he immediately sensed something amiss. He discovered with horror that instead of arriving at the underground passage leading to the surface, he had suddenly materialized before the Ashura king. In the sky. The blood scythe demon, engulfed in blazing flames, seemed to have known all along that Lin Mu would appear before the Ashura king. The blood scythe in its grasp tore through the heavens and earth as it swung downwards. Lin Mu's heart raced with terror. He desperately tried to dodge, only to find his body moving in the opposite direction. As if he were deliberately rushing to meet the scythe's deadly blow, his body's movement and his will were completely at odds. This had to be the Ashura king's doing. This bastard could manipulate space. Lin Mu silently cursed his fate. In less than a tenth of a second, he had no time to replenish the spiritual energy in the silver chain and golden bell. Could the silver chain and golden bells withstand the full force swing of a blood scythe demon at the peak of the platinum tier? And then there was the Ashura king, ready to strike with his heavy palm at any moment. With his life hanging by a thread. Lin Mu raised his arm, using the silver chain and golden bell to block the blood scythe demon's attack. Simultaneously, he harnessed Chanwomi's power to cast the immortal art of restraint upon Ashura king for the second time. But, at that very moment, the horned monster beneath the water suddenly erupted, swinging its night sword in a sweeping upward slash, intent on cleaving Lin Mu in two. Above came the blood scythe, below the night sword, and behind loomed the most terrifying heavy palm. Lin Mu found himself in a peril he had never faced before, his life hanging by a thread. Boom! A cruel killing intent flashed in the Ashura king's eyes. As the blood scythe demon unleashed its full power in a downward strike. Just as the horned monster was about to launch its sneak attack. Suddenly, a golden shield expanded around Lin Mu, blocking everything outside. It was the golden armor technique. My dear sister Sangxue. Lin Mu embraced the shadow blocking his path with overwhelming emotion. This girl couldn't have arrived at a better time. But the moment he embraced her, something felt off. Yi Tsangxue had a well-developed figure, but he distinctly remembered her chest not being this impressive. How could it be so large now? Confused, Lin Mu pinched them to confirm once more. He discovered they felt incredibly soft and had astonishing elasticity. Holy crap! This isn't Yi Tsangxue at all. This was clearly a hot, mature woman. Could it be Han Emotion? Had she come to rescue him? Lin Mu was lost in wild speculation. The stunning figure who had just saved his life with the golden armor technique turned back, her beautiful eyes glaring at him like icy frost, freezing him solid on the spot. Let go! The owner of those beautiful eyes was furious. Her anger was unlike any ordinary rage. The more furious she grew, the colder she became. But Lin Mu finally saw her face clearly. It wasn't Yi Tsangxue. Nor was it Han Mo Xiang. It was the mysterious girl in sunglasses he'd seen earlier in the International Teleportation Hall. Sorry, just a reflex. Lin Mu was so startled his heart nearly leapt out of his chest. At that moment, his claw-like grip was still clamped onto her chest. Even Lin Mu felt a pang of disgust at himself for such a posture. It was utterly brazen and downright sleazy. This is also a natural reaction. The girl in sunglasses raised the book in her hand and smacked Lin Mu to the ground with a loud slap. Lin Mu scrambled to his feet, feigning politeness. Miss, I'm terribly sorry. That was a mistake. I'm actually a man of integrity. Once you hear my name Li Changfeng, you'll know how proper I am. Li Changfeng has long hair. The girl in sunglasses immediately exposed the imposter Lin Mu. Ha! Actually, I'm Xiao Ran. I was just joking with you earlier. Lin Mu inwardly sweated. Seems this beauty not only loves reading but also keeps an eye out for handsome guys. Xiao Ran has curly hair. The girl in sunglasses rolled her eyes. If you're going to impersonate someone, at least pick someone less famous. Li Changfeng and Xiao Ran, rising stars of the empire. Who didn't know them? Trying to impersonate either would be laughable unless you were blind. Actually, my hair is naturally curly too. I just happened to get it straightened yesterday. But that's beside the point. First, thank you for saving my life, beautiful. I've decided to pay you 100,000 as a reward. Unfortunately, I happen to have no spare change on me today. But don't worry, you can come hang out at the Xiao residence. I'll write you an IOU right now. I, Xiao Ran, always keep my word. I'll never forget this life-saving favor. May I ask your name, beautiful lady? Even after his identity was exposed, Lin Mu stubbornly insisted on using Xiao Ran's name. He certainly wasn't foolish enough to reveal his real name in front of the Azura King. That wouldn't be heroic, it'd be suicide. Besides, impersonating Xiao Ran had its perks. He was the one who'd harass the beauty, but Xiao Ran would take the fall. If the Azura King came looking for trouble, he'd go after Xiao Ran instead. However, Lin Mu noticed that ever since the sunglasses girl appeared, the Azura King had been up to something in the shadows, remaining silent the entire time. The mysterious girl in sunglasses, who loved reading, glared at Lin Mu with icy eyes and snorted, "Why didn't you say you were fat, Hidepeo?" Lin Mu was dumbfounded. This mature woman actually knew Hidepeo? If that was the case, then she must know him too. Who exactly was she? How did she know him, and why was she following him? Was she trying to reverse push him? Enough. I don't care who you are. I just want to know what other tricks you've got up your sleeve. Spill it now and take this guy down. The sunglasses girl steered the conversation back to the main point. Lin Mu's mood instantly soured upon hearing this. Take down the Azura King? Are you kidding me? He can't be killed even if his head explodes or his neck snaps. What possible way could I have to defeat him? I'm out of ideas. What about you? Lin Mu shrugged and countered. In another 50 years, I might have a way to defeat him. The girl in sunglasses replied. What about now? Lin Mu felt dizzy upon hearing this. Right now, my plan is to kick you out to distract him. Then we'll make our escape. What do you think? The girl in sunglasses answered with deadpan seriousness. Not so good. Lin Mu immediately objected. Think it through. I'm a guy. Worst case, the Demon King kills me. Head gets chopped off, a moment of pain, then liberation. You're different. You're a woman, a beautiful one at that. If he catches you, he might do that thing first, then that other thing, commit those wicked acts I fantasize about but dare not do. By then, you'll be in for a world of misery. The girl in sunglasses shook her head. You might not know this, but I heard the Azura King has a thing for handsome guys, especially ones like you. Lin Mu's scalp tingled. Wang Defu? What made him sweat buckets was... The Azura King across from him nodded. That's right. I do like handsome men like you. This statement made Lin Mu's heart pound wildly in his chest, terrifying him to no end. This is bad. His ass was in danger. To defend his sacred rear, Lin Mu resolved to go all out and fight this pervert, the Azura King, to the death. Chapter 82. You have 1 minute to take it out. Lin Mu first patted his wildly beating heart to steady himself. Then he turned to the girl in sunglasses. Alright, we'll team up against him. But I need to know, do you have any way to counter his teleportation? What teleportation? The girl in sunglasses looked puzzled and asked back. Didn't you see it just now? That Azura King can teleport, vanishing from one spot and reappearing in another. It's impossible to predict. We need to find a way to counter that move before we can fight him. Otherwise, we're doomed. Lin Mu spoke nothing but the truth. Fighting a powerful opponent who could teleport was asking for trouble, especially since this guy was an undead demon. That's his innate ability, spatial teleportation. The girl in sunglasses was speechless at Lin Mu's wild imagination. Damn it, a talent? A talent he was born with? That's cheating. Pay to win cheating. I'm filing a complaint. Lin Mu was blatantly jealous. A talent for spatial teleportation? How is anyone supposed to compete with that? What do you mean cheating? What's a pay to win cheat? The sunglasses girl was thoroughly confused by this kid's wild imagination, and even the Azura King across from them wore a puzzled expression. She scanned Lin Mu up and down before retorting with a puzzled look. All dragons share the same innate talent, spatial manipulation. You didn't know that? Ha? He's a dragon? Lin Mu was stunned. This Azura King is a dragon? Then wouldn't that make him a demon? A deity? But that can't be right. Lin Mu asked, his head spinning. If he's a demon, then isn't his brother a demon too? When did the Sun Never Set's empire fall to the demons? The girl in sunglasses broke out in a cold sweat. Who told you dragons are demons? They're the native guardian sacred beasts of the Sun Never Set's empire. Demons are their slaves. It's tied to the bloodline of the Edward royal family. Anyway, he's definitely not a demon. Exactly. That's how it is. The Azura King nodded in acknowledgement. In our royal lineage, each generation produces an imperial sovereign and a guardian royal family. This generation, my brother is the imperial sovereign, while I, having been defeated, became the guardian war god, thus inheriting the dragon bloodline. Your royal family can inherit dragon bloodlines? Doesn't that make you invincible? Lin Mu's jaw dropped so low he could fit 3 large steamed buns in his mouth. The sunglass girl and Azura King stared at him with expressions of utter bewilderment. The cultivators of the divine dragon empire, the dragon bloodline of the Sun Never Set's empire, and the mechanical god crafting of the golden dollar empire, these form the very foundations of the 3 great empires. But ultimately, they're all branches of martial arts. There's no real difference. The sunglasses girl, in a rare display of explanation, clarified for Lin Mu, though what motivated her remained unclear. Write down the cultivation technique, and I'll spare your life. I swear it on the Dragon Clan. The Azura King spoke with genuine sincerity, his face showing not a trace of resentment or vengeance, only restraint and earnestness. Fine. Watch this. Lin Mu raised his middle finger, both of them. You two are dead. Struggling is useless. The Azura King didn't mind waiting a few more minutes. To him, these two were merely slightly stronger insects. Below the saints, all are mere ants. Who taught you your Taoist arts? The girl in sunglasses was also curious about the sword strike that had just instantly killed the Azura King. That clearly wasn't martial arts. It was Taoist magic. Didn't you teach it to him? Little Dragon Girl Master, all of Guayer's martial arts were passed down by you. Ah, wait, I should call you Dragon Child. Before Lin Mu could finish speaking, the girl in sunglasses knocked him down with a single blow. What nonsense! Besides, stalling won't work against Azura King. He controls the space for at least 3 hours. Within a minimum radius of 1 kilometer, we won't last that long, nor can we escape that far. Is there another way? None. We fight now. Every minute that passes weakens my combat strength. Hurry up. Is there any other way? Actually, I do have one idea. Lin Mu stood up solemnly. As the sunglasses girl and the Azura King pricked up their ears to listen, Lin Mu suddenly shot forward like lightning, closing the gap to the Azura King in an instant. His egg-shaped blade, wrapped in thunderous light, sliced through the sky and earth as it came crashing down. His solution was a sneak attack. The Azura King let out a soft snort, his form vanishing as he reappeared on the lake surface 100 meters away. The blood-scythe demon in the sky intercepted Lin Mu before he could turn, darting forward to block his path. Blood scythe and egg knife were raised simultaneously. Each swung viciously toward the other's body. Just as the blood scythe, ablaze with fiery flames, was about to cleave through Lin Mu's face, it was completely immobilized by divine magic. Lin Mu's egg knife struck its chest with brutal force. Simultaneously, the girl in sunglasses darted forward. With the seamless coordination honed through countless rehearsals, she complemented the egg knife, striking the blood scythe demon. Her jade-like hand flashed with an eerie cold light. The horned monster plunged from the sky, preparing to ambush Lin Mu, only to be met by a whirlwind kick to its face from his thigh, sending it flying. The blood scythe demon, struck twice, showed no fear. Wielding its flaming scythe, it swung horizontally, then in a spinning slash. First, it sliced through the afterimage of Lin Mu's body at blinding speed, then lunged toward the girl in sunglasses behind him, aiming for her head. Lin Mu saw this and was startled, immediately darting over to rescue her. However, before his wolf claws could grasp her fragrant body, she had already elbowed him away. The blood scythe sliced swiftly through the sunglasses girl's neck, yet missed the solid form. Like the Azura King, the sunglasses girl vanished, reappearing silently behind Lin Mu. She instantly activated Golden Armor Technique, using a protective shield to block the Azura King's fiery longsword swung down from afar. The thunderous strike sent the shield reeling. Had she not reacted in time, Lin Mu would have been in serious trouble. In combat experience, she far surpassed Lin Mu. She could easily coordinate with Lin Mu's attacks. But Lin Mu, accustomed to fighting alone, couldn't coordinate with her. The ambush failed, but fortunately, no one was harmed. Once the danger passed and the battle returned to a stalemate, Lin Mu breathed a silent sigh of relief. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he whispered to the girl in sunglasses. "You have dragon blood too? Could you be a princess of the Sun Never Sets Empire who ended up among commoners? You're crazy for princesses, aren't you? This isn't dragon blood, it's Taoist teleportation. Never mind. Don't get too close to me. I'm afraid your idiocy might be contagious." The girl in sunglasses seemed intimately familiar with Lin Mu's words and actions. Though Lin Mu was certain he'd never seen her before. Yet, strangely enough, she spoke words that had once come from Lin Mu's own mouth. "You're a cultivator too?" But compared to that, Lin Mu was even more curious about something else. Who the hell was this girl? "Who I am is none of your concern. Now listen, you have 1 minute maximum to kill that platinum tier blood scythe demon. Otherwise, we'll all die here." The girl in sunglasses spoke calmly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Lady, you know that's a platinum tier creature. I'm no god, how could I possibly defeat it in a minute?" Lin Mu expressed his helplessness. "Then how about switching? You take on the Azura King instead?" The girl in sunglasses was surprisingly democratic. "Ah. I'd rather go deal with that damn blood scythe demon." Lin Mu knew when to back down. "You have 1 minute to take down the blood scythe demon, then come help me." The girl in sunglasses assigned Lin Mu this impossible task. "Got it. What about that horned monster?" Lin Mu pointed at the other horned creature and asked. "Take care of that one too." Chapter 83, One Life for Another. Lin Mu felt the girl was overestimating him. He tried to protest, but the girl's actions were clearly faster than his. She kicked him hard in the butt, sending him flying straight into the Demon King. Utter helplessness. Mid-air, Lin Mu could only unleash a massive burst of lightning from his hands, instantly summoning a thunderous sword. The Azura King's expression darkened slightly, choosing not to engage head-on. His form vanished, reappearing dozens of meters away. Though the surprise attack launched by the sunglasses girl and Lin Mu was utterly unexpected, it posed no threat to the Azura King, who could manipulate space itself. Of course, Lin Mu and the sunglasses girl knew this. It was merely a feint, intended to force the Azura King back. Their true target was the blood scythe demon. The sunglasses girl flashed above the blood scythe demon, her jade-like hand pressing lightly. A single palm strike sent the blood scythe demon flying through the air. Mid-air, the blood scythe demon's entire body was eerily encased in a layer of ice, though it lasted only 3 seconds before it shattered. This still left Lin Mu quite astonished. After all, the blood scythe demon was a platinum tier powerhouse. Yet the sunglasses girl had only demonstrated gold tier strength. What did freezing it for 3 seconds signify? It meant invincibility within the same tier. Lin Mu also noticed the scene bore a resemblance to the heavenly frostfist he'd seen in a TV show from his previous life. Except the sunglasses girl used her palms. Wonder if there's any difference between the two. But pondering was one thing. Lin Mu's reaction was anything but slow. With life and death hanging in the balance, he could no longer afford to hold back. The platinum tier spring 30 maiden materialized instantly. A piercing shriek sent the horned beast reeling in disorientation. Simultaneously, the dragon-slaying dagger in his hand plunged deep into the creature's occipital region. He himself appeared above the blood scythe demon's head, mustering all his strength as he brought his sword down in a single, decisive strike. Silent and stealthy, the Azura King materialized behind Lin Mu, delivering a heavy palm strike to his back. He had been waiting for this chance to strike. The girl in sunglasses collided into Lin Mu's embrace, executing an incredibly deft body swap with him. Using her own back, she forcibly absorbed the Azura King's deadly palm strike. A sharp cry rang out. The one sent flying through the air was none other than the Azura King, whose palm strike could shatter mountains and crush rocks. Where the palm struck the girl in sunglasses vest, the fabric instantly turned to powder, scattering in the wind to reveal a vast expanse of icy white skin. Lin Mu knew she was buying him time. Roaring with all his might, he unleashed a thunderous burst of energy, his sword-like strike now several times more powerful than usual. A white sword beam nearly half a foot long plunged deep into the slightly dented forehead of the blood scythe demon, struck by the heavy blow. Then, with Lin Mu's spiraling finger force, it was twisted into a mangled mess inside. While Lin Mu poured his full strength into slaying the blood scythe demon, the Azura King was also attacking the sunglasses girl with all his might. He could tell that while Lin Mu excelled at both offense and defense, his true strength lay in attack. Whereas the sunglasses girl, while also balanced in offense and defense, excelled more in defense. Individually, neither of them could stand against him. However, when they coordinated seamlessly, their combined combat power surged tenfold, transforming them into formidable adversaries. Therefore, one must be eliminated first. Lin Mu was harder to kill. He possessed binding abilities, and forcing a kill risked triggering his counterattack. The Sunglasses Girl is even harder to kill, but she has a fatal weakness. She must constantly protect Lin Mu, shielding him while he hunts down her blood scythe demon. Right now, there was no time for second thoughts. The absolute priority was to eliminate the girl in sunglasses. Without her exceptional combat awareness and nearly unbreakable defenses, victory in this battle would be ours. The Azura King struck again, targeting Lin Mu once more. But the Sunglasses Girl shielded Lin Mu with her own body as he attacked frantically, refusing to retreat a single step. This was precisely what the Azura King wanted. Now, his true attack would follow. In a moment of distraction, he struck out at the Sunglasses Girl with a palm strike. If that strike connected, the Sunglasses Girl would meet her end instantly. Ah! Spring 30 Maiden plunged from the sky, her shrill screech exploding above the Azura King's head. Yet this ability seemed to have little effect on the Azura King. The Azura King swung his arm, pulling his fist back to unleash a piercing fist wind that sent Spring 30 Maiden flying. His right hand remained steady, its palm still aimed squarely at the girl in sunglasses' forehead. He sought nothing less than a single, decisive strike to end her. Lin Mu tried to turn and save her, but the girl in sunglasses elbowed him, warning him not to lose focus. Her hand shot upward, fingers releasing tendrils of white frosty mist. The mist coiled around the Azura King's body. The Azura King vanished instantly. He fled over 100 meters away, his chest heaving uncontrollably. His sneak attack backfired, leaving him struck by lightning. This time, he truly had lost more than he gained. His hair was slightly disheveled, and countless ice shards clung to his face. Even that icy mist, which hadn't fully reached him, had such an effect. Even someone as powerful as him found it unbearable. One more time, and I'll freeze him down to his underwear. Lin Mu rejoiced. Mind your own business. The girl in sunglasses was furious. Her form swayed slightly. Her spiritual energy was severely depleted. After one brutal battle after another, she was nearing her limit. Lin Mu swung his dragon-slaying dagger wildly, stabbing at the blood-scythe demon's heart and head. But the creature's physical resilience was nothing short of monstrous. Even after being frozen solid and having its brain shattered, and its skull smashed by the thunder sword, it still refused to die, rapidly regenerating. If it regained its combat strength, combined with that Azura King's sneak attacks, this battle would become perilous. A sudden, ominous premonition flashed through Lin Mu's mind. This is insane. This blood scythe demon might be impossible to kill by ordinary means. He hoisted the girl in sunglasses onto his back, intending to make a run for it. Under normal circumstances, retreating would be the wisest of the 36 stratagems. This tactic would have worked for Lin Mu, who was accustomed to slipping away. But facing a space-manipulating Azura King, Lin Mu's sudden dash of dozens of meters didn't end in escape. Instead, he landed at the volcano's edge, backfiring spectacularly. The Azura King watched him with a faint, mocking smile, utterly indifferent to Lin Mu's desperate attempt to flee. The gravely wounded blood scythe demon struggled painfully to its feet. Its wounds rapidly began to heal. Lin Mu was so furious his nose nearly twisted. Just then, only serpentine beasts can counteract the blood scythe demon. Do you have any powerful serpentine demon pets? Asked the girl with sunglasses on his shoulder, her voice weary. Oomph, what a coincidence. I happen to have a little snake. But I warn you, you might be disappointed she was born just a couple days ago. Lin Mu's words left the girl in sunglasses speechless. What use could a contract with a newborn snake possibly be? Though Lin Mu tried to downplay it, a dangerous warning flashed through the Azura King's mind. This kid snake is definitely no ordinary creature. He couldn't let him get a chance to bring out the snake. The Azura King flashed forward in an instant. Target. Lin Mu. The girl in sunglasses behind Lin Mu twisted her body forcefully, trying to shield him with her own body to block the attack. But Lin Mu would never let a woman die for him. He kicked her in the rear, sending her flying. His left arm braced against the Azura King's palm, while his right hand channeled thunderous energy into a sword-like strike, thrusting forward. This was a desperate move. Lin Mu was prepared to trade one strike for another, one life for another. Whoever survived would be the victor. The Azura King's heart trembled violently. He realized this kid was truly ruthless. Among humans, there were truly few who possessed such ruthlessness. As Lin Mu lunged forward to clash, the Azura King roared in response, refusing to yield an inch. He raised his fist and slammed it viciously toward Lin Mu's chest. He would fight to the bitter end. If a mere upstart dared fight to the death, how could he, a revered saint, show weakness? Chapter 84, This Kid's Cheating. Boom! Lin Mu and the Azura King collided head-on. But the instant the Azura King's palm pierced through his chest, Lin Mu twisted his body, forcibly intercepting the fatal blow aimed at his heart with his left hand. His body brushed against the Azura King's arm. Coldly closing in, the thunder sword in his right hand aimed straight for the Azura King's eye. Ah! The Azura King blocked with his right hand. The thunder sword pierced through his palm, blood spattering wildly. Yet his desperate block also halted Lin Mu's counterattack. One move for another. One arm for another. The clash of wits, strength, and ferocity between them still ended in stalemate, with both Lin Mu and the Azura King sustaining injuries to their arms. But at that very moment, the Azura King's mouth suddenly opened, unexpectedly spewing a torrent of flames. The scorching flames seared Lin Mu, who stood mere inches away. Being a dragon, possessing fire breathing as an attack was only natural. Yet Lin Mu, instantly engulfed in flames, did not retreat an inch. When it comes to ruthlessness and cunning, the ancestors of the Dragon Empire have never been outdone by these foreigners. How could Lin Mu's attack be so one-dimensional? He raised his foot and delivered a heavy kick to the Azura King's chest. The shoe shattered. Simultaneously, a thunder sword pierced through the Azura King's chest. Having reached the third level of chi cultivation, he could long ago project thunder swords from every part of his body, let alone now that he had ascended to the fifth level. The Azura King, struck through the chest, roared in agony, his voice shaking the heavens. With a mighty swing of his massive hand, he sent Lin Mu flying backward. Behind him, the sunglasses-wearing girl materialized, one hand frost-clad and the other generating a fist wind. Both hands struck the Azura King's ears with brutal force. A thunderous crash echoed. The Azura King, already wounded in the heart, took these successive blows, leaving half his body drenched in blood and half encased in frost. This was the result of Lin Mu deliberately engaging the Azura King in a fierce battle to distract him. The sunglasses girl executed the most seamless coordination, unleashing her most devastating attack. Yet even so severely wounded, the Azura King remained standing. He swung his fists wildly, sending the sunglasses girl flying through the air. "I'll kill you all." The gravely wounded Azura King descended into utter madness. Yet after sustaining such severe damage and losing his sanity, he had inexplicably lost his ability to manipulate space. He could no longer teleport while pursuing Lin Mu. During the chase, Lin Mu seized another opportunity to land several sword strikes, sending the enraged demon into a frenzied rage. He began pounding his chest in fury. Lin Mu saw his chance. He immediately grabbed his egg knife and began wildly hacking at the enraged, roaring Azura King. "Think you're so tough? This is for you." The enraged Azura King immediately countered with a heavy punch. His fists pounded relentlessly against Lin Mu's chest, while Lin Mu, refusing to retreat an inch, swung his blade furiously at the Demon King's body. Blade for fist. Who's afraid of whom now? Lin Mu fought with all his might. Though the egg knife had failed to wound him before, each strike now left deep, bloody gashes on the severely injured Azura King's body. Similarly, the terrifying force of the Demon King's punches sent Lin Mu reeling, stars dancing before his eyes. Both men were enduring the agony, hoping to hold on until the final victory. At this juncture, raw combat prowess no longer mattered. What counted above all was sheer willpower and tenacity. Whoever endured to the end would claim victory. Blade glints and fist strikes clashed in a thunderous roar. Blood spattered everywhere, impossible to tell whose was whose. Amidst the chaos, the two men clung to each other like madmen, attacking each other with reckless abandon, completely abandoning any defense or evasion. The slightest lapse in willpower meant falling, being killed by the opponent, becoming the loser. They must grit their teeth and endure, persevere until the other falls. The girl in sunglasses scrambled to her feet, trembling hands clutching her ancient tome. She staggered forward, determined to lend Lin Mu one final push. The equally battered blood scythe demon had also regained its strength. It charged forward, swinging its scythe viciously at the sunglasses girl, whose body was already exhausted from repeatedly draining her spiritual energy. Several times, it came dangerously close to slicing her in half. Lin Mu, panicked, abandoned his battle with the Azura King and rushed to her rescue. The blood scythe rose high and came crashing down. The girl in sunglasses had already pushed her spiritual energy to its absolute limit and could fight no longer. She slowly closed her eyes, once as clear and vibrant as a spring, resigned to her fate. Just as the blood scythe descended with fury, Lin Mu arrived in the nick of time. He swept her into his arms with one arm while deflecting the blow with his blade in the other. A sharp hiss filled the air. The scythe, unable to be fully deflected, sliced deep gashes into Lin Mu's shoulder and back, tearing flesh and skin. The girl in sunglasses and Lin Mu crashed heavily to the ground. Their blood mingled, forming an eerily vivid crimson pool. Yet neither noticed this, both gasping for breath and exhaustion. The relentless battles had left them utterly drained. Even the overwhelmingly powerful Azura King, whose strength seemed to inspire despair, now desperately needed to recover. "Without reinforcements, we can't win this. I can hold on a little longer. You go. We can't defeat him now, but in a few years, you will be able to defeat him. Then, avenge me." Blood gushed unceasingly from the mouth beneath the masked girl's sunglasses. As she gazed at Lin Mu's face, a serene, peaceful smile suddenly spread across her eyes. "He's not bad looking, but that smooth-talking mouth of his, no wonder he charms so many girls. Hey, beautiful lady, you can tease me all you want, but remember to take responsibility." Lin Mu was utterly exhausted. If his hands could still move, he'd definitely reach out his wolfish claws and grope the girl in sunglasses. But now, he had no strength left. Think you can just walk away? You're dead men walking. The Azura King had regained some of his strength. He leapt down from the sky. Fists raised high, he brought them crashing down, intent on reducing Lin Mu and the girl in sunglasses to a bloody mess. Finally getting some alone time. Lin Mu cursed the Azura King, wishing his little dick would rot off for interrupting his blissful moment. He clutched the sunglasses girl tightly and rolled away, dodging the fist. But the damn blood scythe demon hurled the scythe at them instead. The sunglasses girl mustered her last ounce of strength. She blocked the scythe with her shoulder, blood gushing instantly down her arm. What I owed you before, I repay now. The girl in sunglasses was barely clinging to life, yet her eyes held a faint smile. Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted. Lin Mu was scared half to death. He quickly reached out with his bloodied hand to check her breath and found she was still alive. He then felt her swollen chest. Her heartbeat was faint but steady. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. She wasn't dead. Lin Mu gently released the girl in sunglasses. Covered in wounds and blood, he struggled to his feet and shook his head at the Azura King, who was grinning triumphantly. If it were anyone else, such severe injuries would have killed them long ago. But I'm not like anyone else. If you think you can kill me, you're dreaming. With that, he flickered his wrist. Several medicinal herbs slipped into his mouth. Then, under the Azura King's stunned gaze, Lin Mu's wounds healed instantly, and the spiritual energy within his body surged back to its peak. Damn it! Is this kid cheating? The Azura King wept tears of frustration. Chapter 85, The Wolf Grandmother's Gift. The Azura King tried to flee. But Lin Mu, fully healed, had already flashed into position. 10 fingers merged into a sword, unleashing a barrage of thunder blades that struck the Azura King's chest, throat, and head. Boom! The Azura King's chest exploded, his skull shattered into a fist-sized gash, blood and white pus gushing forth. His entire body crashed heavily to the ground. He looked dead as a doornail. You wanted to kill me? You're nothing but a disposable character. Lin Mu flipped the Azura King's corpse the middle finger before turning to rescue the girl in sunglasses. However, before he could turn around, the corpse of the Azura King had already begun to stir. Lin Mu was stunned. Could it be that twisted? He's not dead? The Azura King's corpse slowly began to deform. Countless flames roared to life as the Azura King's body rapidly swelled in size, bone spines and scales erupting from its form. Giant wings, dragon horns, and sharp claws extended outward. In less than a minute, the Azura King transformed into a colossal dragon engulfed in flames, resembling the great dragons of the West. Lin Mu looked like a tiny insect before him. Every wound on the Azura King's body healed completely, except for the terrifying gaping hole in his chest that remained open. The blood-filled hole on his forehead shrank to the size of a baby's fist before the healing process halted. It seemed that wounds inflicted by divine arts were beyond even the resilient Dragonkin's ability to heal swiftly. For the first time, I've been beaten by a human to the point where I need to restore my original form. The Azura King clutched his head, groaning in agony. Even if I kill you, my human form will be hard to restore. This battle was a terrible loss. I hate fights like this. You despicable Eastern martial artist, how should I execute you to ease my bitter hatred? I suggest you reflect on your life while roasting your own flesh. For others, the Azura King's current form might pose some difficulty, but for Lin Mu, it couldn't be better. Besides, he still had the dragon-slaying dagger. Your time is up. Lin Mu roared, instantly summoning a colossal thunder sword in his hand. Before him materialized a little lowly with golden hair and 6 arms. Sha Nwomi, Medusa's serpent? Upon seeing this little girl, the Azura King instantly sensed danger. No wonder he'd been inexplicably restrained before, so this brat had a Medusa snake as a pet demon. Run! Suppressing his rage, the Azura King turned and fled desperately toward the mountaintop. When he saw the cave's molten lava boiling and churning ceaselessly, blocking his path, his heart instantly filled with joy. He leapt into the crater. Mid-air, he spread his wounded dragon wings, preparing to flap with all his might to escape the crater and flee this deadly trap. As for the humiliation, he would find a way to redeem himself later. Think you can escape? Not a chance. Lin Mu would never let him escape now. He immediately joined forces with Sha Nwomi to unleash a binding spell. Then, a sword strike landed squarely on the gaping wound in the Azura King's chest. The Azura King spun around in fury, intent on grabbing Lin Mu for mutual destruction. But he'd clearly forgotten Chun San Yang stood nearby. With a sharp thud, a finely crafted dragon-slaying dagger plunged into the Azura King's forehead. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Lin Mu and Chun San Yang simultaneously kicked down hard on the Azura King's dragon back. With a thunderous crash, the Azura King's massive body plummeted into the molten lava of the volcanic crater. Standing at the volcano's edge, Lin Mu and Sha Nwomi were utterly exhausted, nearly collapsing from fatigue. Yet, driven by concern for the final outcome, they both forced themselves to peer down at the Azura King submerged in the molten lava. If even this calculated attack failed to kill the Azura King, then there was no other choice. Lin Mu would have to turn and flee. Though the Azura King lay struggling in the searing magma, the damage inflicted by the dragon-slaying dagger on his head prevented him from gathering any spiritual energy. Lin Mu watched as the Azura King's massive body crashed heavily onto the blood-red lava. In an instant, it was swallowed by the molten sea, leaving only a wisp of smoke curling upward. Shanwomi was too exhausted to speak, transforming directly into a rainbow light that drifted into Lin Mu's body to hibernate. Without her in this battle, Lin Mu would likely have been utterly defeated by the Azura King in his dragon form. Having slain the Azura King, Lin Mu suppressed his surging emotions and stumbled down the hillside. Finally collapsing onto the soft, fragrant body of the girl in sunglasses, he quickly retrieved medicinal herbs from his ring and stuffed them into her mouth. If he didn't treat her now, she'd likely die. After feeding her several golden needles in succession, her breathing finally steadied, though she remained unconscious. Lin Mu stared at the girl's rising and falling chest, contemplating whether to take advantage of the situation. Just then, a wolf's howl echoed throughout the entire underground space. The entire surface of the volcanic hot spring lake instantly churned with shockwaves, forming a massive whirlpool. Lin Mu stared at the sky in utter shock. Unbeknownst to him, a silver-white wolf-like creature soared through the air, its graceful form undulating. Its white tail trailed behind, its movements utterly graceful. After a dozen seconds, the silver-white wolf-like creature dipped its head and dove into the whirlpool on the lake's surface, disturbing not a single ripple, vanishing without a sound. Holy crap, who the hell is this saint? Lin Mu froze, unable to react for a long while. Could it be that he had to fight again? Like hell. Run for your life. Human boy, rest assured I mean you no harm. A masked woman clad in white robes, adorned with a silver ring on her head, and her face concealed by a silver-threaded veil that hid her true features. She suddenly emerged from the hot spring and appeared before Lin Mu, startling him once more. Her forehead was smooth as jade, yet her head was covered in neatly combed silver hair. She seemed quite old, yet showed no signs of aging. Her aura was reserved, exuding a unique classical elegance that was exceptionally pleasing to the eye. She sounded harmless. Lin Mu quickly withdrew his hand from the sunglasses girl, putting on his best good boy act as he asked doubtfully, "Who might you be?" The masked woman with silver hair but no signs of aging made an elegant gesture. Lin Mu couldn't decipher its meaning, but sensing its significance, he committed it firmly to memory. The woman spoke softly, "Human boy, you may call me White Grandma. I was once the mistress of this lake. When the Azura King came demanding a contract, I had no choice but to fight him. Alas, he still managed to imprison me beneath the hot springs with his treasure. Had he not left this cave, causing the treasure's power to fade, I still wouldn't be able to emerge. Young cultivator, thank you for saving me. I have little to offer in return, but perhaps this will be useful to you." With that, an additional box appeared in Old Woman Bai's hand. She opened it. Inside lay a snow-white wolf pelt. You're the Starlight Shadow Wolf?" After receiving an affirmative answer, Lin Mu felt a bit dizzy. Was this what they meant by getting something for nothing? At that very moment, the heavily injured, unconscious girl in sunglasses slowly opened her eyes. Yet, her body remained too weak to move. "It seems you've been through a lot. Perhaps you should rest at my place first. Once you've fully recovered, there's no rush to leave." After speaking, Old Lady Bai slowly turned and walked toward the lake. Lin Mu's eyes darted, and he quickly scooped up the girl in sunglasses, following closely behind. Wolf, pretending not to notice, surreptitiously brushed against the girl's still prominent, snow-white peaks beneath her restraints. Outwardly, he maintained the appearance of an innocent child who had done nothing wrong. As he bent down to pick up her ancient book while still holding her, Lin Mu took the chance to lean in and inhale her scent. It was so refreshingly sweet it nearly melted his heart. The girl in sunglasses rolled her eyes in mock annoyance. She'd never seen anyone like him, a wolf pretending to be a good boy. She couldn't stand him. If her limbs could move, she would have smacked him away with her book long ago. Chapter 86, The End. The masked woman calling herself White Granny walked slowly ahead. The lake water parted of its own accord, revealing not the lake bottom but a wall of water. At the very front stood a blue water gate. Lin Mu held the fragrant body of the girl in sunglasses while curiously reaching out to touch the water wall. When his finger touched it, ripples spread out like those on a lake surface. After passing through the water gate, Lin Mu found himself entering a strange world. It wasn't very large. Perhaps comparable in size to the lake bottom, yet entirely different. There was no water here, yet looking at the surrounding water walls, he could see fish swimming about. All kinds of plants grew here, and many gentle little creatures lived among them like slow-moving turtles. Or quick little crabs scurrying about. This is not the same world as the lake bottom, yet everything from the lake bottom and the lake surface can be seen here. Inside, it was decorated much like a human dwelling. The masked white crone invited Lin Mu and the girl in sunglasses to sit down. A cute little monster whose species Lin Mu couldn't identify held a silver tray in its tiny paws and presented 2 cups. Lin Mu glanced at it, and the timid creature vanished in a puff of white smoke. With a flick of her finger, the white crone conjured a small white jade teapot. With graceful movements, she poured a cup of fragrant white milk like liquid for Lin Mu and sunglasses girl. By now, Sunglasses Girl had regained some strength. She pushed away Lin Mu's hands, which were trying to help her up while also taking liberties, and struggled to sit up on her own. She nodded gratefully to the white grandma across from her. However, perhaps because Lin Mu was present, Sunglasses Girl still did not reveal her name or clan affiliation. Instead, she made an intricate gesture with her 10 slender jade white fingers, seemingly signifying some sort of status. Lin Mu remained utterly clueless about its meaning. He committed the gesture to memory for now. Once he found someone knowledgeable, he was confident he could uncover the identity of this girl in sunglasses. Lin Mu suspected Han Mo Xiang might know what these gestures signified. He savored the beauty's subtle touch. Like Chu Beiji devouring a ginseng fruit, Lin Mu gulped down the small cup of milky white liquid in one swift motion. Instantly, a cool energy surged from his stomach, transforming into spiritual energy that filled his entire body. A wave of cleansing energy surged through his body, unlocking latent potential. The sensation was utterly blissful, like quenching thirst with an ice-cold drink on a sweltering summer day. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, refreshing. Since you like it, have another cup." The masked white grandma poured another cup for Lin Mu, then promptly refilled the Sunglasses Girl's cup as well. "Thank you, white grandma." The girl in sunglasses was polite, quickly bowing her thanks. Lin Mu, however, didn't hesitate. After all, this drink was clearly something special. If I could have another glass, that would be even better. Sitting nearby, the girl in sunglasses watched his greedy expression and grew furious. She almost picked up the ancient book to smack him on the head. Fortunately, she lacked the strength to do so, sparing Lin Mu from disaster. The silver-veiled white grandma, however, took no offense. Instead, she admired Lin Mu's honesty and straightforwardness, a smile playing at the corners of her eyes. "If 3 cups of volcanic nectar could express my gratitude, nothing would please me more." But Lin Mu couldn't bring himself to drink the 3rd cup. He planned to take it back and share it with Lin Jing. Good things should always be saved for his sister, perhaps it would aid her cultivation. Taking advantage of the moment when the white-robed old woman and the girl in sunglasses were deep in conversation, Lin Mu slid the cup under the table, secretly summoning a small bottle from his spatial ring to store it. He even rinsed the cup twice with clean water from another bottle before stashing it away. The kid's movements were downright sneaky. Watching him from the side, the girl in sunglasses was utterly flabbergasted. Asking for a drink was one thing, but putting it back? This must be the kind of shameless freeloader they talk about in legends. She had actually underestimated Lin Mu's greed. If there hadn't been much elixir left in the jade flask, Lin Mu would have even considered stealing the flask itself. Pouring a cup was child's play to him. "You're quite remarkable, defeating the Azura King at such a young age." Grandma Bai smiled and shook her head when Lin Mu recounted the feat of driving the Azura King into the volcanic lava. "The Azura King is cunning. He likely isn't dead. He probably used the volcanic lava to create a false impression to deceive you. For the Dragon Clan, volcanic lava is their natural habitat. Blazing fire and extreme heat are actually beneficial to them, not harmful. He isn't dead, but severely wounded. He's fled for now. You must be especially wary of his future revenge." Ah! Lin Mu was stunned. He didn't die after falling into a volcano? This Azura King is tougher than a cockroach. Now I finally understand why the Azura King couldn't defeat even us. It turns out he fought you, white grandma, earlier and had already lost a significant portion of his strength. The girl in sunglasses snapped out of it, suddenly understanding. No way! Lin Mu broke out in a cold sweat. But upon reflection, the girl in sunglasses had a point. Had Old White not fought the Azura King to a standstill beforehand, weakening his combat strength, the outcome of this battle would have been far from certain. First off, the Azura King was a saint. The power of a saint is capable of shattering the heavens and earth, and their techniques are countless. Yet throughout the previous battle, he had relied almost exclusively on ordinary punches and kicks to fight back. This proved his power had been drained to the limit during his earlier clash with Old Lady Bai. Even I could have killed him then, which is why he fled in such a disheveled state. Yet, upon reflection, this thought sent a cold sweat down Lin Mu's back. Had the Azura King not fought White Granny and instead fought at his absolute peak, he and Sunglass Girl would likely have suffered a crushing defeat under this monster's terrifying onslaught. Even after defeating and imprisoning White Granny, he still had enough strength left to fight Lin Mu to such a brutal extent. This Azura King was truly a monstrous freak. But since Azura King's physical form is destroyed, it'll likely take him quite some time to recover. That gives us time to train and grow stronger. Sunglasses Girl's words were actually meant for Lin Mu, serving as encouragement. A year, perhaps only 7 or 8 months, and the Azura King could repair his body. As for fully regaining his Hungfeng strength, that should take about a year and a half. Within that year, he likely won't seek revenge against you too. Instead, he'll hide and rebuild his combat power. Old Lady Bai set a time frame. A year. Hearing this, Lin Mu felt a headache coming on. A year neither long nor short. Even with the fastest cultivation progress, there were limits.
Unless he could obtain countless miraculous elixirs to propel him to the Foundation Establishment stage or even the Golden Core stage, there might be hope of defeating that monstrous Azura King. After bidding farewell to the hospitable old lady Bai, Lin Mu and the sunglasses girl exited the water gate and returned to the shore.
The girl in sunglasses prepared to leave.
Lin Mu quickly stopped her.
Hold on, lady.
Not only did you flirt with and grope me, but you also kick me in the butt.
You think you can just walk away without taking responsibility? The sunglasses girl broke out in a cold sweat. But that was just to distract the enemy during combat. Besides, you kicked me back later, doesn't that even things out? Oh, so you kicked me back just to get revenge. Hearing this, Lin Mu waved his hands hastily. It wasn't revenge. I was protecting you from getting hurt. My intentions were pure. It's not the same as you kicking me on purpose. My parents said whoever kicks my butt has to give me a wife in return. You kicked my butt, so you owe me one. That rule can't be broken.
His shameless remark nearly sent the girl in sunglasses tumbling headfirst onto the ground.
But why don't you think about where you kicked me? Do only you have parents? Isn't my body precious too? This is unreasonable. No, this is shameless. No, I'm perfectly reasonable. I've decided I'll compensate you with a husband too if you need one. Lin Mu laughed a radiant, triumphant smile, though undeniably wolfish. Stop flattering yourself. Who would want that? The girl in sunglasses raised the ancient book in her hand and smacked him hard, sending him flying. The sunglasses girl walked away. Lin Mu watched Chun San Nyang tidy up the battlefield, then glanced at the wolf pelt in his hand. Mission accomplished. Seems like it's time to head back to the academy.
Just thinking about the upcoming college life made Lin Mu feel like a kitten tickling his heart.
Anticipation mingled with resignation.